Hey guys, this is Star. What if? How are you all? Please support, subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI-generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see what if Harry Potter discovered the forbidden truth of his connection to Voldemort. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then please support, subscribe this channel, and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. After the Dementor attack, Harry begins uncovering chilling secrets hidden within his scar. Each revelation ties him closer to Voldemort in ways no one ever imagined. Now, Harry must decide: use this forbidden bond as a weapon, or let it consume him. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. The day of Voldemort's return marked many things for the wizarding world. It was the advent of death, destruction, and change, for better or for worse, wrapped carefully in a blanket of quiet anticipation, invisible to all but a few. However, for one teenage boy in particular, it only meant night after night of restless sleep, plagued by nightmares. Since returning from school, there had yet to be a night uninterrupted, and this one was no different. Harry awoke with a start, sweat covering his body. His scar twinged painfully in the darkness, which had an unnatural closeness to it. It took him a moment to realize that he was staring at the underside of his bed. He must have fallen out of it while thrashing around and wound up in this position, sheets awkwardly coiled around him. He did his best to extricate himself from the awkward position and sat up, leaning his back against the hard wooden frame of the small bed, taking slow breaths to calm the tenseness he was feeling. The scar gave another painful twinge, making him wince. It always hurt, ever since that day nearly a month ago. A dull ache that had become as familiar and unwelcome as the sight of his damned relatives. His heart rate was calmer now, and he let his head fall back onto the worn mattress in weariness. Another dream of the graveyard. Of Cedric's lifeless body, his eyes empty and staring. Trying and failing to escape from the mass of Death Eaters, his wand too heavy to lift, his body too sluggish to run. And he would wake much like he did today, breathing heavily and banging his head on the bed frame. Sometimes, though, Harry would find himself in a much different setting. Meetings with hooded figures. The execution of a Muggle family. Moments of quiet as he looked out of a window to darkened grounds beyond, always focusing in at the last second on his snake-like reflection. The red eyes that met his own. Lord Voldemort. The freshly returned nightmare of Britain's past. And yet, Harry dealt with bad dreams the same way his whole life. Given enough time, sleep would eventually come and once more become something to take away his troubles, if only temporarily. A rustle of feathers drew his attention to the open window where Hedwig perched, watching him silently. Her head tilted minutely and she hooted softly. Harry just give her a tired half-smile. "I know, girl. I'll be fine." Apparently satisfied, his snowy owl turned and took off into the night sky, the slow sounds of her wings fading quickly into nothing. Knowing that he should at least try to get back to sleep, he pushed himself back onto the bed and lay down. What he wouldn't give for his warm four-poster bed back at school. The spare mattress the Dursleys let him use wasn't exactly the most comfortable thing he'd slept on. Well, did it matter, anyway? Weariness always won out in the end. "Boy, what are you up to?" Harry glanced over at Uncle Vernon to see narrowed eyes looking at him in suspicion. "Watching the news," Harry said flatly, his own gaze returning to the television. A newscaster was talking about an armed robbery that happened in a part of London. "The news," repeated Vernon, his face scrunched up as if he smelled something foul. "As if a freak like you would want to know anything about our news." "Bravo. Nothing gets past you, does it?" Harry said sarcastically before he was able to stop himself. Of course, Vernon was across the room in a chair while he was leaning on the door frame. By the time the angry man stood up to beat some respect into him, Harry was already out the front door and into the blistering heat of the summer. He wasn't normally so reflexive, but his relatives definitely brought out a unique side of him. Vernon always seemed to be on the edge of snapping when it came to Harry, even more so than usual. Apparently the ever-growing contrast between the resident wizard and his own son incensed him to no end, never mind all the stuff that seemed to happen every summer he came back. It was like asking for an uneventful life was impossible. Less than that, even. His summer vacation was only about 2.5 months to begin with. It didn't take long before his feet took him to the local park. Dudley was thankfully nowhere to be seen for once. He and his gang probably got into something a little less legal than normal, or else they would be here, lording it over anyone and anything in the area. Harry took the opportunity to sit in a swing that Dudley's group hadn't broken yet and propel himself as high as he could, the wind whipping his disheveled hair around slightly. Even when he was moving enough that his body went horizontal and did that small free fall before the swing became taut, he didn't blink, trying to make the thing move faster. Compared to his broom, it was woefully tame. This was the absolute worst. Voldemort was active now. After more than a dozen years, he finally regained a body. Considering the man's past, the lack of breaking news was unnerving, to say the least. Harry assumed that there would be mass killings and destruction almost at once, but so far it was either being covered up from the Muggles extremely well or Voldemort was laying low. No odd disappearances, either. It was equally frustrating because he didn't know exactly what to expect to begin with. He knew next to nothing about the First War other than that his parents' generation was ravaged to an extent. Not like it would make any difference if he did. One way or another, no one was telling him a single thing as to what was going on. All he had were extremely vague letters from Ron and Hermione, who were clearly in the same place, about absolutely nothing. The only thing Harry knew was that they knew a lot more than he did, which in itself was ridiculous because he was exponentially more involved in whatever Voldemort was planning than they ever would be. But no, he was forced to contend with positively infuriating post until something changed, if ever. Or better yet, they could do what Dumbledore always did and just say that it wasn't time yet for him to know whatever. Wood chips and dirt launched into the air as Harry's feet viciously liberated a line of the playground's floor. Harry hopped off the swing when the sunlight began to fade, another day wasted in pointless frustration which bled out of him with the dying light of the evening. He knew that it wasn't completely their fault. Ron, Hermione, Dumbledore, and whoever else would be in a position to give him information weren't doing so for specific reasons. He understood that. That still didn't mean he couldn't be pissed about the whole situation. If they really wanted to tell him something they could, and they most certainly weren't. At least that was what he kept telling himself. It also didn't help his mood that he felt like he was being watched whenever he went out. There was never anyone there, but it was unnerving to say the least. With a resigned sigh, he began making his way back to number 4. With any luck, he'd be able to get away the rest of the night without seeing Vernon. Maybe sneak some leftovers from the fridge. The whole summer was just one maddening affair. Honestly, if he didn't do something soon, he'd lose it. Leaky cauldron. Right. That'll be 14 sickles. Harry paid his fare before stepping onto the night bus, avoiding the eyes of everyone. He had an old cap of Dudley's he'd nicked pulled low over his forehead to hide his scar. Considering its size, it was perfect. "What's your name again?" asked Stan, looking curiously at Harry as he passed. "None of your business, I reckon," said Harry gruffly, pulling the brim of the cap lower. He made his way to one of the seats further back, away from the irritatingly nosy Stan Shunpike. Harry looked at his reflection in the window as the bus blasted off at breakneck speeds. His mouth was traced in a half scowl, half grimace. "If I had greasy hair, I'd look like Snape. He always looks like something crawled up his ass and died." The thought made him smirk. Shaking his head slightly, he tried to put himself in a better mood. Harry was brooding for the 100th time when he remembered the suicidal magical contraption that was done up to resemble a public bus. He was certain that this thing was more a tin can with seats and rockets than a sensible mode of transportation. Bolstered by the idea of doing something, it hadn't taken him any more than 5 minutes to get ready for a small adventure to Diagon Alley. After all, who was there to stop him? It seemed like no time before Harry was wandering through the winding alley. He was through the leaky cauldron before Tom could even get out a proper greeting, the same being said for Gringotts, though absolutely no one there wished him anything other than a pleasant day while wearing a strained smile. It was fairly busy, the street thick with people, but not the back-to-school rush. The school letters usually tended to come near his birthday, and that was still a few weeks away. So caught up in simply looking around, Harry didn't realize he had no idea where he was until a random witch asked him for directions to a store he'd never heard of. The lavender tea shop. No, sorry, can't say I do. It's all right, dear, thanks anyway, the woman replied, moving off to ask someone else. Harry followed her with his eyes before letting them wander around. The hell am I? He muttered, eyeing the unfamiliar buildings. Both sides of the street were still lined with shops, but most lacked the illiterate lettering and sounded downright normal. Well, for wizards, anyway. A sudden flash of recognition brought Harry's mind to a screeching halt, freezing him mid-stride. That person it couldn't be. He turned sharply to follow and was almost immediately knocked over by a large wizard with arms full of boxes, barely allowing him sight directly in front of him. Two of the boxes fell forwards, landing solidly in Harry's lap. Oi! Watch where you're going. The man snapped, placing down his remaining parcels to free up his arms. Hey! Get back here. But Harry was barely heard the man, shoving aside the fallen boxes and scrambling after the person he'd initially been trying to catch. The guy bobbed in and out of sight, the back of his head the only thing visible among the throng of people. Additionally, they were moving back to the more crowded part of the alley, and it was becoming more difficult to keep pace and track of him. Still, Harry was relentless in his pursuit, willing enough to roughly push past people if they were taking too long to move. Suddenly his quarry turned, entering a store on the left and vanishing from sight. Harry dashed between two startled witches and made a beeline for the same door, wrenching it open and walking inside. Cedric. Harry grabbed at the guy's arm, finally bringing him to a halt as he turned. Cedric. Excuse me, the young man said in confusion, his eyes moving from Harry's to the hand that was holding his arm. Harry let go quickly. I'm sorry about that, Harry apologized, forcing himself to meet the eyes of the complete stranger he'd just followed. I thought you were someone I knew. Oh, there's no trouble, the man said in understanding. Now that Harry was getting a better look at him, he realized that this man was a bit older than he first appeared, however similar his features were to Cedric's. They had the same build and hair color too. Have you lost your friend? You sounded somewhat alarmed. Ah, yeah, I suppose, Harry found himself answering. Suddenly he wasn't really so excited to be away from the Dursleys anymore. Well, don't give up looking, you'll see him eventually, the man said encouragingly. Take care. He gave Harry a small pat on the shoulder before returning to his business, walking further into the store. Harry just closed his eyes for a second, letting out a long breath. I'm such a king idiot. Shaking his head to clear it, Harry looked around at the shop he'd blindly entered. There were various animals in cages and tanks stacked to the ceiling, hanging in places where stacks didn't work. He didn't see anything dangerous, so more than likely a pet shop, though interestingly enough a quiet pet shop. The magical menagerie was 1 part animal, 3 parts noise, and they had a lot of animals. This place was oddly peaceful. Something I can help you with, kid. I'll tell you now, if we don't have it then it either doesn't exist or you shouldn't be touching it to begin with. Harry looked over at the man who was addressing him. The shirt he was wearing had a bunch of animals moving around on it with the words, Creature Comforts, across the top, likely the name of the shop. Harry cracked a grin as he watched a chimp swing from letter to letter and back again like they were monkey bars. Guess you don't get Hagrid as a customer much then, do you? Harry answered with a chuckle. Much to his surprise the man laughed. You're right about that. Nothing here either big enough or deadly enough to catch his eye. I do see him from time to time, though. He visits all the magical creature shops at least a couple times a year, far as I know. Harry smiled at this, interested by the random bit of information. But anyway, are you looking for anything in particular or just browsing? First time in here I take it. Yeah, just browsing, I guess, Harry responded, moving out of the way as 2 people carried a large tank complete with water and fish out of the front door. I've already got an owl. Actually, I was wondering why it was so quiet in here. The man gave him a confused look before suddenly understanding. Oh, you know, I totally forgot about that. He quickly pulled his wand, flicking it at the far wall. Immediately, the store was filled with the sounds of animals, though at a moderate level still not where it probably should have been. We've got the place set up to adjust the sound from all the cages at once. Sometimes I can't hear myself think. Places like the menagerie don't do this because they'd rather hear animals screaming all day than people, especially kids. This drew a snort of mirth from Harry and the man grinned. Anyway, if you have any questions, feel free to ask anyone with one of these shirts. Mammals on the right, birds on the left, and reptiles in the back. Anything else is in the middle. Thanks. Harry considered what the man said before heading to the back. The magical menagerie was geared to students, but maybe somewhere further in the alley. Bingo. Creature Comforts sold snakes. Not very many types though, from the look of it. There was a massive tank that had dozens of them, all with various colors and patterns, but the fact that they weren't doing anything other than moving all over one another must have meant something. The sign said they weren't poisonous either. Oh, and they were making fun of him. Look, another SSS stupid human. If this glass weren't here, I'd eat him in a SSS single bite. He looks SSS weak. And SSS stupid. Don't just SSS stand there. Feed us, useless human. Perhaps SSS he's looking at his ugly reflection. He SSS seems frozen in shock. Harry's eye twitched in annoyance before he grinned maliciously. He quickly made sure he was alone before leaning in. You know, he began, his words silencing the entire group of snakes as they stopped in their tracks. I suddenly feel the desire to have a snake for my next meal. I'm SSSSO hungry too. Shall I eat you all? In an amazing display of coordination, every snake in the tank moved directly in front of him, forming nice even lines as they all stared up into his eyes. A SSS speaker. They all hissed in awe, their upper snake bodies bowing as one. Forgive you SSSS. We are unworthy. Come again. Eventually Harry returned to the stores that he visited regularly, easily able to find his way back to the area he was familiar with from the pet store. His encounter with the odd cult of snakes was still causing him to chuckle at random times. He'd definitely need to visit them again as the summer went on. Quality Quidditch supplies kept him occupied for some time before he headed over to Ilops just to see the owls. He always liked to check to see if they had any snowy owls as fine as Hedwig, but they never did. It made Hedwig seem even more special than she already was. Stopping by Madame Malkin's, Harry was quickly fitted for a plain black robe that he could go around in while in the alley without sticking out too much. He also picked up some underwear. You really could never have too much underwear. Or socks, for that matter. He'd only been in the bookstore for 10 minutes before a thought struck him. Weren't there books about Voldemort? After all, there were plenty about himself. Hermione practically introduced herself to him on the Hogwarts Express by listing a bunch of books that she'd learned about him in. A shocking experience, really. The rise and fall of something. No matter, he could just ask. Any book that had him was bound to have Voldemort, and considering that Voldemort was around long before he was, there was no doubt that even more books would have the Dark Wizard. Harry wanted to know as much as he could about what happened. It was a reach, but perhaps by studying the earlier war he would be better prepared for this one. Voldemort wasn't stupid by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, he was one of the most brilliant wizards of his generation. It was bizarre but curious to think that if he did anything remotely positive with his life, then he would have likely been placed close to, if not on Dumbledore's pedestal. Unfortunately for the world, Voldemort did go the serial killing path of apparent world domination, culling those with impure blood, and became a dark wizard. Books would only help Harry so much, but any bit of information was better than none. Anything that might help keep him alive as any normal almost 15-year-old would be worrying about in his day-to-day life. By the time he was done, he sat in the leaky cauldron at about 3 in the afternoon, eating a well-deserved late lunch. He had also ordered dinner to go for later. Hands down, this was the best day of the summer. He would keep doing as he was, checking the news and trying to coax out any information from anyone, but now he wouldn't be going spare in between when he was trying all that. At least he now had some new things to read that could help prepare him for what was ahead. Harry finished the final line of his Transfiguration essay with a flourish. His homework was much easier than he initially anticipated, even though he was going into his owl year. He wondered if Hermione finished her homework yet. Always a chance, even though it was almost his birthday. Just 1 week to go. There was no question that Ron didn't do any of his yet. Why the hell did we take divination? Harry asked himself for the 1000th time, not even bothering to do the summer assignment. What an immense waste of time. He should have taken ancient runes or something. The class would have been a tough one in his 3rd year, but it certainly would have been better than the bullshit that the crazy predicting bat put him through each week. Having someone predict your death every time you saw them was a bit annoying, to say the least. Heaving another small sigh, he put away his transfiguration and took out his charms work. In what seemed to be a stroke of genius, Harry decided to do the most troublesome homework first and the easiest last. Potions, as the one that always required the most work, went first. Charms was his last assignment. In doing so, he felt lighter after completing each one, his task becoming easier rather than harder. Putting his book on the desk, Harry glanced at a letter he got earlier. The initial anger he felt dissipated after a few days, but there was still nothing positive about how it left him now. Harry, it has come to my attention that you visited Diagon Alley today. Though I know your aunt and uncle's home is not somewhere you would rather be, there is no place safer for you. Diagon Alley and anywhere else for that matter are all vulnerable to attacks from Voldemort and his followers. It is imperative that you remain patient until we can collect you from your relatives. Hopefully that can be some time by early August. Please do not worry us all by venturing off again. You are more important to us than you might think. Best, Albus Dumbledore. The letter arrived via Fox a few minutes after he returned from the alley that day. How did Dumbledore know? Was he actually being watched somehow? It was the only letter he received from the headmaster all summer, and it merely told him to stay put. No information, not even a how are you. He wasn't particularly keen on having a row with the headmaster, but felt he had every right to. The past few days were the most enjoyable of any time ever spent in the Dursleys' wretched house. It didn't help the old man that he was the one who thought it wise to place Harry with his relatives in the first place, instead of with anyone else where he might have actually enjoyed growing up. Or at least been referred to by his own name instead of boy or freak. He would have probably been happier with the Malfoys. By the time the grandfather clock downstairs struck midnight, Harry finished all of his work. Once more he lay on the floor, staring out the window into the night sky. Soon he'd be back at Hogwarts. Soon he'd be back in his own world. Harry rose from another restless night's sleep as Vernon pulled out of the driveway heading to work. He could hear his aunt moving around lightly downstairs and the walls vibrating slightly from the snores of his cousin. Moving quietly, he showered and returned to his room, throwing on the most form-fitting of Dudley's old clothing. He also slid his wand into the wand holster that he purchased from Ollivander's on one of his trips to the alley, which was charmed to be invisible among other things. It let him walk around in a t-shirt without fear of looking odd carrying a wand. Considering that this summer was one of the most toughly hot summers he ever experienced, it was well worth it. "What are you up to?" said Petunia as he came downstairs. She regarded him suspiciously. "Nothing worth giving me that look," he said bluntly, his own expression unimpressed. "You honestly think I would do something to give Uncle Vernon more of a reason to come after me?" It wasn't like Petunia ever raised her hand to him. Well, if you discounted the handful of times he was hit sharply with a frying pan or some other thing in her grasp. Still, never with her own 2 hands. "I'll be out all day again. Don't worry about feeding me." "Not like you ever did." He didn't go far today, just a short-ish walk to a store where he got a sandwich. He spent the remainder of the day hanging out at the park, taking out his frustrations on the ever-deepening line he was carving beneath the swing. Everything was going fine until Dudley showed up with his gang. Oh, and the Dementors too. Which brought Harry back to reality. His first key was about to be with a soul-beeping specter of doom. Anger swelled in his lungs. Regret pooled in the pit of his stomach. His scar burned like liquid fire, and darkness took his mind. Albus Dumbledore sat in a large chair he had conjured, eyes closed in thought as he prepared for the meeting of the Anti-Dark Order of the Phoenix. He, along with a large number of people, were all gathered in the long kitchen of number 12 Grimmauld Place, the ancestral home of the Blacks. It certainly sounded impressive, but he'd long come to understand that it just meant the place was old, dusty, and alarmingly dangerous. Why else would they need to be meeting in the kitchen of all places? The sound of the door opened and closed shortly after, but he remained withdrawn from the low chattering. The past few weeks had been immensely stressful. He had lost his position on the Wizengamot, among other things, and was being slandered by the Daily Prophet. Not that Harry was spared from the corrupt paper either. The boy was being dragged through the mud nearly as much, made out to be an attention-seeking liar and unhinged, potentially even dangerous considering the fact that he was a known parselmouth. Oh, it was never overt, but it was hard to miss pretty much anything that referenced the boy who lived. His name was simply that sensational. That didn't even cover the rumors about him in general. It was much easier to pick on a boy who wasn't even 15 yet. Harry Potter. The rebellious attitude that had sprouted from him this summer was most unexpected. Harry had always followed his advice and general commands without much question before, so what had caused the shift? No, perhaps why was the better question. Additionally, Dumbledore opened his eyes and looked up at the ceiling where a few floors above, Harry lay still unconscious. Having just placed him there a short time ago, nobody but Sirius knew fully of Harry's condition. "We're all here, Albus," said Arthur Weasley softly. The headmaster just nodded and looked around, meeting the eyes of everyone. To his immediate left was Hestia Jones, followed by Sturgis Podmore, Daedalus Diggle, Elphias Doge, Nymphadora Tonks, Alistair Moody, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Molly Weasley, Arthur Weasley, Emmeline Vance, Mundungus Fletcher, Sirius Black, and finally at his right Remus Lupin. All of the professors who were a part of the Order, namely Rubeus Hagrid, Severus Snape, and Minerva McGonagall, were unavailable due to special circumstances. Hagrid was off trying to negotiate with the Giants, Severus was currently busy for Voldemort, and Minerva was too tied up with the new students and other things that went with being deputy headmistress. Summers were always a bit trying for her. This group of people made up the core of the Order, though their numbers were woefully smaller than they had been 15 years ago. The previous war had taken its toll on everyone without exception. Still, they would grow in the coming months, of this he had no doubt. Theirs was, after all, a call worth rallying to. Then I call this meeting of the Order of the Phoenix to order. I have some information that you are all no doubt eager to know regarding the incident of a few days ago, however I will save that for last. Let's get everything else out of the way first. Remus. The ex-defense professor nodded and stood, allowing everyone to see him more clearly. Right. As you know, I've been meeting with members of werewolf communities to see if Voldemort has been reaching out yet. So far I haven't seen anything that would suggest it. However, his face became grim. Greyback has resurfaced and has a very large following already, though he's keeping out of sight for now. It will be only a matter of time before Voldemort draws him in. Greyback wouldn't hesitate to take an offer from him. As members of the Order posed him questions, the meeting continued in a typical fashion. Each person provided what information they could gather from their various contacts in and out of the ministry, while the few that were actively on missions reported on the status of those as well. Voldemort being in hiding meant that overall there was little to bring up, but even the smallest bits of information helped paint a broader picture. The sooner they were certain of the man's motives, the better they could preempt them. Once the last member reported and discussions had ended, Dumbledore addressed them all. As many of you have no doubt heard, Harry was recently attacked near his relative's house. It was also our misfortune that the person on guard duty at that particular moment was unable to make it in time to assist. Mundungus gave an almost imperceptible flinch which did not go unnoticed, though nobody made any move to address him. Many of them were guilty of taking a minute for a bathroom break during guard duty on Harry. Fact of the matter was that nothing actually happened to the boy. Who was it, Albus? Asked Doge after a moment, his quiet voice cutting over the muttering. Dementors, said Dumbledore gravely. Predictably, his words were met with shock. We have rogue Dementors floating around. Podmore breathed in alarm. There's been no notice of any missing from Azkaban though. My inquiries have also come up with more questions than answers, the headmaster said grimly, causing more than a few to exchange looks. Indeed, if it wasn't a rogue Dementor, then the real question was how did the Dementors end up there in the first place? The possibilities left all present with an uncomfortable feeling in their guts. Did he drive them away? Molly managed to get out. She even looked close to fainting. Ron said that he can do a Patronus. Harry is most capable with that particular spell, however that was not the case, Dumbledore answered. From what we gathered at the scene when we arrived, it appeared that his cousin managed to break his wand, likely accidentally. It was in 3 pieces, 2 of which were still underneath his unconscious body. But then how were they stopped? They weren't, Sirius said flatly. Harry was key. Ed, Molly. His words doused the entire room in ice as if a Dementor were attending the meeting as well, drinking butterbeer with the rest of them. They all just stood there in a horrified shock. Arthur quickly held his wife to keep her from dropping to the floor, though he himself was paler than any could ever remember him being. That can't be. Remus leaned heavily on the table, Sirius' words echoing in his head. No, Harry's soul was. Sirius just put a hand on Remus' arm. Easy, Moony, let the headmaster finish. Thank you, Sirius, continued Dumbledore with a nod. While it seems that this indeed is the case, we can only assume something went awry. Harry still retains his soul. In fact, he has barely a scratch on him. The looks of everyone in the room went from horrified to plain baffled. Remus just slumped back in his chair. You've got to be kidding me, he muttered as Sirius just laughed. Of course, the only reason he could laugh was because he had his own panic attack earlier. If it were anyone else, I'd say you were full of it, Albus. Boy's too stubborn to kick it, said Moody gruffly. His eye swiveled up at the ceiling for a moment before returning to Dumbledore. There was a witness, I take it. Yes, one of ours. So what else happened? Asked Remus. Well, if you care to believe it, the Ministry also expelled Harry on that night for using magic, added Dumbledore pleasantly, getting an expected exasperated sigh from many in the group. He was already on a warning from a few years ago. We found the letter resting on the ground next to him. Regarding the magic detected, Harry's wand registered a Lumos spell, which likely was the cause of the letter. A Lumos spell? Honestly, Sirius muttered, rolling his eyes. Talk about desperate. And you're sure he's fine? Arthur asked tentatively, still keeping a cautious eye on his faint wife. There weren't any side effects. The question he was really asking was rather clear to the room. Was all of Harry really still there? Unfortunately, it is too soon to tell, Dumbledore admitted. Harry has been flaring with accidental magic, for lack of a better word, but that is about it. If you find yourself around him, just be careful. You think that whatever happened has to do with Harry still having his soul? Asked Kingsley. Dumbledore frowned slightly. One can only wonder. Hoo-ah. Harry opened his eyes only to shut them quickly as the light in the room stabbed at his brain. Back in the more comfortable darkness, Harry's fingers found his temples, rubbing them in an attempt to lessen the throbbing that permeated his head. Even without the extra pain, his head hurt plenty. Hell, his whole body was achy. Getting your soul beeped out really, beeped. Wait a second. Harry bolted upright, hands flying to his chest as if to actually double-check his soul was still there. Slowly his breathing evened out. I'm alive. A slip of laughter escaped his lips before he reined it back. Somehow, what the bloody hell happened to me? Squinting about for his glasses, Harry found them sitting close by on a side table, glinting in the sunlight. Cleaning them against his shirt, Harry pushed them on and looked around. Well, at least I'm not in the hospital wing. The room was decorated with old-looking but elegant furniture. Of course, the more popping aspect of the room was the blatantly Gryffindor color scheme of everything and various posters of motorcycles, attractive witches and muggle actresses in less than proper poses that plastered every inch of the walls. One of the witches caught his eye and winked playfully. There was a second yawn, though this time he was aware that it hadn't come from him. Looking to the source of the sound, Harry found that he had overlooked something in his initial inspection of his location. Someone, to be more precise. There was a girl sitting backwards on a chair, straddling it. She had her head buried in her arms that were crossed over the chair's back. Curly black hair spilled from her head, covering everything else. Hey, you awake? The girl gave a small grunt before lifting her head, an eye visible beneath her mass of hair. A hand detached itself from the chair and moved to grasp a lock of the hair, holding it for inspection for a moment before she sat up fully and shook her head rigorously. About to say something else, Harry pulled up short as the girl's hair went to a shocking shade of pink, shortening a fair amount as well as becoming fairly straight. That's way better, she muttered, now re-examining her hair in a wall mirror as she passed her fingers through it. Come on, you haven't slipped up in years. Hi. Hey, Harry, she said, still distracted by her appearance, as if she were wondering if anything else wasn't what it should be. I think you mean nice to meet you. He responded, quickly taking the opportunity to confirm he was wearing something under the sheets. She looked confused for a second before something apparently clicked in her head. Ah, yeah, you're right. You've never actually seen me, I've only ever seen you. Wait, what? You know how people have been guarding you all summer, right? I was one of them. Got guard duty a lot after you started wandering about the alley. You know, you're a pretty good gardener. She suddenly flinched as the mirror she had just been looking in shattered. Harry groaned again, his head in his hands. Here, drink this. Still not looking up, Harry felt a bottle being pressed into his hands. Uncaring as to what exactly it was, he threw it back quickly. Predictably, he was hit with a reflex to gag, but forced it down. Almost immediately, the throbbing lessened to almost nothing, letting him sigh in relief. About to thank the girl, her last words repeated themselves in his head. People have been watching me all summer, he said slowly, anger clear in his voice. The girl looked at him in surprise. You didn't know? He rounded on her at once. Of course I didn't. What the hell? Crap. I think I said something I shouldn't have, she muttered. Hey, Harry, let's start over, yeah. Nice to meet you, I'm Tonks. Harry's eyes moved from her outstretched hand to the beaming, cheerful expression she was wearing a number of times before letting out a breath in an attempt to calm himself. Tonks. Wisely deciding not to go there, he reached out and took the offered hand. Her skin was very soft. Right, I'm Harry Potter, as you already know. Nice to meet you. Don't worry about it, said Tonks, waving her wand at the mirror and fixing it at once. Anyway, you're probably wondering what's been going on and where you are. Here, read this. She pulled out a small piece of paper for him to look at. The location of the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix is at number 12 Grimald Place. Read, Harry. He blinked. Suddenly, the odd sensation of not even beginning to understand exactly where he was dissipated. Bizarre, how he couldn't even think about where he could possibly be before that moment. Tonks took the paper and set it on fire using a lit candle on a nearby desk. It was gone in seconds. Well, this place is under the Fidelius charm, which means that you can't ever find it unless the person designated as the secret keeper tells you him or herself. She paused for a second before continuing. Dumbledore is the secret keeper for this place. That little message was from him, as he couldn't be here to tell you himself. Swell of him, Harry said flatly. Don't be like that, do you have any idea how busy he must be? Especially with him running about now. Tonks returned pointedly, now frowning. Sorry, he's just been frustrating me lately. What's the Order of the Phoenix? Think of it like an anti-Voldemort group, she replied, but didn't explain any further than that. Probably doesn't have permission, he thought, mentally sighing. Casting around for something else to talk about, Harry turned back with a question he'd been wanting to ask ever since Tonks had woken from her doze. Was that your actual hair color? How it was earlier. Actually, how did you do that in the first place? You didn't use your wand. Maybe, she said vaguely, tugging at a strand of it. I've changed my appearance so many times in my life that it's a wonder I actually remember what I look like. Harry blinked. Not just your hair. I'm a metamorphagus, she explained, noting the blank look he was giving her at the name. Bit of a mouthful, but it means I can wandlessly change my appearance at will, within limits. Can't be learned, though, she added as Harry opened his mouth. Metamorphs are born. Initial question answered, Harry went to his second. You said limits, yeah. Like what? He asked, intrigued. It was rather fascinating. Like there's no way I could pretend to be Hagrid, she said with a shrug. I could do the face sure, but not the body. He's a bit big, you know. Not that I'm that interested in trying, honestly. Wild. In it. Anyway, I'll go let everyone know you're awake. They've got potions for you to take. We've been really worried about you. Tonks disappeared from the room, leaving Harry to let out a breath he hadn't been aware he was holding. She was just so. However, his train of thought was rather abruptly cut off as the distinct sound of fast falling footsteps gave way to the door being thrown open with a bang. Harry only had a second to jump in surprise before he was hit from the side by a crushing hug. Trying not to choke on the bushy brown hair that was obstructing his view and partially in his mouth, Harry said, "It's good to see you too, Hermione." "Oh, Harry, I'm so glad you're okay," came the muffled voice. "It's been days since you got here. I was afraid you wouldn't wake up, and then we didn't even know if you were all there to begin with." She pulled back suddenly, regarding him with an intense stare. "Please tell me you remember all of us. And all of you as well. Do you feel like there's something missing? There must be some sort of spell we can use to check on you. I was reading earlier, but Dumbledore would probably know. I can owl. Easy, Hermione, I'm fine." Harry pushed her back slightly by her shoulders so that she wasn't an inch from his face. "I didn't forget anyone, I'm sure. Especially me. Thank goodness." Hermione let out a breath of relief. "We've been keeping an eye on you in shifts when we could." "Better get off there before Molly sees you," came the unmistakable voice of Sirius Black from the doorway. "You know how she gets." Hermione's eyes jumped between the two males before shuffling off the bed, taking the chair Tonks had vacated a minute earlier. "Come off it. You know it isn't like that," she retorted, though her cheeks were a tad pink. Sirius just blinked before giving a laugh. "I was talking about your shoes on the bed, Hermione," he clarified, laughing even more at the expression she was now giving him. He moved over to clap Harry on the shoulder. "Good to see you up. You were in a right state earlier." "Was I?" Harry asked, looking between him and Hermione. "Last thing I remember was the Dementor before waking up." "Just as well, I suppose," said Sirius with a shrug. "You weren't exactly enjoying yourself. Ron, get in here with those potions." Hang on, hang on." Ron's back came in first, holding the end of a large tray that had a number of potions and other random things on it. A second later, Ginny became visible, holding the other end. "I still don't see why we had to carry this bloody thing. Haven't any of you heard of magic before? While magic may be a useful tool, that does not mean it should be used all the time." The next guest was Remus, his wand at his side. "Besides, doing things without magic makes you appreciate it all the more." "Sounds like a load of bollocks to me," Ron griped. "Hey, Harry. Right, sorry, who are you?" Dead silence filled the room as Ron gave him a shocked look. The end of the tray he was holding slipped from his fingers and dropped half an inch before stopping in midair thanks to Remus's quick action. Harry just frowned in confusion. "I think, Runel Waslib, was it?" A snort of laughter from Sirius broke the tension as Hermione quickly beamed him over the head with an extra pillow. "That wasn't funny, Harry." "Yes, it was," he said with a chuckle, throwing Ron a grin. "Hey, mate, good to see ya." Ron, who had quickly recovered from the joke, made to respond only to be promptly shoved aside by another guest to the room. One that Harry wasn't quite prepared for. "Oh, Harry, thank goodness." Mrs. Weasley beamed, sweeping over and catching him in a suffocating hug. Releasing him to silently gasp for air, she turned on the spot, snatching up 3 small potions from the tray and pressing them on him. "Take these, dear. Albus brought these from Hogwarts for you to have as soon as you were up." Actually," Harry looked down at the potions in his lap, then back at the people amassed in the room. He could see Tonks poking her head in from the doorway now as well. "I'm starving. Could I get something to eat? Honestly don't know when the last time I ate was. My word, how silly of me to have forgotten. I'll go fix you something light, Harry dear, you just stay here and rest." Mrs. Weasley was halfway out the door before turning back, eyeing the other children. "Don't let me hear you riling him up. He's to rest, am I understood?" "Yes, Mum," Ron and Ginny replied, barely restrained exasperation in their voices. "I've said it before and I'll say it again," chuckled Harry, downing the 3 potions quickly. "They were tiny and went without a fuss. One even tasted minty. Your mum's a force. Too right you are. Mate, Ron sighed, shaking his head. All right then. We'll let you lot catch up, said Sirius, following Remus out of the room. Tonks gave a small wave and disappeared as well. So, you feeling all right then? Asked Ron, sitting at the desk. His voice was apprehensive. No joke, we didn't know if you'd still be all there. Apart from a headache, I suppose I feel fine. He certainly didn't feel injured in any way. Do any of you know what happened to me? Well, mate, from what we've gathered, you gave away your first key, came a voice from the door. Fred was standing there, grinning at him. A second later, George appeared as well. Which really leaves only one question in our minds, he said, also grinning. Was she hot? Harry let out an appreciative chortle at that. Ron didn't seem to know whether to smile or not, while Hermione and Ginny looked scandalized. It's not funny, you two. Harry could have lost his soul, said Ginny sharply. You're wrong about that, dearest Ginevra, said Fred. Harry should have lost his soul, said George. Unless everyone is wrong and you weren't actually key. Ed. Regardless, keep up the good work, yeah. No doubt you'll need the death-defying skills again, Fred added. Glad you're all right, Harry. Thanks, guys, he said. When the Dementors showed up, Dudley completely panicked and punched me because he thought I was causing it. I lost my wand and Dudley ended up breaking it. Anyone know where it is, by the way? He asked. Ginny, who was closest to him, walked over to the side table and opened the single drawer it had, pulling out a small pouch. Sirius put it in here. Harry upended the pouch to drop 3 pieces of wand onto his lap. Even though he knew what it would look like, it still came as a bit of a shock to see it like this. It was like losing a very close friend. Right, depressing. This is, he muttered, holding up the base. Anyway, I tried to cast a Patronus, but it obviously didn't work. The Dementor got right on top of me and that was it. Everyone in the room took a collective shudder. It was a horrifying thing to envision. From what Sirius told us, the Dementors ran away after you were key. Ed, said Hermione. Your cousin is safe as well. Bugger. Harry snapped his fingers in disappointment. Harry, how do you know something specific like that anyway? He continued, curious. This woman named Fig saw the whole thing happen, said Ginny. Harry blinked in surprise. Fig, he said in disbelief. She's my neighbor. How could she have seen the Dementors? What was she even doing there to begin with? I assume she was keeping a lookout, said Hermione with a shrug. She's a squib. Do you know her well? Harry put his head in his hands. Did he know her well? As an odd, cat-loving woman, sure. As a muggle who had nothing to do with his life but for the few times he was forced on her by his relatives, yes. As a member of the wizarding world who knew who he was and was aware in some capacity of how he grew up. No, he didn't. Dumbledore, he muttered. Of course. Fig had moved to her home around the time that he had been dumped on the Dursleys' generosity. She'd told him herself, many years prior. Thinking about it, he was willing to bet all the money in his vault that she was there to keep an eye on him. To make sure none of the old crowd came looking for him. And a fat lot of good that ended up doing him. A sudden yelp brought him back to reality. Ginny had jumped back from the mirror on the wall, which had shattered again. Everyone else was clearly on edge. Harry gave the youngest Weasley an apologetic look. She'd been standing rather close to it. Sorry, Ginny. Sakay, she said, standing at a more reasonable distance from anything glass. Fred just waved his wand at the mirror. Reparo. The glass instantly repaired itself. At that moment the door opened again. Mrs. Weasley had returned, a plate with a sandwich in one hand and a pitcher of water in the other. Here you are, dear, she said cheerily, seemingly unaware of the uncomfortable mood she'd walked in on. If you want anything else, just let me know. Thanks, Mrs. Weasley. She left, shortly followed by Fred and George, who gave a quick goodbye before their escape, not wanting to stay for another potential explosion. Harry, I'm fine, Hermione, he said evenly. Just a little annoyed at some stuff. Grabbing the sandwich, he leaned back against his pillows. Getting worked up over the situation had reminded him of something else that was, for lack of a better term, pissing him off. So, what have you lot been up to lately? As the weeks wore on, Harry had been playing this conversation over and over in his mind about exactly how frustrated he was with them for practically baiting him with their vague letters and hints at nothing. Meeting Tonks had thrown him off for a bit, but seeing his two friends was reminder enough. The only difference between what he planned on doing and what was happening now was that he wasn't shouting. "You know," said Ron with a shrug. "Just hanging around. There isn't much to do here except clean the house. They don't let us know anything that the order is up to. That's it." Perhaps it was something in his voice, but Hermione quickly stepped in before Ron or Ginny could continue. "Harry, I'm sorry that we weren't able to talk with you properly by letter," she said, voice low. "I know you must be frustrated, but please don't think that we wanted to keep anything from you. Even if we only know a little bit, we really didn't." Harry wanted to argue but in the end just sighed, letting it go. "Don't let it bother you, Hermione," he said finally. "I'm here now, and that's what matters." And it was. No point in getting mad just to get mad. "So, what's this about cleaning? Where are we anyway? Are you all right, Harry?" "No, not really. I'm sure you won't be convicted." "We don't know that," Harry interrupted. "I mean, I'm not really worried about winning the case because Professor Dumbledore is going to be my defense, but it still doesn't make me feel any better about the situation. They clearly are trying to kick me out of school for whatever reason." Harry and Mr. Weasley sat in the kitchen the morning of the hearing, which had been set for noon, July the 30th. Though he didn't really feel hungry, life at Le Chateau Dursley had taught him to eat whenever he saw food, appetite or no. As such, he worked through the small plate of eggs he'd been served without complaint. "I'm sorry you have to go through this nonsense," Mr. Weasley said with a small sigh. "It's on us to keep you safe and we let you down." "It's okay, Mr. Weasley. I know everyone is doing their best to help me out." The man gave Harry a smile and friendly pat on the shoulder. "Thank you, Harry. Have they figured out how to help you stop the accidental magic?" he asked, grabbing a piece of toast for himself. The kitchen door opened and Sirius walked in. "Professor Dumbledore said that it probably will just go away after a while, like a fever or something. It's not like it's really happening anymore, we just don't really have a way of knowing for sure," Harry said simply. "Just to be safe, Sirius is supposed to teach me something after the hearing for the rest of the summer." "That's right," chimed in Sirius, taking a seat at the table. "I'm going to be giving Harry some lessons in meditation. I won't pretend to be an expert on any of that stuff, but I always had a lot of time on my hands at Azkaban and nothing to do, so." His voice drifted off for a second and Harry knew he was caught back in memories of that place. It took a second for him to regain his train of thought. "Anyway, if it helped me get through that hell, it should really help him keep a tight rein on everything." "If you say so," Harry mumbled, still not completely sold on the idea. The concept of sitting in stillness thinking about nothing didn't easily translate into him suddenly being able to calmly tolerate the bullshit in his life. Still, he was more than willing to try if there was a chance it could. He was intentionally kept out of the way of everyone else as they cleaned the house, not wanting to potentially undo the work they'd done. As a result, Harry often found himself in the library looking at some odd book to keep himself occupied. Thankfully, Sirius always came around whenever he wasn't being used to do something. Tonks did as well if she was around. He was immensely grateful to both of them. "Anyway, best you two be off," said Sirius, clapping Harry on the back. "I know you've still got a few hours before the hearing, but there's really no harm in hanging around at the ministry, and sitting around here will just make you go crazy." "Sounds like a good idea, Sirius. I was just about to suggest the same," said Mr. Weasley. "Come on, Harry, let's head out." The trip to the ministry took no time at all. Mr. Weasley took him to his office in the department for misuse of Muggle artifacts, which was as large as a broom closet, and quite a bit messier. The clock struck 10:15 when a man came in telling them that the time hearing had been moved to 15 minutes from then and was relocated to courtroom 10. "What are they thinking, putting it in there?" muttered Mr. Weasley as they walked down the hall. "It's just underage magic for Merlin's sake. It'll be fine, Mr. Weasley," said Harry with a small smile. Of course, internally he was somewhat panicking. He hadn't been able to meet with Dumbledore and had no way of knowing if the headmaster had gotten the message of the rescheduling. So, as usual when faced with a situation he had absolutely no idea how to get out of, he'd begun to think rapidly. Well then, I wish you luck, Harry, he said with a pat on the boy's shoulder. They had reached the doors. I can't go in there with you, unfortunately. You'll define though. Just stick to the facts and it should all work out. Stick to the of course. He flashed the man a smile. Thanks, Mr. Weasley, I'll see you later. Harry walked into the room and immediately froze. Without a doubt he was in the courtroom that Barty Crouch Jr. had been convicted in. The one that all the Death Eaters had been convicted in, and this wasn't the only thing reminiscent of the scene. The tiered seats were filled with witches and wizards, all focused on him with varying expressions. Front and center sat Fudge in all his annoying glory, who was flanked by a squat woman who was wearing a bow in her hair and the most repulsive frilly pink cardigan under her Wizengamot robes. Eyes still moving, his attention fixed upon the final point of interest in the room, the only thing that was at ground level. His seat was a hard-backed chair that looked like it was made of wood and metal. Of course, the most notable feature was the chains hanging from the arms, stirring almost restlessly. He knew that those chains could come alive and bind him, unlikely as it was in this situation. Mr. Potter, if you would take a seat we may begin. Fudge's voice rolled over him, almost dismissive in its tone. I'll stand, thanks, Harry said apprehensively, keeping away from the chair as he eyed it uneasily. Fudge gave him an annoyed look, but apparently there was nothing wrong with his decision as he immediately began speaking to the room at large, getting the official business out of the way. Harry looked behind him at the door, which remained resolutely closed. Still no sign of Dumbledore. His heart hammered in his chest. Mr. Potter. Harry's eyes snapped back to Fudge, the now standing man looking down on him with a rather triumphant expression. You have been summoned before us on the count of performing magic outside of school, in the presence of a muggle, no less. This is the second instance in which you have used magic in such a situation, and the penalty for so severely breaking the reasonable restriction of underage magic is expulsion from your place of schooling and your wand snapped, with it being illegal for you to possess one indefinitely henceforth. Wonderful, Harry muttered. What an extravagantly overreactive punishment. He couldn't help but think of Hagrid, technically wandless for over 50 years. A spike of defiance lodged itself in his gut. I'm not afraid of the consequences, Minister, Harry said, unwilling to give the man an inch. As that's so, then tell me now, are you guilty or not? Said Fudge, his smile almost daring him to answer in the negative. Clearly this was a battle he wanted. No, I'm guilty. I used magic earlier this month in front of my cousin. To say that his words surprised them all would have been a rather amusing understatement. Fudge, as well as the squat woman beside him, went through flashes of shock, confusion, and then utter glee as if they'd been handed bars of gold. Fudge straightened himself, as if to place more weight on his next words. He looked rather pleased with himself. Well then, I suppose that is that. I don't know what you think about the matter, but the secrecy of the wizarding community is not something we take lightly, Mr. Potter. Even someone as famous as yourself is subject to the same laws as the rest of the citizens of this country. I don't think of myself as above the law, Harry interjected in annoyance. Nor should anyone, I think, came a voice from behind him. Harry nearly sagged in relief as Dumbledore made his way into the room. He looked as proper as ever in his formal robes, giving off an air of control and pleasantness. Professor, you are late, Dumbledore, said Fudge snidely. The man's countenance had lost much of its poise and was now wrought with contempt. As a matter of fact, Cornelius, I find myself here early, Dumbledore responded, his voice mild, eyes most certainly lacking their usual twinkle. Imagine my surprise when I discovered that not only was the hearing moved up by 2 hours when little more than that originally remained, but also when I learned that this trivial case of underage magic was to be presided over by the entirety of the Wizengamot. At this Harry could see several witches and wizards in the stands shift uncomfortably, many of which were looking elsewhere but at the headmaster. Also, Dumbledore continued, his expression changing to that of one who had discovered something pleasantly interesting, the Wizengamot appears to be in full attendance as well. Remarkable for such short notice, as I remember similar situations of far greater severity only getting a fraction of the group. Alas, a mystery forever unsolved. Shrugging, the elderly wizard turned to Harry, addressing him for the first time. Harry, it is wonderful to see you. Are you well? Same as always, I suppose, he said with a grin. Dumbledore sure knew how to crash a party. You. Very well, thank you. May I offer you a seat? Accommodations are rather lacking in these old courtrooms. He made a small gesture at the single chair. Yeah, that would be nice, thanks. The sound of a gavel hitting a wood block rang out sharply in the wide room twice. Dumbledore, if you are quite finished, we were in the middle of something, said Fudge impatiently. Suddenly there was triumph on his face. Mr. Potter just confessed to using magic illegally. We were about to move ahead with his sentencing. Actually, I'm glad you could make it. You don't say, Dumbledore said in interest, now giving Harry a rather pointed look. I did say I used magic, Harry admitted. The man nodded in acceptance. There was no denying the fact after all. This is only the first time I've used magic out of school though, so I think that just gets me a warning, right? Harry watched as Dumbledore's face went from impassive to smiling, all in the span of a second. Indeed, you are correct, Harry. Please issue your warning, Cornelius, and we may all get back to our most assuredly busy days. Wah, Mr. Potter, do not play the fool, Fudge snapped, clearly aggravated. This is your second citation, as I mentioned not 2 minutes ago. The ministry has record of you performing magic out of school the summer before your second year. Well, if anyone had ever bothered to ask, they would have found out it was a Malfoy house elf who did that magic, Harry responded, drawing a round of muttering from around the room. Mr. Potter, you should know better than to lie to the Wizengamot. For the first time, the woman to Fudge's left spoke. Her voice was a light, exaggerated simper that immediately made Harry want to hit her with something. The ministry is quite detailed when it comes to enforcing its laws, and those of the International Confederation of Wizards. This isn't something you can just wiggle yourself out of. She finished with a small laugh. You are quite right, Madam Umbridge, agreed Dumbledore, giving her a small nod. Which means in face of such an error, there is no better place than to go to the source. Pull the file. Please have Miss Hopkirk give her account of the events. Mafalda Hopkirk is currently working, Dumbledore, on such short notice we cannot just pull her away. There is no issue, Minister, a new woman interrupted, herself seated fairly close to Fudge as well. She was giving him a hard look. As she works under me, I have no trouble giving her the remainder of the day off if need be. How generous of you, Madam Bones, Fudge said tightly. Percival, please collect Miss Hopkirk. Have her bring Harry Potter's record with her for us to review. Right away, Minister, came the eager voice of none other than the third Weasley child, who Harry didn't even notice until now. If he remembered right, Percy had a falling out with his family and was currently living on his own, supported by his ministry earnings. Until she arrives we will have a small recess, finished Fudge, tapping the gavel once for good measure. At once people got up all around them and began chatting in low voices, stretching their legs. A handful exited through a back door behind where Fudge still sat, Madam Umbridge whispering in his ear. Finally given a few seconds to talk, Harry turned to Dumbledore with an apologetic look. I'm sorry, Professor, I went and did my own thing. If I'd stalled for a few minutes, then we would likely have been going with my plan, which has a certain amount of risk to it, as it does still lead to a vote, Dumbledore interrupted, giving Harry a kind smile. On the contrary, your idea is quite good. The Wizengamot has always been, how to say, a somewhat more relaxed judicial body than our non-magical counterparts. Cases are often meandering affairs that can go on for days at a time, though of course that seems unlikely in this instance. Also, in the event it still does not go our way, I will bring up the Dementors. Arabella is waiting outside in the event she needs to be used as a witness. To be honest, I wanted to talk about them, but I couldn't bring myself to do it, Harry admitted. It felt so awkward and there was no way they'd believe me by myself. Unfortunately, I believe you are right in that respect, Dumbledore said with a nod. I will approach Madam Bones about it privately. She is the optimal person who can use that information. Who is she, by the way? Amelia Bones is the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She is essentially directly below the minister in terms of control over the ministry, the headmaster explained. Harry looked up at the woman who was sitting quietly in her seat, occasionally glancing to her side. Her focus seemed to be on him, however. He gave her a weak smile, to which she responded with slightly raised eyebrows. She reminds me of McGonagall, Harry said out of the corner of his mouth. Professor McGonagall, Harry, Dumbledore corrected absently, still looking around with polite interest. The doors opened a few minutes later, admitting Percy and a middle-aged woman trailing after him. She was wearing a pencil skirt under her work robes, silver-framed glasses adorning a rather nervous-looking face. Harry honestly didn't blame her in the slightest. He still hadn't completely rid himself of his jitters. As the Wizengamot returned to their seats, Fudge spoke in a bored voice. Miss Hopkirk, if you would be so kind as to take a seat. Noting her alarm at the only seat that was available, Harry nudged Dumbledore and jerked his head minutely at the misfortunate woman. Ah, of course, here you are, said Dumbledore, generously providing her with comfortable seating near his own. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore, said the woman, giving him a grateful smile. She still looked nervous, but it was less than before. Dumbledore, if you would please take the file Miss Hopkirk has brought with her for us to review. Upon receiving the file, Fudge opened it, flipping through a number of sheets of parchment before coming to the one he needed. Miss Hopkirk, do you remember sending out a letter to Mr. Potter recently for underage magic? Yes, of course, she affirmed. Do you also recall sending out a letter to Mr. Potter 3 years ago for underage magic? Fudge continued, now passing the file back down to Dumbledore for him to review before getting it back. Yes, I do, she said after a second, fidgeting slightly in her seat. And can you say for absolute certainty, interjected Dumbledore smoothly, that your instruments detected the hover charm from Mr. Potter's wand? Can you without a doubt confirm that they did not register the charm simply at his place of residence? Her eyes meet Dumbledore's, flicking up and around to the Wizengamot for a moment before finding her knees. I cannot. Even though Harry knew the truth of it, he was still rather surprised at her admission. That went double for everyone else. That year had the highest rate of underage magic use warnings of ever sent out. She explained quickly. And we were so short-staffed that day, after a while I just wrote the letters without checking. I remember it so well because I felt awful at the end of the day. I'm so sorry, Madam Bones, I've never let myself slack since. She was looking directly at Amelia Bones now, clearly distressed. Oh, Mathilda, the department head sighed, rubbing her forehead. It's all right, I'm not going to fire you, please relax. We'll have a talk later about how we can prevent such a thing from happening again. You can go. Thank you, Madam Bones, she said, quickly getting to her feet and retreating from the room. I'll say right now that she's a good worker, if young, and an honest one, Madam Bones added, before anyone could comment. I think that just showed it, but I want it to be clear. As enlightening as that was, the fact of the matter remains that Miss Hopkirk's statement still does not support Mr. Potter's claim, Fudge interjected. Her word, 3 years later at that, against the file is insubstantial. I doubt there is anyone here who doesn't remember a day many years ago where they failed to live up to their role in some capacity, Dumbledore said pointedly. Your sentiments are greatly appreciated, Dumbledore, but unless you have something else to present. As a matter of fact, I do, Dumbledore said with a nod. The final nail in the coffin, as they say. Dobby. Seconds later there was a loud crack and the house elf that Harry knew so well was standing a few feet away from him, still wearing that odd assortment of clothing that he loved covering himself in. Headmaster called for Dobby, sir. Dobby asked, looking around in curiosity. It was nice to see him standing up straighter, as opposed to the hunched-over cowering that he'd lived through as the Malfoy's elf. Yes, Dobby, thank you for coming, Dumbledore said with a nod. To the Wizengamot he continued, this is the house elf that caused the hover charm in Mr. Potter's residence 3 years ago. He has since come into employment at Hogwarts. Hey, Dobby, Harry greeted, getting an enthusiastic one back. Dobby, If you could please explain to the people here why you were at Harry's home those years ago, and what you did there, the headmaster requested. Tell the truth, please. Nothing more. Dobby snuck out of his old master's home to try to keep Harry Potter from going to Hogwarts that year, because Dobby knew bad things were going to happen at the school, sirs. But Harry Potter wouldn't listen no matter what Dobby said, so Dobby did magic in his home, the small elf explained, giving Harry a guilty look. He knows young wizards not allowed to be doing magic outside of school. You know I forgave you, Dobby, don't beat yourself up over it, Harry added with a grin. Were you the cause of the hover charm? Madam Bones asked. Yes, sirs, Dobby made the pudding float before dropping it and getting Harry Potter into lots of trouble. Thank you, Dobby, you've been most helpful here, said Dumbledore, eyes twinkling. If we need you for anything else I'll call you. You is most welcome, Headmaster. Goodbye Harry Potter. And with a crack he was gone. Now, Cornelius, began Dumbledore, was there anything else you'd like to discredit before moving to a judgment? Fudge, who was looking like he'd been force-fed something rather unpleasant, simply used the gavel once. All in favor of believing this nonsense? Hands. Hands everywhere. In fact, Harry was having a hard time counting those who didn't have their hands up. Well, 2 of them were pretty easy at the very least. Very well. The court repeals Harry Potter's first warning for underage magic, Fudge almost harumphed. As it stands, you are issued a stern warning for your behavior outside of school. As a citizen of the magical community, it is on you, as the rest of us, to protect it by maintaining its secrecy. Believe me, if it happens again, the punishment will be no less severe than I stated earlier. Am I understood? Loud and clear, Minister, Harry said stiffly. Be proud, Harry, Dumbledore said brightly, leading him to the doors while the others began to file out. I believe you are the only wizard in history to be issued a formal warning for underage magic by the full Wizengamot. I thought I was a goner there for a bit, he admitted, feeling oddly free. Seriously though, I'm starving. Can we get some food? In that case, allow me to show you to the food court, offered Dumbledore, holding the door for him. They have these wonderful little sausages. Harry, hurry up, Ron's being a pain. I'll be there in a minute. Harry shook his head before moving further away from the stairs leading to the kitchen. Dumbledore was waiting for him in a nearby room. With everyone else attending the party downstairs, the house was otherwise empty. Creature, Sirius's dreadful house elf, had made himself scarce, retreating to the quiet upper levels. Glad you could make it, Professor, said Harry. Even if it's only for a minute or so. Are you sure you don't want to take a break? Unfortunately, I cannot. Even during the summer holidays, I have an immense amount of work at the castle. The order only adds to it. Yeah, it must be tough knowing all about what Voldemort's doing and stuff, Harry said dryly, making Dumbledore chuckle. My dear boy, even you know that was a rather weak attempt at baiting me, he said. Before Harry could retort, he continued patiently, I know that you have been more than frustrated with the status quo. Unfortunately, there are pieces of information that you are simply not ready to be told, and you will have to accept that. However, he continued, putting out a hand to further keep Harry silent, more than anything I do not want our relationship to become strained for any reason. And so this is my peace offering. Peace offering. Regarding Voldemort, he is currently doing everything in his power to remain hidden from the public. His following is small and as a result relatively weak compared to the might of the organized ministry and the other rogue elements that oppose him. I have no doubt that his most immediate goal is to rekindle the strength he had prior to his fall. Lucius Malfoy continues to whisper poison into Minister Fudge's ear, and there are undoubtedly many other Death Eater spies in the ministry, poised to bring it down when the time is right. The situation is rather complex in places, but it suffices to say that we are working on it. Presently, we are focusing on either stalling or outright preventing Voldemort from gaining allies that will be difficult or damaging to battle. Mainly this consists of dark creatures, though a good deal of influential families are being watched for suspicious behavior as well. Apparently unaware of Harry's silent shock, Dumbledore continued steadily. Closer to home, many of the active Death Eaters have children in the school. Though we cannot assume they are acting in the interest of their parents, I believe it is safe to say that the Death Eaters have enough information about the goings-on in Hogwarts through them. I would advise you to be wary in their presence, if not in general this year. As safe as Hogwarts is, it is still a rather transparent place. Other than that, there is not much to tell. Until Voldemort becomes more active, the Order will do little more than mirror his movement. Now is the time to prepare for the inevitable. Thanks, said Harry after a second, still processing all the information he'd been told. Why? Because you deserve to know, Dumbledore replied. I have also instructed Sirius to keep you apprised of a certain amount of information, which, while mainly useless to you, will hopefully keep you satisfied. You still are, first and foremost, a student at my school. Your education means a great deal to me, and not just because you are who you are. Harry let out a small breath, giving Dumbledore a grateful smile. The words had been more than welcome. Now, before I go, the headmaster reached into his robes and pulled out a small stack of envelopes. Everyone's Hogwarts letters. Would you mind handing them out? Not at all, Professor. Be sure to work hard on your mental exercises and get plenty of sleep. No doubt you will have a busy month ahead of you, the headmaster added, eyes twinkling. You're not telling me something again, Harry accused flatly. Most certainly. Happy birthday, Harry. Harry watched him go quietly before returning to the kitchen where the party was still in full swing. The Weasleys, Hermione, Sirius, Tonks, and Remus had all thrown together a combination birthday, winning the trial party. Considering that there were little but birthdays to celebrate these days, it was a nice distraction for everyone. He almost didn't want to add the extra insanity that the Hogwarts letters would certainly bring. Of course, if he didn't give Hermione hers right away, he would be feeling her wrath for months. Hey everyone, he called into the room, grabbing their attention. Dumbledore just stopped by for a second. He gave me these. Harry held up a stack of letters. Come grab wa. Hermione moved towards him so fast that he panicked, throwing the letters into the air, and causing everyone to burst out laughing. Harry, said Hermione accusingly, as letters fluttered through the air in all directions. Nice one, mate, said Ron, picking one off the table. Ginny, this is yours. The students eventually sorted out everyone's letters, Hermione tearing into hers like it held the secrets of the universe. Moments later, she held up a shining prefect's badge. Congrats, Hermione, said Harry. He forgot that 5th year was when new prefects were chosen. Well, Fred, said George morosely, it looks like our days of fun are finally over. Too true, brother, said Fred, putting an arm around his shoulder. I've heard there's business in scrubbing cauldrons, Merlin. No, we've had enough practice. Hermione just rolled her eyes. Just think of it as a challenge, said Ginny with a grin as the two retreated to the far side of the room. I knew you'd get prefect, Hermione, well done. Thanks, Ginny. Harry, said Hermione, looking at the badge happily. Mum and Dad will be really pleased. Do you mind if I borrow Hedwig, Harry? Sure. She could use the fly, he nodded. Aren't you going to open your letter, Harry? Asked Ron, staring pointedly at the still sealed envelope in his hands. After seeing the badge in Hermione's hands, he suddenly had a feeling he knew why his letter was a little more bulky than usual. Resigned to peer pressure and the fact that he couldn't just ignore it, Harry opened the letter and let the badge slip into his palm. Guess I'm a prefect too, he said. Hermione of course leapt on him with another fierce hug. I knew you'd get it, Harry, she said cheerfully. Ron just shrugged and got himself another butterbeer. Figures. Better you than me, mate. Though I'd send an owl to you know who if I were you. Let him know you can't break rules like you did before to stop him. Harry laughed at this, redoubling when Mrs. Weasley whacked Ron over the back of the head lightly. Seconds later, a similar thing happened to his own head. That was from James, said Sirius. He wants you to know that as a marauder he's very disappointed in you. He then gave Harry a tight hug. And that's from Lily, who would certainly be immensely proud. Bubbly in fact. Ah, you think so? Course, said Sirius at once. Harry grinned happily at the thought. A hand shot out to slap Sirius over the back of his head. And that is also from Lily, said Remus with a grin of his own. To Harry he said, I might have been made a prefect to keep my friends in line, but I've no doubt you earned this one, Harry. Thanks, Remus, he said, chuckling at the two friends' antics. We can head into Diagon Alley tomorrow, said Mrs. Weasley. Tonks, Remus, would you be able to come with us? I'll have to make sure I'm free, but I don't think it'll be a problem, said Tonks with a nod. Now, Harry, she said, tossing him a wrapped box, let's get to the main event, yeah. The 1st of August marked the group trip to Diagon Alley. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Fred, and George were accompanied by Mrs. Weasley, Remus, Tonks, and even Moody, who apparently had some errands to run in the alley to begin with and was roped into tagging along, at least for the first few minutes. Morning, Tom, said Remus, leading the group through the leaky cauldron. The pub owner nodded back, too busy to reply. The place was certainly packed that day, barely giving them space to maneuver on their way to the back. As the entrance to the alley opened up, they found themselves facing an absolute mob of people. Geez, this place is crazy, said Harry, looking around. He could see other Hogwarts students, some of whom he knew by name, others by sight, all over the place with their families. Well, you know the drill. Gringotts first, said Mrs. Weasley, taking the lead and forging through the crowd. Harry dropped back to where Remus and Tonks were bringing up the rear. I don't need to go to Gringotts and I want to check something out, nothing to do with school. Can one of you come with me while the others go get gold? Tonks exchanged a look with Remus and then nodded. All right, Harry, I'll come with you. Meet up with you later, Remus. They slowed down as he pulled ahead, rejoining the group. That's it, said Harry, surprised. What do you mean? Asked Tonks in confusion. I dunno, I thought it was dangerous to go off in small groups. I was honestly expecting you both to say no. I think you're severely underestimating my ability here, she frowned. You know that's not what I meant, Tonks. Fair enough, so where are we off to? Follow me. With just the two of them, they were able to squeeze through crowds the large group hadn't been able to and made good time down the road. After a minute they passed Gringotts, and the crowd finally thinned out enough to give them some arm room. Harry, where are we going? Said Tonks after a minute, not having been this far into Diagon Alley in quite a while. Right here, he said, pointing to a shop. The sign above the door read Creature Comforts. Never been. Why are we here? Asked Tonks, looking around in interest at the wide variety of colors that scattered the store. It was also semi-packed with shoppers and tourists. It's a fun store, and has something that some other pet shops don't carry in good quantity, he replied. Take a look around, I'll be towards the back. As Harry moved off, Tonks took the opportunity to explore a bit, stopping in a section filled with various types of birds. One whistled at her musically, making her pause and whistle something back. The bird in turn replied, and thus began a likely incomprehensible conversation between woman and bird, something that made everyone who was aware of it watch in a cross between wariness and amusement. Harry paused on his way to the back, watching her quietly. Tonks was attractive enough that pretty much everything she did, from munching on a snack to darting about with a wand in her hand, gave him a case of butterflies. Particularly when she noticed him watching and would wink at him with a sly grin. She enjoyed flustering him, it seemed. Harry let out a small sigh. It was a little frustrating actually, precisely how off guard she made him. Since when did he become someone who would warm up to a person with little more than a smile? But smile she did, and closed off he was not. With everything that had been happening lately, the ministry hearing, his lingering annoyance with his friends, the unrest over Voldemort, Harry was very grateful for the young woman's relaxing demeanor. A crash brought him back to reality as, in her excitement, Tonks had knocked over a different cage with a bunch of small birds in it, causing the door to pop open and the things to escape into the air. The shopkeeper began making a racket as well, tripling the sound level. Yes, he could say with absolute certainty that he'd never met anyone quite like Tonks before. Damn guy, she grumbled, walking back over to where he was standing. The way he's going on, it's like you'd think he had to catch all those birds by hand. Took him less time to do it than it did to shout at me for knocking the thing over. What are you looking at, anyway? Snakes. What else? Tonks blinked in surprise before focusing on the glass tanks that lined the section of the wall. The handful of snakes on the edges of the area were moving about lazily, but the ones directly in front of Harry were all nothing less than captivated by him. Harry, they're staring at you. Well, yeah, they recognize me from before, he said with a shrug. I'm kind of their, overlord of sorts. That's the only problem with snakes raised to be pets. They meet a Parselmouth for the first time and end up awed into submission. All the others I've met have been a lot more like people. Is that so? The words were delivered with a flatlined expression. Not noticing, Harry crossed his arms with a frown. See, apparently Parselmouths are supposed to have control over serpents, but I don't think it's as absolute as people make it sound. There's magic to the language, so I'd imagine willpower and intent mean a lot too. This group is just too easy though. And others aren't. Harry shrugged. Well, no, not really, I suppose. It all depends on the situation. I've always wondered what else you could do with Parseltongue that didn't directly have to do with snakes. Makes for a good password. I don't mean to sound suspicious, but how in the world do you know about that kind of stuff? She posed, arms crossed. Considering, well, everything. Harry sighed and put his hands in his pockets. Hermione did some pretty impressive research when she found out that I could talk to snakes. You have to admit it's pretty interesting, though it's still traditionally known for being the mark of a dark wizard. Most of what I know is from what she's found, though some of it is from just messing around. I still talk to snakes on occasion, just not where people can see me. I don't need the whole school to freak on again. Harry met Tonks's eyes for a long moment. Does it unnerve you? Parseltongue, I mean. No, of course not, she said at once. When do you get the time to chat with snakes? Usually when I'm hanging out on the grounds by myself they come find me, he said with a shrug. They live in the forest. There's a lot of snakes in there. I see. So what are they talking about to each other in there? Tonks asked, mulling over what Harry said. He just snorted in mirth. They constantly insult the people who come through this store, he said with a smirk. It's all they've ever known, and I personally find it hysterical. Of course now they're just staring, so, he shook his head and turned to face her. Anyway, I just wanted to come check up on them like I promised I would when I was in the neighborhood. They're doing well here, the shopkeeper takes good care of them. Well then, where do you want to go now? You're not going to tell me we have to go meet with the others? Asked Harry in surprise. He had assumed that she was going to want to get him back to everyone else as quickly as possible after his personal detour. Considering all the, your safety is our biggest concern so don't do anything at all, speeches he'd had directed at him over the past number of days, he was still fairly surprised someone hadn't forced him to remain behind with Sirius while the group had done his shopping for him. In fact, if he hadn't needed to personally come to the alley to get a new wand, that was probably exactly what would have happened. We're not all Molly and Mad Eye, you know. He couldn't help but chuckle at that. Those two were each overbearing in their own ways. Tonks grinned at his reaction. Anyway, they're probably still in Gringotts, and no, you're safe with me, so there's no harm in having you all to myself, she added with a grin. Harry just shook his head at the small amount of teasing. Speaking of being safe, I still need a new wand. Ollivander's. That's right, let's get you a wand. Ollivander's was almost otherworldly compared to everywhere else in the alley. The small bell on the door jingled dimly as Harry and Tonks entered, and suddenly the noise from the streets faded into near nothingness. A cursory glance around showed that they were the only patrons in the shop. Ollivander poked his head around a shelf at the newcomers. Ah, I was going to say welcome, but now I suppose that's welcome back, he said lightly, coming around to greet them. Just Tonks, if I remember correctly. He held out his hands and she passed over her wand at once. Yes, you, 11.5 inches, with a strong unicorn tail hair as its core. Wonderful for dueling, though a bit temperamental with some charms, I reckon. You don't know the half of it, she grumbled at the wand. Harry chuckled. Tonks was infamously atrocious with household charms. It was one of the reasons that she had managed to avoid cleaning duty whenever she was around. She'd sooner set something on fire than leave it clean. Returning the wand, Ollivander turned to Harry but stopped when he noticed the look on his face. Harry felt ashamed that his wand had snapped. The old man treated them like his children, and in a way they were. If he had only held onto it tighter. Gotten to it sooner. Not to worry, Harry. I've already heard, he said quietly, though not unkindly. Do you have the pieces? Harry fished out the 3 pieces of his wand from the pouch he had been keeping them in. There was no doubt that Ollivander was sad to see the state of the wand. I'm sorry to see it like this, said the man, looking at each piece carefully. It's not uncommon that I get people coming into my shop to ask for any assistance in fixing their wands. Some breaks can be mended successfully without any harm to the wand's performance, while others not as well. I'm afraid this is beyond my ability to repair. I figured as much, but I thought you should see it anyway, Harry said dejectedly. I mean, you did make it. Indeed I did, but this wand has faced some truly remarkable things in the few years you used it. You gave it a life many wands would never have. Ollivander returned the pieces. Now you, more than anyone I think, need a wand. Albus has already spoken to me at length about the matter, particularly with regard to recent events. I would normally press wands upon you like usual, but given that it was a bit difficult to match you with a wand the first time around, I'll offer you something a bit different. Would you like me to craft you a new wand? Craft as in right now? Harry asked, surprised. You do that for people. I do special orders on occasion, when someone with the gold and the interest comes to me about it. It's not cheap, after all, the man explained. The ministry pays most of the price for any new witch or wizard enrolled in an educational institution, else I'd have beggared the country years ago. My wands can be rather expensive for the average customer, especially if crafted on demand. Tonks looked excited. I didn't think you made too many wands these days, considering how many you've made over the years, she said, gesturing to the floor-to-ceiling shelves that wallpapered the building and were stuffed to overflowing with wands. Several thousands at least. Well, I wouldn't be a wandmaker if I stopped making wands, he said with a smile. Though I used to make a great deal more when I was younger, these days I make at least one wand every other day. A short process of testing materials will allow me to craft a wand that will match you with the wand I create. Of course, I'll have to charge you for the service. Sounds interesting, Harry observed, seeing the wandmaker in a new light. In that case, cost isn't an issue. I'm sure my vault can cover it. It wasn't like he ever bought anything to begin with, really. Ollivander nodded. Then follow me to the back where I have my materials set up. Though before we go, he gave his own wand a small flick, causing a small, out to lunch, sign to fly out from behind the counter and attach itself to the door. It won't be too long. As they tailed the man through the rows of shelves, Tonks tapped Harry on the shoulder. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to see the back room of Madame Malkin's next, she said cheekily. Harry covered a grin and shook his head. Tonks really was fun company. Here we are, said Ollivander, leading them into a smaller room that had a single worktable and was surrounded by shelves of wood and other things. Now, Harry, I'd like for you to come over here and place your hand on each block of wood. Tell me which one gives you the best feeling. There were well over a dozen different colored wood blocks neatly lined up along one shelf. What exactly am I looking for? He asked curiously. You are looking for something that gives you the most positive reaction, Ollivander explained. Tonks just watched him in interest. Anything past that is irrelevant, as every person is different. You will probably have a good reaction to more than one wood, but just tell me what you think. Harry spent the next few minutes putting a hand on each block. The first few did nothing for him, feeling like the blocks of wood they were, but the 5th block felt pleasantly warm. This one's nice, he said, absently smiling. Ollivander's expression mimicked his own. I would think so, that block is holly. Touch the others anyway. He continued along the line of blocks, most giving him nothing and some even making him pull his hand back with a shudder. This one, he said at last, holding up one of the final blocks. It was one of the darker ones and had red in it. I mostly got nothing from the blocks, some good, some bad. The holly and another one a bit later both felt pretty nice, but this one is, I don't know, I'm a little taken aback by it. Ollivander took the block from him and looked down at it. The other one was you, but this is rosewood, he said, expression unreadable. Interesting, I never would have guessed. And I'm pretty good at that, as you both know. Is rosewood rare? Asked Tonks. No, not at all, said Ollivander, replacing the block and walking over to another shelf. With wands around here it's a bit uncommon, I suppose. I haven't made many wands with rosewood. You'll find that in different areas of the world, different woods are more commonly used for the average witch or wizard's wand. Around here I tend to sell a vast majority of holly, ash, birch, and yew wands. Elm, oak, willow, and mahogany are also fairly common. There are some rarer woods that I simply don't have that are also wand quality, but there's nothing I can do about that. Besides, you've found exactly what you need right here. He shrugged. In the end, wood rarity doesn't really make a difference, nor does the rarity of the core. The wand isn't interested in matching with the general populace after all. It's all about personal matching. Now come here and do the same for these core fragments. Harry moved to a box that had compartments with various core materials in it. He recognized only a few of them, though there were nearly as many different kinds as woods. I never realized there were so many, he said in surprise. The only ones of known are phoenix feather, dragon heartstring, and unicorn tail hair. And Vela hair as well, Ollivander reminded him. Oh yeah, Fleur's wand had one, he said, the memory of the wand weighing ceremony from the previous year coming back to him. Well, this gets a bit deeper into the field of wand crafting, but it would be simplest for you to think of a wand as an amplifier, explained the man. We channel our magic through a wand's core to produce spells. To this effect, I suppose anything could work as a core, so long as it can support this development. Of course, we like to use parts from magical creatures as they are not simply magical, but living as well. It suffices to say that it works better than other magical substances. Ollivander let out a breath, chuckling slightly. I believe we are getting a bit off track. We are here for you after all. Please, test the different core materials and give me your opinion. Fairly excited now, Harry passed his hand over the box. Almost immediately he picked up the red and gold feather. An interesting fact, Ollivander began, the Potters were known to be quite partial to phoenixes. As far as I know, they all had phoenix feathers in their wands. Test the others though, I'd be surprised if, he cut off as Harry picked up a small jar of liquid that wasn't a part of the set of core materials, instead resting a little to the right of the box, phoenix feather all but forgotten. Harry, said Tonks. What's up? This feels, wow, a lot nicer than the feather, he said, voice thick with curiosity. What is it? That is my jar of basilisk venom, said Ollivander, his eyebrows already in his hairline. Harry suppressed a shudder. Quite rare to come by, as you know, and incredibly magical. There are notable similarities with the uses for dragon's blood, though certainly nowhere near as many. Have you encountered basilisk venom before? If you call having it being pumped into your bloodstream, encountering it, then yeah, I have, said Harry grimly. That was surely one feeling he would never forget as long as he lived. Such searing agony, spreading throughout his body in a matter of seconds. Right up there with the Cruciatus curse, though an entirely different sensation of mortal agony. The fact that he could classify different types of the worst pain imaginable, from personal experience was just Ollivander, and Tonks stared at him dumbstruck. What could have possibly done that? Breathed Tonks. A basilisk, said Harry with a raised eyebrow. Was that a trick question? But then, how are you alive? She continued dimly. Phoenix tears on the place where it bit me, he explained, pulling up his sleeve to show them the scar. While the tears had completely stopped whatever the venom was doing to his body as well as seal up the hole in his arm, the wound had scarred quite spectacularly. Suffice it to say he didn't wear short sleeves too often. Too many questions. It was close, he said darkly. Ollivander was looking thoughtful while Tonks was looking horrified. You don't do small, do you, Harry? She asked. He met her eyes before looking away, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Never had a choice, really. Ollivander was muttering to himself. Fascinating. Well, that's all I need. What about the length? Asked Harry. Oh, that comes out when the wand is almost done, you'll just have to wait and see, said Ollivander. And I remember your measurements from when you first came to my shop. Just come back when you've finished all of your shopping and I will have it complete. He quickly wrote a number on a piece of paper before passing it to Harry. The boy nodded while Tonks, reading it over his shoulder, stared at it wide-eyed. You can pay me then too. Won't be an issue, said Harry, placing the paper in his pocket. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander. I really appreciate this. Oh, one more thing, Harry. He turned at the door. Why don't you leave those pieces of your first wand with me and I'll see what I can do with them. I'm sure you'd rather have it repaired at least for memory's sake. Harry smiled and tossed the pouch to the old man. Yeah, thanks again. This is exciting, said Tonks as they joined the throng outside the shop. Now we need awesome robes. You know, the billowing, dark lord kind. Exactly how old are you, anyway? Said Harry bluntly. A woman never tells her age, she said instantly. So I've heard, Harry countered. How old? Tonks just shot him a look. I was a 7th year when you started Hogwarts, she said, making Harry look around in surprise. Really? I think I'd remember a girl with pink hair. Yeah, because the great firstie Harry Potter was hanging out with all the 7th year puffs, right? She laughed. I was there for Quirrell. What a nightmare. I honestly can't believe I did so well on my exams. Point taken. Let's go kill some time, he said, heading off in a random direction. Maybe we'll bump into the others. Despite what he said, a part of him hoped they wouldn't. As much as he enjoyed the company of the Weasley clan, there was no doubt they had their tiring moments. Much to his satisfaction though, they remained Weasley-free for some time. Harry did see a number of students he knew from the various houses, though none of them returned his waves. In fact, most of them did their best to give him a wide berth. By the time they entered the apothecary, Harry had a scowl on his face, the happy buzz he had been feeling from earlier quite gone. Well, it was fun while it lasted, he grumbled, looking at the complete sets of potions ingredients because he didn't want to be bothered filling bags individually. Don't let it get to you, Harry, they're all polluted by the prophet, said Tonks consolingly. They'll know the truth eventually. Harry just looked back at her crossly. You don't get it, Tonks. At this point in my life I've had the entire school think I was a legend, a mystery, a muggle hater, a liar, a cheater, a murderer, and now a bloody nutter. The whole school has turned on me twice for things that they all eventually understood that I was innocent of, not like it mattered in the end. They just believe whatever anyone says about me until something new comes up. You're right. We know he's back and it'll get out eventually. So what happens then? Everyone will know I was telling the truth and they'll think I'm amazing again. You can't trust anyone in that bloody school. No one pays attention to anything real. Tonks looked at him slightly uncomfortably. Harry. I hate being me, Tonks, he said quietly, staring at the potion supplies without really seeing them. If I could be anyone else, I hate it more than anything. He glanced at Tonks, who was giving him such a sad expression. Gathering himself, he cleared his throat. Sorry, I forget I said anything. Paying for a good quality kit, Harry quickly exited the store. Tonks followed him, catching his eye once they were both outside. Cheer up, Harry, there's plenty good being you. Harry just gave her a weak smile. I'll skip the sarcastic pity party and just say not really. I appreciate the vote of confidence though. Tonks just watched him in silence for a few seconds before speaking. I dunno, Harry, you could stand to laugh more, I suppose, she said, absently tapping the tip of her shoe against the stone. They stood in silence for a moment before Tonks nudged him, a small smile tugging at her lips. Ice cream. Sure. Did you and Tonks have a good shop? Asked Ginny casually as they finally perused the bookshelves together. They'd finally linked back up in Flourish and Blots, Mrs. Weasley telling them all to be quick about it while fixing Tonks with a displeased glare. Harry's guilt for essentially not spending any time with the group was somewhat diluted by the accusatory looks the youngest Weasley was giving him. Though what he could have done to annoy her was beyond him. Yeah, it was fun, Harry returned, more focused on the travesty in his hands. The 5th year's book for Defense Against the Dark Arts was quite possibly the most ridiculous thing he'd ever flipped through. Pushing it back on the shelf, he instead pulled a 3-book set of Advanced Curses and Counter Curses and put it in his enchanted basket, which was already filled with more than what his list required. I wish that she were going to school with us, don't you? Yeah sure, said Ginny, clearly disagreeing. Why are you getting so many books? Why not? I like reading. You know, he said. There's always something interesting to learn about the wizarding world, magic spells or not. I'll admit this basket is more spell heavy though. Do you? I had no idea, said Ginny, genuinely surprised. I always figured that I was phobic of learning like Ron is. He said quietly so that only she would hear. Ginny put a hand over her mouth so that Ron, who was a couple of feet away from them looking bored and somewhat intimidated by all the books, wouldn't hear her giggling. You know, the way he acts, I wouldn't be surprised, she said. After another 20 minutes waiting for Hermione to finish, following which Ginny went back into the store to drag her out, they all stood outside the shop double checking they all had everything. Tonks slapped her forehead. Oi, Harry, we've got to visit Ollivander's, she said. Oh, yeah, Harry, that's your wand, said Hermione reproachfully. Harry just rounded on her. Yeah, I know, but seriously, who uses a wand these days anyway? He said, shaking his head. The silence that met him from the group just made him sigh. Geez, tough crowd. Dunno if it's them that's the problem, said Tonks, walking over and pushing him in the direction of the wand shop. You lot can head back with Remus and I'll make sure he gets what he needs. We can wait, dear, it wouldn't be any trouble, said Mrs. Weasley. Probably not the best idea, Molly, said Remus, catching a grating look from Tonks. She clearly did not want to be sitting in a wand shop with the older woman. You know how long getting a wand can take. Also better not to be hanging around in the open. He began ferrying the group and a protesting Mrs. Weasley in the opposite direction toward the leaky cauldron. See you two a little later. Bye, Remus, said Harry, still being pushed along by Tonks. Once they were out of sight, she stopped. Thanks, I'd honestly forgotten. No worries, she winked, taking off down the road towards their final destination. They entered the wand shop to find Ollivander standing behind the counter fiddling with something they couldn't see. His eyes lit up as they saw who had just arrived. Excellent, he said, immediately going into the back room and re-emerging with 2 wand boxes. We'll test it out here because I need my workroom intact and free of residual magics. He placed the boxes on the counter and took off the lids, allowing Harry and Tonks to lean over them. Ollivander lifted the darker of the 2 wands first and held it for Harry to take. The moment he grabbed it, a feeling of incredible warmth spread throughout his body, like his blood was humming. In fact, he couldn't be sure it actually wasn't. This is fantastic, he said excitedly, giving us a wave. A mass of red and black sparks flew from the end of the wand, flitting around the room in all directions like little fairies. Tonks held out her hand and one settled there. Wicked, she muttered, tossing the spark back into the air where it dissipated. Harry was looking his new wand up and down. It was quite dark, almost black in certain light, but had an interesting swirling redness to it, like the shadows of vines. Oh, wonderful, said Ollivander. Because I make so few rosewood wands, I always have some extremely beautiful pieces in my collection. More than worthy of a custom wand and its price tag. Do you like it? Like it? It's brilliant, said Harry at once with a laugh. It's 12 1/3 inches long, he continued. Rosewood and basilisk venom. This made both of them look at the wandmaker in surprise. Recall what I said to you 4 years ago when you first entered my shop. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter, before its creation or after. I'd imagine if the wand ever broke you'd be screwed, said Tonks, a picture of a leaking wand in her mind. Well, a broken wand means you're screwed anyway, so I guess it wouldn't matter. Actually, maybe that'd make it easier to fix. Ollivander just shook his head. Moving on. Though I've yet to consider it much, I'm sure this wand will aid you in all of your endeavors, though be careful when attempting the delicate, it is a little on the rough side. He lifted Harry's old wand and held it out. Sliding his new wand in his holster on his forearm, Harry took it in his left hand and felt little more than the weight of the wood. So what's the deal with this guy? He asked, giving it a wave. Nothing happened, making him feel a bit dejected. He had come to terms with not being able to use his old wand anymore, but seeing it look brand new and holding it, he could help but have a small hope. I've put it back together, but the core is fragmented and magic will not flow through it properly like an undamaged wand, said Ollivander. Do not attempt to cast anything with it. Too little magic won't work at all and too much will cause it to backfire on you. Not to say that there is some middle ground where things will work. Either it won't or it will explode. Put it somewhere and think fondly of it. Once Harry paid for the 2 wands, the pair made to exit the building, but Ollivander stopped them. There is one final thing you should know, he said, his voice lower than usual. All wands, both made and sold to minors, are finished with a trace. The very one that allows the ministry to track underage magic so easily. The man held up his hand, motioning to his recent creation. Your wand lacks that very feature. Both myself and Albus believe the law is more of a hindrance than a help for a person in your current situation. Do take care, Mr. Potter. Well, I wasn't expecting that, said Harry, still standing just outside the wand shop. It did explain why the man was so keen on making him a new wand. Was this the thing Dumbledore had alluded to on his birthday? Tonks was giving him an appraising look, but simply shook her head. We should head back before Molly throws a fit. She's already miffed enough that she didn't have you in her sight every moment of the day. Gave me an earful and everything. Do you need anything else from the alley? I could probably find something useful in every shop, but we've been out for a while, said Harry. We can always come back for fun. Plus I want to get back to the house and try this thing out. Up for a friendly duel, Nim. Not that he had any idea what that was supposed to look like. Yes, we need to discuss this new nickname that keeps slipping out, she said, putting a hand on his shoulder and smiling. Well, it's fine, regardless. I'm sure Sirius can lend us a room he won't need. You do know what friendly means, right? Said Harry nervously as he was directed back to the leaky cauldron. Right. What in Merlin's name happened in here? Sirius froze as he walked into the basement area. There were broken pieces of furniture and scorch marks on the wall. A chair off to the side was actually on fire. What's my name? Shouted Tonks from one end of the room, which was untouched. Harry poked his head out from behind half a couch. Tonks. It's Tonks. The couch exploded in a mass of fluff and stuff. I'll never do it again, I swear. All right, I think that's enough, said Tonks with a satisfied nod. Harry just collapsed, breathing heavily. Hey Sirius, he said with a small wave from the floor. What in the bloody hell did you do to my basement? He exclaimed. Tonks walked over, spinning her wand, her hair shifting back to its bubblegum pink from a much deeper red. We had some fun, she explained. I did ask for a room you didn't need. Didn't realize you meant never again, he said in amusement, crossing his arms. You could have at least let me watch. Hey, said Harry indignantly. He rolled to his feet and joined the laughing adults. Actually, even together they barely made a single adult. So how does the wand feel? Asked Sirius. Harry gave it a small twirl and held it out for Sirius to inspect. Taking it, he blinked, giving it a very apprehensive look. Hopefully better than what I feel holding it. That's just weird. It's brilliant. Doesn't give me any issues with anything. Got a lot more punch too. Though I still do miss the feel of my old wand. That one made me feel a bit safer, I suppose. Dunno. Wands are pretty mysterious. Sirius handed it back and pulled out his own wand. Well, let's clean this place up so that we can talk like civilized people. The three of them repaired everything in the room in about a minute, returning it to its original finished state. The basement area was really just a very large lounge-like room with other branching rooms that they had largely left alone simply because it was fairly out of the way compared to the rest of the place. One room in the far back was being used to store all the dark items the others collected from the rest of the house. The three of them sat around the coffee table by the couch that Tonks had destroyed earlier. So, first order of business. You've been using magic for a bit and we haven't gotten any owls for it, so would I be right in saying that the headmaster's plan worked out? I guess so, said Harry, holding up the wand. No trace, if that's what you mean. Great. So everything feels alright using magic? Asked Sirius again, wanting to be sure. Should it not be? Harry asked. Well, considering you were just ed by a Dementor, I've been a little worried, he admitted. This is the first time you've tried casting anything since. But more to the point, you've been unstable at times. Wouldn't be surprised if you told me you were still making things break without meaning to. Trust me, The damage was Tonks. Well, that's good to hear. Now, let me tell you what I've got planned for you until you go back to school. You already know Dumbledore has asked me to see that you work through some sort of meditation. It should help you control your magic, among other things. It's always important to be able to remain in control of your thoughts and emotions, especially in high-risk situations. You know as well as I do that you've got a lot of those coming in your life. I'll say, Harry agreed. Not to mention, he continued, looking a little apologetic. You've really got a short temper these days. The majority of the time I see you, you've got something on your mind that's pissing you off. Harry grumbled a bit. Must be thinking about the super awesome life I've had so far, he said sarcastically. Glancing at the other two, he let out a long breath and rubbed his forehead a bit. Sorry, you're right. It's all right. What else? Well, said Sirius, glancing at Tonks, Molly has expressed a desire for you to return to the cleaning front she leads against this house, now that you're pretty much better and your mind isn't on the hearing. However, seeing as how you can use magic out of school now, this presents us with a very interesting opportunity, and we're not about to let that go to waste. I told her you won't be joining them. Tonks chortled slightly, making Harry think that wasn't an accurate account of how things went. What exactly are you getting at? He prodded, now curious. On your birthday, I started talking with a few order members and we think this is a great chance to give you some special training. Practicing spells is one thing, but there's a lot more that goes into surviving and winning duels. Molly was really upset that we wanted to train you for battle, as she put it. You're still just a boy, after all. Of course, those of us living in reality know better than to let you just go around like everything's peachy. He turned to Tonks. By the way, you two just had a scuffle. How is he? Tonks traded a look with Harry before turning back to Sirius. Honestly, he's not great. Good instincts, but other than that. Hey. Tonks seemed unconcerned with his clear affront. It's not like anyone would expect different. You're untrained with no real spell set and I'm one of the best wands in the force. I was going really easy on you, Harry. There's so much more to dueling than just throwing spells to make stuff blow up. A real fight can last minutes to just a few seconds, depending on the skill difference as well. That was more bullying than anything. Harry crossed his arms with a glare. Look, Tonks continued, if you ever want to get anywhere, you're going to have to accept that you're absolutely no match for anyone at this point. Well, you might be able to take another kid on, but we're talking about Voldemort and his Death Eaters here. Fully trained wizards. An average adult has an arm and a leg over someone your age even when it just comes to raw power, never mind knowledge and experience. You've got a lot of hard work ahead of you to get there. Alright, I get it, but you didn't have to be so blunt about it. Sirius smothered a chuckle as best he could. He was grinning at the mix of excitement and disgruntlement on Harry's face. Anyway, Harry, are you interested? Of course, he said quickly. Who's going to teach it? All of us, said Tonks, smiling. Sirius will do the most general instruction because he's the one who will be around all the time. Whenever we're at headquarters and not busy with order stuff, you'll have me, Remus, Kingsley, and even Moody too. Moody, repeated Harry, feeling nervous. The grizzled Auror was the one who trained Tonks and he had just enjoyed more than enough of her hospitality moments ago. Not to mention everything else he had heard about the man. He was probably a bit crazy too. Yeah, he's one of the best, Harry. You'll be glad you had him when the summer is over, said Tonks reverently. I know I was. But not while it's happening, I assume, he said dryly. Not likely, that will most certainly be hell. Buck up, kid, said Sirius, standing up and patting Harry on the back. Now help me set this room up for training, it's the perfect space. I'll teach you some simple spell warding while we're at it. Sirius, have you ever heard of someone casting a spell without holding their wand? Say what? Sirius looked over his shoulder at the reclining boy from where he was standing. Harry was laying back fully, eyes fixed on the wand he held at arm's length. Every 10 or so seconds he'd twirl it, a trick Tonks had been teaching him in their spare time. Do you mean wandless magic, or actually still using the wand but not holding it? At this Harry gave him a bemused look. Both, I suppose. Well, yeah, sure I have, said Sirius, his attention returning to the cracked wall he was fixing. Why do you ask? When the Dementors attacked me and I lost my wand, I tried to use a Lumos spell, even though I had no idea where the thing was, Harry explained. The wand lit up. I take it? Sirius asked, getting a nod in return. Not bad, kiddo. I think it would mean more if I had at least a slight idea of what I was doing, said Harry dryly. Or if it were even remotely impressive. You never answered my question. Actually, I did, Sirius smirked, but, to your unasked question, what you did is still considered wand magic. It used your wand, after all. Makes sense. Can it work with other spells? Harry asked, interested. Yes and no. Sirius considered his own wand for a moment before shaking his head. Doing magic without your wand in your hand isn't that uncommon of a skill. What do you think accidental magic is? Thing is, it usually doesn't work well, and whatever does work is fair useless compared to actually having a wand. People who can use it rarely do so, if at all. Why would you? I guess. What's got you thinking about magic so much lately? Really, Sirius, I'm just asking for a little elaboration here, he said. I only know what I can see after all, and that's mainly you unconscious on your ass. Harry just sighed, eyes once again moving to his wand. I've never felt magic so much before. Magic that's mine and that isn't, like a thing in the background that never goes away. I mean, I just know it's magic. How could it not be? Harry finally caught Sirius' eye and held his gaze in an extended silence. There's something wrong with me, isn't there? He said finally, less a question than stating a fact. Wrong, repeated Sirius suddenly. Of course not. I think we'd be lying if we said that nothing happened, but certainly there isn't anything wrong with you. It's pretty clear you're still all there the way you should be. He gave the boy a reassuring grin before checking his watch. Look, it's late. Head to bed and put this all out of your head for now. You can think about your mutations tomorrow. Harry just smirked and nodded, giving his wand a small toss before snatching it out of the air and placing it in his arm holster, all in a single move. Show off. Sirius shot after his godson's retreating back. Night, Harry. Night. Sirius waited for a minute before heading up the stairs to the darkened main floor, his mind on his godson. Harry was coming along extremely well. Only 1 week of hellish-paced lessons, and there was no comparison to when he started. In particular, his physical movements were showing notable progress. Rough lessons stuck firmly, and he was actually building his own approach to dueling. What was more, Harry clearly enjoyed what they were doing. Perhaps there was something more than just James's looks and Quidditch skills in the boy. Looking around, Sirius took in the deserted floor. Considering how hard Molly pushed the other children, there was no reasonable chance of any of them being awake by now. Other than them, only Arthur lived at Grimmauld Place full-time, though it was just until Hogwarts started once again. Members of the Order only stayed in a guest room if they were too tired to apparate home, and if that were the case, then a place to sleep was likely the least of their worries. Not that he blamed any of them for keeping clear of the place when possible. Who in their right mind would want to stay in a dank house with severed house elf heads on the walls and a bitchy woman shouting curses every other 10 minutes into the halls? His eyes lingered on the stairs that led to the upper levels, and ultimately his bed, but ended up finding the hall that led down to the kitchen. A drink would be nice about now. He made his way to the kitchen and grabbed a butterbeer from the fridge, opening it on the counter and taking a long pull. It definitely wasn't Ogden's finest, but his duty to Harry kept him from making a lot of his more impulsive decisions these days. Like sneaking off into London for a bit of fun. The house could be dreadfully dull. Leave be, Sirius. You owe it to James not to make a mess of this. Something had happened to Harry, he was sure of it, and it worried him. True, the accidental magic was gone, and on the surface it honestly looked as if everything was back to the way it was before, but if only it were that simple. It was never that simple. That kid. Had Harry always shown this level of aptitude for magic? This sensitivity to it? In the few encounters they had together in the past, he hadn't ever hinted at something like this. Once again Sirius cursed his stint in Azkaban and all that came with it. Even though he was reunited with his godson, he still knew so little about the boy. More than once he'd gotten caught up with Harry in something, only to be knocked back to reality by remembering that this wasn't his best friend, back from the dead. And so it was his hope that this month would help them grow closer as a family. Lifting the bottle once more, he was surprised to find it empty. It was time to get to bed. He could figure out these things later. For now, it was important to prepare Harry as best he could. It was good for them both, too. This time together. Groaning slightly, Sirius made his way to the door, tossing the bottle in the bin, which rustled a bit before giving a small, satisfied burp. It was halfway through August and Harry was becoming frustrated. His dueling was improving by great strides, especially in the later parts of the days, when spellwork was the main focus of the training. Recently, Kingsley and Tonks had been able to spend an entire day with him, which was a welcome change from Sirius and also Remus, who managed to come around a bit more often. The two Aurors dueled with a somewhat more refined form than the Marauders, who had fairly distinct personal styles themselves. They also gave him some rather interesting insights into the life of an Auror, though the majority of those explanations came from Kingsley, as he'd been an Auror for many years. Of course, no one could compare to Moody, but then again, no one wanted to. The grizzled man had been through far more life-threatening experiences than any sane person could ever dream of, many of which he regaled to Harry in the hours they'd spent together so far. Suffice it to say, the following days saw the Gryffindor jumping at his own shadow, wand at the ready. On a much more pleasant note, Tonks told him she was taking the whole last week and a half of August off. While this would effectively cut her personal vacation time to almost nothing for the rest of the year, she assured him that training with him and Sirius was some of the most fun she's had in a long time and wouldn't have it any other way. Harry knew there were certainly better ways to spend vacation time but appreciated it greatly. The cheerful metamorph was rapidly becoming a very close friend. Teacher or not, he would still be happy to have her there all day just for her company, even if she couldn't help but say things that had him blushing every now and then. There was no doubt she enjoyed it immensely. On the other hand, Ron had slipped into a rather moody demeanor, dipped in a mixture of jealousy and annoyance about Harry being able to use magic and getting special attention. It also didn't help his frustrations at being forced to clean a house that was, put bluntly, attempting to kill everyone. Hermione, of course, was much more level-headed about the whole thing. Rather predictably though, she was staying miles clear of the conflict, not willing to get in a spot where she'd need to make her opinion known, effectively choosing sides. The problem, and overall source of Harry's frustration, was that there seemed to be little he could do about the matter. He spent very little time outside of the basement these days, only surfacing for meals and breaks. They'd even set up one of the side rooms with a bed so he wouldn't keep passing out on the sofa. Ron and Hermione were constantly working on something, be it for Mrs. Weasley or not, and rarely did it work out that they all had free time together, apart from meals. He hadn't even been able to use the summer homework as an excuse because he'd already done all of it. Who ever imagined he'd live the day that he wished he had more homework? You know, you're really making some progress. I never would have thought we'd get this far when we started. Harry, who had just allowed himself to flop onto the nearby couch, just smiled slightly at the praise. He was honestly too tired to do much more after so much exercise. It's really too bad that James isn't around for this, Sirius continued after a bit, sadness crossing his eyes. I mean, apart from being able to train you, James was one of the finest duelists of our generation. At this, Harry pushed himself up somewhat so that he wasn't facing the ceiling. So I've heard, he responded with little inflection. A month ago he'd have been hanging on to Sirius's every word at the mere mention of his father. 600 some odd stories later had seen the novelty considerably lessened. Sirius just laughed. I know I say it a lot, but James was a transfiguration prodigy. I couldn't touch the guy if I tried, and that was when we were just out of Hogwarts. Dueling was in his blood. I know you don't talk to your professors about your parents much, but ask McGonagall to tell you something good about your father. I'll bet you'd be surprised at how much she has to say. I stopped talking to them about my parents the moment I realized that they weren't telling me anything real, Harry said with a frown. At least it didn't feel like it. Things that sound like fairy tales are usually just that. I won't deny your parents had their ups and downs, separately and together, but I think you can at least take the one irrefutable piece of proof that something worked out right, said Sirius with a grin. Before he might have gotten impatient with Harry for even thinking of doubting his parents about anything, but Sirius knew him better now. His patience with the boy went a long way. What's that? Harry asked, baffled. You. Harry's confusion slowly ebbed away, replaced by his own smile. I guess you've got a point there. Suddenly his eyes went wide in mock horror. Unless, one of them enchanted the other. All right, we're moving on, interrupted Sirius, shaking his head. Didn't you want to ask me something? Ah, right, I want to learn how to apparate. Can I do that? Sirius scratched at the stubble on his chin. Well, technically apparating isn't something you can get hit with underage magic laws for. It's still detectable by the Ministry in any place they can detect magic already, but it's not like those sensors actually pick up who did the magic. Wait, so you're saying a license to apparate is just, what, a piece of paper? Asked Harry slowly. Receiving a nod, he continued, then why is there an age limit on it? Because it's pretty damn dangerous when you do it wrong, Sirius said grimly. People die from splinching every year, most young. Not many, but if you stay detached from something for too long, your body will act like it actually got itself chopped up. Usually that means blood everywhere for something big. At Harry's grimace, Sirius continued, buck up, it's nothing to lose your head over. That was awful, Harry replied, though he did crack a smile. Anyway, is that a yes? I'll talk to the others about it, but I don't think it'll be an issue, nodded Sirius. I suppose we can just do some stuff at the end of the day. Still, it's worth getting into, even if it's just an intro. In dueling and out, apparition is a huge part of a wizard's life. We can probably do a bunch of side-along apparition to get you familiar with it and speed things up, too. It's not that bad once you get used to it. At the look Harry was giving him, he continued, it just feels like you're being squeezed through a tube. Nothing terrible. If you say so, said Harry apprehensively. Wizarding kind has yet to develop a sensible means of long-distance transportation, if you ask me. They all land you on ass. Sirius just laughed. That sounds more like a personal problem, Harry. Aw, stuff it. Morning, Harry, said Tonks with a smile, taking a seat opposite him at the kitchen table. Having been living at headquarters since the 20th, Tonks was the only person who routinely made sure that she arrived at the breakfast table at the same time Harry did, early as that was. With only a couple of days left until school started back up again, the house cleaning was actually almost complete. Seemingly finding her heart somewhere, Mrs. Weasley had been easing up on everyone lately, much to the children's relief. Not that she let them sleep in much anyway. Good morning, Tonks, he said, digging into his meal as Mrs. Weasley led the other children into the room. Sirius brought up the rear, shaking his head at the zombie walk Ron was doing. Morning, everyone. There was a general mix of greetings in return as the crowd grabbed food and joined them. It didn't take long for people to start properly waking up. After a little while, Tonks cleared her throat to get everyone's attention. So, I was thinking we could take a trip into London today and have a little fun. Get out and about a bit. We've all been busy lately after all. That sounds great, said Harry, liking the idea a lot. You don't mind if we take the morning off, do you, Sirius? He posed to his godfather. We can get right into it this afternoon. That's when we do the really good stuff anyway. Well, you've been working really damn hard lately, so I can't see why not, he said with a nod. But we'll be working you to the bone until the day you go back. You've only got a few days left after all. That's fine with me, he said at once. I don't think that's wise, said Mrs. Weasley, looking between Tonks and Sirius disapprovingly. It's not like anything has gotten safer lately, and Harry is still at risk. I'd be perfectly safe with Tonks, said Harry. He'd been on the receiving end of her wand all month and had no illusions about her ability. And besides he did a quick head count, there's 8 of us here, not counting Sirius, he added with an apologetic look. Sirius just shrugged. True, he couldn't get out and it drove him mad at times, but the amount of time he had been able to spend with his godson was more than able to make up for it. Right, and out of us all only Ron, Hermione, and Ginny wouldn't be able to do magic without complicating things if something actually happened. I think 5 wands is a pretty good deal. Harry, it's not about who can or can't use magic, said Mrs. Weasley patiently, as if he were completely missing the point. It's simply too risky to go around on outings given what's happened lately. Just because you don't hear anything doesn't mean things aren't going on. Besides, I'm not interested in going out, though thank you for the offer. I'll be continuing on the house. She took a sip of her coffee. For that matter, I'm not giving my permission for any of you children to go, so you'll just have to think of something else to do. You'll be back at Hogwarts before you know it anyway. Don't you have homework you need to be finishing? Ron winced slightly. Well, we reserve the right as adults, drawled Fred, looking none too amused, to either accept the invitation or decline it, and while we thank you for the offer, Tonks. We're going to have to say maybe next time, finished George, who was also giving his mother a flat look. The twins had been arguing with Mrs. Weasley over their legality all summer. Suffice it to say, they were none too thrilled about the status quo. "'S'all right," said Tonks. "Come on, Mrs. Weasley, won't you change your mind?" asked Harry, looking at his friends for some support. Ron looked like he was still despairing at the thought of the work he hadn't completed yet, but Hermione and Ginny both just gave him weak shrugs. They knew a lost battle when they saw it. "I'm sorry, Harry, but that's my final decision." "All right," he said, getting up to put his plate in the sink. Looking over at the others he said, "I guess we'll have to wait until Hogsmeade to all go out for lunch or something together. Looks like it's just you and me then." Mrs. Weasley, who had been contentedly tucking back into her breakfast, pulled up short. "Harry," she said sternly, "I just said." "Molly," Sirius interrupted, "he's got permission from me. That's all he needs." "That's all, of course it isn't," she returned in affront. "Just because you don't have a problem with taking needless risks doesn't mean he should. I won't allow it. Kids," Sirius gently placed his fork on the table. "Out. Now." Needing no further invitation, everyone cleared the room in record time. The moment the door closed, there was a burst of sound behind it. "Blimey," Ron said with wide eyes. His ear was still to the door. "They're really going at it. If you really want to be there when Mum comes looking for another target, be our guest," Fred told his youngest brother with a pointed look. "Let's go, George." Ron immediately stepped back from the door. "Right. Well, homework, yeah." Ginny shrugged before following him up the stairs with Hermione on her heels, though she did give Harry a glance over her shoulder before they were out of sight. Finally, it was just them once more. "You sure that was wise?" said Tonks, as they made their way through the house to her room. Harry was already dressed for the day, but Tonks was woefully lacking. "To push her like that. There's no way you didn't know that was going to happen." Harry just sighed. "Look, I like Mrs. Weasley a lot, but I don't think the way she treats Sirius is fair." "He's right too. She isn't my mother, so she can be a bit overbearing at times." "A bit," repeated Tonks, looking over her shoulder as if the fierce woman could possibly be listening in. "There's really no point arguing with her, she's too stubborn," Harry said, shaking his head. "I mean, it was bad enough when we were at that order meeting right after I woke up. I honestly thought she was going to curse Sirius when he told her to stop telling me what to do." "Well, to be fair, she was just trying to protect you," said Tonks reasonably. Harry just glared at her. "If that hasn't been the biggest failure on everybody's part, one don't know what is," he scowled. "Protecting me, like that's actually worked out ever. Even at Hogwarts. Especially at Hogwarts. But you're." "I'm not, Tonks," he interrupted flatly, stopping her in the hall. "If there's one thing I hate more than anything, it's being treated like a child. Young, sure. Inexperienced, yeah. Some naive kid who lives in a happy family bubble. No, I never got the chance to be one, so I don't like it when people act like I am one." Tonks just fell silent at this, looking at her feet. They entered her room, which was next to Sirius's. Harry quickly turned away as she pulled off her shirt while rummaging for a fresh one in a drawer, catching a flash of black lace and straps before his vision was taken up by the door. "Oi, don't you have any sense?" He watched the pair of pants she had been wearing fly past him, clearly thrown on purpose, which caused him to freeze up even more at what was happening at his back. The response only served to fuel the girl's laughter. "You're too nervous, Harry. You need more control around girls, or they'll tease you to death and toy with your heart till it's a floppy mess." "I don't think this is helping much," he said tartly as a now freshly dressed Tonks walked back into view. Jeans and a blouse that went well with the brown her hair was shifting to as she moved. She made a show of tugging on her nose so it got longer and hooked only to push it back to normal with a finger. "Well, you did follow me into my room, and I'm a bit shameless, so." Harry just rolled his eyes, following her out of the room while trying to ignore that she had a point, at least on the first part. "Hey, if you feel bad about it, why don't you pay for both of us when we get lunch?" Harry was unable to suppress a snort of amusement as he made a quick stop in the room he had been staying in earlier in the month to grab his wizarding wallet. Nifty little thing with space for both worlds of currency, magically extended of course. "You're not broke, Tonks," he said as he returned. Compared to you I don't even register as having any money, and ours get paid pretty well," she said flatly. "Anyone brought up remotely near the pureblood families knows who has money. The Potters were definitely on that list, however high or low. If I didn't know any better I'd think you were just trying to turn this into some kind of date," said Harry with a smirk, satisfied for once to be on the attacking side of the teasing. "The boy who lived captures another heart." Tonks paled and clapped a hand over his mouth, looking around rapidly. "Are you mad? Don't say things like that in here. What if Molly heard?" she whispered, shuddering at the thought. "She wouldn't hesitate to throw me out on the street like some trollop." They found Hermione standing near the front door waiting for them. She looked considerably put out. "I'm sorry I can't come," she said at once. "I wish I could. This place can be stifling sometimes, and not just because of a lack of things to do." "Why don't you come anyway?" asked Harry. "I'll take the blame if you want. Mrs. Weasley is the one who is looking after me while I'm here, so I'll listen to her," said Hermione with a shrug. "You should watch how you act around her though. I doubt she appreciated being put in that situation." "Honestly, Harry, you've been so rebellious lately." "Rebellious, right," he said sarcastically. Hermione just grinned in amusement. "So where were you planning on going?" "No idea at the moment," said Tonks. "I wanted to window shop a bit and we'll get lunch before we come back." Up to Harry really. "Well, you two have a good time," she said, moving off. "I'm going to check over my summer work a bit and probably end up in the library. There are so many books there that I doubt Hogwarts has." "Just be careful, okay? That whole place is like the restricted section all over again," said Harry as Tonks pulled him outside. Harry watched the house melt out of sight behind them before returning his focus to the road, which was conveniently deserted like usual. A spell of some sort, no doubt. It was still a bit odd how close they were to everything here. Staying within walking distance of the Ministry of Magic was something he hadn't gotten used to yet. They walked down the street for a bit before pulling into an alleyway. They apparated to the Leaky Cauldron, and left the building to head into Muggle London. "So was there anything in particular you've ever wanted to do in London that you've never done before?" No, not really," said Harry evasively, not really wanting to detail the things he'd never done. "Could we just walk around a bit?" "Sure. That's fine." They made their way down a fairly peaceful street. It was the middle of a Monday morning, so it made sense that it wasn't crowded. Practically everyone would be at work and the shops would be largely empty with the exception of early rising tourists. They spent most of the morning just walking aimlessly around. Harry hadn't ever seen much of London, all of what he had seen having been through a car window on his way back from King's Cross. Well, and that one time in the flying car as well, though he had been more focused on praying they would live rather than taking in the scenery. Still, he was relishing in being away from the house for a change, going around like this and just taking in the sights. After Harry pointed out the 10th interestingly shaped building, Tonks just looked at him in amusement. "You don't get out much, do you, Harry?" "I've been to the zoo once," he said defensively. Tonks just rolled her eyes. "Harry, everyone's been to the zoo," she said, causing Harry to shrug. "Oh, look at this place," said Tonks suddenly, pressing her nose to a shop window that had clothing on display. Let's go in here. After you. Nim. Harry, how many times do I have to tell you, I hate my first name? As the summer had worn on, despite Tonks's initial, "What's my name?" lesson, he had found it harder and harder to keep calling her Tonks and not some form of her first name. Usually he caught himself, but sometimes he slipped. Now though, standing out in the warm London air, he felt like arguing back. "It's like I don't know you or something, saying your last name all the time." He looked back into the girl's half aggravated, half exasperated expression. "Look, I just don't like calling my friends by their last names." Hagrid. "Oh come on, everybody calls him that. Even Dumbledore, and you know how he is with names." "Harry, it's not like I'm calling you by your full name," Harry defended himself. "You don't like Nymphadora. Fine. And honestly, Dora makes you sound old. But Nim's cool. Plus I like calling you Nim." "What about what I like?" said Tonks dryly. "I think that you've come to hate any form of your first name because you never had someone you liked enough to care call you by it." "And what exactly is that supposed to mean?" "It means that because it's me, it shouldn't bother you the way it does with other people. Obviously," he added cheekily. Tonks rolled her eyes and sighed defeatedly. "Ugh, fine. You get a 1-day free pass. Just 1 day. Tell anyone and you die." "Not a soul," he said cheerily, flashing her a winning smile. "Let's get moving already." It was several hours later that the pair began heading back to the Leaky Cauldron for lunch. The experience of clothing shopping with a metamorph wasn't something he'd soon forget. "So do you live around here?" asked Harry, as Tonks took the lead again. If it were him, they'd never find their way back. "You seem to know the area pretty well." "I don't live particularly close to exactly here, but I am renting a nice apartment in a Muggle building in the city," she said with a nod. "It's not nearly as expensive as it is to live in a place like Diagon Alley or somewhere similar. Especially when I could just apparate there. Before this summer, I used to spend a lot of my spare time wandering through the streets like this." "I'll bet it also helps knowing you can be home whenever you want," mused Harry. "Definitely. I don't envy Muggles at all when it comes to transportation. So slow." Lunch at the Leaky Cauldron easily gave way to a slow walk through the alley. Pleased to be back one more time before school began, Harry immediately led them to Creature Comforts, wanting to check up on that bizarre group of snakes. "The master," said the snake that noticed him first. Harry couldn't help but grin as a number of the others echoed the first in the same drawn-out voices. Any of the wild snakes that he'd become acquainted with from the Forbidden Forest would probably kill the entire lot just to save face for all snake kind. Of course, his visits hadn't exactly helped them at all. "I return, my children," he said to them softly, making Tonks' eyes widen, though he was unsure if it was because of actually seeing a person speaking Parseltongue for the first time or the distinctly nefarious look he had adopted. "SSSs speak what ISSS, the SS state of our family." "Harry, is there any reason you're looking like that in particular?" asked Tonks. "Like what?" he asked, turning to her as the snakes argued over who should address him for the group. "Oh, you know, the whole Dark Lord Potter thing that I joked about at some point that I'm now wondering if I might have actually been onto something. Master the Fat One. He has taken another of our brother SSS. That ISSS unfortunate," said Harry, actually meaning it. "All they had was each other in the end. We must kill him. Yes, kill the Fat One. SS's silencey," Harry snapped, making them all flinch slightly. "Kill the Fat One and another will come to kill you all. The Fat One would not dare risk angering me by harming you. Do not fear. One day you will all be reunited in a place far beyond this. This I promise you." "Master," they all chorused. Mind filling me in?" asked Tonks as he straightened, waving at the snakes. Those that were still paying attention returned the wave with their tails, making Harry grin. Tonks, whose face was a mix of expressions, eventually settled for giving him an accusatory look. "You're up to no good, aren't you?" "Geez, stretching out all those words like that makes my tongue hurt," he muttered. To Tonks he said, "Apparently the Fat One, as they call him, has been in to buy another snake. He's just a wizard that really likes pet snakes, but somehow this lot is convinced that he's doing something awful and they've made him their very own archenemy. They've been wanting to kill him, but I'm making sure they won't try. You know, I didn't really take it too seriously before, but one day you just swooped in and took control of a group of snakes that now pretty much worship you and will follow your every command. Maybe. Tonks gave a loud cough that sounded awfully close to Dark Lord, but he just ignored her. Hey, these guys don't have much of a life here, so I thought I'd give them something to do. Besides, it's not like they can be released or anything. Any regular snake would kill them just because of how embarrassing they are. Tonks just shook her head at how ridiculous it all was. Anyway, was there anything else you wanted to do before I make you buy me ice cream again? It was late. The house was quiet as most everyone had already gone to sleep. The few that were still awake stuck to the kitchen as usual, chatting occasionally between bouts of silence. It had been an extremely long last day of August. Unlike his friends, Harry was still awake, currently walking through the various rooms that Mrs. Weasley and company had gone to great lengths to clean out. He had to admit, the house almost looked normal, which was a far cry from how it looked and felt over a month ago. As if the house itself was dark. Then again, considering everything Sirius had told him about the Blacks and their home, he wouldn't be surprised if it actually was. Harry twitched suddenly, spinning about with his wand out. Who's there? He said immediately, his voice swallowed up by the empty halls. Predictably, there was no response. Damn Moody, putting him on edge so much. He raised his wand above his head with a muttered Lumos, filling the hall with a soft light. No one there. Again Harry spun on the spot, now facing deeper into the house. It was so soft, as if muffled by a dozen blankets in a room far away. Shadows danced across his vision as his hand moved from side to side. Wand still held aloft, Harry walked slowly down the hall, poking his head into each room that he passed, passing the light across the walls. Something was tugging at him. He couldn't properly describe it even if he wanted to. He stopped just outside the last room in the hallway. Looking around, he could see a dark glass cabinet at the back of the room, filled with trinkets that the group had either been unable to get to or decided weren't worth the effort. Otherwise, the room was empty, just like the others. But the feeling. A sudden crash made him jump a foot in the air. In his inattention, he nudged a small porcelain vase off balance right next to the door, causing it to break when it hit the floor. Cursing, Harry repaired the thing with his wand before looking around the room once more. The feeling was still there, but he had no idea what could be causing it. He certainly didn't see anything odd. Damn house, he grumbled with a yawn. All the stories Ginny had been telling them were finally getting to him, it seemed. Slowly he made his way back down the hall to the staircase, heading to his bed below. Tonks and Sirius had worked him to the point of exhaustion that day. The fact that he was being stupid like this only showed how tired he actually was. Tomorrow started his 5th year at Hogwarts, which would no doubt come with even more problems than his previous years, if the past was anything to go by. But he'd deal with that tomorrow. Now it was time for bed. All things considered, it was a wonder that Harry was able to sleep in a little on the first of the month. He woke to the sound of heavy thumping on the floors above, mixed with what sounded like muffled screaming. The wards were designed more with the idea of keeping noise in as opposed to keeping it out. Suddenly remembering how Mrs. Weasley got every time they were going to head to King's Cross, Harry sat bolt upright, thinking about his packing, before remembering he could actually relax. His trunk was sitting on the floor, opened with a handful of things inside neatly. He had technically been ready to go for days. Pulling out his clothing for the day, he dressed and got ready. They still had plenty of time, but knowing the Weasleys, they would only just make it. He wondered how they were getting to the station. No one had bothered to tell him. Maybe cars. Shrinking his trunk to the size of a canoe and sticking it in a pocket, Harry made his way out of the basement and into a wall of noise. You absolute idiots. What if she'd broken her neck? Disgusting half-breeds. Swine. Not fit to lick the dirt from. Hey, Sirius, he said with a wave. Your mum is in rare form today. His godfather turned around looking more harassed than anything. Oh, Harry, I forgot that you weren't upstairs with the others getting ready, he said, glancing back at where all the shouting was coming from. I've told them a million times to take it easy over there, but it's like talking to a wall. You'd think after a decade of sending children to Hogwarts they'd have it down by now. Welcome to the Weasleys Go to Hogwarts, said Harry in amusement. You're not going to help them shut her up, he added, referring to Sirius, mother. No, I'll let Molly field this one, he replied, turning his focus back to his godson. How are you in terms of being packed? Please tell me you didn't just wake up. Well, yeah, but I've been packed for ages, so I figured I would try to sleep in for a bit, he explained, unable to hold back a small yawn. I didn't get to bed until late. Anyway, I'm going to grab some breakfast now. All right, said Sirius with a nod. Just be quick about it. The sooner you lot leave, the quicker I'll be able to get some peace. Right, right. Harry walked down into the kitchen where some of the noise was deadened, but the screams of Mrs. Weasley and Mrs. Black could still be heard dimly. It was a discordant blend of reprimanding and bigotry. What exactly could the twins have done this time? The last time Mrs. Weasley was this livid they had, accidentally, knocked Ron into a dresser which didn't want to let him go. It took the combined effort of Mrs. Weasley, Remus, and Sirius to safely free him in the end. Of course Harry didn't find out about it until later. At the time he was getting his life cut shorter by Moody. The kitchen was empty, thankfully. He went over to the fridge and opened it to grab out some leftovers from dinner the night before, poking the dish with his wand to heat it up. He was usually loath to do any meal like this, but he didn't have the time to be fussy today. It was 10 minutes later that the kitchen door burst open, and Mrs. Weasley poked her head in. She looked exhausted. Harry, what are you doing in here? She said sharply. We need to be moving, not relaxing, and where are your things? I didn't see them with the others. I've got all of my stuff with me, he said, patting his pocket. I'll be out soon. Is everything all right? Yes, yes, just hurry up, dear, she said distractedly, now moving on to the next item on her list. Harry just shook his head and put the empty dishes in the sink, following her out of the kitchen and back into the thick of it. Hedwig suddenly flew over to him and landed on his shoulder. Hello, girl, I haven't seen much of you this past month, have I? He said, stroking her feathers affectionately. Hermione's been keeping you busy. Hedwig hooted softly and nudged her head against his, returning the gesture. Hermione had been using Hedwig to send letters back and forth with her parents. There you are, Harry, said Hermione, running over to him. We were wondering where you got off to. She was holding a squirming Crookshanks who looked guilty. Knowing him, he probably was. Morning, Hermione, said Harry. Hedwig, why don't you fly to Hogwarts? You'd certainly enjoy that more than a cage in a compartment. Honestly don't know where that cage went anyway. Hedwig hooted her assent, though it carried a tone of, about time, and she took off from his shoulder to a different part of the house. Turning back to Hermione he asked, what happened earlier? Mrs. Weasley was really into it, I could hear her all the way in the basement. Oh, Fred and George bewitched their trunks to fly downstairs so they wouldn't have to carry them, but they crashed into Ginny and knocked her down the stairs, explained the bushy-haired girl. Brilliant, was his sarcastic reply. She's all right, though, added Hermione. Mrs. Weasley patched her up good as new. She should really get a job as a healer, with all the practice she's had. Yeah, no kidding. So how are we getting to King's Cross? Asked Harry. Do you know? Walking, said Ginny, who had just walked out of an adjacent room. She was rubbing her head, but altogether looked okay. Mum's been going spare because we can't leave without a full guard according to Moody. She thinks we're going to miss the train as usual. I think Moody's waiting for Sturgis. We're going to the train with a full guard? Asked Harry, surprised. It's not us they're guarding, Harry, Hermione said pointedly. I thought Voldemort was supposed to be laying low. Do they really expect him attack me in the middle of the morning? Disguise himself as a muggle on his way to the office? He said incredulously. They're just being careful. They're just being paranoid, was the irritable retort. He still hadn't fully gotten past the fact that the weird feeling he had been getting while staying at the Dursleys had actually been Order members following him around wherever he went. Not to mention the hush-hush about the weapon Voldemort was after, whatever the hell that was. Just a little peek at something else that was being kept from him for his protection. Apparently his safety was important enough to warrant driving him up the bloody wall. Sirius walked back into the room and looked at the kids in amusement. Hate to break this up, but it's time to go, he said, grinning at the pair. As Hermione and Ginny left to join the others, Sirius held Harry back, pulling his godson into a tight hug before stepping back and looking him up and down. Harry, you've really grown since you got here a month ago, he said seriously. You have an incredible amount of potential and don't let anyone ever tell you otherwise. Watching you all these days, I just know it. Make sure you keep up your training at least every other day. A little training every day would be better, but I know all year is intense. Just do what you can, particularly in the spellwork division. Don't worry, I've already got a lot planned out, Harry assured him, quite eager to get to work. Well, don't go too hard, Sirius said quickly. Find a good balance and stick to it. Plus, it's not like you're going to be sent off into war or anything. We just want you to be able to fight back well. Do your best, and stay confident. I'm sure you'll find a good place to use for practice, too. If you need anything, you've got the mirror handy. Harry grinned at the thought. The mirror that Sirius had slipped him on his birthday would certainly be useful. He hated to think of not being able to talk with Sirius during the school year. Writing letters was just far too dangerous. This would help keep Hedwig a bit safer and not force him to censure what he wrote. Thanks for training me, Sirius, he said, really truly meaning it. It was wonderful to have his support all summer. Sirius and Tonks, not to mention Remus, Kingsley, and Moody Shutter, had all done their best given the time they had. He wasn't about to let them down. And not just for the training. I'm really glad we got to spend time together. Best summer I've ever had in my life. That's great, he said with a smile. Now get out of here and stay safe. All right, I'll talk to you later. The walk to King's Cross took about 20 minutes and was, as Harry expected, completely and utterly uneventful. Following closely behind Tonks, who was currently looking like an old woman, he chatted with Hermione about their upcoming school work, much to Ron's dismay. He took refuge next to Fred and George, who were thankfully talking about Quidditch. Ron had done a lot of cooling down as the summer came to a close, though Harry wasn't sure if it was just because he was finally doing his schoolwork or if he was actually getting over his problems, whatever they had really been in the end. Hopefully the latter. Arriving at the bustling station, the group made their way to the barrier and casually slipped in one at a time under the oblivious gazes of the nearby muggles. The Hogwarts Express stood there in all its glory like it did every year. As the others said their farewells, Harry pulled Tonks off to the side and out of sight, where she shifted back into her young self, though her hair went to a normal blondish instead of a pure marker color. What's up, Harry? Tonks's voice raised an octave as Harry wrapped his arms around her and hugged her tightly, his own face red with embarrassment. He tried to put everything he couldn't say into that one hug. They stood there for a few seconds in silence, and Tonks placed her arms around his back, instead of stiff to her sides like planks of wood. A moment later they broke apart. Thanks for everything this summer, Nim. Training, advice, shopping, whatever. It's crazy it's only been a month. Feels like I've known you for years, to be honest. Thanks, Harry, I don't really know what to say, said Tonks softly. The train gave a whistle. She cleared her throat quickly. Now, kip off, and I'll see you soon, yeah. Maybe I'll even come visit you on a Hogsmeade weekend. I'd like that. Take care of yourself. Harry walked back to the group, saying goodbye to the adults and getting a crushing hug from Mrs. Weasley. Tonks watched as Moody gave him a few extra words of advice. Her body was still tingly with a sort of shock. Harry didn't do much physical contact, even with someone close like Hermione. Her own response was just as unplanned. The suggestion at visiting him had been one purely of impulse, but the more she thought about it, the more she liked the idea. There was no denying she enjoyed being around him, so why not? Tonks leaned against the wall, unable to keep a grin off of her face, holding her elbows contentedly. Maybe she didn't mind it so much when he called her Nim. So where's our compartment? Said Harry as they finally got onto the train. Hermione looked awkwardly from him to Ron. At the end, but Harry, have you forgotten? Prefects are supposed to meet in the prefect carriage at the beginning of the ride to meet the new head boy and girl, as well as get our orientation, she explained with a frown. Ah, I did forget. Sorry, Ron, he said, feeling bad for his absent-mindedness. Don't worry about it, I'll see you two later, he said, waving it away and heading to the back of the train. Ginny gave them a shrug and followed him. Come on, Harry, we're new prefects so we need to be responsible. All right, but I'll be needing that arm before long, he said, resigning himself to be dragged off at a fast pace to the prefect's carriage at the front of the train. The carriage looked just like all the others, only it had less compartments and each one was magically expanded into a decent-sized room. Seeing a bunch of students already in the first one, Harry and Hermione entered, finding a place along the edge of the room. The prefects all made a large circle. Harry saw a number of students who he knew by face but not by name. Hopefully he wouldn't have to remember too many new names. Hermione gave him a small nudge and flicked her eyes to the door. Copying her, Harry blinked at the newest arrival, Cho Chang. Had she always been a prefect? In all honesty, he didn't remember looking anywhere but at her face before. Now, however, he could see the prefect badge pinned on her shirt right over her heart. With a lurch, the train started moving. Harry looked out the window as the train pulled out of the magically concealed station. More people trickled into the room, including one Alicia Spinnet. Harry blinked at her in surprise as she gave him a cheerful wave. Waving back, he whispered to Hermione, "How long has Alicia been a prefect?" "Since her 5th year. Wait, you seriously didn't know?" Hermione just regarded him with something akin to wonder. "Geez, Harry, I used to think that kind of lack of awareness could only be reached by Ron. I never paid attention to prefects before, and she never wore the thing during practice," he defended himself. "Ever. Oh, damn," Hermione cursed under her breath suddenly. The last prefects had just entered the room. Certainly two disasters waiting to happen. Draco Malfoy and Pansy Parkinson. "All right, I think that's everyone," said a voice from the other side of the room. The circle parted slightly, and two more students joined the ring, a boy and a girl. Harry recognized the boy instantly as Roger Davies while the girl was just vaguely familiar. Welcome back for another year of prefect duties to the 6th and 7th years, and welcome new prefects to the 5th years. Congratulations on earning your position. There was a light applause for the 5th years. Harry had to suppress a groan. He was being reminded of Percy more and more. Now, to get things started, I'm Roger Davies, Ravenclaw, and I have been appointed head boy. And this is Heidi McAvoy, said the girl beside him. She had a round face framed by curly black hair and brown eyes. I'm from Hufflepuff, and I've been appointed to head girl. Now, to introduce the new prefects to the rest of you, said Roger, pulling out a roll of parchment. From Gryffindor, Harry Potter and Hermione Granger. From Hufflepuff, Ernie Macmillan and Hannah Abbott. From Ravenclaw, Anthony Goldstein and Padma Patil. And finally from Slytherin, Draco Malfoy and Pansy Parkinson. Again, welcome. Roger was speaking in a very plain voice that suggested this was well rehearsed. Fortunately, his counterpart took over. New or not, I'll explain your duties and your powers as prefects, said Heidi. First of all, prefects are meant to be role models and general enforcers of the school rules within the houses and castle. If you mistreat your authority, then the position can be taken away from you. Your heads of house all retain the power to demote you at any time, so do your best not to break any rules. Also, Roger and I can report prefects who are not doing their duties properly. If this happens too many times, you will be demoted. She softened a bit, the edge coming out of her voice. Really, it's not a hard job, and many of the students look up to you not only for guidance and advice, but sometimes for security and comfort. Anyone abusing that relationship will not last here. She spoke those last 4 words very slowly. Harry blinked, somewhat taken aback by the steel in her voice. He glanced at Hermione, who looked like she had finally found her hero. Harry just looked back at the head girl, smiling slightly. Anyway, here are the basic things you new prefects need to know before you go and do something stupid, she continued, now in a conversational tone. Prefects are only allowed to dock points from their own house, however, You can assign single-day detentions with filch when proper to a student from any house. If you abuse your power, we will know, and you will be dealt with. Fifth-year prefects are also required, as you know, to guide your new house's first years to your house common room. Be sure to be very clear when telling them about parts of the castle so they don't get as lost as they might without your help on the first day. They will get it eventually, just try not to confuse them. Okay. Roger, tell them about patrols. Right, I'll keep this brief. Prefects patrol the corridors at night after curfew to keep students from getting into mischief, as we all know that a good number of them like nighttime strolls. You will be doing them in pairs. Also, every night of the week one or two of the professors will be patrolling as well. Cooperate with them and don't cause trouble yourself. Now, last but not least, the Hogwarts Express has 6 carriages not including this one, and there are 24 of you. The trip to Hogwarts is about 8.5 hours. Do a little math, add the about half hour we take here, and that means one of you patrols a single carriage for 2 hours apiece. Keep the peace, and help anyone who's having a problem. If something really bad happens, come report to us here. The train patrol schedule is behind me on the wall, so check it out before you leave. He paused and looked around. That's it. If any of you have questions for me or Heidi, just talk to us whenever. The group slowly started to mingle. Harry had to grab Hermione's arm to prevent her from running over and gushing at Heidi. Relax, we can meet her in a few minutes, he said with a grin, pulling her back by the wall next to him. Plus, we're gonna get company really soon. Sure enough, Malfoy and Parkinson sauntered over, Mr. and Mrs. Sneer. Draco, Pansy, congratulations, said Harry as they got close. I'd say the same to you, Scarhead, but I'm still trying to figure out why you're here, said Malfoy, somewhat wary from Harry's greeting. Something he had discovered about Malfoy was that you could never really give him the first word. Without it, he tended to stall out for a bit before becoming absolutely unbearable, though he never failed to disappoint on that front. Harry was completely relaxed, leaning against the wall. The taunt was positively gentile compared to what normally came out of Malfoy's mouth. Harry just shrugged. Hey, you'll have to ask McGonagall, because I sure don't, he said. Do either of you have any idea how many rules I've broken? I'm not even talking about the small ones. Harry started ticking off fingers. Disobeyed direct orders from professors multiple times, been out of bounds, restricted section of the library, gone into the Forbidden Forest, attacked a professor. He just sighed and shrugged, clapping his hands together. And that was just my first year, too. Anyway, let's do our best, right? He took Hermione's hand and pulled her off to meet Heidi, leaving a very stunned pair of prefects behind him. Harry, I can't believe you just did that, whispered Hermione fiercely, her grip on his hand quite tight. You could lose your position. Harry just shrugged again. Yeah, well, it kept them from being absolute wankers, didn't it? Harry, language, chastised Hermione. Hello, Heidi, said Harry, causing Hermione to jump to attention at once. Heidi was watching them in interest. Harry Potter, it's nice to meet you, she said, shaking his hand with a smile. And you as well, Hermione Granger, your reputation precedes you. My, does it? She said, blushing at the apparent praise. Heidi nodded. Professor Flitwick is my favorite professor, and every now and then I still catch him grumbling that you aren't in his house, 4 years after the fact. Hermione's blush just deepened while Harry laughed in amusement. You're not exactly what I thought the head girl would be like, he said. What were you expecting? She asked. Another Percy Weasley, to be honest. It's fine. Roger will help out where he can, I'm sure, he said quietly. Heidi's eyes widened, and she burst out laughing, albeit in a very professional way. Don't say that, she said quietly, looking around at the others who were near them. You'll bruise his ego. I think he's still recovering from being dumped by that Fleur girl after the Yule Ball last year. He's very concerned with being cool. Cool, right? He said, raising his eyebrows. Roger never quite had the popularity that Cedric acquired for himself, but he certainly had the looks. Anyway, what's it like being head girl? At this, Heidi brightened. I'll admit it's a lot more work than it looks, but the perks are well worth it, she said happily. I like the responsibility I have, even though it's a little nerve-wracking. Plus, the position comes with a lot of weight on a resume after I graduate. Well, for a nervous person, you're handling yourself really well, said Harry. I didn't even notice. Suddenly a packet was pressed into his hands. Harry, you're in carriage 4 right now, said Hermione, cutting off whatever Heidi was about to say. Already? What about you? When are you on? I'm in carriage 5 right now as well, she said. Turning to Heidi, she continued, it was wonderful to meet you, and congratulations on making head girl. I've already gone over the manual earlier in the summer and I have a lot of suggestions I think will make things easier for everyone. Anyway, I'll talk to you again soon, I'm sure. She turned on her heel and walked out of the room. So it begins. She'll rapidly become a legend, to be sure, Harry said tiredly, making Heidi laugh again. Right then, I'll get moving. See you around, Heidi. She gave him a little wave and moved off to talk to some of the other new prefects. Looking around, Harry saw the other girl he wanted to give a quick hello to. Alicia, have a good summer. Yeah, it was relaxing, she said with a nod. Congrats on making prefect, Harry. Alicia was the quieter of the 3 chasers he had gotten so used to flying with over the past 4 years. Harry couldn't help but feel it was a little odd to see her without the other 2. I feel like I should apologize because I never knew you were a prefect, but we're on the same team, he said in embarrassment, causing Alicia to laugh. You'll find that I'm infamous for forgetting to wear my badge, she chuckled, rubbing the back of her head. So, honestly, I'm not surprised. McGonagall is always scolding me for it. Like, always. Half my year still forgets at times. Don't you have a patrol right now? Yeah, I just wanted to say hi. See you later. Bye, Harry. He made his way to the door but was intercepted one last time. Cho was partly blocking the door, biting her bottom lip slightly. She looked quite nervous. Harry, she shifted uncomfortably. When you're done with your shift, can I talk to you in private? Cho looked at him almost desperately. Please. Sure. Cho, where are you sitting? Said Harry automatically. He had a feeling he knew what this must be about, but there was no way he could just refuse someone who looked like that. Especially when she was beautiful on top of it. And biting her lip like that. Second carriage, near the middle. I'll see you after your shift. Mine isn't until the 3rd one. All right, I'll see you later, he said. He quickly exited the room before anyone else could approach him. He needed to get moving. Harry sighed as he walked into the next carriage of the train. Not 5 minutes after leaving the prefects, Carriage and Hermione had already begun scolding some 3rd years for being improper. It didn't look like she'd be done any time soon, so he kept going until he reached the carriage that he was supposed to be keeping an eye on for the next 2 hours. Brilliant, he'd only been on the job for 7 seconds and it was everything he'd ever dreamed. Damn boring. Honestly, what was McGonagall thinking? As he closed the connecting door to the previous carriage, a door right next to him opened up and out stepped a Slytherin from his year, Daphne Greengrass. He watched her as she checked to make sure everything was fine in the bathroom over her shoulder and walked straight into him. Not expecting her to actually walk into him headlong, Harry quickly grabbed her before she fell back. Ah, sorry Potter, she said in surprise, tensing slightly. Harry quickly let go and took a step back. You all right? He asked at once, mentally sighing at her immediate change in attitude the moment she saw him. Well, what did he honestly expect? Slytherins had such a bad opinion of him publicly he couldn't imagine what they might have come up with behind closed doors. And this was the result. Watch out, it's Potter. Fine, she said stiffly, fixing her shirt unnecessarily. Had a good summer. What are you doing in this carriage? She asked, as if he hadn't said anything. He watched as her eyes darted down the hall, checking to see if they had been noticed. It's mostly Slytherin students in this one. Barring the possibility that I'm just passing through to get to the next one, he began dryly, making Daphne's near accusation seem a little silly. I'm actually here for prefect nonsense. Harry tapped the prefect badge on his robes, which she hadn't noticed until just then. Of course they'd make you a prefect, she said absently, shaking her head. Harry just shrugged. Could say the same for Malfoy, he returned pointedly. Anyway, Doesn't matter who's in this carriage. If someone needs me for anything, I'll be right here. I see. They watched each other silently for another second before Daphne turned and walked away, stopping halfway down the carriage and opening a compartment door. She glanced back at him before entering and sliding the door shut behind herself. Bet she's great at parties, he grumbled, leaning against the wall. Bet what? Hermione had arrived at that moment looking oddly refreshed. Nothing. What happened to you? He asked curiously. There was a third year who was being quite rude to some of the new students, she said disapprovingly. I gave him a lecture on proper behavior. I wonder if McGonagall knows that she's unleashed a monster, Harry muttered with a grin, though loud enough for her to hear. Did you say something, Harry? She asked dangerously, narrowing her eyes at him. No, of course not, he said quickly. I've got to do something when our shift is over, but after that I'll see you back at the compartment. That's fine, she replied, clearly curious but not asking. Ah, Scarhead and the Mudblood. Don't tell me one of you is looking after this carriage, came an all too familiar voice from behind them. They turned to find Malfoy and Parkinson entering the carriage, looking just as smug as before. Harry's hand twitched slightly. He hated that word. Hated it. Leave it, Harry, said Hermione, ignoring him. Yes, leave it, Harry, mimicked Pansy, walking past them with a smirk. Where's Weasley? Granger had a lover's spat. Now it was Hermione's turn to glare. Harry, however, had his eyes locked on Malfoy, who just continued over the barbs now being tossed between the girls. You should watch where you walk this year, Potter. It won't be like before, when you could hide behind Dumbledore whenever something bad happened. Even he can't keep everyone safe. He moved closer, speaking in a lower voice. I'd hate to think how people would take it if something happened to the boy who lived. Big man now, aren't you, Malfoy, now that Daddy's master is back? He retorted in an equally low voice. Malfoy sneered and took a step back. Pansy, stop bickering with the Mudblood and let's go. Almost reflexively, Hermione's hand was gripping Harry's right arm, preventing it from rising with a wand at the ready. The two Slytherins walked off, entering compartments halfway down the hall. It was a minute before Harry could control his voice. Why'd you stop me? He demanded. I was in control. Were you? She asked, nodding at the windows opposite the compartments. One of them had a spiderweb of cracks in it. Cheap glass, Harry grumbled as Hermione fixed it with a light tap of her wand and incantation. It's not worth it, Harry, she said calmly, looking back at him. I won't let people talk to you like that, he said angrily, slamming his fist into wall with a thump. Harry, Hermione broke off for a second before starting again. Harmful words are only harmful when they come from people you care about. When Malfoy says it, it's nothing more than a string of letters filled with poisonous air. Hermione, I said I won't let people talk to you like that, he repeated forcefully. You don't deserve it, even from toe rags like Malfoy. I swear next person I hear it from is getting cursed. Hermione sighed, but not without a small smile on her face. Okay, just watch yourself in this carriage, she said, finally letting go of his arm. You're in a den of snakes, and not the kind you can control. Witty. I'll be fine. You get to your patrol, he replied, motioning to the door at the other end of the carriage. His anger had passed and he was now giving the girl an amused look. You realize you're probably 15 minutes late now, right? He couldn't help but chuckle as Hermione dashed off while scolding herself for being so absent-minded. With the exception of Malfoy, Harry's patrol was completely uneventful. A couple of Slytherin students eyed him warily as they passed by, and he directed a pair of first-year girls to the bathroom with a smile, but other than that nothing happened. The Slytherins mainly kept to their compartments with him out there. He made his way to the opposite end of the corridor every 20 minutes to change things up, but that was the most exercise he got. Eventually a sixth-year Hufflepuff prefect came to take his place, and he started making his way to the second carriage. Once he got near the middle, he began knocking on doors to try to find Cho. On his third try he found her sitting with her friend Marietta. Hey, Cho, you wanted to talk to me, said Harry, glancing at her friend. Cho just said something softly to her, at which she left immediately, closing the door behind her. What's wrong? I need help, Harry, she said, looking up at him through bright eyes. Alarmed, Harry moved closer. Hey, Cho, it's all right. Don't be upset, he said, feeling slightly panicky. He sat down next to her. Why was it that he could deal with Tonks, who he found more than a little attractive, with at least some semblance of smoothness, yet the moment Cho came into the picture he got really nervous. Cho just rested her forehead on his shoulder. I thought I was managing it all right after the summer was done, but the moment I saw you it all came back. She sniffed slightly. It's hard to accept that he's gone. I'm trying, but. Harry awkwardly patted her head a bit. Cho, you've got to get a hold of yourself. Nothing's going to get better if you're like this. Harry did his best to keep his voice steady. It wasn't every day that your school crush just sort of threw herself on you in despair. I'm sorry, I'm being insensitive, she said after a second. She sat up straight and wiped her eyes. I know I was dating him, but you. Yeah, said Harry, feeling miserable. He was afraid something like this would happen. I was a wreck for a while, too. I've had nightmares. He broke off, trying not to think about it. More importantly though, I had a lot of help to get me past it, and now I'm doing a lot better. I really liked him a lot, she said softly, looking out the window. She looked so forlorn. Cho, he said, voice just as soft. Cedric was a great guy, no doubt about it, but you know he wouldn't have wanted you to be like this. He would have told you to keep trying to live happily, keep looking at tomorrow. We can't let the people we've lost control our lives like that, you know. Yeah, because coming from him, if that wasn't so disgustingly ironic, he didn't know what was. Did he say anything about me? She asked, almost hopefully. Before he died. What could he say? It wasn't like he could lie to her. Well, he could, but he wasn't that kind of a person. I'm sorry. No, said Harry solemnly. We were ambushed, and he was hit with the killing curse before we knew what was going on. I still can't believe that I made it out of there alive. Cho said nothing, staring at the floor in a sort of trance while Harry waited, unwilling to disturb whatever she was thinking about. Eventually she let out a long breath, making quick swipes at her eyes. Now looking back up, she put her arms around his neck and gave him a tight hug. Thanks for coming to talk to me, it really means a lot. If you can make it, so can I. You can. Talk to me anytime, he said with a smile, getting up and sliding the door open. I'll see you later. It didn't take him long to find Ron and Hermione. They were in the very last carriage along with Neville and Ginny, as well as a girl he didn't know with waist-length dirty blonde hair and her wand stuck behind her ear. She also had a necklace of what looked like butterbeer caps that were strung together. They all looked up as he slid the door open. Harry, there you are, said Hermione, looking relieved. I was afraid something happened to you. You know I can take care of myself, Hermione, he said. Hey, Neville, good to see you, mate. Neville smiled back and scooted over a bit to make room for him. Same, Harry, he said. I heard you had a bit of a rough summer. This lot been telling you tales, have they? He asked, nodding to Ron, Hermione, and Ginny across from them. No, said Neville, shaking his head. Gran was at your trial. She's on the Wizengamot. Glad it all worked out. Really? I had no idea, he said in interest, thinking back to the courtroom. Not like he could actually pick the severe-sounding woman out of the crowd in his memory. Harry, said Ginny, grabbing his attention. This is Luna Lovegood. She's in my year but in Ravenclaw. Harry looked across from Neville to the bizarre girl sitting by the window. She was looking at him in interest. Well, they certainly come in all kinds. Hey, Luna, I'm Harry Potter, he said, holding out his hand, which she shook but didn't let go. Instead she started turning his hand this way and that. He glanced around at the others for help but they were just staring at her odd behavior as well. Do you see anything wrong with my hand? A second later she let go and shook her head. No, everything seems to be all right, she said pleasantly. Her voice had an almost dreamy quality to it. Nice to meet you, Harry, I'm Luna Lovegood. So, what kept you, Harry? Asked Hermione, not wanting to put it off any longer. Well, I had a chat with Cho, he said tiredly. Everyone but Luna looked at him in surprise mixed with interest. She's been quite sad lately, said Luna, looking out the window. She turned back to Harry. She's got a bad case of Raxperts floating around her, too. Poor thing. Yeah, I know, he said with a frown, deciding not to ask what Raxperts were as Hermione rolled her eyes. She's been having a bit of a rough time of it getting past Cedric's death. I did what I could to get her moving forward. It's probably been hard away from school. At least at school she's surrounded by her friends. True, said Ginny. Must have been a bit awkward, said Ron understandably. When the others gave him pointed looks he continued quickly, oh come on, we all know what's going on here. It wasn't much of a secret that Harry fancied Cho through the latter half of last year, at least between the Gryffindors. Kind of, he said after a second. Maybe things will get better. I dunno. You're both too connected through Cedric's death, said Hermione sagely. Unless you've both gotten past it, that wouldn't be healthy. Just give her a little time. Hermione's right, agreed Ginny at once. But I still don't think it's a good match. Cho is really pretty, yeah, and quite smart, too, but she's really high maintenance for a girl. At least that's what I've heard. You'd do better with someone who's just a whole lot of good vibes. Thanks for the analysis, said Harry dryly. Next time I'm interested in someone I'll make sure to run it by you lot first. Time passed quickly as conversation turned to the new year and what it might bring while Neville asked Ron if he'd like to play a game of chess. To make things easier, Harry swapped seats with Ron, putting him in by the window. About to close his eyes he noticed that Luna, who was now sitting directly across from him, was looking at him. What's up, Luna? Do you mind if I put my feet up? She asked, her tone as natural as discussing the weather. Harry just stared blankly at her. No, I suppose not, he said with a shrug. He moved to a bit closer to the window to give her a little space for her feet between himself and Ginny and closed his eyes, trying to relax only to feel something plop into his lap. He opened his eyes to find two dainty feet clad in clean white socks sitting in his lap, toes wiggling slightly now that they were out of their shoes. He blinked at them for a number of seconds before following the ankles to the legs and finally to the girl sitting across from him who owned the whole lower half. Luna was back to reading the Quibbler, upside down again, sock-covered toes still wiggling in the open air. Harry just started laughing, drawing everyone else's attention to the odd sight. He eventually broke off and closed his eyes, making himself comfortable against the window. And that was how Harry spent the next few minutes before he finally nodded off, Luna still reading peacefully. Hours later Harry found himself being shaken awake by Hermione who was looking at him in amusement. Harry, we're nearly there. If you don't wake up you'll sleep through the feast. I'm up, he said groggily, rubbing his eyes. What a nap. He immediately noticed the lack of feet in his lap. How close are we? Pretty close, said Ginny, who was pulling on her robe over her school uniform. Luna was also ready, wearing her Hogwarts robes, her Ravenclaw-colored tie standing out in the group of Gryffindors. He colored slightly. Did you change while I was asleep? We didn't want to wake you, said Luna with a lazy smile. Thoughtful of you, said Harry, still trying to get past girls changing within mere feet of his unconscious body. Well, now that Harry's awake, you lot step outside for a minute so we can get changed, said Ron, standing on the seat so he could reach his trunk. You were really out of it, Harry, said Neville, changing quickly once the girls had vacated. Was I? He asked, giving his prefect badge a rub after dressing himself. Yeah. The people next door started playing Exploding Snap and nearly blew a hole in the carriage, he said with a small chuckle. Hermione went all prefect on them. You slept through the whole thing though. All finished, said Hermione, opening the door. The corridor sounded quite crowded. Yeah, thanks for knocking first, said Harry dryly, making Hermione blush. Come on back in, it looks packed out there. Everyone's changing late like usual, said Ginny with a shrug. It wasn't long before the train came to a stop. They piled out onto the platform, waiting for the familiar boom from Hagrid for the first years. However, it never came. First years line up over here, please. Came a brisk female voice, quite different from the gruff, full-bodied one that was Hagrid's. All first years, to me. As they got closer, Harry made out Professor Grubbly Plank, who was the professor that had subbed for Hagrid the previous year. Hey, where's Hagrid? Harry posed to the group at large. Dunno, said Ron, also confused by the lack of their large friend. I would have thought he'd be back by now from whatever he was doing, he quickly amended with a severe look from Harry. Let's just get a carriage before they all fill up, said Ginny, leading the group off to where the horseless carriages were waiting. Only, the moment Harry set his eyes on them, he noticed something a little different. They weren't quite so horseless anymore. What the hell? Hermione had paused getting into a carriage to watch him stop suddenly. Ron poked his head out of the door, wondering what was going on. I don't know what they are, horses. Harry was staring unnerved at the one attached to their carriage. It was fleshless, black coat clinging to its skeleton of which every bone was visible. Its head was dragon-ish, and its eyes they were pure white orbs. Finally, as if to complete the creepy creature, it had vast black leathery wings sprouting from its back that could have just as easily belonged on a giant bat. It was, without a doubt, the most ridiculous creature he had ever seen in his entire life. Harry, what are you talking about? Asked Hermione, confused. He looked back at her like she was being thick. You're kidding me, right? He said, completely nonplussed. You're telling me you don't see the most bizarre-looking horse thing hooked up the carriage? He said in disbelief. I mean seriously, he waved his arms around at the other carriages. They're everywhere. Barmy, muttered Ron, shaking his head and retreating into the carriage. Harry felt a supreme desire to wallop him one. Harry, there's nothing there, are you all right? Asked Hermione, looking worried. At this his frustration at Ron disappeared, replaced with something more pressing. Can't you see them? No, said Hermione, worry now distinct in her voice. Harry, come into the carriage so we can get to the school. We're being left behind. Shaking his head, Harry just grabbed her hand and dragged her up to the horse thing. Sorry, I'm proving your existence, said Harry to the thing, which was silently staring at him with those pure white eyes. He pressed Hermione's hand against its black coat, at which Hermione's face instantly went from confused to shocked and she let out a small shriek. The bloody hell is going on out there? Shouted Ron, emerging from the carriage looking angry. Ron, there's something actually there. Hermione said in shock, now moving her hand along the thing's back. It gave her a blank look, but didn't seem to mind. Just proving I'm not mental, said Harry smugly, glaring at Ron. Oh, you're not mental, said Luna, appearing out of nowhere. He hadn't even realized that they had lost track of her. I can see them too. Can you? Asked Harry in interest. Ever since I started here. Thestrals are only visible to those who have seen death, she said with a small nod. Harry felt cold at Luna's casual attitude. Not only was he reminded of Cedric's death, but Luna had said she'd seen them since her first year. Glancing around, he noticed that Ron and Hermione were now in the carriage, motioning for them to get in. They apparently hadn't heard Luna's explanation. Come on, you two, let's get moving, said Ginny loudly. She and Neville were now looking at what was going on. I'm starving. Same here, said Ron, hand on his stomach like it were complaining heavily. They all piled back into the carriage and it took off, speeding down the road to catch up with the others. Hey, Padfoot. Hey, Harry, everything okay? No. Harry sighed heavily. He glanced at the hangings drawn around his four-poster bed, which he spelled to prevent sound from escaping. The vast majority of the school thinks I'm a raving nutter and a dangerous person, like I'm going to attack them. Even most of my housemates, Padfoot. The new Gryffindor first years were afraid of me when we were bringing them to the common room. That Umbridge woman who works for Fudge is teaching defense too. She gave the most ridiculous speech, I don't even know where to begin. This year isn't looking too promising. Well, I'm glad I'm not you, then, said Sirius. Not helping. Padfoot. Any idea where Hagrid is? Relax, Harry, it'll be fine, he said quickly. I'll look into what Hagrid's up to. I didn't realize that he wasn't back yet. He should have been. Thanks, I appreciate it. So, what's your plan? Well, classes don't start until Monday, so that gives me tomorrow and Sunday to set up everything for my training. Sounds like you've got everything under control then, Sirius said with a grin. Anyway, you should get to bed. Let me know if anything comes up, and I'll talk to you soon. Right. Night, Padfoot. Harry's morning was about as irritating as the previous night. Not wanting a repeat of last night, he had been up and out of the dorm before the others, making his way down to breakfast with the rest of the early Saturday risers. Most everyone gave him shifty looks and avoided getting too close. Harry escaped from the Great Hall without finishing his breakfast, hoping to get the bad mood out of his system with a walk around the castle. However, as the castle became more active, he was always eventually met with some sort of negativity. It had been a while since so much of the school repelled him like this. So he went to the one place where it was practically impossible to be met with anything of the sort. Tickling a painted pear into a fit of giggling, he pulled on the doorknob that appeared and opened the portrait, stepping into the warm and wonderfully smelling kitchens. Hundreds of house elves were spread throughout the room, working hard at making lunch which would be served fairly soon. Harry Potter. A small meteorite crashed into his leg, squeezing it in what he assumed was a grand hug by house elf standards. Hello, Dobby, said Harry brightly. He knew that the house elf would be able to cheer him up. If there was ever one person that Harry could always count on to be friendly with him, albeit in a somewhat manic way, it was Dobby. Dobby has missed Harry Potter very much. Dobby has, sir, said the excited house elf. Has Harry Potter had a good summer after he be seeing you? It went well enough, he said. Do you mind if I eat here? As if they had read his mind, 3 other house elves walked over carrying a large platter between them and placed it on a small round table that was near the entrance. It had a number of smaller plates on it that had pretty much everything that was going to be sent up to the house tables. Excellent, thanks. Will you talk with me for a bit, Dobby? Of course, Harry Potter, sir, he said, bouncing over to one of the chairs. Harry took a spot next to him and began to eat with gusto. There was just something about eating in the kitchen that made him hungrier than usual. How's everything been working here, Dobby? He asked through bites. Have you been keeping well? Dobby's eyes grew somewhat watery. Harry Potter is a great wizard to be asking about Dobby's well-being, said Dobby, making Harry roll his eyes. Dobby, you don't need to get like that, he said exasperatedly. Friends keep track of each other, that's all it is. Of course, this made the poor elf burst into tears. Harry Potter calls Dobby his friend. Dobby does not deserve such an honor. Harry resisted the urge to put a hand to his forehead. Dobby, if I gave you an order, would you follow it? He asked. Dobby shot up so that he was standing on his seat, though it only brought them at about eye level. Of course, Harry Potter. Dobby would do anything Harry Potter asked of him. He said fiercely. Great. Then I'm ordering you to relax a bit and stop being so emotional, he said, biting into a sandwich. At least until I'm done eating. Think you can do that? Dobby just bobbed his head up and down. All right then, said Harry, glancing around. How's Winky? She's still working here. Dobby's face fell a bit, his ears drooping. Winky is still very sad, Harry Potter, he said with a frown. Dobby does his best to take care of her, but he still sometimes finds her with a bottle and sometimes it is more than one. Ah, so she was still going at the butterbeer. Still, she is getting better with time. Well, that's good at least, said Harry. Even for humans, butterbeer can be a bit addling if you drink too much. Some people can't tolerate it at all. I'd assume it's a bit stronger on house elves. Dobby merely nodded again. Harry let his mind drift a bit as he sat back, sipping his water. Once he was done, he would probably start exploring the castle for a suitable place to train. Of course, he had been over much of it before, and nothing specifically came to mind. There were many old sections of the castle that weren't used but were still accessible to everyone, which made them less than ideal. Of course, the most secure place would be the Chamber of Secrets, but that was a dirty hassle he wasn't too thrilled about. Well, it was a backup plan. To find something perfect, he'd likely have to crawl over every inch of the castle like a Leica. Dobby, I've got a question for you, and it's very important, said Harry suddenly. Of course, why hadn't he thought of this earlier? Anything that Dobby can do, sir, he said, looking eager to help. I need a place to practice magic, but I want to keep it a secret from everyone. Especially people like Umbridge or anyone that confides in her. So, do you or any of the other elves know of a place like that in the castle? Somewhere students and professors can't get to easily? He asked. You must have been over every inch of this place by now. Is there anywhere nobody really knows about? It was a long shot, but there was always a chance. Oh, but Dobby knows of the perfect place, sir, he said cheerfully. Really? Said Harry in surprise. Where? Dobby heard tell of it from the other house elves when he first came to Hogwarts, sir. It is known by us as the come and go room, sir, or else as the room of requirement. The room of requirement, I've never heard of it before, Harry said, scratching his chin. There wasn't anything like that on the Marauders map either. Why's it called that anyway? Because it is a room that a person can only enter, Dobby explained, when they have real need of it. Dobby has used it, sir, he continued, lowering his voice and looking guilty, when Winky has been very drunk. He has hidden her in the room of requirement and has found antidotes to butterbeer there, and a nice elf-sized bed to settle her on while she sleeps it off. Interesting, he mumbled, suddenly reminded of the story Dumbledore had recounted to him during the Yule Ball last year about finding the most magnificent bathroom when he was in desperate need of one that he was never able to find again. How many people know about this room? Very few. Harry Potter, said the elf, shaking his head. Most stumble upon it one day and never find it again. I've got to check this out, said Harry, excited at the prospect. It sounded perfect. Dobby, tell me exactly how to get there. It was nearly an hour later that Harry finally made his way up to the 7th floor. While he was most eager to check out the room of requirement, he still wanted to talk to McGonagall about the upcoming year. She might be a severe woman in general, but he liked her a lot for her fairness and high expectation from all of her students, regardless of their house. It was also nice to touch base with her at the beginning of each year, as she usually had good advice for him regarding what was to come. Suffice it to say, her general message was to not fall behind lest he drowned in work. Also, he'd need to watch himself around Umbridge, though that really was a given after the short but lasting impression the woman had left on him during the summer and previous night. Given her track record and personality, who knew what she'd try at the school? After promising to be on his absolute best behavior and thanking her, he'd headed off to the 7th floor. It was time to check out the room of requirement. Now, I'm supposed to walk past a certain stretch of wall 3 times asking the room for what I want. Here, geez, that painting is bizarre. Harry quickly checked the Marauders map to make sure there was no one remotely near him before beginning to walk back and forth 3 times, his first room having already been determined on his way up. I need a place to learn. I need a place to learn. I need a place to learn. After his 3rd pass, he turned back to the stretch of wall and found that a door had materialized in the middle of it. Grinning, he quickly opened it and went inside. The mid-sized room was nicely lit from a window that overlooked the grounds, letting in the afternoon sunlight. There was a nice chair along one side with a side table which looked fantastic for reading in. The other side of the room was a little more studious with a desk and a high-backed chair. All around the room were filled bookshelves. He pulled the nearest book off of a shelf. Popular Charms of the 20th Century. He put it back and walked out of the room, closing the door behind him. At once, the door faded into nothing. He ran his hand over the wall, and it was as solid could be. Magic was simply awesome sometimes. Harry walked back and forth again, this time focusing on a place to train. He had to keep himself from getting too excited when he opened the door this time. There was a large space for dueling and training dummies, likely for target practice. There was a wall of books that seemed to hold all manner of things related to magical battle and magic itself. He even caught sight of a number of swords and other weaponry hanging on a far wall. Deciding he needed to sit for a second and think, he was startled to see a chair appear before him. Of course, I've got the perfect room to help me, he said to himself. And so, once more he was walking thrice before the stretch of wall. Only this time his request was a little different. I need a room to teach me how to best use this room. When he entered, he found it much like the first room he had created, however, there was an addition. A table with a piece of parchment was now in the center of the room. Grinning, Harry went and picked it up. The moment his fingers touched it, words started appearing on it in a flowing script. If you are reading this, then not only have you happened upon this marvelous room, but you've discovered how it works and approached it with some intelligence. Therefore, you have been granted the knowledge of its secrets. While the 4 Hogwarts founders have collectively given an incredible amount to the school, each of us have done a little something extra to outlast us in generations past. Helga and Salazar with their hidden chamber, and myself and Rowena with something a little more focused on being useful. You are standing in that achievement. I guarantee that this room is the most impressive thing you will ever see in your entire time at this school. So be you student, professor, or otherwise, you have a fantastic tool at your disposal which was created to be of help to everyone. We can only hope that our room was useful. Enjoy. Godric Gryffindor and Rowena Ravenclaw. The Room of Requirement, Rules and General Use. 1. The room is created by walking thrice before the stretch of blank wall the room lies beyond while thinking of what one wishes the room to become. 2. The creator of the room, who shall be referred to as the master, henceforth for ease, is the only one who may dictate change within the room, unless the master allows changes from others. Changes from the master will always override those of others. 3. The room can only be in use by one master at a time. The current master, and all others in the room, must vacate and allow for the room to reset to nothing before a new master is chosen. 4. Items that are created by the room only exist in the room. Anything that the room creates that is removed from the room will vanish upon crossing the threshold. Be very careful. 5. Items brought into the room and left there will remain there. They will not disappear and may be retrieved by simply removing them from the room. 6. The room cannot be manipulated to only open for a specific individual when it is not in use. 7. There are some things that the room cannot create, we're sure, but we've yet to encounter a problem. If it can't be made, then one likely shouldn't be trying to make it anyway. 8. While the room is in use, it will only be accessible by others if the master wishes it. 9. If the master leaves the room while there are others inside, the room will assign a new master until the original returns. 10. If there is no one inside the room, then it will disappear and need to be reactivated by a new master. Wow, said Harry, stunned at what he had found. How often did someone come across something directly related to the founders? And this? Harry looked around at the room with a new respect. It was Gryffindor and Ravenclaw's secret room. Like the Chamber of Secrets had been Slytherin's, and Hufflepuff's too apparently. He couldn't help but wonder what the story behind that was. Harry looked around for a clock and immediately found one, though he was sure it hadn't been there when he entered. It was still the afternoon. Class didn't start for another day after this one. He grinned in excitement. His friends probably wouldn't be seeing much of him in the next day or so. It was time to see what this room could do. Monday morning dawned wet and dreary to the students of Hogwarts. While the first years found the ceiling of the Great Hall fascinating, giving the illusion that it was open to the sky above, most other students merely cast the gray clouds and falling drizzle a cursory glance, their minds elsewhere. For one Gryffindor with a lightning bolt scar on his forehead, there was also the added bonus of a very obvious bubble of avoidance around him. Scowling, he tucked into his breakfast, best friends on either side. Only you could be excited on a Monday morning, Hermione, said Ron, tiredness still lacing his voice. He'd been up late the previous night playing chess with a couple of fourth years. Come off it, Ron, we're about to get our schedules, said Hermione, eyes never leaving Professor McGonagall, who was steadily making her way down the table and handing the Gryffindors short pieces of parchment. This is going to determine how we go about our studying this year. It's our OWL year too, which makes it extra important. Right, studying. Ron gave Harry an exasperated look. Pretty sure I know how that one's going to go. Harry just shrugged, not wanting to say anything, so Ron turned back to Hermione. Besides, we know what it's going to look like today. Here you are, Miss Granger, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley. Professor McGonagall had finally reached them, handing over the timetables. Thanks, Professor, said Hermione, already poring over hers. I want to thank her, but she keeps handing me morning potions with the snakes every year. Ron grumbled, looking over his as well. Harry just shook his head, giving the thing a glance. They had history of magic followed by double potions in the morning with divination and double defense against the dark arts in the afternoon. What an awful lineup. A full period later, the door of the potions classroom opened to a burst of noise as Ron and Hermione entered, the latter reprimanding the former quite harshly. Honestly, Ron, go to the library and look up the word tact. You might find it enlightening, she said darkly, taking a seat in the middle of the room. Could he honestly be any more dense? I still don't see what the problem is. I wasn't stopping her from talking to him, he countered, pulling out his book and letting it drop on the table. Hermione looked around at all the attention they were getting before letting out a frustrated breath. Forget it. The door opened and Harry walked in, slightly out of breath. Harry, was everything all right? Yeah, I caught up with her. It's fine, he said with a nod. He dropped his bag next to Neville, joining the lone boy at his table. She just wanted to say hi anyway. We didn't get to talk much on the train. He cut off, noticing the looks of interest he was getting from both the Gryffindor and Slytherin girls in the class. At that moment the door opened again, bringing with it a sudden wave of quiet through the room. Professor Snape swept his eyes across them all, doing a quick head count, before closing the door with a click. He moved to the head of the class and looked down at them imperiously. Before we begin today's lesson, I think it appropriate to remind you that next June you will be sitting your ordinary wizarding levels. These exams will allow you to demonstrate how much you have learned about the compositions and use of magical potions. Moronic though some of you undoubtedly are, I expect you all to scrape at least an acceptable on the test, or suffer my displeasure. There was a collective shudder around the class, including the majority of the Slytherin students, as much as they tried to hide it. After this year, of course, many of you will cease to study under me, he continued. I take only the very best into my NEWT potions class, which means that some of us will certainly be saying goodbye. At this Snape gave the closest thing that any of them could call a smile on his face. He was now staring directly at Harry, who returned the look with equal feeling. Unfortunately, we still have one final year to make our way through before that happy day. Regardless of what your plans are, I expect you to remain focused and achieve well in this class. Your failures are only a waste of my time and yours. Now, today we will be mixing a potion called the Draft of Peace. Hermione let the rest of Snape's explanation roll over her like it normally did, taking notes on the particulars that he commented on with regard to the specific potion of the day and any advice she might be able to glean from his sarcastic remarks aimed at the students. The instructions were on the board as usual as well as the ingredient list. The potion they were brewing was hard. Annoyingly so, in fact. It had so many little exacting steps that there was a fairly good chance something would go wrong. But that changed nothing. Just another day of brewing. After nearly an hour, Hermione let out a long breath, dropping into her seat. She was a little over halfway done, marked by the 10-minute simmering period the potion had to undergo before she could continue. A glance to her left told her that Ron's potion was long past saving, not that she particularly cared about helping him at this moment. He could be such an oblivious prat sometimes. Besides, he was the type that once everything fell apart there wasn't any reason trying to maintain it after that. He'd just continue following the steps and hope for the best. Looking around at the class, she saw that things were going as they usually did in their section. A number of her classmates were at the same step in the potion, though she knew it was more than likely that with the exception of herself, maybe only 2 others had a good handle on what they were doing. Those 2 in particular were at their usual table in the back, Greengrass and Davis. At least half of the class was looking at their own potions grimly for one reason or another. Then there were those like Goyle and unfortunately Neville, who had made mistakes fairly early, and things had just gotten completely out of hand. Neville, relax, just continue with the steps, one line at a time, said Harry softly to the panicking boy. It's been getting harder to read it, muttered Neville. All the stuff coming out of the cauldrons is hanging around. They weren't the only ones talking softly, though she doubted anyone but her was paying any attention. They couldn't afford to after all. Just read it out of the book, said Harry, taking his eyes off his potion to point to his textbook, which was open in front of him. Page 245. I already checked. Snape didn't do any changes for this one, so it's safe. Oh, that's a good idea. Thanks, Harry. A small snort of mirth drew her attention to her back. Turning subtly, she could see Malfoy was watching Harry and Neville's table in amusement. He nudged Crabbe and jerked his head, pulling his wand out under the table. Hermione frowned but said nothing. It was so typical of him, it was pathetic. Did he really find causing others grief so enjoyable? Hopefully the aftermath wouldn't ruin any of the Gryffindor's work. Morsis. The whispered stinging hex was muted, fired at a low power, and caught Neville in the rear. He let out a sharp squeak and twitched in pain, the small jar in his hand sailing up and over to his cauldron, a perfect shot. Hermione watched it approach the cauldron rapidly, awaiting the splash and likely chaos that would follow, her own wand ready to defend her potion if necessary, but a hand darted out and grabbed the small jar deftly out of the air. Harry had managed to catch the thing in the split second before it fully fell. Hermione couldn't help but smile at the act, as surprised as she was at his reflexes. He hadn't even been looking at it. Apparently, Harry was also a little taken aback by the catch because he seemed to be a bit surprised to be holding the tiny jar in his left hand. Whoa, nice catch, Harry, said Neville, taking the jar from him and putting it down so he wouldn't drop it again. Something stung me, and it slipped. It kinda glinted gold out of the corner of my eye, and I just reacted, said Harry in embarrassment, rubbing his head. Thought it was a snitch for a sec. Wood just programmed me to catch the things, you know. He blinked and looked around. Wait, you said something stung you. Suddenly her small timer gave a tiny buzz, indicating that the simmering was over and the next step needed to be done to her potion. Morsis, came the whispered spell again. Hermione glanced up in time to see it impact Harry in the small of his back. The Slytherins around them who had seen sniggered, but unlike Neville, Harry gave absolutely no indication that he had even felt the hex, continuing to steadily add his next ingredient. Malfoy's grin quickly turned into a frown as he exchanged looks with Crabbe. He repeated the spell, a bit more forcefully, though it was to similar effect. It was the third stinging hex that got a reaction. Harry turned his head back to look at Malfoy with the most pitying expression she had ever seen. Malfoy was grinding his teeth in anger, but it seemed Crabbe was somehow convincing him to not outright curse Harry during class. Hermione looked over at Professor Snape, who was at the head of the room, watching Parkinson add a measured amount of red powder to her potion. He nodded and moved on, seemingly oblivious to what was happening on the other end of his classroom. She knew better than to think he didn't see it. He just allowed it to happen. Hermione, you're smoking, hissed Ron, poking her sharply in her arm. Hermione quickly returned her attention to her potion, which was indeed beginning to let off a whitish smoke. She dropped the next ingredient into the liquid and began stirring, returning the potion to a stable state. Thanks, she said, now feeling bad about not helping him earlier. Hermione bit the inside of her lip. Harry was currently getting chewed out by Professor Snape for missing a single step. Over half the potions in the class were likely near explosive points. Malfoy was probably working towards causing even more trouble than earlier, and she still had another half an hour to go before her own potion would be done. Then there would be the shorter lecture that usually followed the brewing part of the double period. However calming she normally found potion making to be, there was no denying she just really wanted this class to be over. Malfoy, let me try to help you understand something, said Harry as he left the classroom. He, along with Neville, had been among the last Gryffindors to leave the room. I've been held under the Cruciatus curse. By Voldemort no less. There was a collective intake of breath from the group around them, both for Voldemort's name and the statement itself. It was a horrifying thought. Don't think for a second that stinging hexes are going to bother me. He turned to leave. Especially from weak Death Eater spawn like you. Lavender Brown screamed as a spell missed her face by a few inches, striking the far wall and causing some of the stone to fall to the floor, dust rising in the air. Harry had dodged out of the way from Malfoy's attack, rolling and coming back to his feet directly in front of the group of 3 Slytherin girls who had chosen the most inopportune time to exit the classroom. One moved to the side quickly, but the other two froze as they saw Malfoy's wand glow as he was speaking a follow-up attack, clearly enraged. Sectus. Incarcerus. Both Harry and Malfoy went down in a flash of light, the former clutching his arm and the latter bound in tight ropes. Get me out this you. Silencio. Neville's spell immediately cut off anything else Malfoy had been about to say, and he only became more enraged, flailing about on the ground. No one moved to help him though. What's going on out here? Barked Snape, bursting out of the classroom. Longbottom, lower your wand. Professor. Malfoy just hit Harry with a curse. Potter attacked Draco, sir. Silence, shouted Snape. He waved his wand at Malfoy, vanishing the ropes and breaking the silencing spell on him. Explain. Potter provoked me, Professor, he said at once. And then you started bloody cursing him, said Lavender sharply, pointing to the damage on the wall. You nearly hit me too. Professor, if it's all the same to you, I'd like to go to the hospital wing, Harry managed through clenched teeth, moving away from the wall he'd been leaning against. There was a collective gasp as they all noticed it was wet with blood from his arm. Snape's eyes narrowed for a second before he conjured a length of cloth that wrapped itself tightly around Harry's still bleeding arm. It soaked red fairly quickly, but at least it wasn't dripping any longer. A further flick vanished the blood from the wall and floor. Thanks, Harry muttered, stumbling as the new pain from the tight bandage made him a little lightheaded. Neville steadied him immediately. Longbottom, take Potter to the hospital wing, said Snape. Malfoy, get inside now. Professor. Now. Malfoy scowled and pushed past the potions master into the classroom. Snape gave them all a hard look before heading back inside the room, slamming the door shut behind him. That was a nice silencer, Neville, said Harry approvingly as they moved slowly down the corridor. Perfect timing. I do wish you'd tried something a little more permanent though. I'm just glad it worked, he said. If I could cast half as well as you take curses, it'd be a big improvement. Don't know how you're actually walking. You lost a lot of blood. Nev, I can't really see straight right now and I'm only walking because you're helping me. I think it's a lot deeper than I want it to be. Couldn't wait to come visit me, could you, Mr. Potter? I'll take it from here, Mr. Longbottom. Come on, Madam Pomfrey, I think we know each other well enough for you to call me Harry at least, said Harry dazedly, waving to Neville who mentioned that he'd let the others know what happened before beating a quick retreat. Don't get ahead of yourself, Harry, she said flatly, helping him onto one of the beds. She used her wand to remove the sleeve from his school robes and shirt. I try to avoid seeing students that frequently. Now drink this. Apparently, he was lucky. A little bit stronger, and it would have cut right through the bone, leaving him with a partially severed arm she'd have to reattach. Not fun. And he'd be taking a shot of Skelligro to start it all off. Barf City. Of course, Harry couldn't feel a thing now as the entire area was under the wonderful power of a numbing charm. He had to learn that spell. Maybe she would teach him. Madame Pomfrey was repeatedly running her wand over the gash, closing it further each time. Harry, you really should stop getting into so much trouble, she said for the third time. One day I won't be there to patch you up. I don't go looking for trouble, he argued. The blood-replenishing potion he'd been given right away had thankfully brought him out of his lightheadedness fairly quickly. It just chases me everywhere I go. Forget about the rest of my life. I'd kill for a week without problems. The door to the infirmary opened suddenly, admitting Hermione, who was shortly followed by Ron. Harry, Neville told us what happened, said Hermione, looking at him in concern. I'm so sorry I didn't wait for you. No worries, Hermione. How was lunch? Same old, said Ron, watching the treatment. Good to see you're all right. Hermione was freaking out, but I knew you'd be fine. Malfoy's got some kind of reflection nonsense he has to do in a lot of detentions, but otherwise nothing. Still a prefect and everything. Of course, Harry grumbled while Hermione expressed her disgust. At least he's got something, I suppose. Yeah, by the way, the schedule was updated. Divination had its times moved, so we have fourth period free. Well, that works out then, said Harry. He eyed the healer as she spread a cream lightly over the wound which was now fully closed. It looks like I'm done here, but it'll likely take me another period to convince her to let me go. A hand smacked the back of his head. Don't try me, Harry, you are staying here at least for another period, said Pomfrey. I need to make sure that you can move around properly without the numbing charm. I don't take muscle injuries of any kind lightly. Even on an arm. Well, I'm off to ancient runes, said Hermione, hefting her bag. Try not to push yourself. I'll see you at defense. Later, said Ron, and he followed Hermione out. He gave them a wave and pushed himself into a sitting position. Madam Pomfrey, you've outdone yourself again. You should probably wait until I take the numbing charm off before you start singing my praises, said the nurse, tapping him once with her wand. Immediately, his arm was hit with a savage ache that rapidly spread throughout most of his left side. Ouch, he groaned, looking at her reproachfully. You could have warned me. She just shook her head and pressed a small potion into his hands. To ease the pain. If you stay in that bed and rest for a bit without complaint, I'll let you go to your 5th period class. Try not to lift anything heavy with that arm for at least a day as well. Harry groaned slightly. Defense. He'd totally forgotten who was teaching that class. Wait, are you sure I'm all right? I could stay until dinner. Of course, his sudden change in tactic had no effect. Oh, no, Harry, I couldn't keep you from your education, she replied evenly. With that, she walked back to her office, placing the used potion bottle in a plastic bin for cleaning later. Evil, evil woman. So, how was runes? Brilliant, said Hermione happily, though we've got a ton of work this year. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Professor Babbling shows us. Are you feeling better? A bit sore, but nothing I'm not used to, said Harry with a shrug. I could probably beg a little more pain potion from Pomfrey if I need to. They entered the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom to find Professor Umbridge sitting at her desk, wearing that ugly frilly pink cardigan and the black velvet bow atop her head. Though he knew that she was looking directly at him, Harry passed over her with the same disinterested gaze he was giving the rest of the room. Professors usually decorated the room based on their teaching styles and personalities, even including things from lessons they might learn later. Though Quirrell was possessed, his room was filled with pictures of vampires, other well-known dark creatures, and dangling garlic. Remus' classroom was even more heavily dark creature-themed, down to having the actual creatures themselves. The fake Moody had sparsely decorated, though what little was put up had to do with dark curses and wizards. Even Lockhart, who had plastered the walls with his own face, had given an adequate view of what was to be had in his classroom. It seemed that this one was no different. Along the edges of the room were a number of paintings of what could only be werewolf trials. In one he saw a picture of a man in a cage before a large group of people, clearly begging to be released. He had learned a great deal about Dolores Jane Umbridge from the Order, particularly Remus, who detailed with disturbing detail the lengths that the Undersecretary went to oppress human half-breeds and magical creatures with any kind of intelligence. It was enough to put an ever-present distaste of the woman in his mind. Looks like we have class with the Ravenclaws for once, said Ron softly, taking a seat on Hermione's left. Nice to see some new faces. Ron, they're all part of our year. You should know them already, scolded Hermione. Ron made to respond, but Harry cut in before he could. Let this one go for once, he said tiredly. Did they always have to argue, even over the tiniest things? Of course, this only served to bring their combined annoyance on him. Well, came Professor Umbridge's light voice, causing the noise in the room to fall off. Good afternoon. The response was less than enthusiastic. Tut, tut, said Professor Umbridge. That won't do, now, will it? I would like you, please, to reply, good afternoon, Professor Umbridge. Now, one more time, please. Good afternoon, class. Good afternoon, Professor Umbridge, the class droned at her. There now, that wasn't so bad, was it? Said Professor Umbridge sweetly. Now, wands away and quills out, please. While the class grudgingly complied, she pulled her own unusually short wand out of her handbag and tapped the blackboard to the side of her desk sharply with it. Defense Against the Dark Arts. A return to basic principles. Now, as anyone would expect, having a different professor in this subject every single year, most of whom were not following a ministry-approved curriculum, has unfortunately resulted in your being far below the standard we would expect to see in your OWL year. She paused for a second to draw herself up to her full height, a move that was completely and utterly unimpressive given that she was so squat. You will be pleased to know, however, that these problems are now to be rectified. We will be following a carefully structured, theory-centered, ministry-approved course of defensive magic this year. Copy the following down, please. She wrapped the blackboard again, replacing the first message with Course Aims. 1. Understanding the principles underlying defensive magic. 2. Learning to recognize situations in which defensive magic can be legally used. 3. Placing the use of defensive magic in a context for practical use. Now, take out your copy of Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkhard. I would like you to all turn to page 5 and read Chapter 1, Basics for Beginners. There will be no need to talk. Yes, you have a question. Harry let out a sigh. It was sad in a way, how right he had been about this class. Even after only 10 minutes of being in the room, it was obvious what was going on here, and he certainly wasn't the only one who could see it. Umbridge diffused every question thrown at her about their exams and just using defensive magic in general. She was talking as if it were absolutely inconceivable to use magic in a place where you were supposed to learn magic. The problem was none of them could really do anything about it, and if his suspicions were right, neither could the other professors. Eventually they were back to reading, the overall mood of the class subdued. Harry just stared at Umbridge with immense dislike. Mr. Potter, why aren't you reading? Came Professor Umbridge's fake politeness. Response after response bubbled through his mind. He could fake it. He could lie about having left it in his dorm. But eventually he just said it flat out, not wanting or caring to dance around the issue. I don't have that book. Never bought it. 5 points from Gryffindor for being unprepared for my class, she said in satisfaction, her expression purposeful. Why did you not purchase the required course material, Mr. Potter? I read through parts of it in the bookstore, and I've never seen a more useless collection of words on paper, he said bluntly. Several people in the class gave small intakes of breath. Hermione was staring at him wide-eyed. It was a mark of how much 1 month of hanging around with Sirius had done for his character. Never before had he felt such a mad desire to bait someone. Professor Umbridge, however, took it in stride, her voice still dripping sweet fakeness. Are you an expert on the subject of defense against the dark arts, Mr. Potter? Well, compared to Wilbert Slinkhard, I certainly am, said Harry with a nod. He held out a hand and began ticking off fingers. I've fought more dark wizards than Wilbert Slinkhard. I've been in more dangerous situations than Wilbert Slinkhard. I've fought more dark creatures than Wilbert Slinkhard. I probably know more spells than Wilbert Slinkhard, and I'd probably last longer in any life-threatening situation than Wilbert Slinkhard. Of course, he said, ignoring Professor Umbridge's rapidly reddening face, he's written more books than I have. But I've got more books written about me, so. 20 points from Gryffindor, barked Umbridge sharply, her sweetness long gone. Do not take that tone with me, Mr. Potter. You will not make a mockery of a well-respected author, nor will you do so to myself. I am a ministry-trained educational expert. I believe that I would know much better about proper course material than you ever would. You're delusional, but if you say so, said Harry with a look of contempt. Everyone in the class was staring at him as if he had gone mad. Well, perhaps he had. She infuriated him with little to no effort on a level that no one but his relatives had ever touched. Detention. My office. 8 o'clock, said Umbridge, her voice hard. How dare you? It is not the place of an untrained student who is set on causing mayhem in this classroom to question my credentials or anything else to do with my class. Now, be silent. You have disrupted this class long enough. You're a defense teacher who keeps her wand in a closed handbag of all things. I'm more likely to trust Filch's cat on how to protect myself than you. What's your fastest draw? 7 seconds. 8 when it's at the bottom. I said be silent. Umbridge jabbed her wand at him, and he suddenly found no sound coming from his mouth as he moved his lips. Drawing his wand out of sight, he silently dispelled the charm before holstering the wand once more. He at least had the sense not to keep his wand in his hands, else he'd likely blast her. You are flat out admitting you don't want us to learn any magic to defend ourselves with. That's crazy, even without the fact that Voldemort is back. Predictably, the entire class flinched at Voldemort's name, including Umbridge. In what looked like a supreme effort, Umbridge forced a smile back on her face and addressed the rest of the class, though it lacked any of the simpering cheer from earlier. As a high-ranking ministry official, I assure you all that he who must not be named has not returned. You are completely safe, and no dark wizard is at large, nor are his followers. There was a genuine expression of victory on her face now, as if she had been wanting to say this for a long time. Mr. Potter is saying nothing but lies to make you afraid of long-dead nightmares. So Diggory just dropped dead, yeah, spat Harry. Oh, wait, he did actually. Only immediately before that he took an Avada Kedavra to the chest from a Death Eater. Not like the ministry ever cared enough to properly investigate a thing. If anything needs an investigation, it is you, Mr. Potter, said Umbridge coldly. Entering into that maze and emerging with the dead body of a competitor, a boy who was a well-loved student of this school, you should have been arrested on the spot and put to question. Harry slowly stood up. He put his hands on the table so that they would not find his wand. The room felt like it had dropped well below freezing. Did you just accuse me of murdering Cedric Diggory? Considering how unhinged you can be, and it was a competition with a large prize. Every piece of glass in the room shattered. Windows, the china cabinet behind the desk, not to mention everything inside it. A number of people in the room screamed a bit at the sudden destruction, many more ducking away behind their tables. Harry, calm down, please, pleaded Hermione as quietly as she could, grabbing his arm tightly. She looked scared, a similar expression reflected in the other faces watching him. His breathing was heavy as he felt his magic rage about, looking for release. He quickly grabbed his bag and threw it over his shoulder, moving to the door, his hand tight on the doorknob. It was a wonder he wasn't crushing it. I'm out of here. Don't expect me to turn up to your detentions, he spat at Umbridge, who had her wand pointed directly at him, a mix of uncertainty and anger on her face, though decidedly more of the latter. He pulled open the door and slammed it shut behind him. Harry quickly made his way to the Transfiguration classroom, his heart beating fast, rage at the toad-like woman pumping through his veins. A glass cabinet to his right developed hairline cracks as he walked past it. Damn it, he was in trouble. Technically, in about as much as a student could get for insubordination. He hadn't actually done anything to her, and his magical surge had been accidental as always. If anything, Umbridge would get heat for using her wand on him. Not like that would change much. Still, there wasn't a lot that could happen to him. What was worse was that Professor McGonagall had specifically warned him not to do what he just did. All in all, knowing he let her down like that bothered him the most. Didn't change the fact that he wanted to bloody strangle something. As he walked, a new feeling entered his mind. Anger at himself. He was trying to control his emotions, not let them out explosively. It was bloody luck that no one was hurt just then. And these weren't just random people, they were his classmates. His friends. What few of them still actually considered him anything but a madman, that is. And now that number was likely closer to zero than ever. What the? Mr. Potter. What are you doing? I have a class right now, said Professor McGonagall as he barged straight into the room without even knocking. A quick glance told him that this was the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw fourth-year class. Ginny and Luna were easy to spot in their seats, looking at him in confusion and dreaminess respectively. He walked stiffly down the middle aisle to the front of the room. Came within about 1 inch of killing Umbridge, he said shortly into the silence, making his way to the door in the back of the room that connected to her office. I'll be in your office. Professor McGonagall and the rest of her class watched slightly stunned as Harry entered the office and closed the door behind him. She was torn between chasing after him and continuing teaching like she should. About to refocus her class, the class door burst open again, though this time it was surprisingly Hermione Granger standing there, breathing heavily. She must have been running. For heaven's sake. Miss Granger. What? Professor. It's Harry just. Professor Umbridge is in the hospital wing, she said between breaths. There was a collective gasp from the students in the room as their imaginations starting running wild. Professor McGonagall just put a hand to her forehead. She could feel an immense headache coming. Merlin, give me patience. Class dismissed. Potter, what did I tell you? Said Mr. Potter was sitting in a chair and doing his best to become as small as possible, though it was proving to be quite difficult in the rigid wooden seat. Professor McGonagall was a mixture of anger and exasperation, though she was doing a far better job of expressing the former. Hermione was sitting to the side doing her best not to catch any of McGonagall's attention. Harry's eyes flicked to the girl, still wondering how she had come after him when Umbridge's class was still going on. As a matter of fact, how did she know where he would have gone to begin with? McGonagall cleared her throat impatiently, waiting for an answer. To watch my temper around Umbridge. And I've just been told she's in the hospital wing. Harry looked up at her in shock. Does that sound like watching your temper? You're going to get yourself expelled at this rate. She's where? He said quickly, jumping to his feet. Professor, I swear I didn't do anything to her. He looked to Hermione for support. Hermione, tell her. Miss Granger, please explain what happened regarding Professor Umbridge, said Professor McGonagall, frowning between Harry and her. Hermione fidgeted slightly in her seat, now under both of their gazes. Harry, after you left, Professor Umbridge tried to follow you but somehow got really bad burns when she grabbed the door handle. Hermione shuddered a bit. It looked awful. She ran to the hospital wing screaming her head off. I didn't do it, Hermione, you know I didn't. You were the last one to touch the handle and you broke everything a few seconds earlier, she said, looking at him apologetically. You probably heated it without meaning to. Harry scowled at the desk in front of him and crossed his arms, sitting back down with a huff. Well, good, the bitch deserved it. Harry James Potter. He flinched heavily. There was something about Minerva McGonagall saying his full name that made him feel so incredibly in danger. Still, he rounded on her. She flat out accused me of murdering Cedric. He said angrily. And she used her wand on me, just to shut me up. What kind of professor does that? She did what? Now as was Professor McGonagall's turn to look furious. She gave me detentions but I seriously can't be alone in a room with her, said Harry through gritted teeth. I'm not going. How much detention did she give you? Asked McGonagall after taking a few seconds to regain her composure. 1 week. You'll serve 1 month with me, starting tonight. Harry nodded. He had expected worse, honestly. I will be speaking to Professor Dumbledore about this. Actually, would you permit me to acquire a memory of the incident, Miss Granger? It would be easier for all of us if we could look at it. Look at the memory, she asked in confusion. Memories can be viewed in a third-person perspective using something called a pensieve, the professor explained, conjuring a small vial. It is painless to extract a copy of a memory from someone, I assure you. Your memory will be unaffected as well. It's really simple, Hermione, I've seen it done before, said Harry reassuringly. Still intrigued by the concept, she nodded. Harry had a feeling he knew what she'd be researching in her spare time for the next few days. All right, what do I have to do? She asked. Just think about the class, from its start to finish, said McGonagall, touching her wand tip to Hermione's temple. She slowly drew a silvery memory away from her head, depositing it in the vial. Thank you, Miss Granger. Professor Dumbledore will be happy to have a first-hand account of the incident. Of course, she said with a smile, happy to be useful. Now, you both may go, though Potter, I suggest a little discretion tonight. She opened the door of her office. Right, sorry Professor. I'll be back here after dinner. I'm sorry, Hermione, said Harry after a few corridors of walking. The moment that they had left Professor McGonagall's office, they had fallen into an awkward silence that contained nothing but uneasy thoughts for Harry. He wanted to say something, defend himself and his actions. Umbridge had deserved everything he threw at her and then some. Still, whenever he was about to start, he was pulled up short by the glances Hermione kept giving him. Did she think he would explode in anger again? Their echoing footsteps against the walls were like small slaps to his conscience. Sorry, she said quickly, a little jumpy at finally being addressed. I lost control back there. Did I scare you? Hermione looked at him somewhat guiltily before shifting her eyes away. Only after you stood up. A little, she muttered. Harry's heart fell even more. It was bad enough that he had so few people on his side these days, not believing that he was dangerous or unhinged. He knew that today wouldn't help him a single bit in that regard. But if Hermione was really starting to get nervous around him, of all people. She caught sight of the look on his face and cleared her throat loudly, her expression becoming somewhat stubborn. I'm not. You might scare me occasionally, but I'll never be afraid of you, Harry. She bumped him slightly, looking a bit embarrassed. You're my best friend ever. That'll never change. He cut off, finding himself unable to continue. He supposed he knew that he was the closest friend she had, but it was so rare for her to say it like that. She could be emotional but usually wasn't concerning herself. Thanks, Hermione, it means a lot, he said quietly, looking at the floor. And it really did. Hermione was the only positive constant he ever had in his life. Even when the entire world was against him, she was on his side. He didn't really know why, but he was grateful for it nonetheless. Harry's eyes were on the windows they were passing, not really seeing the sky beyond. It was still blue, though the evening sky was slowly taking over. Pretty soon Hogwarts would be beneath hundreds of thousands of stars. It took him a second before he continued. I would have given up a long time ago if we weren't friends. Didn't have given up, she repeated with a frown. You know, he said, a little uncomfortable, glancing over at her. Life. I haven't really had a good one. His shoulder stung slightly as a hand slapped it hard. Don't say that, Harry, said Hermione sharply. Only cowards and idiots go that route. I didn't mean that, he said with a sigh, realizing he hadn't exactly phrased that the best way. I was talking about the future. You know, hope. Stuff like that. Hermione's expression softened. You're so much stronger than you think, Harry. Where others would break or run away, you keep going. You've always kept going, no matter what happened, and you would have gotten here no matter who you became friends with. It's simply part of who you are. I've got nothing to do with that, she said, shaking her head. For a moment Harry thought he was growling. They stopped dead in the corridor, his hand gripping her wrist. You, he emphasized somewhat heatedly, are the single most important person to me in the whole world. I don't even want to think of where I'd be without you around, so don't go putting yourself down like that. All right. Did she really have to go and make him frustrated at a time like this? Honestly, he had just calmed down. I'm me, she said in disbelief. She was looking somewhat panicked. Of course. Harry regarded her in bemusement, his head tilting slightly to one side. Oi, what's up? But what about Padfoot? Harry shook his head a bit. He means a lot to me, but Padfoot hasn't been there for me like you have. Ron. Same as before. Tonks. Harry flushed a bit at this. Hermione, he said warningly. Sorry, I just don't really know what to say. Harry couldn't tell if she was more embarrassed or pleased. Why do you need to say anything? He asked. He was just stating a fact. Ron and Padfoot I can understand, but Tonks. We just met her recently. I know you've become really close with her over the summer. She narrowed her eyes at him. Really close. You almost spent more time with her this summer than everyone else combined. Harry cleared his throat to answer but was unable to meet his friend's eyes. She was free a lot compared to you all. You went into London with her, Hermione continued. She's flirty too. Hey, we tried to get everyone else to come, and you know just as well as I do how much she likes to mess around. I saw you hug her too. Ah, saw that did you? He said in embarrassment. Damn, busted. You don't hug anyone, Harry, said Hermione pointedly. You just stand there. I would know. Well, he really had nothing to say to that. He wasn't really too enthusiastic talking about his insecurities. Fine, I like Tonks a lot, he admitted grudgingly. How could he not? More than average. Let's not tease Harry about it though, all right. Hermione smiled at him warmly. I won't. Well, not really. Harry couldn't help but roll his eyes at the girl. Suddenly he was reminded of something that had been at the back of his mind since Hermione had showed up. By the way, how did you know I'd be at McGonagall's? Just a feeling, she returned automatically, shrugging. Harry felt a sudden surge of affection for his bushy-haired friend. He put an arm around her shoulders and gave a small squeeze, letting her go after a second. He immediately continued walking down the corridor. Let's go then, I'm hungry. Hermione stood there for a second before jogging after him, not even trying to suppress her cheerful grin. Cauldron cakes. The gargoyle moved aside to reveal the spiral staircase leading to the headmaster's office. As Minerva McGonagall came closer to the door, she could hear the unmistakable voice of Dolores Umbridge. Minerva had been hoping that she would still be in the hospital wing. Though burns were simple enough to treat, they took a while to heal properly, especially if they were bad. Well, there were always faster methods to heal injuries, but usually the more time invested in the healing process, the better the healing that was done. Poppy was always one to do the best she could after all. Minerva, you have excellent timing as always. I was just about to call for you, said Dumbledore, who was sitting behind his desk pleasantly. Umbridge was sitting in a chair to the side, her short legs a few inches from the ground. Her right hand was heavily bandaged. I just came from speaking to Mr. Potter and Miss Granger, she said shortly, conjuring a straight-backed chair for herself and taking a seat. I assure you whatever Potter has told you is a lie, said Umbridge at once, wincing as she jarred her hand. I sincerely hope so. Among other things, I've been told that you used your wand on him for discipline, said McGonagall, looking at her coldly. But I don't need to rely on hearsay. Headmaster, I've secured Miss Granger's memory of the entire incident for you to watch. I thought you'd like the full account. His eyes twinkled at her, ignoring the way that Umbridge had tensed at the news. Wonderful. That makes things quite simple, he said, moving to the cabinet that held his pensive. He carried the stone basin to the desk and placed it in the center. Headmaster, is it really necessary to go this far? Asked Umbridge in what was an attempt at an offhand voice. I would think that my word as a member of the staff. Ah yes, but when such an easy method presents itself, why not use it? Said Dumbledore cheerily, cutting her off. Now, Minerva, if you would. McGonagall let the memory slide into the basin where it swirled around and formed a picture of the defense classroom. Dolores, after you, he said politely. Biting back a comment, Umbridge touched the silvery pool with a finger and was instantly drawn in. Dumbledore and Minerva followed after exchanging a look. A number of minutes later they re-emerged, Umbridge looking distinctly more red in the face, Dumbledore neutral, and McGonagall suppressing a feeling of distinct satisfaction. Well, she began, after taking her seat again, I'll admit I've never seen Potter lose it quite like that before. I apologize that a member of my house was so disrespectful. He was completely out of line. That said, she turned to the short woman. Using your wand to silence a student, regardless of how disruptive he or she is being, is highly improper. If you were having such a difficult time with him, then you should have sent a student to fetch myself. I would have straightened him out immediately. I had every right to have my wand on him, retorted Umbridge. Potter is a danger to his fellow classmates and myself. You saw how he destroyed everything in the room, not to mention what he did to my hand. Dolores, while it's clear that the glass breaking was a surge of accidental magic, there is nothing that suggests Harry deliberately caused the wound on your hand, said Dumbledore calmly. Additionally, had you not been so insistent on retaliating, you would not have received the injury in the first place. I want him out of here. He has no place near other students, she said angrily. Dumbledore leveled a neutral look her way. And what would you have us do regarding your own actions? He posed. I don't see what you mean, Headmaster, she said at once. Dolores, you used magic on a student to get your way, he said sternly, twinkle in his eyes all but gone. That is not the way that professors at this school act. I'm sure that parents will be highly unhappy to hear that there is a professor who will turn her wand on her students if she becomes upset. Umbridge's mouth clamped shut. The damage is done, and the news will spread. This time tomorrow I will be fielding owls from concerned parents, which places myself in a difficult position. You must understand this is least, yes. Of course, came the bit-out reply. That being said, you must demonstrate better control of your own emotions. We are surrounded by impressionable children after all, and they can be trying even for the best of us. It is our responsibility to maintain our professionalism whenever it is appropriate, if only to serve as the best examples we can be. As you say, headmaster, said Umbridge after a few seconds. As to Harry's behavior, he of course will have a consequence. Minerva. I've already given Mr. Potter more than triple the maximum amount of detention Dolores assigned him, all of which will be served with me. Umbridge made to protest, but McGonagall cut her off. We are not trying to provoke another incident after all, Dolores. To that end, I actually have another suggestion. Please, Dumbledore prompted with a smile. While she did not handle the situation in the best way, Dolores is still quite right that she should not have to deal with such a thing in her class, nor should her other students have their education so severely disrupted. I propose that we remove Potter from Defense Against the Dark Arts until his consequence has expired. I believe being away from the classroom for an extended time will build a respect for what he would be missing. An interesting proposal, said Dumbledore, tugging at his beard in thought. Very well, I'll approve it. He will return when you deem him ready, Minerva. Is this satisfactory, Dolores? Umbridge simply looked back and forth between the other two adults, seemingly caught off guard at how quickly the conversation had developed. Clearly she hadn't expected to get what she wanted. I suppose, but. Excellent. When speaking to Mr. Potter in the future, be sure impress upon him that he is to control himself in the future or remove himself from the situation much earlier if he cannot. Otherwise the consequences will be much more severe. Yes, if that is all, then I will retire to my office before I head to dinner. Dumbledore nodded with a smile and Umbridge made her exit quickly. They waited for a minute after she had left before either of them spoke. She's no doubt off to report to her taskmaster, said McGonagall with distaste. Yes, I predicted something like this might happen, but not this early, the headmaster said, twiddling his thumbs as he leaned back in his chair. Nor that aggressively. I was more surprised that Mr. Potter was the one to instigate the conflict, McGonagall. Indeed, though, Dumbledore raised his eyebrows slightly. Removed from defense classes. McGonagall cleared her throat lightly, standing up straighter. I stand by my suggestion, she defended. Keeping those two apart as much as possible can only be beneficial. I certainly agree. It was a well-calculated move. The two fell into silence for a minute, listening to the light crackle of the fire in the hearth. Finally the deputy headmistress broke it. What do you think will happen, Albus? There was no need for her to clarify what she was talking about. Dolores will no doubt begin to make her bid for power here soon, though in what way that can happen I have no idea, he said, tugging at his beard slightly. Considering how well it worked the first time, Cornelius will more than likely pass another educational decree. We can only hope that things do not escalate too quickly. And Potter. He has, understandably, built up a great deal of frustration this past summer. It isn't surprising to see him lose control when given such a convenient outlet. Not ideal, of course, but, Dumbledore gave a small nod as if acknowledging that some things were unavoidable. I don't think I need to remind you that for the most part, Potter was in control during that whole affair, said McGonagall stiffly. I would think he needs to work on restraint more. Restraint comes with maturity, and maturity comes with time and experience, was Dumbledore's reply. He will be fine. In the meantime, please do your best to support him however you can. I am maintaining my distance in the interest of keeping our relationship less apparent to unsavory individuals. He is in my house, she said at once, as if that explained everything. Dumbledore smiled. So he is. What are you so happy about? Nothing, said Hermione, smiling contentedly as she dug into her food with energy. She and Harry had met up with the others at the Gryffindor table for an early dinner. The news of the incident with Umbridge had spread through the school faster than the news that Harry was a Parseltongue, and there had been students from all four houses at that particular incident. That, coupled with a bandaged Umbridge who was looking quite frustrated trying to do everything left-handed, pretty much made the muttering that permeated the Great Hall all about a single topic: Harry's outburst, and everything that came with it. Harry, of course, was completely used to such things, so it didn't bother him much and he mostly ignored it. Come off it. You're grinning like mad, said Ron thickly through his potatoes, a couple bits falling back to his plate. Hermione just looked at him revolted. Ron, you are disgusting. Harry, who had a good idea as to what was making her so happy and was rightly embarrassed by it, immediately engaged himself in conversation with Neville. So what's the most insane rumor you've heard so far? A second-year Hufflepuff I passed a few minutes ago was telling his friends that he heard that you and Umbridge dueled in the classroom before everything blew up and you escaped riding a giant snake, he said with a shrug. No idea where the snake came from. Only consistent part between rumors is you blew everything up. I wish that was what had happened. Well, minus the snake, he said, shaking his head. I bet I would have turned her into paste. She does seem a bit incompetent, he said after a second. Though honestly you never know when it comes to people. Harry followed his gaze to see Umbridge fumbling with her fork in her left hand. He thought about how much it would beep if his right hand got damaged in a duel and he couldn't hold his wand. What then? It wasn't like he was any good with his left hand. There's an idea. What? Said Neville, who hadn't been paying attention, absently watching the back of Hannah Abbott's head. Nothing, responded Harry, looking down at his own left hand. He should learn how to cast with his left hand as well. It would be incredibly awkward at first, but the payoff would be immense. He made a mental note to add that to his training schedule. Perhaps he would just use his wand in his left hand all the time. Once he got good enough, he could swap off in the middle of it. Once they were done eating, they headed back to the common room to relax, Neville going up to the dorms to take a nap. Hermione was all for them getting a head start on their homework, but Harry managed to convince her to let it go for just one day. Well, mostly. Hermione still kept one of her books open in her lap while they chatted about the school's reactions to his claims. I don't get it, said Harry, his voice aggravated. How is it that everyone doesn't believe me now when a few months ago they believed Dumbledore? To be honest, Harry, I don't think they really did, said Hermione with a frown. You've got to understand what it was like for us. We were only able to see certain parts of the maze. The inner bits were completely obscured by something. So we all waited anxiously to see who won, and then you appear holding a dead Cedric and talking about him. There was literally no visible proof to your story at all. It was chaos where we were. Admittedly, she had a point. Considering how he felt when he returned, he imagined he must have looked absolutely mad. He quickly pushed the thought of that night away. It was without a doubt one of the worst nights of his life, and he had no desire to think about it. Right. Plus no one wants to believe he's back, said Ron, looking into the fire. Stupid, muttered Harry, glancing at a clock. It was 7:45. All right, I'm off to my detention. I'll catch you both later. As 8 o'clock finally came around, Harry knocked on Professor McGonagall's door, wondering what she'd be having him do for detention. Not that he was looking forward to it, but without a doubt it would be better than anything that Umbridge might come up with. To his surprise, McGonagall opened the door herself, stepping out and closing it behind her. Right on time, Mr. Potter. Follow me then, we've a bit to talk about. Right. He frowned at her back as they left the office behind. Considering that she was supervising his detention, he'd imagined it happening in her office like all the others he'd served under her care. Firstly, as you are no doubt wondering, I am taking you to a different professor's room to serve your detention, she explained after a few seconds. Something has come up suddenly and I find myself unavailable to monitor you during this time during most evenings. Oh, where are we going then? He asked. You'll see eventually. Rather, she seemed to be looking round for the right thing to say but couldn't exactly place it. In the end she just said, was it really necessary to provoke Professor Umbridge like you did? Harry's expression immediately became grumpy. She's trying to prevent us from learning magic when Voldemort is running around, so yeah, he said flatly. Besides, you have to know that stuff she's done working for Fudge. If I had a galleon for every innocent person she's tried screwing over, I'd be the richest person in the country. McGonagall let out an almost imperceptible sigh. Well, I've honestly never seen you lose it quite like that, Potter, but if it had to happen then the first day of class was probably best. Harry just looked at her baffled. Wait, you're not mad? I'm more disappointed that you lost your temper and started that whole affair to begin with, she said stiffly, sending him another stern look. I expect better from you. For the future I expect you to be more mindful of the situation, and if you feel that you are losing control then you are to remove yourself. I will not tolerate you endangering your peers like that again. At this, Harry's expression fell greatly. I really am sorry for the way I acted. I didn't mean to put people at risk like that. I just lost control. Well, what's done is done, and the consequences are as they are. You have been removed from Defense Against the Dark Arts indefinitely. What? Harry stopped dead, stunned. I got kicked out of the class. In essence, yes. Rage burned in Harry's gut. That damn. It was my idea, Potter. And was immediately extinguished. Why? He finally managed to say. I'm sorry, McGonagall said dryly, eyebrows raised minutely. I didn't realize you wanted to be in Professor Umbridge's class so much. Of course I don't, he denied instantly. But, Harry's eyes suddenly widened in realization. Oh, for the whole year. Until I deem you ready to return, she corrected. Wow, thanks. I suggest against taking it that way. Please remember this is a very aggressive consequence, and I still expect the best from your skills in defense topics. You are not to slack off in the slightest. Yeah, between me and the rest of the school, I'm probably the last one you want to be worried about in that department. McGonagall pointedly ignored the comment, instead motioning to the door they were approaching. We're here. A quick scan told Harry that they were outside the Ancient Runes classroom. McGonagall gave the door a short knock before entering, Harry right on her heels. Ah, good evening, Minerva, came a female voice from further in the room. Is this the student you've brought for me? Yes, Bathsheba, I apologize for the short notice. Nonsense, Professor Babbling dismissed easily, walking over to them. I'll take good care of him. Do remember this is his detention, McGonagall responded, though not unkindly. Harry looked between the two women in interest. If he had to say anything, it seemed like his head of house was actually quite fond of the Ancient Runes professor. She even had a little smile on her face. McGonagall turned back to him, all traces of cheer long gone. Professor Dumbledore has tasked me with reminding you that you are working to control your emotions. I will add to that it is just as important to consider wisdom to guide them. If this happens again, there will be severe consequences you will no doubt regret. Am I understood? Yes, Professor. Good, she said with a nod. To that effect, you will serve an hour a night with Professor Babbling helping her with whatever she needs. Feel free to keep him longer if you'd like, she added to the pleasantly nodding Runes professor. He will do whatever you require of him without complaint. So I won't be writing lines or anything like that? Asked Harry, surprised. Of course you will, McGonagall said dryly, a wave of her wand causing the very materials he'd be needing to appear on the nearest table. How much brain power does it take to write? I will maintain control of my emotions at all times. Very little, I imagine, he said with an internal sigh. How many times? Until it sticks. Good evening. And with that she left. Oh, I wish I could do that. Harry looked over to see Professor Babbling still had her eyes on the closed door. She can go from gentle to fierce in a heartbeat. She's quite amazing. Don't you agree? Yeah, Harry couldn't help but give the woman a curious look. It certainly wasn't the first time he'd seen the Runes professor, but they'd never spoken before. Actually, this was probably the closest he'd ever been to the woman while actually paying attention. She was of average height, a somewhat slim figure hidden by loose robes that honestly seemed a tad too big for her. Dark brown hair framed a young face that regarded him politely, if equally curious to his own. What do you think, Tracy? Babbling asked, turning to face someone further in the room. All at once Harry realized they hadn't been alone. The room's other occupant was actually someone in his year. Tracy Davis, a Slytherin. She's strict but I still like her, the girl said in answer to the professor's question. Did you want me to leave, Professor? I didn't know you had a detention to oversee. No, that won't be an issue, Babbling said lightly. Harry here can do his lines today while we continue to work. Oh, that's good then, Davis returned happily, clearly pleased she wouldn't have to leave. Indeed, she immediately threw Harry a dirty look as if he'd intentionally showed up to ruin her evening. Disgruntled, Harry took a seat and began his lines, doing his best to tune out the excitable females who had already forgotten about him in favor of whatever they were working on. I will maintain control of my emotions at all times. I will maintain control of my emotions at all times. I will maintain control of my emotions at all times. I will maintain control. A triumphant exclamation followed immediately by an equally distracting high five ripped Harry right out of his focus. This is going to be a long night, he grumbled. The following morning saw the Gryffindor trio living their regular breakfast routine. Harry ate his breakfast mechanically, thinking about the day ahead. Hermione was quietly going through her charms book beside him, occasionally taking a bite of her breakfast. Ron was nodding off slightly at his seat on her other side, having stayed up late again playing chess with some other Gryffindors. Morning, Harry. Angelina took a seat on Harry's other side, which was widely empty for at least 6 seats. No one was particularly interested in sitting close to him these days to begin with, and after last night, well. You look a little uncomfortable, she said with a frown. Something bothering you? Why so concerned? Harry asked, surprised by the visit. They'd always been friendly but never close like some of his yearmates. The girls on the team always spent most of their time around the twins anyway. Can't have my Seeker not in his prime now, can I? She said with a shrug. Your Seeker. Ah, you've been made captain then. Congrats, he said in understanding. Angelina was a good chaser, and even more than that, an excellent team player and leader. She was a perfect person to take over for Wood. She would certainly work them all hard, but thankfully he had been able to recover from Wood's grueling training over the last year. Thanks, she said brightly. I wanted to let you know that I was captain and that we'll be holding tryouts this Friday after 6th period to fill the keeper spot. I'll be putting up notices today in the common room. Have you told everyone else? He asked. Course, she said at once. You're usually the only person in the team I don't see day to day after all. I'm glad I caught you before class. I know that we only need a new keeper, but do you think we should have people try out who are interested in other positions too? He said, posing an idea he had been mulling over recently whenever he thought about the team. Not that any of us would be replaced, but at the end of this year you, Alicia, Fred, and George will all be gone. That's more than half the team. Maybe it would be good to prepare for next year, even if it's just a bit. Well, it's not like we never considered it before, it's just lately not many people were interested enough to stick with it or were good enough to actually let them be a reserve to begin with. Having reserves is pretty uncommon, despite being really handy. Especially, she added, narrowing her eyes at Harry, the number of times you land your A.S. in the hospital wing. I heard you were in there already. The year barely even started, for crying out loud. Oi, I was cursed. He said defensively. Who expects to be cursed on the first day of school? You would think people would wait a few days before having a go. Regardless, keep out of there, please. Harry sighed and nodded. Good. Seeing as how we only really need the keeper, there's no harm in having a smaller bit of general tryouts for the other positions. We all know a good flyer when we see one at any rate, and who knows, someone might actually be decent now. I'll include it on the poster. Cool. How are you feeling about your NEWT year? About to leave, the change of topic seemed to throw Angelina off a bit. This was already probably the longest out of practice conversation they'd ever had. I'm not sure, she said honestly, leaning against the table. OWL year was a nightmare because the work was immense and it was played up to be really terrifying. After that, well, I suppose the work doesn't really bother me that much, though the tests are scary to think about. They influence so much of what kinds of jobs you can get and how people will look at you, but at the same time they show how much you've accomplished after all your time here, especially if you do really well. Are you sad? Asked Hermione, closing her book. She had been listening over Harry's shoulder. That it's your last year here, I mean, she elaborated. A bit, said Angelina. I've been through so much here it's ridiculous, but I can't always be here, can I? I'm looking forward to graduating. She checked her watch. I've got to get to class. Take care, you too. See ya, said Harry, checking his own watch. Oh damn, it's almost 8:30, we're going to be late if we don't book it. Nudging Ron into wakefulness, they grabbed their bags and rushed off to the Charms classroom, getting there just before the doors closed. A glance around told them two things. Firstly, they were with the Ravenclaws again. Secondly, Though they had made it on time, there were almost no seats next to each other. Telling Hermione and Ron to take the two on one side, Harry ended up sitting next to the quiet Sue Lee, who watched him out of the corner of her eye but made no move to say anything to him. At least she didn't shy away from him. "Good morning, class," came the high-pitched Professor Flitwick, posed as usual on his desk. "I hope you've all had your fill of breakfast because you'll surely need the energy for all that we're going to be doing in here. Now I don't think I need to remind you that at the end of this year you will be sitting your OWL examinations, which are incredibly important as they will influence your futures for many years to come. If you have not already given serious thoughts to your careers, now is the time to do so. This year we will be working especially hard to complete our coursework so as to give us enough time to review near the end of the year, not to mention simply because this year's workload will be at least twice what we've had to go through before." There was a collective groan at this, but it was fairly subdued. Charms was probably the most common favorite class for a large majority of students. If any type of difficult work had to be endured, then the Charms classroom was really the best place to have it happen. Of course, considering how the previous day had gone, the concept of work overload looked to be fairly consistent through all of their classes. Harry's next class was Transfiguration, which was right after lunch. Like with potions, Transfiguration was with the Slytherins, but unlike with potions, no one tried to get away with anything. Professor McGonagall was far too sharp and exceedingly fair to boot. She'd just as soon condemn a Gryffindor as a Slytherin to point deductions or detention. "You cannot pass an OWL without serious application, practice, and study," she said severely to the class. "I see no reason why anyone in this class would not achieve an OWL in my subject. However, slack off and you will find it to be your undoing, in more ways than one. Now," she waved her wand at the blackboard, "we move straight into it. Vanishing spells. These are nowhere near as difficult as conjuring spells, however they are among the most difficult magic you will be tested on in your exams. Hence why I am introducing them to you now." By the end of the lesson only Hermione managed to vanish her snail, which they were each practicing on. Apparently there was a hierarchy to things that could be vanished and their difficulties, including a set of things that could not be vanished as their complexity was either too advanced or for some other special reason. Considering that snails must fall into the lowest category, things were looking grim for everyone. Of course they technically had a whole school year to get it right, but still Harry hoped he'd be able to work it out later on when he wasn't surrounded by distractions. They only had one period of Transfiguration that day, so they would be getting into the theory during their double period the next day. "Blimey, this is ridiculous," grumbled Ron as they made their way out to the grounds for care of magical creatures with Grubbly Plank, who was taking over until Hagrid returned, whenever that was. "We've got homework in every class we've had so far. An essay for Binns, an essay for Snape, an essay for Flitwick, and you know we'll be getting the ringer after McGonagall's double period tomorrow. We still haven't even been to care of magical creatures, herbology, or divination yet either. Umbridge will probably give us something on Friday too, since she couldn't yesterday." "What do you expect, Ron?" said Hermione at once. "This is the hardest year we'll ever have. We've been told that for ages. You can't slack off like you normally do or you'll fail badly." "Same with you, Harry. I appreciate the concern, Hermione, but I think I'll manage all right in the end," he said, feeling a little annoyed, but deciding not to attack back like Ron was currently doing. She really was trying to look out for them both in the end, even if she came off as a pushy academic at times. He couldn't blame her for it in the slightest though. His and Ron's past actions really spoke for themselves in the end. Care of magical creatures was, if anything, pleasant. They just had to sketch bowtruckles, which ended up becoming their homework for those who didn't finish. Their last class of the day, herbology, was par for the course as well. Not only was it yet another class they had with the Ravenclaws, making the only class that Gryffindor actually had with the Hufflepuff's history of magic. It came complete with an OWL speech, dire warnings for those who enjoyed slacking off, and a promise for more work than they ever would want in a lifetime. The only person who looked reasonably happy about any of it was Neville. Sprout, like McGonagall, was holding off until their double period to assign them homework. Dinner at the Gryffindor table for the 5th years was grim Tuesday evening, though it was clear that every house's fifth years were going through similar motions. Never had they all been so heartily slapped in the faces by work. I know it's usually not a good idea for me to do this, but Ron's got a point, muttered Hermione as she dug through her bag for her arithmancy work. Ron was in a state of gluttonous oblivion that was probably a coping mechanism for dealing with all their work. Harry, on the other hand, raised an eyebrow at her. Did I just hear you agree with him? He said in shock. Hermione gave him a half glare from her bent over position. I mean, I was expecting things to increase by a lot this year, but certainly not this much this fast, she said. You realize that I'm taking one more class than you both are, right? Actually two, and they aren't remotely easy. Divination doesn't count as a class, she added as he looked at her in confusion. Well, he wasn't going to argue that point. Ah, that's right, said Harry. Well, at least you're not still taking Muggle studies as well. You'd explode, you would. You're probably right, she agreed. I'm afraid we'll really have very little time to spend together when we're not doing schoolwork. We've also got prefect duties on top of it all. I know, we've got a patrol tonight, said Harry, looking at the patrol schedule. Curfew shift. That's 10 to midnight. I'm going to hate the other two shifts when we have to do them, said Hermione with a scowl. Honestly, midnight to 2 and 2 to 4. Why put fifth years through so much? Who knows? Harry checked his watch. It was nearing 7:30. I'm going to head out. Detention. I'll meet you at the prefect's room before 10. Yeah, see you then. I've got a bit of a surprise. Should make patrols much easier. Hermione looked at him curiously, but he left before she managed to inquire what he was talking about. Magic was weird. It was like a buzz that had no sound, but he could still hear it. Ever since he'd entered the castle a week ago, his mind had been filled with the ever-present static that could only be magic. Sometimes Harry found himself trying to tune into it, like a fuzzy wireless station, but never seeming to get anywhere. Was he just too weak to do so? Maybe this was just how it would always be. Still, he understood that magic was everywhere. More so than he'd ever imagined as a relatively new member of the magical world. Mysterious and confusing barely covered it, but it was clear that every day he seemed to feel it a little bit more. It was something his mind often wandered to whenever he wasn't moving about much. Like at detention. For the 7th time, Harry grimaced as he put a line through a mistake in his otherwise neat list of lines. Detention was not what he'd initially expected it would be, particularly with it being run by the highly distractible Ancient Runes professor. He had nothing against her, but she very clearly had a great deal going on in her head at once. She also had a habit of leaving the room for 10 or so minutes at a time. Always coupled with words that made his eye twitch each time. Keep an eye on him for a spell, Tracy dear. Hey, stop making so many mistakes. Harry leveled an irritated glare at the bee-owned, who sat on the desk in front of him with her chin in her hand and a fake smile on her face. You might as well start over at this point. Shouldn't you be avoiding me or something? He said dryly, inking his quill and starting another line. I was asked to keep an eye on you. From right in front of me. A close eye. Harry's quill paused as he sat back and met the girl's eyes, her face only a couple feet away from his own. The Slytherins rarely got so near, particularly the girls, and these days they were even more into avoiding than antagonizing than usual. Curly bee-owned hair and a pretty face were only trumped by startlingly blue eyes that regarded him with a measured indifference and annoyance. He stared back unabashedly, unwilling to let the girl know she'd gotten to him in any way. Eventually she squirmed in the silence, breaking it. What? Is there something on my face? She asked, leaning back slightly. Only years of ignorance and prejudice, Harry said waspishly, returning to his lines with a feeling of triumph. It wasn't often he was able to land a shot on one of the more clever Slytherins. Looking down at his parchment, he missed the look of utter shock on the girl's face. It rapidly shifted to one of anger as the classroom door opened once more. So sorry, dears, Babbling said as she entered, arms full of fabric. Tracy, are you ready to continue? Of course, Professor, she said quickly, shooting Harry a scathing look. The Gryffindor let out an inaudible sigh. Why was she even here so much? There had to be a limit to how much extracurricular stuff a person could get up to in the first week of school, right? Even Hermione wasn't this involved so early. Still, at least she wouldn't be so distracting now. Finally, he could just get back to. Harry, would you come over and hold this for us? We can't risk using magic on the array while we work. Yes, Potter, make yourself useful for a change. Never mind. It was just before 10 when he entered the prefect's lounge, grumbling to himself about excitable runes professors and their equally annoying proteges. The only reason he'd even been able to leave his detention was due to him saying he had prefect duties that evening, else she likely would have kept him well past curfew. Hi Harry, said Heidi, smiling at him. She was seated near the center of the room with a disapproving Hermione. You just made it. Ready for your first patrol? Yeah, suppose so, he said, still looking around the room to avoid his friend's gaze. The prefect's lounge was as lavish as the bathroom it was situated next to, filled with couches, some desks, and large windows. It was a lot like a miniature house common room, though this room held colors from all the houses mixed together. There were also bookshelves with school-related texts and a stretch of wall dedicated to the current month's patrol schedule. You ready, Hermione? More than you are. That's certain, she said flatly. You should try to be more punctual, you know. Cut me some slack, I was only just let out of detention, he complained. Still better than Umbridge, I'd imagine. Loads and loads. Ehem, said Heidi pointedly, getting their attention. I just wanted to tell you both good hunting. I know patrol can be a pain in the rump, but it's actually pretty important. Just rely on each other. Not that I think you won't be able to handle it, she added quickly. If you find a student out of bed, get them back to their common room at once. Keep a record of anyone you do find and what they were doing because that goes to their head of house. Clear. We'll do our best, said Hermione at once, making Harry chuckle. She elbowed him and he turned it into a cough. Yes, ma'am, he said more seriously. Great, then get out there and come back here at midnight, she said with a nod. The next shift will be waiting here to take over. If they aren't, don't worry about it, that's on them. Oh, and of course, keep out of trouble yourselves. Thanks, we'll be fine, Harry assured her, pushing Hermione lightly through the door, ignoring her protests. She'd be singing a different tune in a few minutes anyway when he reminded her of a certain magical map they happened to be in possession of. Honestly, if not for the Marauder's map, he'd probably have turned down the prefect badge from the start. Harry stared in silence at the ceiling of his four-poster bed. His night had been filled with a dream of Death Eaters and werewolves, another peek through the window of Voldemort's mind. They were planning to make contact but remained wary of something. Whatever that may have been, he didn't stick around long enough to find out. Now he just lay there in the early hours of the morning, mind wandering, constantly coming back to the same worrying observation. His scar didn't hurt anymore. Normally this would have been cause for joy. His scar used to hurt almost whenever he just thought about Voldemort, let alone the times the man was feeling a particularly strong emotion. That went double for any dream visions he'd get. There was nothing more unsettling than taking a ride behind Voldemort's eyes and then get a multiple-hour migraine after. Yet ever since that day during the summer, his scar had been just that, a scar. What had happened to him? At least I'm not dreaming about the graveyard these days. Pushing the curtains aside, Harry looked out the small window into the warm glow of daybreak with a small sigh. The first weekend of the semester, and he couldn't sleep in. He got dressed quietly so he wouldn't disturb his dorm mates, not that there was really much fear of that, as they slept like the dead, and made his way down to the common room, which was unsurprisingly deserted. No one was ever up at this hour in the tower, especially on a weekend. What to do now? Looking around the common room, his eyes fixed on the area that was set aside for students to do school work. There were spare quills and parchment for them to use. When was the last time he had written a real letter? Or spent any quality time with Hedwig for that matter? He'd barely seen her over the latter half of summer, and that was normally when he spent the most time in her presence. He walked over to one of the work desks, grabbing a loose piece of parchment and one of the used quills in the box. Inking it, he set to writing. Nim. Hope you've been well. Better than I have, at least. I wish I could have another week like we had at the end of the summer, because school's honestly been a nightmare. The prophet had a huge impact on the majority of the school like we thought it would, so you can imagine how that's been working out lately. Then Malfoy cursed me first day mid-morning. The Ponce started firing off spells right in the middle of a crowd. Then we've got another new defense professor like usual, but this time it's Fudge's undersecretary, Dolores Umbridge. I'm sure you've heard of her, but she's a right piece of work. We're not allowed to use magic in the class, and every day she just talks about how we're supposed to lay down and die instead of protecting ourselves from anything. Or at least that's what I've heard it's like, because I was thrown out of the class after one day. I've also lost all patience for divination and history of magic. We've started interpreting dreams in divination. I've told you the kind of stuff I dream about, so no, I won't have any part in that. Plus, Trelawney still predicts my death and general maiming to my face like it's the bloody weather. History of magic might have been slightly less than catatonic if Binns would actually teach us something instead of reciting bits of an ancient outdated textbook to us. At least that's what it sounds like. It isn't like he turns the pages of the one on his desk. It also beeps that history of magic is first period twice a week. So, my final decision. Not going to any of them. It's amazing how much more useful time I get when I cut out all the nonsense. Of course, I figure I've got about a week at the most before Hermione goes mental at me for flat out skipping multiple classes. And McGonagall, I suppose. Maybe this isn't the most thought out plan I've come up with, I'll tell you how that goes later. Snape's a terror as usual, but I tune him out. Doing those mental exercises during potions really helps me focus on what I'm doing. Actually, those mental exercises are really all that's keeping me from bloody murder. I get angry so much these days, it's hard to keep it down. There's just so many problems with everything. How do you fix a problem when practically everyone is a part of the issue? Sorry for dumping my troubles on you like this, I'll wrap up here. Please take care of yourself and stay out of trouble. I miss you a lot. Harry. Harry shook his head as he folded the parchment up and sealed it in an envelope, following it up with a tap of his wand to secure it. He had really only meant to say hi. He made his way out of the portrait hole and down the corridor heading for the Ollery. It was just after 6, and considering that it was a Saturday, the castle was predictably deserted with the exception of Filch's cat Mrs. Norris, who scurried away almost the moment she saw him. The Ollery was permeated with crisscrossing beams of morning sunlight by the time Harry finally reached it. Well over 100 owls were tucked away on perches up above and on the rafters. The majority of them were school barn owls, but here and there a student's owl stood out. Many of them were restless, likely just having returned from a late hunt. He stepped across the straw-covered floor, occasionally feeling a small skeleton crunch to pieces under his feet, and looked around for Hedwig. There you are, girl, he said as he spotted her near the top of the vaulted ceiling. Come on down, I've got a letter for you to take to Tonks. She swooped down and landed on his shoulder, lightly nipping his ear once. How have you been? Hedwig gave a low, indignant hoot and threw a look of contempt back up at the rafters. Following her gaze, Harry could see a few owls shuffling around and watching them shiftily. He looked back at Hedwig, eyebrows raised. Don't tell me you've got boy problems, he said with a grin, scratching the owl along her neck. Must be tough being so popular. Hedwig gave a louder hoot, flapping her wings a bit, which made Harry laugh. Well, if they're bothering you, then tell them to lay off. You've got to be stern with them, else they'll never leave you alone. Glare. Hey, don't give me that look, I'm not taking care of your problems for you. Do you see me trying to get dragons to solve mine? Another hoot, completely unimpressed. Come on, do I look like an owl to you? How should I know? A sudden cough made him turn around quickly, Hedwig squawking indignantly at the sudden motion. Cho was standing in the doorway, wearing robes over what were clearly pajamas. They had little tiny snitches on them that he swore were fluttering in place. Hey, said Harry at once, petting Hedwig to calm her down. Hi, said Cho, looking embarrassed. I didn't think anyone would be up here this early. I woke up really early and realized I hadn't sent this last night like I meant to. It's my mum's birthday. She held up a small parcel and a letter. Ah, fancy that, They fell into a bit of an awkward silence as Cho moved to one side of the room and coaxed down one of the school barn owls. Who were you talking to just now? She asked, her attention divided between tying the parcel to the owl and Harry. Oh, Hedwig here's got boy problems, said Harry, glancing back at his snowy owl. Sounds like a couple of the student owls have taken a fancy to her, but, Hedwig gave a flat hoot, as you can see, she's not really impressed. Cho stood there for a moment before succumbing to peals of laughter, using the sill to keep herself upright. She continued to laugh until the barn owl hooted rather loudly and she regained some control of herself, finishing tying the letter and parcel and tossing the owl out the window. You mean all that time? She lost her voice to more giggling before calming down and shaking her head a bit, causing her hair to dance behind her. I'm sorry, she said, wiping an eye. You're giving relationship advice to your owl with a straight face, and I just couldn't help it. Harry couldn't help but grin. Seeing Cho cheerful like this wasn't something he got to see often, especially recently. Sunlight glinted off of her dark hair prettily, and he almost missed what she said next. I can understand though, she continued, walking over to stand next to him. She is a very beautiful owl. Hedwig puffed herself up a bit at this and Harry laughed at his vain owl. There was a moment where their eyes met, and Cho moved slightly closer, pressing against his personal space. An indignant hoot from Hedwig made them both start. She gave Cho a narrow look before making a sharp sound at Harry. I am not, he said quickly. Go on then, the sooner you go the sooner you'll get to rest. Bloody bird, he grumbled under his breath as Hedwig soared off over the forbidden forest. Cho just gave him an odd look. You're not really talking to your owl, are you? She asked tentatively. Harry broke off as he realized how odd he must look. I've spent a lot of summer time with Hedwig, so I guess sometimes I do feel like I understand her pretty well. They made their way out of the Ollery and back downstairs slowly, enjoying each other's company though little was said between them at that point. Were you sending a letter to family? Asked Cho after a bit. Just a friend, he said automatically. I'm going to head to breakfast now, I'm starving. He glanced over at Cho. Want to, come sit with. Sorry, I'd really like to, but I'm not exactly ready for the day, said Cho apologetically. I need to head back to the dorm. Next time though. Ah, true, he said, looking at her pajamas. Cho quickly pulled her robes tighter around her, turning red. You don't need to be embarrassed, they're cute. Of course that just made her blush harder. I'll see you around, Harry, she said quickly, heading back to Ravenclaw Tower as rapidly as she could. Yeah, bye, Cho. Harry watched her walk out of sight with a small smile before continuing to the Great Hall. Maybe things weren't looking so bad between them after all. Harry, you both really should be doing your homework. Come off it already, said Ron in annoyance. Quidditch is just as important as class. We need to be practicing. Ever since Ron made the team the previous evening, he'd been talking about Quidditch nonstop. It wasn't that different from what normally happened, but it was certainly driving Hermione somewhat mad. His negligence about his school work was something she was already unhappy about. At this point, she didn't even try to argue with him. Harry, on the other hand, was a different matter entirely. Harry, she repeated sternly. Hold on, Hermione, he said quickly, putting up a hand to stop Ron from saying anything that would get him into hotter water. I'm perfectly aware of how much work we have, but I've actually already done a fair bit of it. I stayed up late last night and finished Flitwick's and McGonagall's homework. Still need to do Sprouts and Snape's, but I can do that after practice. It's good to take breaks. Ron and Hermione both looked at him in surprise. Ron because he thought Harry was just as behind as he was, and Hermione because this was completely out of the ordinary. Oh, she said, caught off guard. Would you like me to check them over? Harry could tell that she wanted to make sure he didn't rush through it, but was honestly grateful that she was concerned for him. Yeah, that would be nice. They're in my bag next to my bed. Are we gonna go practice or what? Asked Ron impatiently, clearly eager to get away from talking about homework. No doubt he was wary of the intense wrath he would incur if Hermione ever truly understood how behind he was. And it was just the first week. Right, let's go, said Harry, standing up. Their brooms were in the Gryffindor locker rooms, so there was no need to head back to the common room. Hermione, keep a copy of the Prophet for me, would you? I never get rid of mine right away, so no worries there, she said, tapping her own. You going to talk to him? Yeah, I'll see what he knows about it. Hermione nodded. After reading about Sturgis Podmore's arrest, the three agreed that the best course of action was to contact Sirius through the mirror to see if they could get more accurate information. Sure, they might not learn something new, but they really had nothing to lose by asking. The remainder of the morning went on about as smoothly the rest of Harry's life had been progressing lately. Despite having a fairly good session of practice with Ron in which he played chaser against him keeping, Ron's confidence was bottomed out by his nerves at being at the first practice coupled with their incredibly annoying audience. Apparently, Malfoy and his Quidditch cronies had nothing better to do than to shout insults at them from the stands as the Gryffindor team attempted to get back into the swing of things after an entire year of being inactive. Fortunately for Harry, he was in prime shape as always. His position was almost solely reliant on his flying ability, and that never seemed to ebb. It also helped that he actually hadn't been ignoring flying during the previous year, using it whenever he needed a breather from the stress that the Tri-Wizard tournament had provided. Suffice it to say, he had often found himself in the air for one reason or another. Back to the practice, a passable summary of events would be that Katie was injured and had to go to the hospital wing, causing practice to end early. Just ask the Slytherins who were watching. Weasley, I don't know if they told you, but being a keeper means you need to be able to catch the ball. You know, I'd bet Weasley would actually make a pretty good seeker. He could spot a speck of gold from over a mile away. Not to mention chase after it faster than anyone else. Ooh, right through her hands to her face. And she's been a chaser for how long? Maybe they should switch her with Weasley, she could block the goals with her fat head. Wow, Weasley's got some arm, look at all that blood. Must have broke her nose or something. Attaboy, Weasel, show us what you've got. Ah, it's over. Nothing like a comedy show to brighten your morning, Harry sighed as the remainder of the team entered the changing rooms. The Slytherins were obnoxious as always, but at least they were fairly civil about it this time. He pulled off his Quidditch robes and stowed them back in his locker. They wouldn't need washing at all since he had only been in them for such a short time. Practice usually lasted a couple hours at least. Ron, you need to ignore crap like that, said Angelina, crossing her arms as she looked at the new keeper with a frown. If you can't handle them, then you'll break during the matches. I'm sorry, he mumbled, looking at the floor. I'm still not completely used to this yet. Angelina's frown slowly faded, and she patted him on the shoulder. No worries, Ron, we all have nerves at the beginning. I wouldn't have let you onto the team if I didn't think that you could handle it, and besides, you've certainly got the ability. Just practice getting into the zone and blocking everything else out. The hoops too. Just block, block, block. Do some meditation if that helps. Earplugs. Curse them off, I don't care. Whatever it takes. Right, I will, he said with a nod, though still not meeting her eyes. That was still good enough for her. Good. The captain turned to her friend with a heavy sigh. All right, Alicia, let's go check up on Katie and those idiots. They walked out of the changing room, the door closing softly behind them. All right, Ron, asked Harry, walking over to him. Do I look all right? I was bloody awful, he snapped, glaring at him. No, you weren't, said Harry patiently. Besides, just like Angelina said, it was your first practice. It'll take a little time to get used to it. Plus, everyone's still a bit rusty after not playing for so long. Yeah, well, we can't all be bloody brilliant at everything like you, said Ron, walking past him and out of the room. Harry just stood there gritting his teeth in frustration. He let out a sigh as he took a seat on one of the benches, stretching out on his back. He was in no rush to get back. His homework could wait for a few minutes. Accuracy course. Version 1, he said to the room, getting up and tossing the towel he had been using to the side where it vanished into thin air. Harry stretched a bit as the room reconfigured itself for his request. He had earlier discovered that the room was easier used by spending time creating specific rooms and almost committing them to memory by giving each a name. It was wholly unnecessary, as the room could just as easily read his thoughts, but it helped streamline the process some, especially if the shifts were large. This one in particular was the most basic spell accuracy setup there was. The space was fairly empty with large stationary targets all over the place at varying distances. Harry turned from the targets and looked down at a book that had appeared on a stand, already opened a number of pages in. The Art of Combat. A Millennium of Advancement. This was one of his own that he had lent to the room from the collection that Sirius had snuck into his trunk from the Black Library. He was currently open to the second section of the first chapter, Piercing. Seriously can't get over how awesome this room is, he muttered, turning a page before letting the book and its stand vanish. In all honesty, the amount of control he had over the environment in the room was utterly intoxicating. The master of the room was practically a god within it, and it was just a matter of believing in that fact. He had to often remind himself that he was there to accomplish things and didn't have all the time in the world. Confodio. Harry's spell lanced into one of the closer targets, hitting it near the center and carving a hole in it about a centimeter wide. The spell was a low-purpose piercing curse. According to the book he was reading, spells went through phases of use that often included small changes in their average power and intent. This resulted in there being far more spells that do the same thing than anyone could ever want. Depending on what people wanted, a few of those spells would become well used and the others would fade away into time. Bring about a new phase, and the process repeated. It's easily argued that they were all the same spell, and in a sense they are. However, using a version of a spell for precisely what it was designed for would certainly give a better result than trying a similar one. This is why there was a different incantation for a severing charm and cutting curse, even though they essentially did the same thing. Pretty weak compared to some of the others, but I'd hate to see what it would do something living, Harry considered with a frown. The thought of having a hole like that somewhere in his body wasn't too pleasant. Of course, the majority of spells in general could cause living beings nothing but varying degrees of hell. A scouring charm to the eyeball, for example. Even just a week of studying curses on his own had given him a new respect for wands and magic in general. He tried not to think about the fact that he belonged to a society that armed young children with lethal weapons and let them run around on their own. It was an absolute wonder that they weren't all dead yet. Then again, it wasn't like they hadn't had an entire year of their professors telling them constantly how dangerous magic could be and to treat it with care. Considering that they could do some incredibly scary things, the students had felt it only too right to comply. A bell chimed as the clock struck 7, bringing Harry out of his current thoughts. He had been in the room training on and off for nearly 6 hours now, doing his remaining homework during the break times. That certainly explained why his body felt worn out, though he still felt fine casting. Normally, he'd have been getting dinner right away, but his detention had been cancelled for that evening. Honestly, a break from the scowling Slytherin was more than welcome. Sure, he was the dreaded Harry Potter, but really there was a limit to everything, wasn't there? On a completely different note, he had begun practicing left-handed casting, something that was fairly embarrassing to watch. Presently he just tried simple things like levitating a feather. It didn't need much aiming and was just a nice way for him to get used to holding a wand in his left hand, which still felt decidedly awkward, like holding a fork in the wrong hand. Harry had decided that on Monday he would switch over to his left hand full-time until midway through his evening training. That would keep him working hard but not let his regular skills diminish. Well, in theory. Harry grumbled, sinking into a chair that materialized as he sat down. He was still working out a proper balance to his training, though it should be a bit easier now that he'd completed a full week of class. Every morning he woke up, showered, then headed off to breakfast, finishing a little while before first period started. As he had free time occasionally, sometimes he would head over to the room. Morning sessions in the room were strictly for evasion. It wasn't difficult to get the room to figure out a way to chuck stuff at him to mimic incoming spells. It wasn't perfect, but it was something. The afternoon and evening was much more interesting as he focused entirely on spellwork. He made a point of learning at least one new spell a day, though oftentimes he went well beyond that. Still, As intensely as he worked himself, he took breaks often to do homework and rest his body, something Moody and Kingsley had drilled into his head. It was during these times that he'd also look through the sections of books he had marked off for potential practice. Any time he found something interesting, he'd make a note of it in the book and always wrote what he thought about the spell or concept in the margins once he had tried it out. It helped him organize his thoughts and better manage his personal training. What was probably the most interesting thing, however, was that neither Ron nor Hermione had attempted to press him for information about why he was out so much. True, the majority of the time they were preoccupied from being in class while Harry roamed free, but he was rarely in the common room in the evenings. It was wonderful to have some privacy, but still a little downing that they hadn't become concerned at all. Maybe he'd ask Hermione about it later. Sirius, you there? Sirius sat up fully in his seat at the kitchen table, eyes fixed on the compact mirror he'd been toying with out of boredom. Sure enough, Harry's face was there, his expression rather neutral. Hey, Harry, what's up? Sirius said in concern. After all, Harry only ever used his actual name over the mirrors when he had something really important to talk about. Are you safe? Wait, was that a bubble? Sure enough, more bubbles were rising in front and behind the boy. Yeah, I'm relaxing in my training room, he said with a nod. It has a bath. Sounds nice, said the animagus, scratching his chin. Didn't sound like anywhere he'd ever been to. Did you want more info about Sturgis? Harry shook his head. No, you told me everything I needed about that earlier, he replied. I need some advice. Do you have a second? I can call back later if you're busy. Harry, you know I've always got time to talk, Sirius responded automatically. Besides, what do you think I could be doing right now but sitting on my ass? It's not like I can just go outside. Well, I could, but it'd be best if I don't. I suppose so, said Harry with a nod. There was a second of silence before he spoke. I'm worried. About Voldemort, he continued predictably. He's strong. Really strong. And I'm just a runt of a Hogwarts student. Yeah, I'm above average, but for all the training I do, is there even hope? Harry, no one expects you to face Voldemort, said Sirius after a few seconds, taken aback by what his godson was saying. Bullshit. Everyone expects me to. Harry snapped. Even me. Especially me, Sirius. I have to face him. No one expects you to face Voldemort tomorrow, Sirius corrected. And are you? No. So stop worrying about it. But nothing. He said forcefully. Realistically, you won't have to face him for many years, and that is a lot of time you can devote to getting stronger. To making a plan. Not to mention all of us who will be there to support you. Besides, you act as if you haven't already survived against him once. That definitely counts for something. This immediately brought a scowl to Harry's face. Dumb F. King Luck. Sirius, he said coldly. He'd just come back from what was essentially the dead. I'm not surprised he wasn't on the top of his game. I know what it was like years ago when he was at the height of his power. People died left and right, muggles and wizards alike. People were terrified of his name. They are still terrified of his name. Whenever it was spoken, he would appear like a grim reaper. That kind of fear is ridiculous. You remember the London massacre of 78. Sirius' expression darkened. Of course I remember, Harry, he said, not pleased that it had even been brought up. Your grandparents were killed in that fight, along with over 100 others. That incident was also what convinced your mum and dad to get married right away out of school and have you fairly shortly after. Life wasn't something people could take for granted anymore. Harry ducked his head apologetically. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring up bad memories. It's just you can't ignore that Voldemort had the skill and power to be able to take on so many at once and come out on top. I'm not saying he's all powerful. He lost that battle in the end once Dumbledore showed up, and very few of the Death Eaters escaped with their lives. Harry took a few breaths. He was feeling anxious. How could he not? I don't stand a chance right now, Sirius. Don't pretend I'm better than I am. Please. It's all right, Harry, said Sirius, wishing he wasn't just able to see his godson through a hand mirror. Harry was in a terrible situation. There was really no way around it either. After everything that had happened, the only way that Harry managed to cope was to train. To keep distracting himself with the idea that if he got stronger, he'd hopefully be able to protect the people he cared about, to see his future. What else could Sirius do but use that to keep him moving forwards? Harry had an incredible amount of willpower and would stop at nothing to see his friends safe, but there were times when Sirius wondered if he lost track of his own well-being. It was one of the big reasons that no matter how dire any situation seemed, Sirius still did his best to treat Harry like a kid. When appropriate, of course. Sorry, it just bothers me, he apologized. Well, you'd be crazy not to be bothered by it, agreed Sirius. Just don't let it take a hold of you. I'll remind you that even Dumbledore was a snot-nosed kid once. Please, he was born with that beard, Harry said with a small grin. I stand by what I said before you left, Sirius continued, smiling at the joke. I think you've got a ton of potential. Work your ass off and I know that you'll make it into the only one he ever feared club. Harry cracked a full smile at that. But don't forget to have fun too. You are 15 after all. I'm serious. I know you are. Dope, said Harry, eliciting a grin from the man. That joke just never gets old for you, does it? Not one bit. Thanks. Harry took his time heading down to dinner, his mind still full of thoughts from his conversation with Sirius earlier. His godfather was right. He was worrying about something he had no direct control over. What he could do was keep working to prepare. And so he would. That was all there was to it. Shaking such thoughts from his head, Harry focused on the room he was standing in. It was late, and not many people were still hanging around in the Great Hall to eat. Still, weekends were much more flexible about the students' eating habits and tended to be somewhat more free-form. Looking over at the Gryffindor table, Harry saw Angelina and Alicia sitting about a third of the way up. Katie must have still been in the hospital wing. Hey, mind if I join you? He asked, walking over to them. They both looked up, almost as if they were surprised to see that someone else other than themselves existed. Oh, hey, Harry, said Alicia, smiling at him slightly. You don't need to ask, you know. Sit wherever you want. Harry took a seat next to her, placing himself somewhat across from Angelina. What's wrong? He asked at once, his own smile slipping as he regarded the two girls. They certainly were lacking their usual playful air. Alicia especially. She was always pleasantly jovial about most things, and it was quite off-putting to see her like this. Not still thinking about practice, I hope. Don't worry, it'll all work out. No, it's not that, said Angelina with a shrug. Alicia and I have just been talking a bit about things, and it's made us a bit tired, I suppose. Like what? Angelina regarded him with narrowed eyes. You're prying, Potter, she said dangerously. Harry quickly put his hands up, feeling put out. Sorry. Why don't we tell him? Said Alicia, tilting her head to the side a bit. Angelina looked at her in surprise. You're kidding. Well, why not? Harry won't say anything, said Alicia. Plus I'll feel better if I complain to someone else other than you and Katie. Angelina just rolled her eyes and shrugged. Whatever. Said Harry warily, you really don't have to force yourselves. I was just hoping I could help you out a bit. Sure, they were friends of his, but they were also seventh-year girls and there wasn't a single one of them in the entire school that he was interested in pissing off. Boys. Harry looked over at Angelina in confusion. Sorry. Boys, Harry, she repeated, the telltale signs of her Quidditch captain Angelina attitude showing through. We're having problems with boys. Two in particular, added Alicia, who looked equally annoyed. Two very similar boys, with annoyingly similar qualities. Like being extremely secretive, and not spending time with us. And pretending like there isn't a problem. Harry was doing his best not to back away from them as they became progressively more incensed. Over the past year they've been getting distant. Not a lot at first, but it's so apparent now, and we have no idea why it's happening. You don't understand, Harry, said Angelina, avoiding his eyes when he turned to look at her. Over the summer and so far this year they've barely talked to us outside of practice and class. It's so much worse than it was last year. We used to talk all the time, school or not. The worst part is that we don't know what we did and they won't talk to us about any of it. Like there isn't a problem to begin with. When they do spend time with us, it's like nothing happened in the first place. It's frustrating. Staring at the two depressed girls, Harry suddenly felt a sinking sensation in the pit of his stomach. It couldn't be. Where do they go when they aren't in class or at practice? He found himself asking. Both girls shrugged. No idea, said Alicia. They've never felt like sharing it with us. Harry sighed heavily. Thinking about it, there was no doubt what was happening. It wasn't really his place to tell, but he wasn't about to let them suffer for the twins' distractedness. They're probably in their workshop, he said after a second, making the two girls look at him sharply. What workshop? They chorused. Well, they have to have one, don't they? He replied, looking between them. You know, the place where they make all of their joke products. The looks they were giving him were a sure sign that they hadn't been informed of the twins' ultimate objectives. So, they've decided that their joke items are more important than us. What did either of us do to deserve that? It was so much worse that Alicia was the one to say it. Angelina could have quite the temper about her, but Alicia was far more soft-spoken. It was due to that her words seemed to carry such weight to them. Not really, and nothing, I'm sure, said Harry hastily. He hesitated, but plowed on, albeit in a markedly hushed voice, it's always been their life dream to start a joke shop. They've put years and years into it. Who knows when they actually started it? It isn't right that they're being like that to either of you, but I don't think they can help it to an extent. Plus, he added, looking guiltily at the table, their recent behavior is most likely my fault. How? Asked Angelina after a few seconds. Alicia was watching him with a frown as well. Gave them my winnings from the tournament last year, he admitted. I assume it sped up their plans more than they ever dreamed. I can only imagine the kinds of things they can make now that they can get the ingredients they really want. 1,000 galleons probably goes a long way. Silence. Then, that's what's been going on, said Alicia blankly. Then she started laughing, leaning on the table for support. Angelina just slumped onto the table, leaning her chin on her arms. Thank goodness, she muttered. I was sure it was something we did. Turns out they were just being idiots. They can be a bit too obsessed for their own good, though that's what makes them brilliant, I suppose, mused Alicia. She stood up and gave Harry a quick squeeze around the shoulders. Thanks, Harry. We need to go find them and straighten this out. Angelina echoed her. Oh, wait, before you go. The girls turned to him curiously. Which one? They looked confused for a second before realizing what he was asking. Fred, said Alicia. George, said Angelina. At least we think so, they chorused. Harry laughed at that. Right, well, good luck then. He watched them go, their cheerful attitude back in full blast as they passed through the doors of the Great Hall. That was very nice of you, said a voice behind him. Harry jumped a bit and turned to find himself facing none other than Luna. She must have walked over from the Ravenclaw table, but whenever that had happened he had no idea. Oh, hey, Luna, how have you been? He asked. Her robes were open in a casual manner and her hair was done up in a weird loose braid that was hanging over her right shoulder, a product of idle hands as opposed to a conscious decision. I'm doing very well, thank you for asking, she replied with a nod. How about you? A bit crazy, but I'm managing, he shrugged. Hey, have you eaten yet? I still haven't managed it even though I've been here for a bit. Would you like to eat with me? Luna looked confused. You mean here? She asked, befuddled. Or at the Ravenclaw table, if that makes you more comfortable, he continued. It's not like there's a rule against it. You don't have to if you don't want to. Oh, no, I'd love to, thank you, she said with a bright smile, sitting down next to him at once. As they stocked their plates with food, Harry peppered Luna with questions about her classes and likes. It was interesting how once you got past the fact that she believed in a whole host of creatures that were more than likely to be imaginary, though, considering that magic actually existed in the world, who could really tell in the end? As well as some bizarre conspiracy theories, Luna was a fairly regular girl, albeit quirky. She liked dressing up, dancing, and singing. Her two favorite subjects were astronomy and ancient runes. In her spare time at the castle, she did a lot of wandering, looking for new and interesting things to either write about in a journal or sketch out on a piece of parchment. She also loved being a Ravenclaw and enjoyed learning new things of all sorts. Harry also found out that she only lived with her father. Her mother had died in a rather bad spell accident a couple years before she began attending Hogwarts. This was where her ability to see thestrals came from. "I'm really sorry to hear that," he said sadly when she brought it up. True, he had never known his mother, but he couldn't ever imagine how horrible it would be to actually have one and then lose her forever. "Yes, I still miss her quite a lot," said Luna, tracing small swirly lines through her remaining melted ice cream. "I get sad when I think about her. But I've got so much good to remember her by that I can't help but smile at the same time. She made me this, too," she added, pulling the butterbeer cap necklace out from under her shirt and holding it up for him to examine. Harry touched one of the caps and was shocked to find it incredibly soft, as if it were made of cotton or something even lighter. "What the?" "Mum charmed it so that it wouldn't feel like metal," she explained, tucking it away. "It's comfortable to wear, so I never take it off." "That's really nice," said Harry. "All I've got are a couple pictures to remember my mum by." "Well, remember isn't really the right word. More like acquaint myself with her image. I've heard she was nice, though." Harry had a good bit to remember his dad by. The cloak, the map, even his Patronus. But nothing of his mother's. What about the house they had been living in when Voldemort attacked? What had happened to the things there? Had they been discarded? Moved to his father's vault? Did someone else live there now? His past there nothing more than a story. Was the house even standing? What kind of power did a rebounded killing curse have, anyway? Why didn't anyone talk to him about these things? "Harry, is everything all right?" asked Luna. Harry shook his head and pulled himself back to reality. There was no point in dwelling on such things. There never was, really. What good would come of it, anyway? It was a fight against everyone and everything that he just wasn't willing to have. Luna was looking at him in obvious concern. "Yeah, I'm fine," he said quickly. The ceiling of the great hall was casting the orange glow of sunset over them. Looking around, Harry found that they were the last two people in the hall. How long had they been sitting there? Even everything on the tables had been cleaned up, only their plates were still there. "Shall we go? It's getting late." "Ah, all right," said Luna, looking a bit sad. "That was a fun conversation. I hope we can have another one soon." "Of course, it's not like we don't go to the same school," said Harry with a chuckle. Luna was nice, overwhelmingly pleasant and serene, though still fun to talk to about pretty much anything. She simply didn't see him as anything more than a boy who went to her school. It was an interesting feeling. He stopped in the middle of the entrance hall, looking out the doors to the grounds. When the weather was still somewhat warm like this, they didn't close until nearly curfew. "Hey, Luna." Luna turned back to him, one foot on the marble staircase. Yes. Even without those 3 classes he was now skipping, he still had a lot of work to get done. He also did his most intense spell-casting training in the late evening, not to mention Hermione would probably berate him a bit for being reckless with his work again. Yes, he really should get back to everything. Fortunately, he wasn't the most responsible person at times. "Want to go exploring?" One excited smile and a nod from the girl made it all worth it. Harry returned to the common room after midnight. He had ended up wandering the grounds with Luna until nearly 11 before either of them realized what time it was, and they knew they had to get back before anyone caught them lest they get detention. Harry got Luna back to her common room without incident, after which he went to the room to do some end-of-the-day spell casting, just to get it out of his system. It always felt quite good to let off some magic. Of course, he didn't go too far. He still needed to get back to the common room after all. At first glance the Gryffindor common room was empty, but a second look around revealed Ron and Hermione over in the seats by the fire. The reason he hadn't seen them was because Hermione was laying out on the couch with a book and Ron was actually on the floor in front of all the seats with his work spread out before him. The coffee table had been pushed out of the way. Or levitated, considering that it was solid oak. Heavy stuff. "Harry, there you are," said Hermione as she spotted him. She bookmarked her spot and sat up. Why were you out so late? I was practicing my casting, he said with a shrug. Feels good to let off a bit of steam. Sometimes I just want to blast something. Well, if you've got the energy, said Ron, not looking up from his work. It appeared that he finally got past his personal frustrations and was back to normal, which was certainly a relief. Dealing with him in a pissy mood was often more effort than it was worth. Harry saw that he was looking over the new star chart they all received the previous Wednesday in class. Hermione moved over, making space for him beside her. What are you working on, Ron? Astronomy, he grunted, tracing a constellation with his finger. The map mimicked his movement with a dark line that faded some after a few seconds. At least it's not an essay. I think my eyes are going to bleed. Merlin knows my fingers can barely hold a quill anymore. Ron, it's not that bad, countered Hermione, rolling her eyes at his back. He just gave her a dark look over his shoulder. And I've got more work than you do by far, so quit whining. Yeah, well, you're Hermione Bloody Granger, aren't you? He said in annoyance. How on earth am I supposed to compare to something like that? You aren't stupid, Ron. She shot, hitting him with her book. You just lack motivation. Hard to get motivated when you've got someone like Umbridge teaching a class of yours, he said, leaning back on his hands. We might as well take lessons from a brick. At least the brick would be less irritating. Gives 3 times the defense too. Harry snorted in mirth, and Ron cracked a grin. Even Hermione couldn't help but smile slightly. Seriously though, he said, eyes moving between the two of them, we'll never survive with that toad teaching us. Not with you-know-who running about on the sly. Also, his eyes darkened a bit, his Death Eaters are going to be fully trained wizards. Even bad ones could take care of a student without too much difficulty. We'll get better with time, sure, but all we've got is a bunch of years in shoddy defense classes. We need to figure out what to do about this. I agree, said Hermione at once. Harry nodded as well. At least Voldemort was only one enemy. Death Eaters were another matter entirely. It was just like what he had read about the First War. Voldemort was the driving force, but it was his Death Eaters who caused the vast majority of the damage. I've been giving it a lot of thought lately, continued Hermione, but there isn't much we can do at all. Fudge is too wrapped up in keeping Dumbledore from training a potential personal combat force to take over his power, regardless of how insane that notion actually is. And when it comes to us specifically, there's a big difference between trying to learn something on your own with no direction and having a proper teacher. Considering our strengths, none of us would get much out of it. Except you, that is, Harry. Harry looked over at her in surprise. What makes you say that? He asked curiously. Well, you are good at defense, mate, said Ron, almost as an afterthought. He was still focusing on his star chart. You pick stuff up pretty quickly. Not to mention all the extra stuff you do now. I suppose, he said with a shrug, noncommittal. Hermione just rolled her eyes. Harry would deny being proficient at breathing if someone told him he was good at it. Never mind, it doesn't help if you're the only one who picks things up naturally. Anyway, she said, shaking her head. I'll give the problem some more thought once I've gotten my workload to something more manageable. I'm sure there's a way to get around this, we just need to find it. Done, said Ron happily, sitting back to admire his work. Harry and Hermione looked over in interest only to laugh and sigh respectively. Contrary to what they had been assuming, Ron hadn't been doing any work whatsoever. Instead, he'd drawn an elaborate cock and balls taking up most of the chart. Honestly, what else should they have expected? You just had to say it couldn't get any worse, didn't you? You make it sound like it's my fault this happened. Besides, Harry's the one with the rotten luck. Blame him. Right bag of laughs you are, Ron. It was Monday morning. The students were digging into their breakfasts, moods ranging from eager to be at the school to miserable at the start of another busy week, and the post owls had just delivered a bombshell of news right on their heads. Harry currently had his head on the table, turned to the side as he regarded his appalled friend going through the offending article for a 4th time. He could easily make out the headline on the front page of the Prophet. Ministry seeks educational reform. Dolores Umbridge appointed first ever High Inquisitor. Can someone explain to me why the minister is able to pass such crap? He asked from the table. I mean, isn't there supposed to be a board of governors that oversee stuff about the school? Of course there is, they're in Fudge's pocket as well, said Hermione, sipping from her juice. She had calmed down considerably since the first time seeing the article. Well, she amended, looking thoughtful, they're in Lucius Malfoy's pocket. He's the one with all the money in the end. It still amazes me how rich they must be to be able to enact such control. They had a clear shot of Malfoy reigning supreme over the immediate area. By now all of the upper years who wouldn't bend to his political power simply because he was too young had graduated. It might have been more accurate at this point to just assume he basically ran the whole house. Can you imagine what you could get if you actually had money like that? Said Ron, looking into his goblet speculatively. I mean, forget about that political crap, you could start your own professional Quidditch team and have them all ride firebolts. You could even give them spares. Hermione completely ignored him while Harry just shrugged. Ron had no idea exactly how wealthy Harry was, and he honestly hoped the redhead never found out. We should be heading to class soon, said Hermione, folding her paper with a shake of her head. She placed it on the table grimly. It's obvious that Umbridge can only observe one teacher at a time, and there are multiple years for her to choose from as well, but it'd be best if we were extra careful, at least until she's finished with them, whenever that may be. I'd rather not give her a reason to get us in trouble. Probably a good idea, said Ron sadly, looking at the remaining food around him. With luck she'll be at History of Magic and get Bins fired. Or banished. Don't really know how that would work actually. Purified. As Ron grabbed his stuff and began heading out of the Great Hall, Hermione stopped next to Harry who hadn't moved. Harry, are you all right? She asked. Yeah, I'm fine, my own, he mumbled, head still on the table. You go on ahead, and I'll catch up, all right? Are you sure? She said with a frown. I can wait. Nah, go ahead and get good seats, I'll get up in a few. Hermione looked like she wanted to argue but decided against it, patting Harry on the shoulder for a second before heading after Ron. Harry waited until she was gone before dragging the prophet over to him and sitting up. He had already gone through the article after Hermione first read it. Now his eyes just caught pieces of it. The Ministry of Magic passed new legislation giving itself an unprecedented level of control at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry laws to effect improvements at the Wizarding School. How Dolores Umbridge came to be appointed to the teaching staff, revolutionizing the teaching of defense against the dark arts. Hogwarts High Inquisitor new phase in the Minister's plan. Controversial staff appointments which have included the hiring of Werewolf, Remus Lupin, Half-Giant, Rubeus Hagrid, and delusional ex-Auror, Mad-Eye Moody. That Albus Dumbledore is no longer up to the task of managing the prestigious school of Hogwarts. Harry looked up from the article, watching the dwindling students in the hall absently as he let his mind wander. How could things have gotten to such a point? From what he heard, Dumbledore had been able to find a new defense professor every year for decades, as increasingly difficult as it must have gotten. Why was it now that he suddenly couldn't? Perhaps Voldemort's return was causing more problems with the headmaster than he originally thought. Led by Fudge, the ministry would surely crumble once Voldemort began making bolder moves, particularly with so many Death Eaters placed in strong positions in the ministry itself. Lucius Malfoy was likely just the tip of the iceberg on that front. He also couldn't help but wonder if his confrontation with Umbridge the previous Monday had anything to do with how quickly things were happening. 1 week had passed and Umbridge obtained a great amount of power. Would it stop there? Unlikely, judging from her personality. Getting up, Harry made his way to the entrance hall only to hear an owl's call from behind him. He grinned as he grabbed an errant piece of bacon from a plate, holding up his arm to allow Hedwig a perch. She landed lightly, her talons grasping him firmly but not cutting into his robes at all. Hey, girl, how was the trip? He said, holding out the bacon. Hedwig gave a cheery hoot and took the offered snack at once. I know, I like her a lot too, agreed Harry, walking into the entrance hall. Did she not write back? At once Hedwig held out her leg which had a minuscule package with a letter on it. It was about the size of his thumbnail, no wonder he hadn't noticed it immediately. Oh, that's clever. He detached the parcel carefully and held it up in front of his eyes where he could read a tiny Harry on it. About to pull his wand to cancel the shrinking charm, he decided against it, stowing the minuscule parcel in a pocket. He could open it later. Hedwig gave him another hoot, much louder this time. She was giving him pointed looks, unfurling her wings restlessly. A pleasant breeze was passing through the doors to the grounds, which certainly looked inviting. Harry chuckled and scratched her head a bit. All right, let's have some fun outside. But just an hour. I've got stuff I need to get done. Harry, what happened? You weren't at History of Magic, said Hermione the moment she sat beside him in potions. As he hadn't attended his previous class, he was able to get to the potions classroom quite early, nabbing an excellent seat near the back. Ron, who now couldn't sit next to Hermione as it was only 2 students to a table, took the table in front of them, which was empty. Wasn't like he missed much, he said groggily, clearly still recovering from a deep nap. Not like you would know. You weren't even awake for his greeting, responded Hermione scathingly. What would happen if I didn't lend you my notes this year like I have been doing? Are you willing to risk that? We'd fail our OWLs, said Ron at once. If you want that on your conscience. It's all right, Hermione, I won't be asking you for your notes in that class, said Harry, cutting the rest of Ron's sentence off. Though I wouldn't mind the help every now and then like usual. Still dreadfully boring no matter what angle I come at it from. Why would you do that? Asked Ron, looking at Harry like he was mad. Hermione writes the best notes there is. Unless you found someone else's that are halfway decent. Older student. About to answer, Harry cut himself off as Snape entered the room, effectively ending all other conversations that had been happening as well. Settle down, he said evenly, though the call to order was wholly unnecessary. We will begin shortly, however, first I will return to you your essays from the previous week. Have today's homework ready to be turned into me as I come around with your papers. As the students complied, Snape moved through the room, swiftly exchanging the graded papers for their most recent ones. Hermione smiled as she took her own, clearly pleased with her grade. Harry stared at the back of his overturned essay for a few seconds before flipping it over. There in an upper corner was a large, spiky black D. He suppressed the urge to slam his head into the table. The paper had been a hard one to write, more so than any other he had previously done for Snape. Still, he had felt that his work was at least worth a passing grade. Harry glanced over at Hermione, who was trying to subtly look at what he got as well. Not really feeling up for it, he just passed the paper over to her, making her blink in surprise. I have awarded the grades you would have received had this been work you presented for your OWL, said Snape with his usual smirk, though this time there seemed to be no humor behind it, merely disdain. If you were all to take the examination right now, these grades would be a fairly accurate approximation of what you would receive. He moved to the head of the room and turned to face them, eyes regarding them coldly. The general standard of this homework was abysmal. Though this is not a full representation of what the OWL contains, you will be asked to detail your knowledge about some specific item, be it a potion, an antidote, or even a single ingredient. Failure to do so will cripple your grade on the written exam. I expect a much larger effort on all of your parts with regard to this week's essay on the varieties of venom antidotes. Harry ignored Malfoy's general taunting of the students who failed and kept his eyes on the potion's master. He knew Hermione was trying to meet his eyes as well. Now, continued Snape, for the next few lessons we will be working on the strengthening solution. As the name implies, it enhances the drinker's physical strength by focusing on magically bolstering the muscles. Note that this is a temporary effect and will leave the drinker in a small period of weakness afterward from the exertion. Potions that induce permanent body changes are controlled substances by the ministry and usually are only commonly seen in medical wards to aid in patient recovery. As usual, I warn you to be careful with your ingredients, as any mistakes could lead to causing the body a great deal of harm instead of enhancement. The instructions are on the board. Begin. Determined to do his best, Harry made sure to triple-check every line of the instructions as he completed them, tuning everything else out to focus. Fortunately, Malfoy did not decide to throw around hexes like the previous Monday, and overall the lesson ended without incident. Well, that wasn't so bad, said Hermione, as they walked back to lunch together. Harry shrugged and Ron said nothing. Undeterred, she kept going. I mean, the potion wasn't nearly as complicated as the last one. I think Professor Snape was just trying to scare us all with that one. How'd you do on the homework? Asked Harry, curiosity getting the better of him. Two forces waged war in the potions classroom, Snape's loathing of Gryffindor and Hermione's unbounded brilliance. Snape certainly did nothing to go out of the way for any of the Gryffindor students' grades, and with Hermione actually being extremely competent, there was a good chance that Snape graded her more harshly than anyone else in their year. So the question was, which was more powerful? Hermione's brains or Snape's gitness? A tough thing to guess with both so high. I did well enough, she said evasively. Ron just let out a sound of disbelief. She got an O. Harry, what else do you think she got? He said. She gets top marks on everything, even Snape's crap. It's not like I expect top grades, you know, she said at once, taking her usual seat between the two boys at the Gryffindor table. I just do my best and get what I get. Which is better than anything we've likely gotten, I reckon, came a voice from behind them. Fred and George had pulled up beside them. What are you talking about? Snape's the harshest grader ever, complained Ron at once. On top of that, he hates everything living. Something tells me he'd just give us bad grades even if we were good. And how did you do on the homework? Asked George. Got a P, said Ron with a grimace. Not so surprising, I suppose, but how am I to know if it's because I didn't do that well or if it's because Snape's a raging git? Well, if Hermione can still manage to get top marks even with Snape probably doing his best to find a reason not to grade her so well, then I suppose it would be on us, said Fred with a shrug. Fortunately, we stopped caring about Snape's grades years ago, added George. Probably would have gone bald from the stress if we hadn't, agreed Fred. What do you mean? Said Hermione quickly, looking between them. The idea of not caring about doing well in a class was simply crazy. Come off it, Hermione, said Fred, crossing his arms. We each got 3 OWLs. Do you really think that school holds anything for us anymore? I'm still surprised we actually decided to come back for our final year. In the end, we figured Mum wouldn't be able to handle it if we just dropped out, said George with a shrug. Not after what's been happening with Percy at any rate. Besides, Hogwarts is an excellent place to do some market research. We won't get a chance like this again. Hermione frowned heavily but said nothing, exchanging a look with Harry. One of the only arguments between them all year was centered around this very thing. Fred and George were developing more complex and downright incredible items for their joke shop and were testing them on students in Gryffindor House. Hermione was completely against it while Harry was more on the side of supporting them. After a long debate, as well as a discussion with the twins, they had reached a compromise where Hermione wouldn't report them to Professor McGonagall for their actions. Basically, it let the twins do what they wanted so long as they made sure to do all the dangerous testing on themselves first and prove to Hermione that anything that was going to be tested with a large group was already safe. But what are you going to do once you graduate? Asked Hermione, coming back to the problem that she always arrived at when this discussion came up. She was one of the few who actually knew of their post-Hogwarts plans. If you want to go through with this, then you're going to need so much money to get started. I'm not one to dissuade someone from a dream, but you need to be realistic. That's just a lot of gold to come up with and maintain, I assume, as well. While Hermione had phrased her comment to Fred, George had caught Harry's eyes and the subtle shake of his head. He looked pointedly at Ron before resuming his lunch. Ask us no questions and we'll tell you no lies, Hermione, said George. He nudged his brother. Come on, Fred, let's get back to the common room. Cheers, you lot. They started walking away before Fred stopped and turned back. Ah, I forgot to mention, we just had an inspected lesson, he said in a quieter voice, getting their attention at once. Charms. After talking to Flitwick for a bit, Umbridge just kind of prowled around and asked questions to some students about how the classes were. It seemed innocent enough, but the way that she was asking her questions really made it look like she was digging for trouble. Phrasing things in pretty negative ways. Course, It wasn't really an issue because it was charms, ya know. Flitwick's a great professor no matter how you look at it. Anyway, just giving you the heads up. She'll lock onto anyone who will give her dirt whether it's true or not. He gave them a nod and rejoined George, the duo continuing out of the great hall. Bloody fantastic, said Ron, glancing over at the high table. Umbridge was still there, unlike most of the other teachers. Odds were she was going to observe another class after lunch. Classes with the Slytherins are going to be nightmares if she shows up. With any luck though, it won't happen. Yeah, said Harry grimly. He was worried about the exact same thing, but particularly about care of magical creatures. The only 3 classes he had with the Slytherins were potions, transfiguration, and care of magical creatures. The first 2 were safe simply because of who was teaching them. There was no way that Umbridge could threaten either Snape or McGonagall. Hagrid, on the other hand, was not the most tactful person ever, nor did he tend to follow logic that applied to regular-sized people. Things were just too small to the half-giant for him to take them as seriously as others did. Unfortunately, most of those things happened to be lethal, and there was no doubt that Umbridge, bigot that she was, would do everything in her power to get Hagrid the sack. Hermione saw the look that he was giving his food and nudged him. Hagrid, she asked softly. Harry nodded, glad that she understood as well. Don't worry, Harry, we'll make sure he doesn't do anything to put himself at risk with her around. She looked at her watch and then grabbed her bag. Still 25 minutes until 4th period, but I'm going to head to class anyway. Will you walk with me? What? Sure, said Harry at once. Ron, still eating, he said through a bite of food. Swallowing, he continued, I'll see you at defense. I'm going to head out to the pitch this period. All right. Leaving their plates where they were, Harry and Hermione walked out of the Great Hall, heading up the marbled steps in the direction of the Ancient Runes classroom. I'm glad Ron didn't come. I wanted to talk to you alone, began Hermione as they finally entered the classroom. It was deserted, as it was still well before the next class. About what? Asked Harry at once. Your essay, she replied, making Harry's mood drop. It's just one paper. Hermione, it's no big deal, he said quickly, waving it away. I don't think so, she said with a frown. Professor Snape isn't grading you fairly. I read your paper during class. It's worth at least an A, maybe even better depending on what they're looking for. He's just weighing the things you do wrong so much more heavily than anything you do right. Really? Harry looked at her in confusion. I mean, I know that Snape hasn't been grading me fairly for a while, but an E. Even a low one. Hermione couldn't help but grin a bit. Harry, you act like you're supposed to be unintelligent. Is it really so difficult to think that you might actually do well on an assignment? Well, considering my standard. You work so far below your ability, it's unbelievable, the girl interrupted in a flat voice. And don't give me that crap about how you aren't that good, it's stupid and I don't believe it for a second. Harry just crossed his arms. What's your point, Hermione? She poked him in the chest, hard enough to make him take a small step back. That you can do really well, and you should be proud of that, she said firmly. Honestly, what's the harm in succeeding? Not everyone likes seeing me succeed, said Harry with a frown, evading the question. What about you? Hermione looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? Well, how would you feel if I started beating you at something you took so much pride in? He asked, leaning against one of the tables. If I started taking the #1 spot in the year. You've held it going on your 5th straight year now. Don't tell me you aren't attached to it. I'd stop being your friend, of course. Harry looked at her so sharply he cricked his neck. Rubbing it, he found himself presented with a silently giggling Gryffindor, eyes watching him in mirth. Hey, it isn't funny, he said with a glare. Hermione only continued to giggle. Oh, Harry, you've got no idea, do you? She said, shaking her head. I might be better than you when it comes to writing papers, constructing ideas in an academic manner, and presenting them in a similar way. I might also be better than you at the theoretical sides of magic too. My head is just filled with books and books of useless information that I can't help but find fascinating. And yet, she trailed off, looking at him with a small grin, I've never once been able to outperform you when it came to this. She pulled out her wand and to his surprise, tossed it to him. He caught it deftly, spinning it through his fingers out of habit. There was a moment when he felt like his magic and the magic in the wand were scoping each other out, determining if they were worth more to one another than just a body and a stick of wood. Then it was gone, and he was aware of one thing for sure. Your wand doesn't like me much, he said with a grin. And I feel like it just stuck its tongue out at me. Very funny, said its owner, doing very much the same. My point is that you've always been more adept with practical sides of magic than I ever have. The past few years have really shown it. I really don't know about that, he said wryly. I seem to remember a lot of struggling to get things to work out with my life on the line constantly. And you work well under pressure too, added Hermione. You need an example. Last year you struggled with summoning charms, and after a few days' practice you summoned something from an extremely unreasonable distance like it was nothing. How about the fact that recently you've been casting some things without actually saying anything? Are you even aware of it? Non-verbal spell casting isn't something we'd be covering until next year. Casting a Patronus is a third year. She folded her arms in satisfaction, taking in Harry's somewhat taken aback expression. I can keep going, you know. I don't think you've noticed, but I've never beaten you at casting after second year. New stuff maybe, but you always overtake me by a wide margin after a little practice. Not that I'm unskilled myself, of course, she added. Of course, said Harry with a small grin. He gave Hermione's wand a wave, shooting a small red spark further into the room before following it with another spark, this time yellow. It's a bit odd, but I suppose I could manage if I had to. Want to give mine a try? Ollivander actually told me that my new wand probably wouldn't work well for anyone except me, but I can't help but be curious about it. Hermione nodded, walking over as Harry drew the wand from the holster on his right arm. At this, Hermione looked at him in confusion. Harry, aren't you right-handed? Oh, I've been practicing casting with my left hand, he explained, holding the dark wand out to her. The red swirls in it were catching the light from the room sharply. In case my right arm or hand ever gets injured in a fight. That way I can still properly defend myself or others. Today is the first day that I'm doing it full time. That's actually not a bad idea, if you can manage it, she said speculatively, taking his wand. Almost immediately her eyebrows shot up. Harry, what on earth is with this thing? What do you mean? He asked, finding her reaction more interesting than anything. He took the wand back from her and put it away, returning her own. She sighed in relief the moment her own wand came in contact with her skin, almost as if it were reassuring her that it was still there. I'm not sure, it just didn't feel right. I'd rather not cast anything with your wand unless I absolutely had to. What's in there anyway? You really want to know? At her nod he continued, it's actually got basilisk venom in it. Basilisk? Are you serious? Sure am. By how does that even work? It's a liquid for one. And how could wood contain something so corrosive? Harry just shrugged. Ollivander's probably the only one who could answer that. Anyway, I should go. People should be showing up soon, I reckon. All right, said Hermione with a nod, though she clearly wanted to talk more about his wand. Thanks for keeping me company, I'll see you in defense. Right, he said evasively, making his way out of the classroom. Still not looking forward to that chat. Unfortunately, he had barely made it into the hall before someone collided with him, causing them to go down in a heap. A few minutes earlier, I still don't understand exactly why that works, said Daphne, frowning in confusion. You're thinking about the runes separately, said Tracy, shaking her head. The moment they are placed in any sort of combination, you need to consider how their meanings will influence one another and thereby change the overall effects of the cluster. I'll show you on the board when we get there. I understand that, it's the changing effects I still don't really have down. You'll get it eventually, said Tracy with a shrug. Besides, she broke off as voices floated into the hall. It sounded like a couple people were chatting in the Ancient Runes classroom and had forgotten to shut the door. Never once been able to outperform you when it came to this, came a female voice which they instantly recognized as Hermione Granger. They moved closer and stopped a little outside the door, listening to the conversation. Your wand doesn't like me much, said an amused male voice. Harry Potter. And I feel like it just stuck its tongue out at me. Very funny, said Hermione. My point is that you've always been more adept with practical sides of magic than I ever have. The past few years have really shown it. Now there was an uncommon occurrence. It was likely that Hermione Granger admitting someone was better than her at anything was something no one had ever heard of until now. I really don't know about that, said Harry, voice dry. I seem to remember a lot of struggling to get things to work out with my life on the line constantly. Daphne couldn't help but smirk a bit as he said this. What? Asked Tracy quietly, looking at her in curiosity. Well, it is a bit funny how Potter always seems to be in some sort of mortal peril at least a dozen odd times during the school year, she said, chortling quietly. That's not even counting last year with the Tri-Wizard tournament. That dragon was terrifying. Yeah, he does seem to have the worst luck, agreed Tracy, still listening to the Gryffindors talk. No, that would be you, stuck with him in his detention. Tracy just stuck her tongue out at her friend, catching something interesting in what she'd just heard. Did you hear that? Potter got a new wand. I wonder what happened to his old one. No idea. Must have broken it, said Daphne with a shrug, tuning them out in favor of paying more attention to her friend. Maybe it happened in that incident he mentioned. What are you grinning at? Tracy said warningly. She knew that grin. Daphne's grin just got wider. Was remembering how peeved you were when Granger went with Crumb to the Yule Ball and you asked some other Bulgarian just to make yourself feel better, she said, confirming Tracy's suspicion that Daphne was just being an ass. It was a crush, what did you expect? Shot Tracy indignantly. Besides, at least I had a date. You ended up going by yourself in the end. Daphne's grin turned into a glare immediately. It wasn't like she had wanted to go alone. She gave her friend a push. What could I do? Nobody asked me, she shot back, hating herself for even admitting it. Tracy just shoved back playfully. That's what you get for being soulless, she said with a smirk. Should have thought about that the moment you decided to be eternally antisocial. Stupid bee. Owned, grumbled Daphne, turning her back on her friend. Tracy just grinned before giving Daphne a big shove, just as a person emerged from the room. Wah! They went down in a heap, Daphne on top, Harry on the bottom. It took all of Tracy's self-control not to burst out laughing. She looked over at the door to see Hermione emerging, watching them in a mix of concern and amusement, her eyes flickering to Tracy for a second. Harry, you all right down there? She asked. Harry said nothing while Daphne groaned a bit, pushing herself up slightly. Damn it, Tracy, you prat, she said in annoyance, rubbing her head, eyes still closed. It hurt savagely after colliding with Potter's own head. Thankfully she was better off than he was, as he potentially might have hit the back of his head on the stone floor as well. I'm sorry, Daph, I didn't mean to make you fall, apologized Tracy, giving her friend a sheepish look. Got a bit carried away. Daphne grumbled silently and pushed herself back to her feet while Potter scrambled to his feet the moment she was off of him. Your face is red, Harry. Did you hit your head hard? I can fix it for you if you want. The irritation he felt at Hermione's words was quite plain on his face. I'm fine, I'll see you later, he said quickly, turning his back on them and walking off at a steady pace. The three girls watched him in silence until he was out of sight. Hermione just shook her head and turned to go back into the classroom before stopping and looking over at the other two. They were staring at her, completely baffled. What? Nothing, they said together. Daphne winced as her head throbbed. Ah, I'll take care of that for you. I didn't mean to chase Harry away before I could fix him up either, said Hermione, pulling out her wand. She lightly tapped Daphne on the head, saying clearly, Alivo. In a few seconds the slight swelling had faded, along with the pain. Thanks, said Daphne, rubbing the now healed spot. Hermione nodded and re-entered the classroom. Bizarre, muttered Tracy, watching the place where the Gryffindor was standing a moment ago. Seeing Hermione Granger do anything but be academic was rare to say the least. Who would have thought Granger could be a normal girl? Let's just go inside before something else stupid happens, said Daphne, walking inside the classroom. Tracy just shrugged and followed. Meanwhile, Harry was trying to find a place to relax and read Tonk's letter. Poking his head into a classroom and finding it blissfully empty, he ducked into the room and locked the door with his wand. Not very secure, but it would do for the time being. He pulled out the tiny parcel Tonks sent him and returned it to its normal size. Leaving the wrapped package alone, which from the feel and weight he assumed was a book, Harry sat on a desk and flipped the letter over to find words there he hadn't seen before. Silence the room. Feeling a sudden sense of dread, Harry quickly silenced the door and finished with a weak privacy ward he didn't have much practice in. No sooner had he done that did the letter begin to grow hot, forcing him to drop it on the next desk over. He watched as the letter began to smolder and eventually the envelope burnt away, leaving a very red letter behind. Oh, you've got to be kidding. While the letter righted itself and folded neatly into the shape of a mouth, Harry braced himself. Hey, Harry, how's it going? It said in a totally conversational voice. Harry just watched the thing, slack-jawed. I was actually planning on shouting at you for getting yourself cursed on day one, but I got over it by the time I ended up writing this and decided against it. Pretty damn pissed at my dear cousin as well, but he'll get his later. I was so close to sending you a howler, you have no idea how worried I was. Oh wait, this is a howler, never mind. Harry just rolled his eyes. Yeah, that was Tonks all right. The howler spell is actually pretty interesting. You enchant the paper to speak in your voice and can adjust the volume. Only people started realizing how loud it could actually go and then started using it for sending angry letters. There was also that side effect of it turning the paper red, and that bit that if you put too much anger into it, the letter kind of goes ballistic at the end and explodes, or something equally destructive and suicidal. Now that's all it's used for. Interesting So here I am, doing my letter by having it just chat with you. For the record though, you should avoid these things in general. They can backfire badly and it's so loud. The letter seemed to crumple a bit in a wince before resuming. Anyway, I was so happy to get your letter. I never wrote much when and since I've graduated the only mail I get is bills and the random ministry drivel. Sorry for not responding right away too. I'm not really used to getting mail, so I wanted to do this properly. First off, I won't bite your head off for calling me Nim anymore, alright? You just have to promise to make sure no one ever hears you. Like, ever. It's a you and me thing, got it? Harry shuddered at the unspoken promise of pain but smiled all the same. It's rubbish that you have to put up with ignorant schoolmates, but it's just like when we were in Diagon Alley. They're not worth listening to at all, and eventually they'll know they were wrong. Try not to curse any of them out of annoyance, though I'm sure it's super tempting. Just stick to your friends and keep cheerful, that'll make me feel better at least. I really miss training with you, it was a lot of fun. When it comes to Umbridge, well, she's in there to push Fudge's agenda, and that means nothing good for anyone at all. Just do your best to keep your head down around her from now on. I doubt she can cause you too much damage for now, but she can certainly make your life really difficult, and if any of the professors are forced to cover for you to keep you from getting expelled, it'll likely land them in hot water instead. Considering that Dumbledore definitely won't let you leave the safety of Hogwarts, I'd bet the chances of something happening are a lot higher than you'd originally think. Not that I'm saying I expect you to cause people trouble, just be mindful. Merlin, look at me, I'm rambling like crazy here. Speaking of training, how has that been going? Padfoot said that you've been working hard, and I was wondering what you were doing in particular. Where did you find a place to train anyway? Old abandoned classroom. There are plenty of unused parts of the castle these days, I suppose. I might have frequented a number of them myself when I was off having fun. Get your mind out of the gutter, Potter, I know it went there. The letter mouth actually stuck out its tongue at him. On a completely separate note, I have to come visit you. Are you up for spending some time together on the second Hogsmeade weekend? Should be around Halloween if I'm remembering the spacing right. Just tell me the exact weekend and I promise I'll be there. By the way, don't feel bad about telling me your worries. I'll be using you when I need someone to talk to anyway. Make sure your next letter has girl drama in it. Had any encounters lately? Any potential prospects in the making? Tell me. Seriously. Gossip in the ore department is non-existent. Lots of love, Tonks. About to grab the letter, he stopped as it continued talking. P.S. Totally forgot about the package I attached. It's my standard ore book. I suppose you could call it a training manual if you really want to. Got a whole bunch of stuff in there that is fairly restricted to my position. They're obviously only given to ores. If you ever leave the force, you need to return it. I have a more advanced one as well, which I won't mind lending to you. Just make absolutely sure no one knows you have it. If you're reading it outside, just disguise it or something. I could get into a ton of trouble for letting you see it. Anyway, I hope it helps you improve. Instead of self-destructing in a particularly violent way like Howlers normally did, the red letter unfolded itself back into a normal piece of parchment with Tonks' distinct handwriting on it. Harry just blinked, watching it silently. The mesh of random thoughts and words that had ended up being spoken were all there. Even the little face that had its tongue stuck out at him. Harry began laughing cheerfully, stowing the wrapped package into his bag to open later. He was certainly looking forward to going through that book. Half because it would definitely be filled with really useful spells and strategies, and half because he wondered exactly what the Ministry said to its ore force. It was sure to be enlightening no matter what it contained. Harry broke the spells on the door before heading out to the room. He had the remainder of the afternoon and into the evening to work on his classwork, train, and begin reading through the manual Tonks had just given him. He also wanted to write Tonks back before the end of the day and send that off. There was no need for him to grab anything as the room would provide it all. It wasn't until he was turning onto the 7th floor corridor that a confusing thought struck him. How was he able to do his work in the room when everything the room created vanished the moment he left the threshold? Just the way food would disappear from a person's body, wouldn't the ink on a piece of parchment vanish as well if the ink itself was provided by the room? And the parchment itself, for that matter. Harry slowed to a stop a number of feet away from the blank stretch of wall with a frown. He had been doing almost all of his homework using materials from the room for the past week. How was this possible? Well, if I can take it out, then that means that someone put it in there to begin with, or just left it there, he reasoned, scratching his chin as he regarded the room's hidden entrance. Let's be reasonable here, I can't have been the only person to have found the room since it was made. It's been here for 1,000 years. People must have accidentally or even purposely left some things there after all this time. Now curious, Harry walked the stretch of wall asking for one thing. A room filled with the things people had left in the room over the years. Of course, he had no idea what he was getting himself into. What the? He said in shock as the door closed and vanished behind him. Spread out before him was a room as wide as the great hall that stretched into the distance, absolutely packed with random things. Mountains of books, clothing, furniture, and who knew what else were all packed together into what looked like rows of low shelves and tables that had simply overflowed, not unlike a sort of library. Where the bloody hell am I? Harry couldn't help but ask aloud. Movement to his right caught his attention as a sign made of small metal pieces began to build itself from the ground up. He knew it wasn't a part of the room as the it made things materialize out of thin air, never like this. The contraption must have been another thing that belonged to this room, something someone left behind. Welcome to the room of hidden things. Harry stared at the words before turning back to the room. Hidden things, it made a lot of sense actually. Anyone looking for a place to stash something and who happened upon this room would think it was the perfect place. Of course, only those who actually knew about the room would likely be able to get back into it to retrieve their items. Now, after all this time, who knew what treasures this room hid? He glanced at the sign to his side and saw that it had an addition to its original message. Have fun. Oh, I will, thanks, said Harry in amusement, walking off in a random direction. There was no need for him to pick anything up that he was interested in. The moment he knew it existed in the room, he could just ask for it whenever, and the room would dutifully provide it, given that he remembered it was there. He passed a large shelf stuffed with jewelry and odd feathered hats, took a right turn, and continued through a section almost entirely made up of old books. Following that was a table filled with corked potion bottles. Toys, a basket filled with socks, something that he was almost positive was an old car tire from decades back. Harry continued moving about, occasionally stopping to check something out. He wasn't worried about getting lost. The room would help him find the exit if he needed it to. The mind-boggling part was that almost everything here was likely magical in some way. Wizarding things were often enchanted for one reason or another. A ring that would grow slightly warm when close to poisons. Glasses that could see through certain materials. Clothing spelled not to rip or tear. Tools spelled to never wear. Books charmed to last for centuries. And he had absolutely no way of determining what any of this stuff had been enchanted with. Honestly, it made walking around the room more than potentially dangerous. There were no doubt harmful things in here. Which brought him back to the reason he was still wandering around, looking at things closely. There was something here. He could feel it, almost like a pull at his whole body. Or was he pulling at it? It was so faint, but it was certainly something. A familiar something, though he couldn't place it. He moved through the aisles carefully, not wanting to possibly miss what could be causing it, his eyes passing over item after item. A right turn, a left, then straight. He was getting closer. It was stronger now, and there it was, less than 10 feet away. Harry froze as his eyes rested on what was without a doubt causing the strange reaction. It was a sort of tiara, resting in an open blue felt box next to a chipped bust of a particularly ugly warlock. He slowly drew closer, the air seeming to become thicker, heavier almost. As he moved forward, he could make out more about it. The tiara was certainly old and faded, very much so, but it seemed to be made of a mixture of something that looked gold at one angle and silver at another. There was a large oval sapphire at its heart and an eagle's head protruding from the top, looking to one side. Harry suddenly realized that the entire front of the tiara was actually the bird's wings spread wide. 2 feet away. He blinked. When had he gotten this close? It was still calling to him. No. He was calling to it. He had to be. So close now. Words were inscribed onto the bottom. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. But wait, wasn't that half a foot? He needed to touch it. Grab it. Seize it. Take it back. Harry suddenly wrenched his hand away from it so harshly he fell back into the table behind him, sending a host of random objects scattering. He was breathing heavily, as if he had just sprinted as hard as he could. He pushed off from the table and tried his best to stand straight upright, his eyes finding the tiara almost at once. There was a darkness about it now, like it had developed a second skin, distorting its image to his eyes. And he wanted it. It belonged to him. But he'd never seen the thing before in his life, so how was that even possible? A sharp pulse moved within him, making him gasp. Gah! He staggered, falling to one knee as he used the table's edge to keep him from falling flat on his face. His whole body was searing hot, so much so that it was a wonder he wasn't burning fingerprints into the wooden surface. Hissing in discomfort, he pushed himself away from the table forcefully, causing himself to trip backwards into the shelf behind. A number of items tumbled to the floor, but Harry barely paid them any mind, eyes still fixed directly ahead. There was the tiara, sitting in the blue velvet box, looking as innocent as a newborn. He could still feel the mutual pull between himself and the thing, begging to be brought together. What the hell had happened to him? The sapphire seemed to gleam in the light of the room. There was despair, and Harry couldn't tell if it was the tiara's or his own. Using the shelves to steady himself, Harry forcefully moved off around a bend at least few dozen feet away from the tiara, where he found a door to what he recognized as the room he used to study in. The door snapped shut and vanished behind him, immediately cutting off the faint lingering connection between him and the tiara. He sunk into a chair with a sigh of relief. He was already managing much better. Dangerous. The tiara was incredibly dangerous. What would have happened if he had actually touched the thing? Would he even have survived? And those words. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. Harry knew those words well. Luna often sing-songed them lightly whenever someone mentioned her house within earshot. As far as what their significance to the House of Ravenclaw was, however, Harry had no idea. He would ask Luna about it the next time he saw her. As for the tiara, well, it wasn't going anywhere for now. It certainly wasn't about to be picked up by him, at least. For now, though, he needed to rest. Hours later saw Harry joining the remainder of the Gryffindors for dinner. It was just after sixth period, which meant the main classes for the day were all over. Only astronomy and the occasional makeup class happened later than that. The moment he entered the Great Hall, his eyes locked on probably the last person he wanted to deal with at the moment. Hermione was giving him a glare that promised a stern talking to. Sighing, he walked over to her and took his seat at her side. Harry, she began dangerously. Yes, he replied, regarding her with the same look she was giving him. He still hadn't forgiven her for teasing him right after lunch in front of the Slytherin girls. Don't be short with me. Why weren't you at History of Magic or Defense Against the Dark Arts today? She demanded. You weren't at the last two as well. That's right, mate, you haven't been to divination either. I've been forced to suffer alone, added Ron, taking a bite of his meal. Hermione turned to Ron in surprise before rounding on Harry with an even more menacing look on her face. Harry just threw Ron an ungrateful look. Divination too, she said sharply. Harry watched Ron blink at Hermione a number of times before taking his plate and moving a number of spaces in the other direction, not wanting to catch any of her ire. I have better things to do than go to any of those classes, he said flatly, adding some food to his plate before taking a bite. Harry, what are you saying? You can't just skip class. Technically it's not skipping if I don't ever go back, he muttered. What? Just drop it, Hermione, you won't get me back into those classrooms, no matter what you say. Hermione looked at him as if he had lost his mind. Harry, you are a prefect. You're setting a horrible example for the other students, she argued. Just because you don't like a class doesn't mean you can just choose not to go. If I actually thought that way, I would have stopped coming to potions years ago, Harry countered. It's not the same thing at all. Why should I give any kind of effort when they don't even have the decency to respect me as one of their students? Umbridge though, that's a whole different story altogether. I'm never going back. Now there were a number of students around them watching in interest. Harry narrowed his eyes at them, and they quickly busied themselves with other things. Hermione was almost growling. Damn it, Harry, we just had this talk. She whispered fiercely, bringing her voice down considerably so that only he could hear. You're making yourself do worse than you could be. Do you have any idea how frustrating that is to watch? You could be doing so much better. Harry locked eyes with Hermione for a few seconds before holding up 3 fingers. Binns, Trelawney, Umbridge, he said quietly, ticking them off. Binns is a damn waste of time, Trelawney gets off to predicting my misfortune, and Umbridge baits me left and right and accused me of murder. I'm not about to put up with an entire year of their shit, just to do as well on the exams as if I hadn't taken their classes in the first place. 2 words, Hermione. F.K. That. Hermione just blinked at him in shock. Besides, I might be actually skipping History of Magic and Divination, but I was actually kicked out of defense. Silence. Then, what? Hermione was out of her seat, radiating fury. Harry quickly dragged her back down and kept a tight grip on her arms so she wouldn't do anything crazy. That, she stuttered in rage. Hermione, relax, Harry said quietly. It was McGonagall's idea. It was, she said in confusion, now taking more even breaths. But, Harry let the word drag out, the corner of his mouth curving up. Oh my, how clever of her, Hermione said softly. She's protecting you and giving that vile woman what she wants at the same time. Her eyes narrowed in what could only be seen as a heavy amount of annoyance. And effectively giving you free periods. 5 points to Gryffindor, Miss Granger, he said with a grin. Potter. Unknown to both of them, the star of their conversation had approached them from the staff table. Yes, Professor, said Harry at once. Finish with your meal, then head straight to the Ancient Runes classroom for your detention, she said sternly. It's nearly 8. Harry glanced at the staff table and saw Umbridge looking at him with a small satisfied smile on her face, one she always wore when seeing him get punished. Damn, she pissed him off. Would it really be too much for the universe to just off her? Ah, right, I'll leave soon. Also, Miss Granger, refrain from outbursts like that in the future. Sorry, Professor McGonagall. And she left them, continuing down the table and finally out of the hall. How have the detentions been going? Asked Hermione. You still have quite a few, right? Yeah, they've been all right, I suppose, he answered, noncommittal. Honestly, the worst I have to deal with is scowls from Davis. From our year, Hermione said in surprise. Is she in trouble too? With the amount of fun she has? Doubt it. He stood up, pushing his plate back a bit. All right, I'll see you later. 2 more weeks passed, just as uneventful as the first had been. The fifth years were piled high with work, as they had been promised, and Harry was actually coping all right. The extra time from his skipped classes was a godsend. Some went to training, some to Quidditch, and the rest went to trying to spend time with his friends, particularly Luna, who he now took to spending Saturday evenings with. They always managed to find something interesting to get into on their exploration of the castle, even though Harry knew the place like the back of his hand from the Marauder's map. The only thing that bothered him was that despite having met the girl less than a month prior, he was likely the best friend she had. The way that the other students in general treated her was less than kind, though Luna apparently had no issue with it whatsoever. It was mainly the reason he hadn't cursed anyone yet. As far as the tiara went, Luna ended up being precisely the person to ask about it. Luna, Harry had said as they wandered close to Hagrid's hut on a Saturday. There was no real danger with them being out late near the Forbidden Forest simply because if anything dangerous came even remotely close to them he would be warned. There were always snakes around, even when he couldn't see them. I came across something that was really interesting, and I thought you might know a bit about it. Oh, she said in interest, her eyes not moving from the newly emerging stars above them. I was reading a history book when it mentioned a tiara with some words on it. The ones you say all the time about Ravenclaw, he lied. He was glad that Luna wasn't watching him. He hated not telling the truth to his friends, even when he didn't really have a choice about it. Besides, he wasn't a very good liar to begin with against certain people, least of all to Luna. Have you ever heard of something like that before? Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure, she sang lightly before turning to face him. You're talking about the lost diadem of Ravenclaw. The lost what? Diadem. They mean the same thing, she clarified. It's a very famous item that belonged to Rowena Ravenclaw. It's supposed to make whoever is wearing it wiser. Unfortunately, no one knows where it is. Hence the lost part. One take it, said Harry with a grin, making Luna bob her head a bit, owned curls swaying. Even though it's lost, does anyone know what it looks like? Oh, sure, all the Ravenclaws do at least, she replied with a nod. There's a statue of Rowena Ravenclaw in our common room that has her wearing it. The front of it is an eagle with its wings spread out and there's some kind of stone in the middle of it. I assume the real thing is quite beautiful. So, not something that would make anyone who got near it go bonkers then, huh? Luna just shook her head and returned to her stargazing. It was still fairly early to see anything decent, but the brighter ones were at least visible. Harry, on the other hand, was looking at the ground in thought. So the tiara was actually a diadem, and that diadem was actually Ravenclaw's diadem. That in itself was fairly incredible. He had literally just happened across a belonging of one of the founders. Still, it was highly unlikely that the diadem was originally made to cause the reaction it did to him earlier, and after living at Grimmauld Place for a little over a month, he was sure that there could really only be one explanation. The diadem was cursed. Badly. He would leave it where it was until he knew what exactly to do with it. Regardless of what it had done to him, it belonged to a Hogwarts founder. There was no way he was just going to leave it to be cursed forever if he could help it. After 1 full week, Hermione had finally dropped the subject when it came to Harry's skipping classes. Instead, she saw fit to quiz him on the history of magic topics at the end of each week, as he had no issue with defense against the dark arts. It was annoying, but at the same time the more responsible part of him knew it was useful in keeping him from falling behind on his reading. Actually, keeping Hermione more focused on his academics than not was a pretty good idea, as she had less time to do anything else to him, like tease him about girls. His developing slightly more than friendship with Cho was often a popular topic during their prefect patrols. So far, they had done 2 midnight shifts and 1 graveyard, during which Hermione had actually nodded off against him while they were relaxing on a staircase and watching the Marauders map for any signs of students in the halls. She was working immensely hard on her schoolwork, not to mention doing her best to keep Ron afloat. It really wasn't until Harry had started becoming more responsible about his work that he saw exactly how much Hermione had done for them in the previous years. There was no doubt in his mind that they would have flunked without her, or at least gotten a very rude awakening at a certain point. But now Harry was acting almost completely independently, getting his work done on time and without much issue. His training had only gotten better as he finally settled into a good routine. Physical exercise and movement in the mornings and early afternoon, followed by heavy casting and research late into the evening. Lately, he had been completely focusing on Tonks' book, which he was about a third through. Another positive thing was the nice back and forth correspondence that he had going with Tonks. Since the first letter she had sent back with the Auror training manual, they had traded 4 more between them, the first of which said that he would very much like to see her at Hogsmeade any time she could make it out there. He really did miss her a lot. Unlike Sirius, communication with Tonks was strictly about anything but Voldemort, the Order, or the like. Letters were far too risky to trust such information in, regardless of whatever security measures were taken, so it simply wasn't talked about. This suited Harry quite well, though, as that was probably the last thing he wanted to talk about to begin with. Sirius kept him up to date on the goings-on of the Order, and that was enough. He wasn't a part of the war effort yet, if it even could be called a war at this point, and he was in no hurry to join. In fact, if it weren't for the few people around him that he cared deeply about, then he probably would have considered leaving England a long time ago. Quidditch was also going surprisingly well. Minus the first practice, which was a certain disaster, things had improved greatly. To start, the Slytherins hadn't attended any further practices. Ron was also getting much more comfortable with being on the team, though he still needed a ton of work. Harry, of course, had avoided Angelina's wrath by showing her that despite having detention he could still catch the snitch faster than anyone and that his flying was as good as ever. It was nice to be up in the air during the handful of practices they had per week. Of course, that isn't to say the 2 weeks didn't have their low points. During this time, Umbridge had systematically inspected almost every teacher, which had only served to put most of the professors more on edge than before and for Umbridge to dig up plenty of unfavorable information on Hagrid, among other things, particularly from the Slytherins who disliked the half-giant. There was no doubt that he would be a target the moment he returned to the castle, though there was still no word on when that would be. Umbridge herself hadn't changed much in the 2 weeks. If anything, she was much more settled as she had now been at the school for nearly a full month. The school itself had also settled, accepting the defense class for what it was and dealing with it however they could. Which was how Harry, Ron, and Hermione found themselves on the current late September night. "Harry," came Hermione's voice from the couch. He looked at her over his shoulder. She and Ron were still sitting there, unwilling to move from their spot of relative safety as he paced a line in the middle of the common room. "I'm thinking, Hermione," he said, a little edge of impatience in his voice. "Don't push me." And he was thinking. He was actually seriously considering becoming their teacher. There was no denying that he knew far more than anyone else in his year. He doubted very much that any student was training the way he was. Not to mention what he had done over the summer. But was it worth it? Would it actually work? Anything was better than nothing in the end. True, and this would help increase their chances to survive. "Harry, mate," began Ron. "Look, we talked about this for a while before coming to you. We didn't just throw it together as a fun idea. You're good. You really want me to teach you both?" repeated Harry, unconvinced. "I still think it's a bit of a bad idea. You wouldn't be getting a real professor or anything even close. I'm just a 5th year after all." "That's probably one of the biggest understatements I've ever heard, but whatever," chuckled Ron. "Well, it would definitely be us, but I was hoping we could include some other students as well. We're not the only ones who are suffering from Umbridge. I'm not talking about the whole school," she added quickly. "Just some others who we know that would appreciate the extra help. They'd work hard for it. Not to mention," added Ron with a grin, that we'd be doing it right under Umbridge's nose. Hermione frowned at him for his language but said nothing. She wouldn't reprimand him for something she thought was true herself. Harry couldn't help but grin as well, walking over to the couch. All right, Hermione, I'll do it, he said finally, shaking his head at his own willingness to cave to her. But, you're the one who's organizing it, not me. Got it. I'm just teaching. Not a problem, she said, beaming at him. Out of nowhere she seemed to pull out a small notebook. I've got everything planned in here, so let's go through it now. I've gotten myself into a mess, haven't I? He asked Ron tiredly, watching Hermione launch into her thoughts on the initial meeting and potential problems. Too right you are, Harry. Harry let out a happy sigh as he stepped out of the carriage into the staging area just outside Hogsmeade. The village was already filled with students, eager to do some shopping and let out some energy in general. Of course, they only made up a fraction of the random people that dotted the streets. Hogsmeade was nearly as popular as Diagon Alley as a place to go, particularly as the snows became more of a seasonal thing. On a separate note, it felt somewhat relieving to be out from under the wards of the castle, not to mention all the other ambient magics that permeated the building. He barely understood what he felt to begin with, but there was no denying the lighter feeling that came with being outside. So, where to first? He asked Ron and Hermione, who were stepping down behind him. Zonko's bookstore, said Ron and Hermione at the same time. They glared at each other. Typical. What are you, the twins? Said Harry with a smirk. Zonko's is further in but the bookstore's near the edge, so let's go there first. We'll be stuck there all day if we go there first, said Ron, aghast. I'm not about to spend one of the few days away from school surrounded by anything to do with learning. You make it sound like books will give you a rash or something, said Hermione, crossing her arms across her chest. Honestly, if there's anyone who needs a good book, it's you, Ronald. Besides, I'm not about to make my first stop a place filled with nonsense for people with short attention spans. How about, interjected Harry loudly, not willing to listen to them bicker again, we split up for the first shop. I'll go with Hermione to make sure she doesn't get too entrenched. Sound good. You're picking books over Zonko's? Asked Ron in astonishment. Harry, it's Zonko's. Not about that, mate, said Harry. I go to Fred and George for all my pranking needs. Ron just gave Harry a pitying look. Suit yourself. He headed off down the road, shaking his head. Of course, Harry didn't really do much pranking to begin with, something that Sirius took as almost a personal offense, but after backing the twins in their joke shop dream he felt it would be wrong to shop anywhere else. Not that he could exactly explain that to Ron quite yet. He is such a boy, said Hermione, as they walked into Tomes and Scrolls. It was about half the size of Flourish and Blots but still had an extensive selection. Yeah, I'd hate it if I were one too, Harry said as he rolled his eyes. Hermione didn't answer, which told him she was already lost in her element. Leaving her to her own devices, Harry moved off between the shelves and grabbed a book for himself, taking a seat by the front window and settling down for a short read. It wasn't like Hermione would leave without him. In fact, if she weren't disturbed she would probably read until she collapsed from exhaustion, 2 full days later. About an hour later Harry put his current book down on the small pile he had created by moving back to the shelves and grabbing something else to look into. He had been making notes on fairly simple spells he could teach in the defense group he and Hermione were starting. Even with just the school materials he had more than enough to do, but that didn't mean he wasn't interested in pulling from some outside sources in addition to the useful things he'd picked up elsewhere. Now, however, he settled for just watching people out of the window as they walked along the high street. The flow of students was much thinner around here since the vast majority of them would have passed by earlier, back around when he first arrived, but there were still those who aimed to have a later day in the village. Occasionally a person made a turn into the bookstore and walked through the door, making the small bell chime. It was actually pretty peaceful where he was. About 15 minutes watching the random people walk through the streets, Harry was suddenly greeted by a curious sight. Draco Malfoy was strutting down the road with Daphne Greengrass walking next to him, her left hand placed lightly on his elbow. Crabbe and Goyle followed shortly after, positioned a little behind the couple like they were bodyguards. Hermione, I'm going to step out for a second. You going to be okay here? She said absently, turning a page idly. Harry couldn't help but grin at her. Keep an eye on her for me, would you? He asked the storekeeper, an aged wizard who had very fuzzy eyebrows. He smiled and gave a short nod. Hermione was a frequent customer of his. Harry walked out of the shop and immediately fell into step a ways behind the group. They paused and he moved to the side of the road, leaning on a building lazily. A quick exchange between them and they entered the shop to the right, Crabbe and Goyle following them in. Wanting to get a better look, he moved to the opposite side of the street and made his way so that he was now facing the shop where, glancing to his left, he was met with the second odd sight of the day. Admittedly, this one was far more amusing. Do you have any idea how obvious you are behind that newspaper? Came a voice to Tracy's right, startling her enough that she gave a small jump. Harry Potter was standing a couple of feet away, leaning against the same building and watching her with an amused grin. What is he doing here? Potter, she said quietly, reflexively pulling the paper up higher to cover her face. I'm busy, go away. I had no idea you were into stalking your best friend, he said, grinning at her annoyed look. This isn't detention, Potter, I don't want to be seen talking to you, she responded, pointedly ignoring his last comment. You're assuming someone in this crowd actually cares enough to look, Potter responded blankly, waving a hand around at the people who indeed were wrapped up in their own days. The few who'd heard merely paid them a passing regard, turning away a second later. Besides, what does it matter anyway? You can't possibly be that unaware of how things stand at this school, said Tracy in disbelief, her newspaper sagging slightly with her tone. Of course I'm aware, it's about me, isn't it? Still don't see the issue. We practically talk every day. That is a gross misrepresentation of our daily interactions, Potter. You're giving me a headache, just go somewhere. The Gryffindor just crossed his arms. Why do you have to be so negative around me? Even in detention where it's just us. I don't remember doing anything to earn it at any rate, and you're plenty cheerful otherwise. Most of the time you're smiling or outright laughing. It's a nice laugh, he added, almost as an afterthought. When are you watching me laughing? She asked, flushing slightly. How about every day at 8 in the ancient runes classroom? He said dryly. And don't look at me like that, I'm not some stalker. Unlike a certain bee, owned with a daily profit. Tracy just held the paper limply in her hand, completely disarmed. So, when did that happen? He asked, nodding at the store across the street. That, Tracy repeated, confused. Oh, they're not why, she said quickly, changing direction mid-sentence. Her mouth formed a knowing smirk too easily. Jealous. Of the ferret? Not likely, said Potter with a snort of humor. More of a morbid curiosity. Don't be a killjoy, Davis, how'd it happen? Tracy eyed him for a second before finally relenting. Maybe he would go away if she answered. It's simple, Potter. He asked her on a date. How is that simple? She actually said yes, he said, clearly surprised. He didn't blackmail her at all. I figured she of all people had standards. Tracy sighed. This was why she hadn't wanted to say anything. Trying to explain Slytherin house politics to a shoot-first-ask-questions-later Gryffindor was like trying to explain advanced transfiguration theory to a 5-year-old. Of course he blackmailed her, she said, keeping most of the impatience out of her voice. Considering who Draco is, what was she supposed to do about it? Say no, Potter said, as if it were obvious. He's a tow rag, you know. Only you could be so blissfully ignorant of the world you're famous in, Tracy said disparagingly, privately pleased she was finally able to throw that insult back in his face. Suddenly the door of the shop opposite them opened, revealing her friend and date. Sorry we can't chat more, it's really been fun, she shot off over her shoulder in false cheer, already on the move to follow. The pair didn't go far, maybe 4 or 5 shops before entering another one on the same side of the street. She quickly posted up opposite it, a little to the right so that it wasn't too obvious what she was there for. She had just settled into a good position when someone cleared their throat right next to her. A glance built her frustration to critical levels once again. Come off it, Potter, I'm busy. I can't help it if I was brought up in a muggle closet for 10 years, he said coolly. Tracy abandoned watching for her friend completely, turning to face the Gryffindor. It was his tone really that grabbed her attention. Above all, he sounded resentful, buried deep under his even voice. What do you mean by that? She asked. Exactly what it sounds like, he replied, unable to keep the hint of a scowl off his face. I didn't know that magic existed until the day I turned 11 and read my Hogwarts letter, with someone there to prove it as well. Less than a day later, I was told I was wildly famous for surviving a dark wizard murdering my family. A month after that was Hogwarts, everyone looking at me with these insane expectations. 4 years later, they still do. You still do, every second you look at me. I didn't know anything. He gave her a look that told nothing but frustration. How could I? You really didn't know. Sure, she'd heard that he lived with muggles over the summer, but no one really believed it in the Slytherin house. Even more so that he was raised by them. More than likely it was a cover to keep him safe from vengeful followers of the Dark Lord that had brought the country to its knees nearly 2 decades ago. And for him to just be thrown into their world, it just didn't make sense for someone like Harry Potter to not know about, well, everything. To not know about magic. No, so excuse me for not really understanding how a house like Slytherin works. It's not like anyone has the decency to explain it. Yeah, sorry. Tracy fidgeted slightly in place, finding it so much harder to outright dislike him on principle. Well, there's a kick in the pants. Hey, they're moving again. Wah. Tracy bit back a curse and looked at the shop. Draco and Daphne were indeed emerging with Crabbe and Goyle on their heels. How did you see them? You've been looking at me the whole time, hissed Tracy at once, again hiding behind her paper. Unlike a little earlier, there were barely any people in between them now. If they saw her. Potter just shook his head and tugged the paper from her, earning himself a panicked glare. Folding it quickly, he tossed it in a nearby bin. Hey. The paper makes you look so obvious. Nobody walks around reading these things like that, it's a stereotype. The first rule of blending in is not actually trying to hide. Perhaps it was the fact that he's just snatched away her daily profit. Or maybe the obvious tone he was now taking with her. Either way, her ire at the boy was back on full swing. Also, I can see them easily enough in the reflection, he said smugly, pointing to the window behind her. Apparently his previous mood was a thing of the past. Tracy counted backwards from 5 to keep herself from strangling the boy. Do you have any idea how infuriating you're being right now? She said through clenched teeth. Come on, they're getting away, he said, nodding to the group ahead of them. He took off at an easy pace, forcing Tracy to quickly follow lest she lost them. Occasionally Potter would glance back over his shoulder with a small grin, as if he were enjoying the aggravation he was evoking from her. Promising herself she would get him back for this, Tracy remained patient, keeping her eyes on her friend's hair. Why are you even here? Asked Tracy quietly, trying to keep up with him but at the same time doing her best to not look like they were walking together. She knew she must look ridiculous at the moment. To see Malfoy get dumped, there's no way he'll make it through the day without insulting her, he said. It's why I showed up in the first place. Speaking of weird though, why are the Gorilla Brothers here? I thought you said this was a date. How should I know? They showed up with Draco, she replied, though not without her own bit of annoyance at her friend's date. Daphne was now pointing to another store, slowing the group down. She walked up the porch and through the door after a few seconds, the other 3 right behind her. Their stalkers stopped in front of the window of the shop and peered in stealthily, but ducked quickly as Crabbe and Goyle took positions on each end of the big window, looking out at the street in boredom. Well, now what? Tracy whispered hotly, sitting on her heels and doing her best to keep her skirt from riding up her thighs. Just fabulous. And next to Harry Potter of all people. Well, now people are wondering what the hell we're doing, said Potter with a grin, waving at a group of third-year girls who were passing them and staring. The 2 in front quickened their pace but the one in the back lagged, waving shyly. Noticing the exchange, her friends just grabbed her and pulled her ahead. He's surprisingly good-natured, Tracy mused, watching the exchange. Meanwhile, Seeing that there was no one else in the immediate area, Potter glanced up and saw both Crabbe and Goyle with their hands raised in a half wave, eyes following the group of third years. Come on, he said softly, grabbing Tracy's arm and dragging her in the opposite direction out from under the window. He pulled her into the space between the shop and the building next to it. Damn it all, Potter, stop being so reckless, she snapped, snatching her hand back and brushing out her skirt. The two oafs in the window thought she was waving to them, he said with a snort of mirth. He paused, considering her for a moment before asking, so, what else were you planning to do today? Apart from more sneaking around, he added, getting an eye roll out of the girl. Some shopping I guess, but what does that? Ah. Tracy backed against the wall behind a barrel quickly as a loudly complaining Draco and the rest passed them, heading back to the main street. Once they were gone, Tracy poked her head out of the alleyway and watched them. She should be heading to Scrivenshaft's next, she said to herself, mentally double-checking the plan. You know where she's going? Potter asked, having followed her out of the alleyway. She's following the regular route we usually take when we're here. What route is that? He asked in curiosity as they walked back to the main road. Supplies shop, souvenir shop, that odds and ends shop we were just at, quill shop, robes, bookstore, jewelry shop, 3 broomsticks, she rattled off quickly. Well, we don't always go in that order, but it usually happens that way, and I doubt she'd do anything new for him. Sometimes we go to Honeyduke's after that if we're in the mood for sweets. Then, we just wander around or sometimes check out the train station or the Shrieking Shack. As for this though, I think the date is going to end at lunch. I hope so, for her sake. I still don't know why she hasn't ditched him yet, said Potter with a frown. I mean, she seems pretty prideful to me. Malfoy's just a bundle of arrogance riding his father's coattails. I'll bet him asking her out was more him telling her that she'd been invited to spend some time with him and should feel honored about it. More or less, muttered Tracy. Daphne was prideful, exceedingly so. It was something that could be a gift and a curse all at the same time. I don't think he's had much experience asking girls out anyway. The way Parkinson's always hung off him, I wouldn't doubt it, said Potter, shaking his head. How's she taking this thing, anyway? Malfoy's barely been hanging around her this year. Not well. You know how much she idolizes him, said Tracy with a sigh. There wasn't a soul in the school who wasn't aware of the girl's infatuation. He's been distancing himself from her a lot lately for some reason. I feel a bit bad for her actually. They had finally arrived at Scrivenshaft's, which was one of the larger stores along the main street. Students and other patrons were walking in and out of it regularly. Potter just shrugged, taking a step towards the door. Alarmed, Tracy quickly grabbed his arm, preventing him from going any further. What are you doing? Her voice dropped off harshly into a hiss, suddenly aware she was making a scene. A number of students gave them curious looks as they passed. Going in to look at some quills, obviously. Didn't you want to shop as well? Come on. He pulled out of her grip, which had gone slack, and walked into the shop. That. He's going to get me caught. Fuming on the spot for a second, Tracy darted into the shop feeling highly anxious. It was filled with a mix of students, locals, and tourists, though probably on the student-heavy side overall. There were a number of rows of shelves that displayed all sorts of quills and ink bottles with various magical properties. The far wall was covered with great rolls of parchment. She saw Crabbe and Goyle near the front counter, looking at something between them. A hand suddenly pulled her to the side and behind one of the shelves. Don't just stand in the middle of the doorway, said Potter flatly. Malfoy and Greengrass are in the next row over. You're crazy, Tracy whispered fiercely. Potter just smiled in excitement. Maybe, but isn't it fun too? Come on, let's get closer. Knowing they were going to get caught at any moment, Tracy resigned herself to following his lead further down the row. Told father that he shouldn't bother with it. I mean, honestly, the stupid woman had no idea what she was doing to begin with. How interesting, came the bland reply. It didn't take a genius to realize that Daphne was experiencing a mixture of boredom, annoyance, and disgust. Isn't it? What do you think of this quill? It's got golden inlays, pretty intricate. Maybe I'll buy one. No doubt the quill was stupidly expensive. But it's so expensive. Daphne delivered her words perfectly, and Tracy couldn't help but smile broadly at how good her friend was at this kind of stuff. I certainly wouldn't be able to afford such a thing. You think so? Perhaps you're right, said Draco, as though considering what she was saying. Of course, this is nothing to someone of my wealth. You've always struck me as more of a precious stone kind of a person to me anyway, said Daphne. Shall we move on? I have what I wanted and it's become quite crowded in here. They walked back towards the counter to pay, and Tracy finally let out a snort of mirth. Trust Daphne to still stroke Draco's ego while doing something she doesn't want to, and insulting him on top of it, she said with a small grin. So she's purposely not blowing him off then, mused Harry. Imagine that. It wouldn't do her any good to make Draco an enemy, and embarrassing him publicly would do just that. Her family doesn't have anywhere near the pull his does. Tracy looked sidelong at Harry with a smug expression in her face. This is the difference between a Slytherin and a Gryffindor. Spontaneously following your friend who is on a date just to make sure she is safe is remarkably Gryffindor, he retorted, making her glare at him, though this time she actually had to suppress a grin. It was clearly meant as a compliment. Anyway, if you want some stuff from here, grab it quickly before they get too far. He nudged her a bit, and she made her way around the far side of the shop, grabbing a small notebook off of a shelf and a couple regular quills. She wanted to do a little free writing in her spare time, and there was nothing like a fresh notebook to get you wanting to fill it with words. Potter watched Daphne and crew exit as they joined the small throng at the counter, his own couple of quills clutched in his hand. They passed the shop window, heading in the opposite direction from the bookstore, the next stop on the routine Tracy had detailed a little while ago. Oi, they're not going to the bookstore, he whispered to her. Let's go. Paying quickly, the two started heading further into the village, occasionally catching sight of Daphne, Draco, and their bodyguards far ahead, but they kept getting obscured by people who were heading in and out of the Three Broomsticks. The inn was coming up on their left now and was steadily filling with students and regular daily patrons. It didn't take long for them to lose sight of them completely. Now, where do you reckon they got off to? Asked Potter, peering down the side streets they passed. Gladrags is still this way, Tracy suggested. I was thinking maybe she skipped the bookstore for Crabbe and Goyle's sakes. I don't think words agree with them much. Potter chuckled. No, they work better with grunts, from my experience with them, he said, causing her to smirk. That works out anyway. Hermione is probably still in the bookstore since I never pulled her out of there, and Malfoy never passes up a chance to have a go at her if he can. He scowled at the thought. I'd have to end the date early. She'd surely despise you for life, said Tracy sarcastically, glancing in another shop as they passed it, though still no sign of them. Look, if you're going to walk with me, then at least match my speed, would you? She added impatiently. He was walking slightly faster than her and she kept having to jog for a step to keep up every once in a while. Potter regarded her in confusion for a second before grinning and slowing down, matching her pace. So how have your classes been so far? What electives are you taking other than runes? He asked. Arithmancy, said Tracy automatically. It's been getting so complicated lately. I'm just glad Daphne is good at it. She has the same ones I do. I know the feeling, he said. I've seen Hermione's homework, and even the stuff from 2 years ago looked confusing. Ancient runes seems really neat though from what I've seen in detention. Tracy just smiled fondly. I love runes, it's just so interesting. You get used to the memorizing after a while, she added with a shrug. But it's a completely different way of looking at how magic can interact with the world around us. I wish I could do it all the time. What about you? Care of magical creatures and divination, he said with a grimace. I've liked care of magical creatures, even when Hagrid shows us crazy stuff, but divination is a load of bull. I've stopped going to it altogether. You're completely skipping a class. Tracy looked at him in shock. That was unheard of, really. Yeah, there they are, he said suddenly, pointing to a large window they had come in front of. As she had guessed, Daphne was in Gladrags, flitting in and out of sight between the many stands that displayed flashy dresses, robes, and crosses between the two. There was nothing really to the level that Madame Malkin sold, but Gladrags was still a nice shop, filled with a great variety of things. It was also incredibly popular for its bargains on current trends. Let's go in here too. It's not going to be like in the last place. Gladrags looks pretty empty. We'll definitely get caught, said Tracy at once. Potter just shrugged. It's not like they've seen us yet. Considering that we're just keeping an eye on them, I think we can be allowed one coincidental encounter. Plus, I haven't had a good go at Malfoy for ages. I'll head in first. He left her there and walked into the shop with a jingle of the door. Daphne suppressed a sigh as she perused the dress robes. Merlin, this was one of the most awful days she'd ever had in her life. Malfoy was an absolutely horrid excuse for a male and treated females very poorly. He even had no respect for his own mother, from what he had been saying in Scrivenshafts. Daphne had only met her a handful of times at events her parents went to, but she didn't remember the woman seeming like such an awful person. Surely not someone who deserved that kind of talk from her own son. There was a jingle from the front door as none other than Harry Potter walked in, looking around in mild interest. He met Daphne's eyes for a second, but instead of approaching her like she almost expected him to, he just gave her a small smile and continued looking around in the shop. She watched him out of the corner of her eye as he walked further into the shop when the doorbell rang softly again, though when she looked over there was no one there. Her eyes moved back to watching Potter walk off when she was suddenly poked lightly in the side. Turning quickly, she found herself facing her best friend with her finger to her lips. She looked around and whispered, "I finally found you. Tracy," she said in relief. "Thank Merlin. Where did you come from?" "I saw you go into this shop and followed," she explained. "Where have you been so far?" "All the usual places, minus the bookstore. Those two and books never mind, I'll tell you later," she added, rubbing her temples. "What have you been up to? Do anything interesting?" "Ah, you know," she said, avoiding her friend's eyes. "A little of this and that. It's not as fun without you." Daphne could tell Tracy was being a bit suspicious, but pushed it off in favor of a bit of normalcy in her rather disturbing day. "Trust me, I'd rather we were hanging out like normal than the ridiculousness I've been involved with." Tracy nodded enthusiastically, clearly in agreement. "I wanted to see if everything was going all right. So." Daphne winced slightly at the impending follow-up. "Is everything going okay?" Daphne put a hand on her friend's shoulder and squeezed it hard. "Kill me." She could tell that Tracy was doing everything she could to suppress a smile. Like a true friend, there was no way she wasn't amused by her predicament. "Come off it, Daph, it can't be that bad." "Daphne." Draco's commanding voice filled the shop. "Come over here now." She scowled heavily at Tracy before remastering herself and heading over to see what it was this time. "Say that again, Potter." "I don't believe you," said Harry, crossing his arms. Crabbe and Goyle looked at him menacingly, but in a shop that was really all they could do. Harry had been riling them up as best he could for the past couple minutes. So satisfying. Especially Crabbe and Goyle. "I don't know what you slipped Parkinson years ago to make her your ever-faithful follower, but Greengrass actually uses her brain. It just doesn't make any sense." "Daphne," said Malfoy loudly, still giving Harry a confident look. "Come over here now." A few seconds later Daphne emerged from the rows of clothing racks. "Yes, Draco. Potter doesn't believe we're going on a date. I'm just showing him how misinformed he is," he said with a smirk at the Gryffindor. "Calling her over doesn't really prove anything, Malfoy. Besides, you realize dates are supposed to be for two, right? Unless," he paused with a gasp, looking over at the large Slytherins with a grin, "it's a double date." "Oh, that's just lovely. I'm so happy for you too." Instantly Crabbe and Goyle had their hackles up, but they held themselves back, glares promising pain later. Instead he looked over at Daphne. He didn't exactly mean to put her on the spot like he just had, but it would be out of character for him not to question anything Malfoy did. Malloy, meanwhile, looked at Daphne expectantly. Her eyes moved between Harry and Malfoy quickly. "What do you care what Potter says, Draco? He's just a Gryffindor. Just putting him in his place," said Malfoy easily, looking back at Harry. He moved closer and spoke low in a voice obviously only meant for him. Poor Potter can't even get himself an ugly girl when I can get whoever I want. So much for being famous. Daphne frowned at Malfoy, but Harry was boiling. Of course, Malfoy continued on loudly, I'm sure the Mudblood Granger would have you though. Dirt for dirt, you know. Why don't you run off and find her? Oi, Potter, said Tracy loudly, emerging from seemingly nowhere and barging into the middle of it all. She poked him hard in the chest. Stop interrupting my friend's day. Daff, why don't you go get lunch or something? Sounds fine, said Daphne evenly. Draco, let's go. Come here, Potter, I've got a bone to pick with you, continued Tracy as the others moved off. She dragged him to the back of the shop near where the changing rooms were. Malfoy's call of, see you later, Scarhead, still loud enough to hear. The shop was now empty but for them. Tracy watched Harry carefully, though she said nothing. It took him a second to formulate words. I swear I'm going to break his arm, Harry said slowly, taking a couple deep breaths to calm himself. Called Hermione a mudblood again. He's treating Greengrass like crap too, no surprise there. Tracy grimaced. Yeah, I wasn't too thrilled about that either, but it's pretty typical of him. Why do you think we dislike him? Anyway, she added, there's no need to be so angry about it. Treating people like they're objects is the lowest of the low, he spat, such venom in his voice that Tracy actually took a step back. Doesn't matter if it's to show them off or hide them away. Harry took a long steadying breath, meeting the girl's eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to snap at you like that, it's just something that bothers me more than everything else. Thanks for getting me out of there, too. I was really about to blast him after he called Hermione a mudblood again. I really should have at least broken something. According to rumors, things around you get destroyed when you get mad, and from where I was hiding it looked like you were pretty pissed, said Tracy, crossing her arms. I doubt they would have liked it if you blew up the shop. Well, I'm glad the shop wasn't destroyed, but that isn't just a rumor, he said with a sigh, pulling out his wand and beginning to repair 3 nearby wall-mounted mirrors. They were all laced with cracks. Still don't get why it's always glass that breaks first. Have to ask McGonagall. Anyway, should we browse a bit? At Tracy's raised eyebrows Harry continued, well, why not? Daphne and Malfoy are going to get lunch at the Three Broomsticks, which is completely packed right now, so it's not like they'll be leaving anytime soon. This place isn't very crowded and I want a new shirt to replace one that's been magically repaired way too many times. He sighed at the look she was giving him. We don't have to stay if you don't want to. Whatever, just be quick about it, Tracy said dismissively after a few seconds, moving off to look at a rack. Harry just grinned, following her into the forest of clothing. Today was turning out a lot more fun than he originally thought it would be. We spent way too much time in there, said Tracy, walking quickly to the Three Broomsticks Inn. Hey, you were the one having all the fun, said Harry defensively. I was done in 30 seconds, a minute max. Tracy said nothing and just sped up a tiny bit more. Where did you learn about girl fashion anyway? I thought you grew up in a muggle closet, she grudgingly asked under her breath as they slowed down considerably. The area around the Three Broomsticks was much more crowded with people walking in and out of the place, or just milling about after a good meal. Me telling you that you look good for nearly an hour means I know girl fashion. Harry posed skeptically. They really had lost track of time. He'd just kind of went with the flow. Tracy just hid an embarrassed expression. Anyway, you go in first and find a seat somewhere in the back or out of the way, and I'll come in a few minutes after. Don't worry about it, I'll find you. Good. Just don't be obvious about it. Daphne and Draco both think I tore into you earlier. She brushed out her curls and walked into the inn. Harry leaned against the far wall, away from the windows in the front of the building. Every time the front door opened, a wave of cheerful sounds escaped. The Three Broomsticks was easily the most popular inn around. Even though it was technically out in the middle of nowhere, it was connected to the Flow network, and that basically made it as close to the rest of the world as anything else was really. The inn got at least 3 times the patronage that the Leaky Cauldron got, and Harry had never seen that place less than completely packed. Having counted to 200, he walked over to the door and went inside, pulling up short as he crossed the threshold. Bloody hell, he muttered, moving to the side to get out of the way of anyone else coming through the door. The main room of the building was at least twice the size it had been the last time he had eaten here. To his right was the long winding bar where Madame Rosmerta reigned supreme alongside one other bar girl he'd never seen before. To his left was the larger part of the room where there were dozens of tables filled with patrons, students and not. The tables by the window were higher than the others, with high stools for seats. The middle of the room held normal tables with chairs. Finally, the walls were lined with booths. That was all normal, only now there was just more of it. The really different bit was the entirely new second floor that overlooked the main room. It had a staircase that could be reached from the back of the room. The ceiling had been raised significantly to give the room a very spacious feel. To complete the space, straight ahead against the back wall next to a hallway that led to the rented rooms was a small desk where a young woman sat, cheerfully reading a magazine. She caught Harry's eye and smiled at him before returning to her magazine. Not having seen Tracy, but noticing Malfoy and Daphne almost at once, Harry walked to the back desk. He coughed lightly to get the receptionist's attention. Sorry, welcome to the, she began as she quickly put her magazine down, but then pulled up short when she saw who it was. Oh, hi. Harry Potter, he said with a grin. Marcel. The girl looked a few years older than him and had dark hair and hazel-colored eyes. Something I can help you with? Yeah, what on earth happened to this place? He asked. Like it, do ya? She said, clearly in agreement. Rosie just had it renovated over the summer because patronage is way up these days, especially after the Tri-Wizard tournament. We've even had a bunch of rooms added as well and all the old ones touched up, she said, pointing to the hall beside her. The second floor is really nice too. You get such a great view over the main room. Are you one of the additions as well? Asked Harry, grinning at her enthusiasm. She nodded. Yep, Rosie's been a really great friend to me while I was at Hogwarts and she told me she was looking for someone to help out a bit and I wanted the job. There are a few other girls who are waitresses, but she still does all the hard stuff herself though. I just sit at this desk and deal with the rooms. Isabelle is the new bartender. She's from France, she added, rolling her eyes as she drew out the word. Her accent has been drawing boys by the bucket load. Harry smirked at the group of guys who Isabelle was chatting up at the bar, barely paying attention to what they were drinking. Did all French girls have that effect? He thought of Fleur, who he hadn't seen since June, but then he was suddenly reminded of her slightly disturbingly obsessed younger sister and gave a mental shudder. He pulled himself back to reality. Well, I've got someone I need to meet now, but I'll definitely see you around, said Harry. It was nice meeting you, Marcel. Cheers, Harry, she said brightly. Come visit anytime. I will, he said, walking over to the bar. Hi, Rosie. I saw you chatting up my clerk, Harry, said Rosmerta, leaning forward imperiously. It had the effect of enhancing the already substantial cleavage she was showing with her low-cut dress. Rosmerta was certainly more than easy on the eyes. Still, Harry did his utmost to keep his fixated on her own green ones. And since when did you call me Rosie? Love what you've done with the place, he said evasively. Must have cost a lot, I reckon. Never you mind about that, said Rosmerta easily. Did you want to order some food? Yeah, but I also need a dish for a girl and I've got no idea what she likes. I don't feel like she's a bird about it though, he said, trying to puzzle out Tracy. I doubt she took the time to actually get herself anything when she came in. I've been doing this for long enough, Harry, I'll figure something out. Harry dug out a galleon and placed it on the table for her. I also have no idea where she is in this place, he started, but at the look he was getting changed course immediately, but I'm sure that won't be a problem for you. I'll take 2 butterbeers as well. Picking up the 2 large mugs, Harry made his way up the wide wooden steps to the second floor. It was much quieter than the first one, likely due to some type of muffling charm, though there was still the constant buzz of pleasant talking. There were a number of tables up here that hadn't been filled, though they were spread around fairly evenly. There were tables against the railing overlooking the main room and more intimate booths against the wall. One glance around was all it took to spot Tracy sitting all the way at the last table that was overlooking the room below. She was positioned so that it would be difficult to see her from below at least. "About time, Potter," said Tracy, taking the mug he handed her and draining a third of it in one go. She sighed happily, a tiny bit of foam clinging to her upper lip. Harry couldn't help but chuckle at the image. Something about the butterbeer from this place in particular had that effect on people. "Try not to kill it too quickly, who knows how long we'll be here," he pointed out, taking a drag on his own, spread through his body to his fingertips and toes. "Thanks, I forgot to get a drink before I got my seat, and I didn't want to lose it. The view from up here is great." "Yeah, the additions are fantastic. I love this place," he said, feeling very relaxed. "It's nice, you know." Tracy nodded her agreement while she took another long draft. She'd certainly be needing another one soon at this rate. "So, how's she looking down there?" asked Harry. "Well, at least Draco didn't make her sit with Crabbe and Goyle, though I half expected it," she said, shaking her head. "They're actually a whole 4 tables away. I managed to talk with Daphne and Gladrags while you were distracting Draco for a bit." "Oh," said Harry, interested. "What did she say?" "Asked me to kill her." Harry burst out laughing. "It's a little sad that he's like that," said Tracy with a frown. "I've met his mother once, and she didn't seem like the kind of person to raise him that way." "Makes sense. Malfoy is 100% his father to begin with, and there's a snake if I ever saw one. No offense meant," he added quickly as Tracy frowned. "Here you are, dears," came a voice from a little ways off. Rosmerta was approaching them with a large tray balanced expertly on one arm. She set down a plate in front of Harry followed by one for Tracy. "Thanks, Rosie," said Harry, grateful for the distraction. "Do you think we could get another round of butterbeers too? She'll be after mine in less than a minute at this rate." "If you'd told me who you were eating with, I'd have brought one over as a matter of course," she said teasingly at Tracy, who was now blushing faintly. "She does like her butterbeer, doesn't she, Miss Tracy Davis?" Tracy cleared her throat. "I'll thank you for not embarrassing me in front of the Gryffindor," she said thinly. "But, Rosmerta, I didn't order this." "I didn't order anything." "Well, of course you didn't," she said with a chuckle. "Be a poor date if he wasn't treating you, now would it?" Harry choked on his drink, nearly spilling it. Tracy was glaring at him murderously. "What have you been telling her?" she said dangerously. "Absolutely nothing of the sort," he said quickly, wiping his mouth. "Rosmerta, tell her." But the barmaid was already long gone, hips shaking mockingly with each step. He just sat back in his seat. "Honestly, having a go at me just because I called her Rosie, other people do it all the time. I'm telling you, Potter, don't get any ideas about today," Tracy warned him. She looked down at her food and refilled mug and her expression softened. "Thanks for the food though, this looks great." Harry let out a small breath as if he had dodged a killing curse. He'd have to get Rosmerta back a little later. They ate in silence as they continued to watch Daphne and Malfoy below. It didn't seem like much was happening. Malfoy was being a chatterbox about things likely relating to or directly concerning himself, and Daphne was just listening, or possibly pretending to, occasionally nodding her head here and there. Harry, on the other hand, found his attention split between the group below and the girl across from him. A small battle was waged in his mind. Tracy's annoyed face and waspish attitude from the couple weeks of his detentions fought against what he'd experienced today, and was crushed ruthlessly. Who would have thought this is what was actually behind the Slytherin's quick-to-attack demeanor? Tracy was actually all right, and understanding that was eye-opening in a number of ways. "I should apologize." Tracy quickly looked over at his words. "What? You aren't the kind of person I figured you were from detention," he clarified. "I should have tried to get along with you more without already preparing for a fight. I didn't give you much of a chance to," she said, looking to the side. "It's not exactly fair for you to say that. Still, I guess I'm glad you didn't chase me off earlier." "Oh, I tried," Tracy said dryly. "You just wouldn't leave. I have been known to be kind of stubborn." Tracy said nothing, but it didn't bother him. He'd wanted to get the thoughts off his chest and he felt better for it. Casting his gaze back over the banister, he voiced another wonder. Is it the same with her? Tracy looked over in confusion, having been paying attention to the pair below. Daphne, he elaborated. Greengrass, what's she like? Like that, Tracy said flatly, her thumb vaguely gesturing to the girl below. No, not that I mean when she isn't like that, Harry elaborated. What makes you think that isn't who she really is? Said Tracy at once. You don't know her at all. True, he replied, sipping his butterbeer. The corner of his mouth turned up into a grin. But after today I know you're secretly nice, so odds are she is too. Best friends and all that. Tracy cleared her throat slightly, looking back over the banister at the people below. She's different, I guess. If you want to know, then you should ask her yourself. Can't promise what'll happen to you when you do though. Harry returned his gaze to the Slytherin below, chuckling at the thought. I'll keep that in mind. Tracy eyed him carefully before voicing her next thought. Why are you asking about Daphne? I thought you liked Cho. I do, said Harry absently. Daphne's. He paused for a second before turning to Tracy, blank expression on his face. You heard nothing. I said nothing. Oh, no, I definitely heard something, she said with a Cheshire grin stretched across her face. It's actually not that big of a rumor, even after that fiasco last year, but I still suspected as much. You should see yourself when the two of you are talking to each other. Still rather tame though, don't you think you should step it up a bit? Harry just glared at her, blushing slightly. It's bad enough I've got Hermione teasing me about girls. Must you as well? And why are you watching so much? Kinda hard not to, she said with a shrug. It isn't like you hide it very well. Harry couldn't help but laugh a bit, despite the embarrassment. Still, he was more than willing to change the topic. We never finished talking about classes before, he said evasively, remembering that they had been cut off. Tracy blinked. That's right. You're completely skipping one of your classes. 3 actually. Well, technically 2, he amended. As expected, Tracy did not disappoint with her response. What? Harry nodded. Yeah, history of magic and divination, he said, counting them off. I've only gone to the first class of each. Never went back, not doing any of the assigned work. You have no idea how much easier it's been making my life with the amount of work everyone else has been giving. Still a lot of work to do, but it's manageable now. Also plenty of time to work on my own stuff too. But this is ROWL year. She said quickly. You'll fail. But Harry was shaking his head. I'll actually probably do better. History of magic is just like story time with a textbook, he began, ticking the class off on a finger, and it's so dull you want to destroy your brain just for something to do. Beyond boring, and I've got it first period twice a week. Barely anyone can stay awake for it to begin with, and we always end up begging Hermione for help at the end where we scrape by. I know the topics that will be covered on the OWL, so I can just study them in depth at a much more reasonable time of the day and never have to hear Bin's voice again. That class needs more life to it, literally. He put up a second finger. Honestly, I should have dropped divination for something else at the beginning of 4th year, but it was easy to bullshit and I had it with Ron. Not to mention the tournament. Anyway, divination is useless unless you're actually gifted with it. I'm not. Also, if you haven't heard, Trelawney dramatically predicts my death in practically every single class. Not even subtle about it. Hello, Harry. You're going to die in a horrible way today. Spooky spooky. Drama drama. Take care. She does that, said Tracy in shock. That's dreadful. It's bloody annoying, is what it is. Scared the hell out of me when I first joined the class, but I got used to it really fast. I'm done with her. I thought you said it was 3 classes. Tracy said when he didn't continue immediately. Well, to be honest, I was actually kicked out of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Harry took a swig of his drink. As punishment for how I acted on the first day. I know there's rumors about why I'm not there, but that's the short of it. Kicked out. I've never. How do things like this happen to you so much? Tracy said in wonder. That's just crazy. Isn't it? But I'm not going to fail the defense OWL, he said with a shrug. Defense is my best subject. Always has been, and probably always will be. I practice new stuff all the time and I'm miles ahead of where the class would be anyway. Besides, I'm not sure if you'd noticed, but Umbridge isn't teaching anyone anything to begin with. She's dragging everyone down to somewhere it'll be nearly impossible to recover from. Tracy glanced over the railing and put her utensils down, leaning back in her seat. She let out a depressed puff of air, the look she was giving him now positively woeful. I'm worried, she said, disheartened. Her posture was laced with anxiety. Really worried. Daphne is too, as little as she might show it. Defense is really important. You learn a lot about undoing damaging spells and curses, not to mention some of the more useful spells to defend yourself with. But we've never had a good defense teacher before except Lupin really, and he focused a lot on dark creatures. We're never going to pass that OWL, even with the extra studying we're doing to make up for it. There's really only so far you can get through self-study without already being a natural at the subject. Even then, how would you know if you're doing anything right? Just because you can cast a spell doesn't mean you're actually good at it. Harry considered the girl before him with a frown. It was easy to see the Slytherins, who as a whole always gave him an extremely hard time, as an entirely different group, but in the end they were the same as he was, students. Since his first day at Hogwarts, in the same way that he was forced to deal with the downright awful professors and ridiculous assignments, so were they. Tracy felt trapped, much like Hermione had earlier on. It was a humbling realization in a way. The only real difference. That woman is genuinely trying to prevent us from learning any magic whatsoever and we can't do anything about it. Was that Hermione had him? Listen, he said, causing her to look up. Tomorrow morning at 11 in the Hog's Head we're having a meeting about a way to deal with Umbridge. Tracy looked at him in surprise. We're, me, Ron, Hermione, and whoever else she's gotten around to inviting, though I've got no idea what kind of numbers to expect, he explained. I doubt anyone's invited any Slytherins, so you two would probably be the only ones. As two, said Tracy in confusion, still lost. You and Daphne, who else? He said pointedly. And anyone else, I suppose, as long as you can promise they'll keep quiet. Dunno who that could be, but I'll trust you to make a good decision. You'll trust me. Yeah, and don't worry, if anyone gives you hell about being there, they'll have to deal with me. I'll run it by Daphne later, she said slowly, still giving him an odd look, bemused, even. Harry looked over the railing. It looked like Malfoy was finally leaving, Daphne making no attempt to move from her seat. So the date was finally over, it seemed. Malfoy's leaving. I'll send Daphne up here. No doubt she'll need someone to talk to. Ah, today was fun, he said, eliciting a surprised look from her as her voice cut off. Let's do this again, yeah. Don't forget about tomorrow. 11, in the Hog's Head. See you there. And he walked off, depositing his plate in a plastic bin for dirty dishes. Harry made his way through the crowd smoothly, dodging students and other patrons alike to bring him beside Daphne. He stopped at her table and leaned over a bit. Second floor, all the way at the end. Daphne made to say something, but he had already moved off to the bar. He had one more stop to make before heading out. Who knew where Ron and Hermione were? No doubt they were wondering where the hell he had gotten off to. He suddenly realized that he had completely ditched them both for his impulsive adventure. Crap. Then again, if either of them were true to their characters, Ron was stuffing his face somewhere and Hermione was still reading in the bookstore. Still plenty of daylight to spend with them. Something else for you, Harry, dear. You really nearly got me killed up there, you know, he said with a small glare to the cheery woman. What would you have done if she threw me over the railing? Had someone clean up the mess and bill her for the damage, said Rosmerta simply. Right. Remind me never to die in your wonderful establishment, he said with amusement, glancing back up at the balcony. Second floor, all the way at the end. Potter was there and then gone in a second, giving her no time to respond as she watched his retreating back. Curious about what he had just said, she glanced up to the second floor and to her surprise saw what was unmistakably the back of Tracy's hair, just poking up over the top of the railing. She could make out the rest of her outfit through the individual spokes. Placing her plate in a dish bin, she took her half-filled mug through the crowd and up the stairs with her, noticing the drop in volume almost immediately. Tracy. Tracy was sitting at the last table, head buried in her arms, though her left hand was still wrapped around her mug. Sitting, Daphne immediately noticed how warm the chair she'd taken was, as if it had been occupied until very recently. Tracy still made no indication that she knew she was there. Hey, don't ignore me. Ow, 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 said Tracy loudly as Daphne pinched her arm lightly. All right, I'm up. You should be nicer to me, I had a really confusing day. Ah, but I won't even pretend to have gone through what you just did. Draco Malfoy, Daphne began, her knuckles white as she clutched her mug, is the most deplorable human being I have ever met. Forget about all of his worthless qualities, not once did he ask me anything about myself. Not once. He just strutted around and showed off his wealth like I should be impressed by it and himself, the paragon of the purebloods. Showing pretty me off like I was a damn prize. Little, bloody, Daphne's voice ground away into dark muttering. Sounds like it was worse than it looked. And he brought Crabbe and Goyle with him. Who does that? She continued, her voice back to full. I should thank Potter for saying what he did in Gladrags, else they probably would have eaten with us as well. Tracy, if I ever agree to go on a date again, please stop me. Who knows, you actually might like the next one, said Tracy with a chuckle and getting an eye roll in response. Anyway, how was your day? Asked Daphne. What did you do before we bumped into each other and that whole thing in Gladrags? Actually, she added in confusion, how did Potter know where you were sitting? Well, I might have been sitting with, him, she said slowly, carefully focusing on her mug. You were sitting with him. Daphne's eyebrows had gone up quite a bit. Harry Potter. At Tracy's nod she just continued, why? Well I couldn't just after all, it's his fault really, tagging along like that, she finished in annoyance, still not meeting Daphne's eyes. Was she getting a bit pink? Tracy. English, please. I spent the morning with him, she finally admitted. And it was, actually fun. Daphne was just giving her the most baffled look she could make. From the beginning, please. Well, I should start by admitting that I followed you all day, Tracy said sheepishly, now propping her chin on her arms. I didn't trust Draco after you left with him and those idiots on what was supposed to be a date. So I grabbed a daily profit from breakfast and sort of followed you. Daphne looked at her blankly before bursting out laughing. You are the best friend ever, you know that. Tracy looked away, highly embarrassed, though the smile was evident on her face. None of us noticed you at all, even though Crabbe and Goyle were there. Daphne suddenly laughed again. They actually had a use but failed, somehow that's even worse than them just being there. Actually, if it had been just me I probably would have been found out really fast, said Tracy, half explaining, half apologizing. I jumped on the idea of following you, but was really obvious about it. Potter saw me hiding across from the first shop you four went in almost immediately and came over talking to me. I thought he was going to blow my cover, but it ended up being fine. Before I knew it, he was the one following and I was doing my best to keep up with him. He's way better at being stealthy than I am. Probably from all that sneaking around he does at Hogwarts. You and Harry Potter followed us around from the very beginning. Daphne said blankly. She wasn't sure whether to be impressed or upset. I was just planning on staying outside all the shops, but Potter actually pulled me into Scrivenshafts while you four were there. We were listening to Draco ask you what you thought about that quill with the gold inlays. Okay. That's scary, said Daphne, thinking how close they must have been. Wait, then that means that in Gladrags. All planned for me to talk to you for a few seconds, we thought you could use a little breather from Constant Draco. That's mental. Yeah, well, Tracy shifted a little uncomfortably. At first I was really mad at him for barging in and not leaving me alone, but after a little while we started talking about random stuff and walked around like normal people. And then Gladrags. Tracy shook her head. Potter was just shy of hexing Draco for how he was acting. I got him out of there, not you guys. He calmed down after a bit anyway she finished suddenly. Daphne wasn't fooled though, having seen this very thing before. Tracy, Spill it. We did some clothing shopping, she muttered. What's so bad about that? Daphne asked. Tracy was determinedly not meeting her eyes. Tracy. I tried stuff on, she said slowly, biting her lip. And he might have made a passing observation or two. Daphne opened her mouth to speak but held back as her friend continued in an even smaller voice, at my request. Let me get this straight. You tried things on for him to look at. Daphne deadpanned. Tracy nodded, looking to the side. I mean, he was there, so it would have been a waste not to. I wanted opinions. For how long? We were in the Three Broomsticks for a while. Dunno. About an hour. Wasn't really paying attention, she mumbled. And then you had lunch with him until just now. Daphne continued. Nod. Did he pay? A hesitation, but finally a nod. And you were alone with him from a few minutes after you got to Hogsmeade. Nod. Daphne crossed her arms. Tracy. That's a date. Is not. Sorry, Tracy, but yes it is. Daphne suddenly grinned, despite the whole crazy idea of her best friend going around with Potter. You had an unofficial date with Harry Potter. First date too. Tracy's eyes actually went wide for a bit before she sighed resignedly. You beep. So, what do you think? It was a mark of their friendship that Daphne wasn't teasing her. Tracy looked genuinely thrown off from today's events. I dunno, after everything I've ever heard about him, I just wasn't expecting this. I haven't been treating him very well either during his detentions. He had every right to be cold to me but wasn't at all. He even apologized for not being more open-minded to us getting along. Well, I'd be really careful about keeping this quiet, if I were you, Daphne continued. You know what the house will say if any of them find out. Yeah, it's bad enough for them that I'm a half-blood, she said with a frown. It was probably the only reason that Tracy, who was easily likable in general, was so disconnected from her housemates. The moment they had discovered her father was a muggle, it had caused her a lot of problems. Not so much that everyone in the house instantly despised her. As a matter of fact, Slytherin House was much more tolerant of half-bloods than most believed. It was just that the most bigoted pure-bloods in the house were often the most vocal and coincidentally carried the most political power among them, not to mention money. They held sway whether they used it or not. Stop. You know how I feel about you getting all mopey about that crap, Daphne said sternly, scowling at her, and Tracy just shrugged. It was an old argument between the two of them. Anyway, Potter invited us to a meeting happening tomorrow about the defense classes. 11 o'clock at the Hog's Head, that seedy pub on the other side of the village. Looks like they've got an idea of how to take care of the huge problem everyone is having. Potter invited us, said Daphne in surprise. I suppose I can understand you, but why me? She was interested. So much so that she was actually considering it despite the fact that the Gryffindor poster boy had invited them. Word about him had been circulating the Slytherin common room since her first day, and none of it was any good. Even the rest of the school these days seemed to agree with most of it. Still, she wasn't foolish enough to have her priorities so skewed. Umbridge's classes were honestly making her terrified of the defense OWL. While the most common NEWT requirement for all spell-related jobs was charms, directly following that were both defense and transfiguration. Most, however, required all three. Failing her defense OWL effectively destroyed her chances at any type of decent future that she was remotely interested in. Sure, she could take it again at a later date, but that wouldn't make up for the fact that it would be on her record that she failed it the first time, and there was never a good Dada professor at school. She would end up being even further behind than she was now. Everyone in the school, save probably a few gifted seventh years, was behind in defense. And yet, despite all that, she was wary of being invited to something by someone she barely knew, especially one that she had always held in such low regard. Tracy was contemplating her response. She cut off, looking embarrassed again, but kept talking anyway. He said some nice things to me and figured that even if you act the way you do, you probably are pretty similar to me anyway. Daphne couldn't help but smile a bit at her friend. She'd never really gotten much positive attention from boys before, so it certainly was nice to see. Even if it was Harry Potter. Though he did ask about you earlier. He seemed curious. Oh, Tracy eyed her butterbeer, thoughtful. Yeah, he does fancy Cho Chong though. Kinda tricked him into admitting it. I was too curious to let the chance pass. That's points to me for spotting it. Daphne just rolled her eyes at her excitable friend. She was way too interested in other people's love lives. What about this thing he's invited us to? Daphne said, before Tracy became further off track. You didn't finish talking about it. Ah, sorry. I was telling him how worried we were about defense and he just told me about it. From the sound of it, he's one of the ones who's running it. He said he'd deal with anyone who tried to give us a hard time as well. We're definitely the only Slytherins with an invite. Though he said I could bring someone else if I trusted that person to keep quiet. I don't know. Just humor me, alright. I can't take the anxiety anymore. You just want to see him again, Daphne teased. Tracy just scowled, though she still did look a bit embarrassed. I told you I had fun today, but I'm not some love-struck third year. Okay, I get it, Daphne apologized, though she still hid a small smirk. Tracy didn't often get flustered about things. Actually, I think you two would actually get along pretty well if you gave him a chance. Daphne just rolled her eyes. Whatever, let's go. It's been a crazy day for both of us, and that means we need sugar. Remind me why we didn't just do this in the Three Broomsticks. They've even got a second floor now. I've already told you, Ron, it's always packed, we'd never get any peace of mind talking in there. You're sure about this now? I mean, we can always relocate. We don't want this circulating through the school, and being around other students is the quickest way to make that happen. You know just as well as I do that Umbridge would shut this down in a heartbeat. The Hog's Head should be fine though, students never go in there. It's a bit, you know, Hermione paused for a second, looking for the right word. Dodgy, Harry suggested. Ron just gave them an unamused look. A bit. This was, after all, the place that Hagrid frequently walked out of with unborn creatures of incredible danger and questionable legality. Still, there was no further objection about their destination and they continued the remainder of the way in silence. It didn't take long for the trio to reach the pub. It was right around the corner from the post office and up a side street a bit. The sign that hung over the door creaked as it swayed and depicted a severed boar's head dripping blood onto a white cloth. Lovely. Well, after you, leader, said Ron, looking at the place apprehensively. Hermione glanced at Harry, who gave her a pointed look. She straightened her shoulders, saying, right, well, come on. She pushed the door open and walked in, Harry and Ron flanking her. Harry was immediately reminded of a dark cellar. It certainly resembled one. The bay windows were so grimy they might as well have been hidden behind curtains for all the light they let in. The room instead had to be lit by a large number of candles that sat on the tables littering the room. The ground was so covered in filth that the stone floor could easily be mistaken as earthen. There were only a handful of people in the place, though all of them wore cloaks with hoods that covered their faces. Harry remembered Hagrid mentioning the wide range of characters that frequented this place. He supposed then he shouldn't be surprised that one figure at the bar was downing glass after glass of something that honestly looked like liquid fire. In fact, it might actually have been on fire itself. The fact every visible inch of the drinker was completely covered in less than clean-looking bandages was really just the kicker. We're really doing this, huh? Try to relax a bit, Harry, Hermione said reassuringly. I've triple-checked everything. We aren't out of bounds for anything we're doing. Not the Hog's Head, not the study group we're planning, nothing. Guess I'm just being a bit paranoid then. For the record though, it's not really a study group we're doing, said Harry flatly. More a subversive combat unit. Don't argue semantics with me, Harry, you won't win, she chirped. She's got you there, mate, said Ron with a shrug. Let's get drinks, I'm parched. They walked up to the bar where the barman had just exited a back room and was now eyeing them suspiciously. He was a grumpy-looking old man with a good amount of long gray hair and beard. Tall and thin, the man actually looked vaguely familiar to Harry. What? He grunted, clearly less than pleased to have a bunch of kids in his establishment. 3 butterbeers, please, said Hermione. The man did nothing for a second before reaching under the counter and pulling out 3 very dusty bottles and placing them on the counter. 6 sickles, he said, eyeing Hermione. I've got it, said Harry, fishing out the silver and passing it over. Harry noticed that the barman's eyes flicked to his scar for a second before he took the money and tossed it into a wooden till a few feet away, the drawer popping open to accept the coins and snapping shut immediately after. The man covered in bandages tapped the counter with his knuckles for another drink, pulling the barman's attention away from them. As they found seats, Ron looked over at the bar speculatively. You know, I bet they'd serve us anything in here, he said with a small grin. I've always wanted to try fire whiskey. Hermione, who had just spelled their drinks clean, instantly looked over at Ron. Ron, she started disapprovingly, but Harry quickly cut her off. So, who exactly is supposed to be meeting us? He opened his butterbeer and took a swig. At least the drink itself was as good as ever, though it lacked that certain quality of the butterbeer from the 3 broomsticks. Who'd you end up talking to, anyway? Just a couple of people, she said, looking over at the door and then checking her watch. I told them to be here about now, and I'm sure they all know where it is. Oh, look, this might be them. The pub door had opened again, though unlike when they had entered, this time it was to an absolute flood of people. First came Neville with Dean and Lavender, who were closely followed by Parvati and Padma Patil with the quiet Sue Lee. Then, Cho entered with her friend, Marietta Edgecombe. Luna was next, followed by Katie, Alicia, Angelina, Colin and Dennis Creevy, Ernie Macmillan, Justin Finch Fletchley, Hannah Abbott, Susan Bones, Anthony Goldstein, Michael Corner, and Terry Boot. As if that weren't enough, Ginny followed them, coming just ahead of some boy from the Hufflepuff Quidditch team he didn't know, and bringing up the rear of the procession were Fred, George, and Lee Jordan, all 3 carrying large Zonkos bags. Had they all been waiting outside the door until there were sufficient numbers to brave the place? The barman's mouth was as wide as it could go. He had probably never seen his pub so filled with people, let alone normal-looking ones. A couple of people, said Harry blankly. He turned to Hermione and glared at her. A couple of people. Yes, well, the idea seemed quite popular, said Hermione happily. Ron, help me pull up more chairs. Harry let out a great sigh as people began finding themselves seats. Well, had he really expected something different? Fred was taking care of drinks. Hey, can we get EH26 butterbeers, please? That's 29, Weasley. Everyone turned to the door which had just opened again to reveal the latest additions to the large group. As they walked away from the light coming through the front door and it closed behind them, a bunch of people started muttering in surprise. Tracy Davis, who had spoken, headed the triangle. Blaise Zabini was to her right, hands in his pockets and looking bored. And finally, Daphne Greengrass was looking around the pub from her friend's left, arms crossed and taking it all in with about as much interest as the weather. Oi, what are snakes doing here? Said Ron loudly. Well, that's what you do when you're invited to a place, isn't it? Tracy gave him a challenging look. Show up. Who invited them? Said Ron at once, looking around at the group. Harry crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. I did, Ron. What? Well, that threw him off. This isn't a group that excludes people because of their house, said Harry flatly. End of story. If anyone's got a problem with that, then piss off. He's right, Ron, said Hermione after a second, though she clearly wasn't sold on the idea of having Slytherins in the group. They had never exactly shown themselves to be a trustworthy group in her opinion, though it wasn't right to judge a part based on the whole. It's not about that. Ron looked like he wanted to argue but was cut off with a glare from Harry. They would have this chat later, no doubt. Harry dug into his pocket and withdrew a few galleons. Fred, buy everyone drinks with this, he said loudly, tossing them to the redhead. Cheers, Harry. Sorry about that, he said back to the barman who was still looking disgruntled at the number of people. 29 butterbeers. As Fred passed the drinks around, Harry walked over to the table that the 3 Slytherins had claimed for themselves. I didn't think you'd come, he said truthfully. Neither did I, said Daphne dryly, looking off to the side. Oh, come on, we've got nothing better to do right now, Unless you want to spend another day with Draco, said Tracy, earning a glare from her friend. Harry suppressed a smirk and looked at Blaze. Welcome to the group, Zabini. I obviously don't know you at all, but I'll trust Tracy's judgment on this. Did she force you to come or are you curious yourself? Blaze was a nebulous individual. He had originally run with Malfoy's group during the younger years but had since broken away and become more of a solo act, though he mingled throughout the house. Perhaps he'd become tired of the rest of his year. Blaze's eyes darted to Tracy for a moment before settling on Harry. Certainly curious, he said after a second. I'm interested in seeing how you plan on dealing with the school's defense problem. Hermione was really the one with the big plan. I'm just the person who makes it all work. He left the three looking at him in confusion. Once Harry reached the table at the head of the group, he said in a low voice, "Well, Hermione, you set this up so you get it going. What exactly have you been telling them, anyway? I see the way they're all looking at me." I honestly didn't say much, she admitted. They're all people who want something better than what we've got now. That's all I can say for sure. As for why they're looking at you, she gave him a quick grin. You are a bit famous. Harry just rolled his eyes, considering what she'd said. So none of the group had any idea of the plan. How many would be willing to go through with this, he wondered. Hello everyone, Hermione began, her voice slightly raised as she addressed the gathering. Thanks for coming. We had the idea of getting together a group of people who wanted to study defense against the dark arts. Obviously, not the rubbish that Umbridge is doing with us. I think it's pretty obvious that teaching everyone defense is the last thing on her mind. I'll say, said Lee. There was a general murmur of agreement. The way things are now, we'll never get anywhere. So I thought it would be better if we took matters into our own hands, she continued, glancing over at Harry. Meaning, we would be learning how to actually use spells to defend ourselves, among other things. Not only do we want to pass our exams, but Voldemort's return has made things extra dangerous and, she waited for a moment for everyone to regain their composure, it's more important now than ever to know how to properly defend ourselves. Everyone just stared at her in silence, causing the girl's thin smile to become even thinner. Well, that's the plan anyway, she continued. If you want to join, we're going to have to decide. Where's the proof? Came an aggressive voice. It was the Hufflepuff that Harry didn't know. And you are, said Harry with a raised eyebrow. Just what he needed. An ass. Zacharias Smith, said the boy, and I think we've got the right to know exactly what makes you say you know who is back. Look, said Hermione sharply, that's not what this is supposed to be about. It's all right, Hermione. Harry sighed, looking at the accusing boy. I saw him, I fought him, and then I escaped when I had the chance. End of story. I couldn't care less if you don't believe me. His gaze swept through the group. If you're here because you're interested in details about that night, then get out. He glared at them all, waiting for someone to move, but they all sat there without a single fidget. Cho had her eyes in her lap. So, said Hermione, her voice a little higher than normal, like I was saying, if we want to learn some defense, we need to be taught from someone who's got experience with it and knows exactly what it's like out there. We know it isn't perfect, but in the end I think Harry's really the best person for the job. This was met with a half silence as everyone shifted to look at him again. In response he just shrugged. I know stuff. Like he says, agreed Hermione. We'll need to work out how exactly we're going to do this, how often we're going to meet, and where we're going to meet. If you're interested, she added. Okay. Any other questions? He asked, deciding not to put his wand away and twirling it between his fingers. I've heard you can make a Patronus. Is that true? Said Marietta. There was a murmur of interest around the group at this. Yeah, I can. You heard it. Rumor. She said as if that explained everything. Since my 4th year. I never saw it though. A corporeal Patronus. It's not really an actual Patronus otherwise, is it? That's pretty incredible, said Marietta, getting a nod from a number of others. I'll show you later if you want, he said with a shrug. We can make it a late lesson. Did you kill a basilisk with that sword in Dumbledore's office? Demanded Terry Boot. Harry, as well as everyone else, turned to him. Apparently, The meeting had become a Harry Potter rumor Q&A session. One of the headmasters' portraits told me that when I was there last year, Terry elaborated. There was a snort from the side as Daphne failed to repress a small laugh. Something funny, said Ron aggressively. Killed a basilisk, are you kidding me? She said in amused disbelief. With a sword. Tracy and Blaze were also both looking at Terry Boot like he was somewhat unhinged. Maybe you shouldn't believe everything you hear, said Harry. What else do the portraits have to do than come up with interesting things to say to one another? Ron looked like he wanted to object, but Harry shot him a quick look and he sat back in his seat. Ginny frowned but said nothing. True, I've heard a bunch of pretty ridiculous things from portraits about you, said Ernie. Though between them and the rest of the school, it's pretty hard to keep up with the truth. Harry likes to keep things interesting, quipped Fred. Yeah, a year without life-threatening situations would actually probably kill the guy, poor bloke, said George. Harry palmed his face at this. Come on, you guys. But I wouldn't doubt that he knows a thing or two about how to survive, Lee added. We could do worse for a teacher. He did make it through the tournament last year too, added Cho. That's impressive in its own right. I wouldn't mind learning from him. Right, said Hermione hastily. The point is, he's willing to teach us. I know he's not a professor, but anything is better than Umbridge at this point. There was a murmur of general assent. Anyone not interested? When no one moved, Hermione continued on, clearly pleased. Right then, the next question is how often we do it. I really don't think there's any point meeting less than once a week. Hang on, said Angelina. We need to make sure this doesn't conflict with Quidditch practice. Nor with ours, said Cho. Or ours, said Smith. I'm sorry but we really don't, said Hermione impatiently. There are going to be better times than others, but the group isn't going to be put off because of Quidditch. Either you're with it or you aren't. Don't worry, Hermione, it'll work out, said George, one hand quelling Angelina's outrage that someone would dare to call Quidditch less than the most important aspect of life. I think it will be more difficult to find a place to meet. No need, said Harry. I've already got the location all worked out, you'll hear about it later on. For the record, Hermione interjected, everything that we are doing here is within school rules. Creating an unofficial club is totally allowed. It's no different from a random study group or a student-organized game of pickup Quidditch. You can't get in trouble in the slightest for this, it's just we'd rather avoid the issues that would come up if we went parading it around. I'm sure Umbridge would try to do something to shut this down. So if you're in, please come sign this parchment so we know who to contact about the first meeting. Other than that, you can go. Thanks again for coming. There was a pause of murmuring before everyone shuffled forward to sign. Hermione looked thrilled that everything was going so well. She rolled up the parchment and stuck it in her bag. As the others trickled out of the pub, Harry walked over to Cho, who had separated herself from her friend. Hey, Harry, doing well, she said with a smile. One of her hands was absently playing with a lock of her hair. I know we haven't talked much recently, it's been fairly busy. It's all right, I'm as well as I can be, he said. I'm sorry about earlier. People can be thoughtless. Cho's smile slipped a bit, but she still held onto it, just giving off a feeling of sadness. Don't worry about it, Harry. You had every right to be angry. She closed her eyes for a second and let out a long breath. I've let him go. You were right on the train. He wouldn't want me to dwell. Harry wasn't really quite sure what to say. It was like he was intruding on her sadness. He didn't really belong. Not when he had been the ultimate source of her pain. If only he hadn't told Cedric to take the cup with him. No, he shouldn't think like that. Dwelling on the past would only serve to make him miserable. If Cho could push past it, then so could he. Cho, besides, there's still plenty to be happy about, don't you think? She added, her head tilted to the side slightly. A cough brought their attention to Marietta, who was watching them with a very particular look on her face. Cho's face reddened a bit, but she turned pointedly away from her friend and regarded Harry again. I have to head back to the castle for today, but I hope we can talk more soon. Yeah, definitely, he said at once, nodding. I'll see you around. Cho walked out of the pub with her friend, giving him a final small wave at the door before disappearing into the street. Shaking his head to clear it, he looked about to see who was still around. Almost everyone was gone now. Hermione and Ron were still chatting at their table in the back. The only other group of students were the two female Slytherins, one of whom was watching him with a fairly knowing grin. Blaise must have left with the others. He walked over to them, giving the grinning bee owned a flat look. Something I can help you with? You said nothing. I heard nothing, she said cheekily. And don't you forget it, he grumbled, though he wasn't mad at her. Quite the contrary, he was very happy she had come and wasn't treating him like a stranger. He noticed that Daphne was watching him carefully. What's up, Greengrass? You're a terrible liar. You know, she said bluntly. Harry looked at her blankly for a moment before he realized what she must be talking about. Ah, you mean the snake. Damn it, this was what he got for inviting members of the House of the Cunning. They also happened to be damn sharp at times. Or, well, at least she was. I wasn't aware that you lied about anything else during the meeting, she said lightly, finishing her butterbeer. Harry sighed. The snake just happened. I'm lucky to be alive. That's not much of an explanation. Obviously something happened you're keeping quiet about. Harry frowned. What do you want me to say? That as a second-year student I went off to face the heir of Slytherin and fought a basilisk to save my friend's sister and stop the school from closing. His terror at the time had been twofold. First was Ginny, Ron's only sister and a sweet girl in general, who had a family that loved her dearly. He couldn't let her just die. Then there was the school. If it closed he would end up back at the Dursleys, his new life away from them destroyed. Truthfully, he would rather face another basilisk than go back to that full-time. Hogwarts was all he had, his only chance at a future. Potter. Tracy watched as his eyes lost focus. Potter. She repeated. She traded a glance with Daphne before she tried again. Harry. He gave a small start, coming out of whatever he had fallen into. Ah, sorry, he apologized. Blinking, he fixed his eyes on the bee. Owned, slowly grinning. You called me Harry. No, I didn't. Of course not, I suppose I imagined it. So the snake is dead, interrupted Daphne. She was still giving him an odd look. Harry glanced back at her. Yeah, it's dead. Has it been moved? I doubt it, said Harry. As far as I know, I'm the only one who can get to it. Not that I go visiting the damn thing. What was she getting at? I want to see it. Oh, you really do have a way with words, said Harry, shaking his head. Why? Who can honestly say they've seen a basilisk in their life? Even a small one, she explained. Trust me, it's overrated, said Harry dryly. Only knows how to do one trick, though I'll admit it does it fairly well. You're the only person I know who would say something like that, she replied, her voice equally dry. Harry crossed his arms, leaning back in his chair. Well, why not? He had been meaning to go to the chamber anyway, and this would give him a chance to get to know the girl a bit beyond what she displayed to the public eye. All right, I'll take you. Both Daphne and Tracy blinked in surprise. They had clearly been expecting a refusal. Really? Hey, quality time with Lady Greengrass, how could I say no? Watch it, Potter, Daphne growled, her voice gaining a dangerous tone at once. Why don't I just take you today? You're not doing anything else, right? No more dates. The look she was giving him made him frown. You are too serious, he said. Would you like to go now, or after dinner? Now, I've got nothing else I want to do in the village as it is. All right, just give me a little bit to chat with my friends. I'm going to have to convince the redhead to let me go without a bodyguard. Tracy chuckled in amusement as Harry walked back to his friends. Both of them were watching him carefully. What's the deal with inviting them? Said Ron at once. Do you really want to have this fight with me, Ron? He asked bluntly. Not all Slytherins are Malfoy. In fact, not all people are Malfoy. Harry, you can't trust the snakes. He said emphatically. They all think Gryffindors are scum and aren't about to change their minds. Give me one example when you weren't treated like crap by any of them. Well, lunch with Tracy yesterday went rather well, he jabbed, enjoying the look that Ron was now giving him. It just kind of happened. he added with a shrug, when Hermione opened her mouth to ask. You ditched us both to grab lunch with a snake, said Ron in disbelief. Harry stalled for a second but realized that there was no denying that Ron was right, at least about that. Yeah, I guess I did in the end. Sorry you too. It's all right, Harry. We still spent the afternoon together, said Hermione, still mulling over what she had just heard. It's not like we were looking for you either. But, Ron, one more thing about the Slytherins in the next 5 minutes and I'll curse your mouth off, snapped Hermione. You know I can do it, too. Ron closed his mouth, though he certainly wasn't happy about it. Anyway, said Harry, drawing their attention back to him, back to the meeting, are you feeling happy about it? He asked. Very, she said cheerfully. That was perfect. Yeah, well, minus having them join and that Zachariah's bloke. He's a wart, said Ron, glad to have something else to take his aggression out on in the conversation. At least the snakes were civil for the most part. Harry just rolled his eyes. He just did it without even trying. It was amazing how ingrained the house rivalries were in some families. Admittedly, the Weasleys were about as Gryffindor as it got. Yes, I don't like him much either, agreed Hermione, but he was there when I was talking to Ernie and Hannah, and he seemed really interested. Still, the more people the better, right? I mean, Michael Corner and his friends wouldn't have even come if he hadn't been going out with Ginny. What little butterbeer Ron had been finishing up was now being sprayed down his front, annoying Slytherins and Hufflepuff completely forgotten in the face of this new Dark Lord level threat. He's what? Said Ron in outrage, ears furiously red. Harry was also fairly surprised. She certainly wasn't acting like she was dating someone. Was he really that oblivious to it? Though to be fair, he didn't exactly get to spend much time with her to begin with. This summer was really the first time that he talked to her regularly. Trying to think of anything that could have hinted at the sudden news, Harry missed much of the back and forth between a livid Ron and an exasperated Hermione. At least it explained why she was acting so natural around him. It looked like her boy who lived crush really was gone, then. Well, that was a relief, at least. I'm going to go now, he said flatly to his two friends, who didn't seem like they were stopping any time soon. All right, Harry, we'll see you later, said Hermione absently, now following a fuming Ron out of the pub, in all likelihood to prevent him from doing something rash. Shaking his head in amusement, he returned to the Slytherins. All right, ready to go, he said. You honestly think I'm about to walk through Hogsmeade with you, Potter? Said Daphne, eyebrow raised. Especially after yesterday, I'm not eager to start rumors. Harry just gave her a disgruntled look. Fine. Come to the second floor of the castle. Anywhere will do. He turned to her companion. Did you want to come, Tracy? It sounds fun, but I've got some things to do in the village before I head back to the castle today, she said in apology. No problem, I'll see you around then. He walked over to the bar and pushed a galleon towards the barman. Sorry about the mess, he said, motioning to all the empty butterbeer bottles. This is for putting up with us. Harry moved towards the door and, after a final glance to the Slytherins, made his way back into the streets. That was pretty rude, you know. Sorry, he just rubs me the wrong way. Tracy just sighed. Well, here's your chance to get to know him a bit better. He's really not as bad as anyone makes him out to be. Daphne eyed her friend sidelong before responding. You'll forgive me if I don't fall head over heels for him like you have. If you ever want me to stop teasing you about your date, then teasing me about mine isn't going to help, Tracy responded grumpily. Fine, truce. What are you going to do while I go see whatever Potter's got cooked up? Daphne was unable to hold back a small snort of laughter. I mean, really, a basilisk. I know it sounds ridiculous, but why would he lie? Tracy frowned. After yesterday, it just doesn't seem like something he'd do. To impress us, she suggested. We're both attractive after all. You're hopeless. Tracy shook her head. I said it before. Potter's an awful liar. I don't think it's a basilisk, but there probably is a snake or something. You remember the rumors that were flying around at the end of second year. Though to be fair, a basilisk actually makes sense. Its gaze kills but indirectly could potentially petrify. Yeah, Right up until you get to the part where he kills it with a sword. Tracy shook her head. Who comes up with this stuff anyway? Something else would have happened to it. Daphne paused, crossing her arms. Anyway, I'm still pretty surprised, he agreed. Must be because of you. Maybe, she said with a shrug. They were now on the high street. Daphne gave her friend a small shove to the side. I'm going to head back to the carriages now. What about you? I wanted to get my dad something from the village. His birthday is coming up. That's right, I forgot about that. Tell me what you ended up getting later. You always get him the weirdest stuff. Of course. Harry made his way back to the carriages slowly, his mind skipping around between the meeting, show, and his new afternoon plans. As much as he didn't want to admit it, Tracy made a good point the day before. He and Cho danced around each other but never really made any move to try to change things. Was she waiting for him to do something? Should he ask her to Hogsmeade next time? He continued down the road in relatively high spirits when something down a side street drew his eyes. Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, and Nott were all hanging around outside a shop, otherwise oblivious to the world. Harry slowed, eventually coming to a halt. Seeing the white blonde-haired boy with that haughty expression on his face was making something in the back of his mind burn. Looking down, he saw that he had drawn his wand and was twirling it between his fingers as it sent a feeling of anticipation up his arm. He eyed the carriages, which were only another minute's walk down the road, and changed course, heading toward the Slytherins. His wand was already moving in a lazy sort of motion through the air in front of him. Daphne could wait for a few minutes. He had some unfinished business with Malfoy that was quite pressing, after all. Don't know what to do these days, Nott was saying. My father and stepmother haven't been telling me anything. They will eventually, said Malfoy, arms crossed as he leaned back against the building. They'll have to. Mother keeps telling me to leave it be, finish my education at least, but it's really none of her concern. She just doesn't understand. Not like father does. This is my future, not hers. The future of the world. I suppose so, Nott agreed. What? Stupefy. The stunner caught Nott in the back of the head, dropping him into his assailant, who just pushed him to the side and allowed his body to slump to the ground. Harry watched the boy fall with a smirk on his face. The other Slytherins just looked on in total shock, hardly comprehending what had just happened. Whoops! Did I do that? Bastard! Shouted Malfoy, whipping out his wand as Crabbe and Goyle scrambled to do the same. Didn't really want to do that, but he'd get in the way otherwise, said Harry conversationally, ducking two curses from Crabbe and Goyle respectively. He silently summoned Nott's wand, holstering his own. Meh, not a bad fit. Confundo, Supplanto, Depulso. The tripping jinx followed by the banishing charm had the confounded Crabbe stumbling head first into the closest building, knocking him unconscious. Within less than 10 seconds, 4-on-1 had become 2-on-1. There were two reasons that Harry had decided to brazenly attack the Slytherins despite their numbers on him. The first was that no one expected anyone, let alone him, to attack them in broad daylight. The street had a number of people milling about in the general area, though none of them wanted to get close enough to the Slytherins, who were putting out a pretty antisocial atmosphere. With the element of surprise, he could instantly take out at least one of them. Besides, only Malfoy and Nott were actually competent with their casting. Crabbe and Goyle were merely just large bodies these days. The second reason was that he had a message to deliver. One that began and ended at the point of a wand. Stupefy. Impedimenta. Harry moved to the side, allowing both spells to pass by harmlessly. The wall they struck behind him took minimal damage. All of the buildings in Hogsmeade were spelled against damage in general. People in the area were already shouting for help, moving well out of range of the spells being cast. Confringo. Harry cursed as he was forced to shield against the blasting curse from Goyle. When did he learn something like that? The spell rebounded and struck the ground a number of feet away from them, blasting a large amount of dirt into the air and leaving a small crater in the road. Accio, said Harry, pointing at a barrel behind Malfoy. The bee-owned had the common sense to dodge to the side, letting the thing roll harmlessly past instead of toppling him. Goyle suddenly smirked, a plan clearly formed on his face. Serpent. No, you dumbass, said Malfoy, smacking Goyle over the head. He's a bloody parcelmouth. Don't go making snakes. Harry let out a snort of mirth before turning his wand on the unfortunate idiot. Locomotor mortis, said Harry, his wand aimed at Goyle. Now unable to move his legs, the Slytherin fell to the ground, knocking into Malfoy in the process. Harry just rolled his eyes and confronted him. That should make his account of the event fairly interesting. The bloody hell are you playing at? Spat Malfoy, but Harry was in no mood to banter. He was cutting this close as it was. Incarcerus. Ropes flying too fast for Malfoy to dodge bound him in a second, making him fall to the ground beside his fellows. Harry walked over, plucked his wand from his hand, and dropped it on the ground next to him. I'll have you expelled for this, Potter. Sure. Tell everyone how weak you really are, he spat. Show your Dark Lord exactly how useless you were in a fight. He'll know about this by Monday breakfast. Malfoy gritted his teeth in anger but said nothing, still struggling against his bonds. I didn't get the chance to do this yesterday because we were in a clothing store that I happened to like and I couldn't find you afterward. But since I have your attention now, there's something you should know. Harry pointed his wand down at the blonde, who paled, eyes fixed on the tip. I'm not sure what exactly caused it, but this year my fuse has been quite a bit shorter than it normally is. I'm sure you've read the paper recently, right? Apparently I'm unstable. He leaned in and pressed the wand tip to Malfoy's chest. This is the second time this year you've called Hermione a mudblood in front of me. The train was strike one. Yesterday was strike two. Let me make something clear to you, Ferret. Seeing people like you put down people like her pisses me off like nothing else. I'm not the passive Gryffindor you're used to messing with, and as you can see I'm developing quite the anger issue. Get to strike three, and I swear I won't give you another chance to make more. Harry straightened and looked around. There were people approaching from far off. Time to go. Confundo. The spell made Malfoy's eyes shift out of focus for a second. Geez, you really need to be careful with that wand of yours, you could harm someone. Harry vanished the ropes and pulled Malfoy to his feet, dusting his back off and pressing Knott's wand into his hand as the boy continued to look at him in complete confusion. Look, just go check out your friends, they look like they've been through the thick of it, yeah. Smirking at Malfoy as he bemusedly went to do as he was told, Harry quickly vanished into the alley between the two buildings and left the scene. Now that he was out of view, he pulled his own wand and let the illusory charm he had put up earlier fall. It wasn't a very complex one. It didn't work on anyone who was close to him, either. All it did was make an area around him, about 30 feet in every direction, such that anyone looking into it would see some strange stuff. People would look different, colors would be all mixed up. It was actually a failed version of a different illusion spell that ended up becoming its own thing. He ended up coming back onto the high street near the edge of the village right by the carriages, tethered to the herd of Thestrals. They pawed at the ground in boredom, a few eyeing him lazily. He got into the nearest one and closed the door, enjoying the silence that the carriages brought. They were actually pretty private things since they were all spelled to prevent normal level sounds from leaking in or out, in addition to the curtained windows. What the hell did I just do? Muttered Harry, looking at the roof of the carriage. Well, it wasn't as if Nott had deserved to be harmed, and Crabbe and Goyle just lacked their own motivations. Malfoy though Harry sighed and ran a hand through his hair. None of them had lasting damage, minus bruises, and Malfoy was still in one piece, as opposed to many like he originally wanted him to be in. What was the point? The carriage, obviously, said nothing. It was times like this that he couldn't help but wish that his rhetorical questions were actually answered. The carriage suddenly shifted for a moment, making him think it was about to set off to the castle, when the door opened, revealing a black-haired, blue-eyed beauty. Potter, I thought you went back to the castle already, said Daphne, looking up at him from the ground. She quickly glanced around the general area, but it was deserted save for them. I made a slightly impulsive detour on my way back that kept me busy until just now, he said, sitting upright so that she had a distinct side to sit on. Seeing that she still wasn't moving, he continued, I don't bite, you know. Huffing a bit, Daphne climbed into the carriage and closed the door. As soon as she had seated herself diagonally from him, the Thestrals began pulling them back to the castle at an easy pace. So, how has your year been so far? He asked, leaning back in his seat. Nothing worth talking about, yours. She replied shortly. It's had its ups and downs, he said. I know Tracy said that you've been worried about defense lately, but are there any other classes you're worried about with the owls? This year has been pretty intense. She just shrugged, pretending to look out of the window while she actually regarded him in the reflection. Not really. Oh, that's good. They fell into silence, though not an awkward one. Daphne couldn't help but think that something was troubling the Gryffindor and was taking up most of his attention to begin with. He had just been making conversation to be polite. With Harry looking out the window, lost in thought, Daphne considered him quietly, her conversation with Tracy the day before going through her head. One day. No, not even that. A mere few uninterrupted hours spent in his company and the boy who lived had gone from daily nuisance to almost friend for the bee. Owned. He had also followed her around for the entire duration of her awful date with Draco, for whatever reason. And here he sat alone in a carriage with her for the next 15 minutes at least, staring out the window and not talking to her. Why wasn't he talking to her? He talked to Tracy easily enough. They barely even knew each other and they had an inside joke. An inside joke. Was she so different? And didn't Tracy say that he had been asking about her yesterday? If he was interested, then why wasn't he talking? Why was she driving herself mad with questions? Potter, what's wrong? She found herself asking. Well, it came out more like a demand than anything. Sharp and commanding, especially in the small space of the carriage. Still, Harry just looked over at her with a small frown. There were a few seconds of silence before he spoke. Before I got to the carriages, I saw Malfoy and his cronies hanging out on a side street, he explained in a level voice. I was still pretty pissed about him calling Hermione a mudblood again yesterday, so I walked over and thrashed them. Left them all in the dirt. I doubt I'll get away with it, but I wasn't really thinking about it much at the time. Daphne was now blinking at him in shock. Wait, you just seriously attacked my housemates? She repeated. Out of nowhere. Well, it definitely came from somewhere, said Harry, giving her a pointed look. But yeah, it wasn't provoked. I opened by stunning Nott right in the head. Point blank. Don't think he even realized what was going on. As he continued to describe the encounter to her, Daphne couldn't help but just sit there, staring at him dumbly. What? He said when he was finished. Daphne had suddenly let out a small chuckle, covering her mouth with her hand. You took on 4 people and still won without getting a scratch, 2 of whom actually know some pretty dangerous stuff, she said, regarding him with the smallest grins. I was just thinking that maybe you won't be such a bad person to learn from after all. I know I wasn't trying to be a glory seeker earlier in the pub, but that doesn't mean I'm not good at what I do, he said indignantly. I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't suffocate me with your Gryffindor pride, she countered, looking back out of the window. The castle was now pretty close. You're certainly one to talk. Well, she really had nothing to say to that. Harry just watched her silently for a few more seconds before speaking. You're not unnerved at all? He asked with a frown. It doesn't bother you that I just attacked your housemates? Simply because I wanted to. He wasn't even sure he was all right about it. Are you going to attack me? Of course not, he said at once. Well then what's the issue? Your main target was Draco. No. She replied. Harry nodded. After what I just went through yesterday, it was well deserved. He needs all the lessons he can get. Harry smirked and leaned back again, feeling more relaxed. Well, that's for sure. Anyway, where are we going when we reach the castle? 2nd floor. You going to go it alone again, or do you think you can risk getting seen walking near me this time? He responded dryly. I told you I didn't want to start rumors, Daphne said at once. How would walking from the carriages to the 2nd floor start a rumor? Said Harry, disgruntled. Are you daft, Potter? You were a walking rumor to begin with. You're honestly lucky enough that your fleeting meetings with Chong haven't been the front page of the paper. Harry scowled at the Slytherin. I take it Tracy told you, didn't she? Is it so hard to get some privacy in this place? Daphne let out a huff of mirth. Potter, you're at Hogwarts. Hogwarts and privacy are mutually exclusive. Not where we're about to go. They made their way up to the castle, which was thankfully deserted. No one wanted to be there at all, considering how ridiculous things had been getting with Umbridge. Now, concerning our little adventure, the place we're going is seriously grimy. You actually might want to kip downstairs and put on something old and unwanted. What about you? She asked. Old and unwanted is all I've got. Daphne gave him an odd look but just said, let's just go. If what I'm wearing somehow gets ruined, then you can compensate me. At this, Harry just shook his head and led her down the corridor, muttering to himself. Eventually he turned and walked into a room, causing Daphne to pull up short. Potter, you're in the girls' bathroom. Ya think. Hello, Myrtle, how are you? Said Harry, continuing inside without hesitation. I'm not going in there with you. She said firmly, watching him from the doorway. That's okay. He doesn't need you in here anyway. The ghost who haunted the bathroom floated out of a stall and circled him in what Daphne could only call a flirtatious way, throwing Daphne a superior smirk as she faced her. That little, Glancing up and down the corridor to make absolutely sure they were alone, she quickly followed him and shut the door behind her. Damn it, this was exactly what she was just talking about. Hello, Harry, said Myrtle prettily. Oh, yeah, thought Daphne, because that's not overt in the least. The boy even had ghosts trying to get in his pants. Unbelievable. It's been so long since you came to visit little Myrtle in her bathroom, continued the ghost. How have you been? I'm well. Hope everything's been right with you too, he said, watching Myrtle flit around in amusement. She certainly seemed a lot more energetic than usual. I've heard that you're a prefect now, she said, moving close to look at the badge on his chest. Does that mean that you'll be using the bathroom again? Daphne blinked. Was Potter blushing? Ah, Myrtle, you really shouldn't be spying on prefects who take baths, he said. You know, most people like to have private time while soaking in the hot water. Myrtle just looped around him again, slowing as she passed by his face. It's not the prefects I'm interested in, Harry. She let his name roll of her tongue seductively before she giggled helplessly and dove back into her stall toilet, causing it to flood a bit. Harry gave a weak laugh and turned to Daphne, who was completely taken aback by the whole scene. Amazing how she's managed to learn how to roll her R's like that, yeah. He said awkwardly. Anyway, let's get moving before someone walks in on us here. I'm sure that would start one of those rumors you'd rather die than see circle the halls of this school. Shaking her head slightly to clear it, she said, right, why did you bring me in here? Because this is the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, he said as if that were obvious. Open. At once the sinks at the center parted and revealed a large pipe leading down into darkness. Daphne shivered slightly. Parseltongue was, in her opinion, extremely cool. However, hearing it come from the mouth of Harry Potter, the boy who lived, was a little unnerving. It just seemed so out of character. The Chamber of Secrets, said Daphne in shock. It actually existed. The events from their second year were flooding back to her mind. Then something else clicked. Wait, you expect me to jump down that pipe? I did it when I was 12, I doubt you'll be any worse off, said Harry with a shrug. He made to jump down when Daphne grabbed his robes from behind. Are you crazy? No wonder you mentioned it was nasty. What kind of idiot builds the Chamber of Secrets and makes the entrance a slide? How would anyone get out easily? And it's pitch black in there. You could just as easily end up sliding down on your face. You're lucky you didn't die. You know, Salazar Slytherin was a guy, and guys like exciting things, said Harry, crossing his arms and ignoring the blatant logic in what she was saying. It's a rush going to the bottom. Though now that he thought about it, he didn't exactly have a way to get himself out. Not that he was going to mention that to her, she'd probably kick him down the hole. Just tell the thing to give us stairs or something, she said flatly. Stairs, he said. To his surprise, the wall behind him in between the rows of stalls opened up to reveal a lit staircase. Huh. That would explain why she didn't have all sorts of slime on her when I found her, too. Harry closed the chute entrance, which he realized must have been just for the basilisk, and led the way through the newly formed entrance, the wall closing behind them. This further suggested that there was more to the chamber than just a place for the basilisk to live. Slytherin likely had something else down there built for his own use. The moment that the wall closed, the stairs began moving downwards, much like those leading to the headmaster's office. Daphne nearly lost her balance and grabbed onto Harry for support, though let go as soon as she regained her footing. Who? Asked Daphne, continuing the conversation while watching the lit torches pass them by at a steady speed. Occasionally the passage curved left or right, which kept them from seeing too far ahead. You don't remember the last message on the wall? He asked. Ginny Weasley was kidnapped by Slytherin's heir, and I figured out where the entrance was. The school was closing and none of the teachers could do anything. I was the only Parselmouth. Really only one thing to do at that point. Go face down a basilisk at the age of 12, she deadpanned. Harry looked back at her. It's not as simple as you think it was, but yeah, I guess in the end that's what it came down to. He lowered himself on one of the steps as they continued to move lower and lower under the castle. You might want to sit. I know you hated the pipe, but trust me, that thing is way quicker than this is, and the slide still took me a minute at least. Daphne regarded him like he was crazy. Do you have any idea how dirty these steps are? They're as old as the castle and nobody has ever cleaned them. She didn't know any cleaning spells either. Harry rolled his eyes and pointed his wand at the space next to him. Scourgify. There, now just sit down, would ya? Maybe if you do, the steps will speed up. Keep an open mind, Harry. Just because she can be annoying doesn't mean she's actually annoying. Tracy wasn't. Daphne eyed the step warily but ultimately still sat next to him. She had all of her hair over her shoulder in front of her, protecting it from the steps at her back. She looked at him rather defensively. What? Nothing. You have got to be kidding me. Daphne was feeling somewhat faint. Laying before her was a dead basilisk that was somewhere between 60 and 70 feet long. A real, honest to Merlin basilisk. And he had killed it. With a bloody sword. How? How did I kill it? Harry wasn't particularly too keen on recounting the tale, but since he had actually brought her here, well, Slytherin's heir set the thing on me, but Dumbledore's phoenix, Fawkes, came to my rescue and put the thing's eyes out. My wand was pretty useless. It's not like I knew any spells to help me. Then Fawkes dropped the sorting hat in my lap. Yeah, the sorting hat, he added at Daphne's evolving disbelief, out of which I drew the sword of Gryffindor, which is sitting in Dumbledore's office. Long story short, it tried to eat me and I ended up stabbing it through the roof of its mouth into its brain. Killed it, but still it managed to stab me with one of those fangs. See how one is missing? He said, pointing. Quite sharp. Tore a nice line in my arm before getting stuck there. Basilisk venom really, and I mean really, hurts. How are you alive? She said weakly. Phoenix tears on the spot it bit me. Must have neutralized the poison, I suppose, he said, rubbing the old wound absently. It's amazing how powerful those tears are. Just a few drops were able to stop so much poison. I could feel it moving through my whole body. The pain. He let out a shallow breath at the memory. Anyway, like I said in the Hog's Head, I barely did anything myself. The thing stabbed itself on the sword and I would have been dead 3 times over if not for Fawkes. I'm also guessing the only reason I wasn't outright crushed when it lunged at me is because the sword is pretty damn magical. Mental. You're unbelievable. What else could she say? The whole thing was sensational. A bloody fairy tale practically. If this was true about him, then what did that say about all the other insane rumors about him? Was it true that he actually had a hand in Quirrell's death? What happened with Sirius Black 2 years ago? That wasn't even counting the regular rumors about the teen. She just had no idea what to believe anymore. I'm still surprised it's in perfect condition, said Harry, patting the basilisk. I mean, shouldn't it be decomposing? It's been years. It takes certain magical creatures a very long time to naturally decompose due to the magic that resides in their bodies, she said automatically. Basilisks would last for quite a while, even small ones, so who knows how long this particular one could last. What do you plan on doing with it? What do you mean? Harry asked. You killed it, so it's yours. That's the law with Class 5 magical creatures, she explained. There's no age requirement or anything like that. You could seriously make a fortune off of this thing. Great. Just what I need. More money, he grumbled. You could use it to get some new clothing. The look Harry gave Daphne was simply indescribable. Excuse me. Well, you said earlier that all you had was old and unwanted, she said with a shrug. So replace it. Oh, yeah, I suppose. Even though he had escaped living with the Dursleys full-time years ago, there were still parts of his life that he had difficulty changing, even though he might want them to change. He was just so used to wearing Dudley's cast-off clothing, doing his best not to stand out to his aunt or uncle lest he draw their wrath. It was the same with his attitude to school and achievement, though he was more confident that those particular things were changing these days. Honestly, why didn't he have better stuff? It wasn't like he couldn't afford it. He just didn't. It made him uncomfortable, and for the life of him he wasn't sure why. Potter, you're spacing out again, said Daphne, prodding him slightly. Sorry. If you're done, let's head back. This place isn't exactly a vacation spot. They started heading back, Harry sealing the chamber and reopening the staircase. Before Daphne could step onto it, Harry stopped her with a hand on her arm. Greengrass, I know it's a rumor, but can you just keep this outing under wraps? He asked. I mean, you can tell Tracy, but otherwise. What makes you think I want it to be known that I went anywhere alone with you, Potter? We've been through this, she said flatly, pulling herself out of his grip. Harry couldn't help but smirk at that. Well, at least she was consistent. Why'd you even take me to see it? Asked Daphne. You had nothing to prove to me and we definitely aren't friends. I just felt like it, I guess. Anyway, be careful as you get to the top. People don't need to know where the chamber is, even if they can't get to it. You're not leaving now. I still have some stuff I need to do down here before I go. Besides, he added, I'd hate to force my company on you any longer than I have to. Talk to you later. Daphne frowned at this but said nothing, stepping onto the moving staircase, which was now going upwards, and letting it take her out of sight. He's not what I expected, she muttered, thinking about Tracy. She hadn't felt that immediate friendship that her best friend certainly had, even if the girl was embarrassed enough to try and hide it. But was that because of the different circumstances of their time spent with him or something else? Maybe she just didn't like him that much. There was a long list of people at this school that she couldn't stand. Then again, Daphne glanced back into the darkening passageway as the stone wall sealed itself behind her. They certainly had not just had a jaunt in Hogsmeade. Whatever. Now wasn't the time for thinking. Now was the time for finding Tracy and telling her about the ridiculous experience she had just gone through. Harry sighed as the wall closed itself behind Daphne, the steps taking her back up to the castle proper. She was definitely not Tracy. If anything, the two girls couldn't be further opposite from one another. Even their hair was opposite. Black and straight for Daphne, blonde and some odd wavy curly mix for Tracy. Why did you bring her along, Harry? He asked himself, making his way back to the basilisk. It looked weird, laying there completely lifeless. Part of him still hesitated whenever his eyes moved to the thing's head. Even as a corpse, it was something to be feared. Putting the basilisk out of his thoughts, Harry looked around at the large, cavernous room. During his second year and after, he and Hermione had talked at length about the chamber. Why was it built? What could be down here? Was it really only here for a big snake to live in? The stairs existing only served to further support the idea that both of them had. There was more to the Chamber of Secrets than the legends told. To Harry it seemed obvious. Why build all this if it weren't going to have a place to stay in if needed? It just didn't make sense for there to be somewhere built more reasonably for a human to be comfortable in. Perhaps not to the extent of staying any extended period of time, but certainly a place to rest or something similar. An office maybe. Did Slytherin ever come down here in need of peace to think by? Considering that it took quite a while to get down here, it would make more sense for Slytherin to put his room, if he had one, close to the stairs. No need to spend so much time getting down only to have to walk just as far afterwards. That would mean it was out in the passageway. He walked back through the circular doorway and into the dingy passageway. The wall that opened to the moving staircase was to his right, so the wall to his left was as blank as the others. Feeling somewhat foolish, Harry just walked directly up to it and said, "Open." Nothing happened. Well, nothing on the wall in question. The metal door to the basilisk's chamber had opened again. "Not you, you damn door," Harry snapped at the thing, which began closing almost at once, like a scolded puppy. "I want the office to open." Immediately, the wall he was standing before split away, much in the way the entrance to Diagon Alley did, leaving a small corridor about a meter deep ending at an old wooden door. Harry stared at it, completely nonplussed. "Seriously? I mean, that wasn't even difficult," he mumbled, going to the door and pushing it open. Inside was a quaint, well-lit study. There was a desk to his left, complete with all sorts of trinkets and supplies. The rear left and right walls were both covered with bookshelves that went from the floor to the ceiling. To his right was a bed, which happened to be made, with a small side table that had a single, miniature painted picture on it of a beautiful woman who was sitting on an old bench. All in all, the room was about the size of the Dursleys' sitting room. "I suppose I should say we for discovering my hidden room," came a voice from the end of the room, making Harry jump, but as it's been several hundred years, I'm more of a mind to say it's about damn time. It isn't like it was hard to find. I'm right by the staircase. On the far back wall, hanging between the bookshelves, was a very large portrait of who could only be Salazar Slytherin. He looked like he had seen a lot of years when it had been painted, but perhaps not quite as old as Dumbledore was, whatever that number could possibly be. Hi. Hi, indeed. Can you even understand me?" asked Slytherin, clearly not impressed. "Of course I can. Why are you? Oh, you're speaking in Parseltongue," said Harry, understanding. "You know, I haven't heard it spoken much in my life. Only really when I'm the one speaking it." "I see." Slytherin cleared his throat. "Well, then, I suppose I can speak in English. That is the language of the day if I'm not mistaken. I must say being a portrait really has its perks." His voice was light, aristocratic, almost. "Yeah, that works." Harry really didn't know what to say. He had so many questions for the guy he didn't even know where to begin. More so simply because he was a Parselmouth. He really wanted to sit down. "But, before I go crazy with questions like you probably expect me to do, I was wondering why exactly did you put a basilisk down here?" "Oh, Echidna. She hatched during the first decade of the school's opening," said Slytherin, leaning back in his chair with a fond smile on his face. "Such a sweetheart. Couldn't let her go even if I wanted to. So I had the large chamber built for her to play in. There's access to deep in the enchanted forest for her to eat." "I'm sorry, I meant the Forbidden Forest," he corrected at Harry's confused look. "When we built the school, we changed the name of the forest because we thought its current name would draw students into it. Of course, I've always known it as the Enchanted Forest, but what can you do?" The founder just shrugged. "Echidna," Harry repeated after a second. This was not what he was expecting. "Yes, well, Godric kept calling her my little monster, so I named her after the mother of all monsters. Greek mythos. Boy, go read a book or something. Maybe later," he said dimly, still trying to wrap his head around two of the Hogwarts founders huddled around a baby basilisk, one cooing and the other making fun of the other. "Is she still around? Her chamber is directly next to this one." Harry's face fell at once. "Honestly, how do you just tell someone that you killed their pet basilisk?" "I see," said Slytherin, letting out a sad sigh. "Well, I'm sure she had a good life while it lasted." "That basilisk has been living under the castle for over 1,000 years, said Harry, shaking his head. "I'm sure she enjoyed her life. Thoroughly." 1,000 years, yelped Slytherin, sitting upright so fast he nearly fell off his chair. "Good heavens, has it really been that long?" Harry walked over to the portrait, climbing onto the chair that was positioned beneath it. "Boy, what are you doing?" "I want to talk to you, but I'm really damn tired," said Harry, nudging the frame to see if it was hanging on something or stuck by magic. From the way it didn't budge, he'd have to go with magic. "I've been on my feet all day. So I'm just going to put you over by the desk and I'll sit on the bed. Sound good?" "I'm sorry to burst your bubble," began Slytherin, though judging by the tone of his voice he most certainly wasn't, "but you see, what the—" Not even paying attention to the man, Harry just put his hands on either side of the frame and popped it off the wall, like any normal sticking charm would react to being broken, and slowly walked back to the desk, letting the portrait lean against the wall right above counter space. Now sitting on the bed, Harry noticed the look of absolute shock on Slytherin's face. What? You shouldn't have. Well, I suppose that is neither here nor there, is it? What are you talking about? Slytherin just shook his head. Never mind, boy. I believe introductions are in order, yes. I am Salazar Slytherin. Salazar, if you would. Harry Potter. Harry replied at once. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Harry, said the man, who was now looking much more friendly. Now, please tell me how you happened upon this room. As the only one in a millennium, I'm quite curious why it was so difficult to find. Another guy before me found the chamber about 50-ish years ago, said Harry. He never found this room. As I've said, you are the first to discover me since I was placed here. Huh. Well, anyway, there's actually a lot I should probably catch you up on, said Harry, checking his watch. It was mid-afternoon. Yeah, we're gonna be here for a long time. It was close to midnight when Lucius Malfoy returned to his manor. His fine dress robes were as immaculate as ever, catching on the air as he moved with purpose through the darkened halls of his home. No sound came from the building, which suited him just fine. Narcissa should be asleep by now, and with Draco at school things tended to stay fairly peaceful. The boy was often awake late into the night up to something or another. With Lucius' position in the ministry, it was child's play to obtain documentation permitting his son to perform magic at home outside of school without consequence. Tibsy. A pop announced the arrival of a short house elf. She was clad in something that was shaped into an apron-like garment. Master called Tibsy, she said in a quivering voice. Lucius was never kind to his servants. His treatment of his previous personal elf, Dobby, instilled a great deal of fear into the remaining house elf owned by the Malfoy family. It was to her credit that she rarely earned her master's ire. Bring me dinner and a small vial of pepper-up potion from the cabinet, he said, hanging his cloak on a peg with a number of others. Will master be eating in the study again? Yes. As master wishes. Tibsy should also let master know that mistress is still awake, waiting for master's return. The Malfoy head's mouth formed a small frown. Troublesome woman. Inform her that I have returned and that I wish for her to retire without me, he eventually said, beginning to move to the study. Again, master. Lucius stopped and looked over his shoulder, regarding the elf with an expression that had her shifting quite nervously. Tibsy is just concerned for master's well-being, she said, eyes on the floor. And mistress as well. I am your master before she is, Tibsy, said Lucius coldly, continuing down the hall. And I believe I gave you orders. If you are unwilling to do them, then I will motivate you. Terrified, the house elf popped away to do her master's bidding. The man just shook his head slightly. How the servant race managed to survive all this time while being so utterly pathetic was beyond him. Making his way to the study, Lucius couldn't help but also be annoyed at his wife. He told her that he would be getting back from work late much more frequently. It was a waste of time to wait up for him, especially considering his newer work for the Dark Lord. She also frequently voiced her disapproval of the late nights, as if he were some frail incompetent person that couldn't deal with extended hours. He couldn't even remember the last time they enjoyed a night together. She was always causing him problems these days, especially since Draco began at Hogwarts. Soon though the tension in his shoulders faded and he was relaxing at last. Dinner was adequate, as was the bottle of wine his elf produced from their cellar. It helped him wind down after a long day. Fudge, the bumbling idiot that he was and would always be, was still completely paranoid of Dumbledore trying to take his position. It was all too easy to keep the minister on edge with a small comment here and a warning there. With his subtle pushing and that atrocity of a witch that was teaching defense against the dark arts in Hogwarts, Fudge was on a downward spiral that he would never recover from. Of course, he would be dragging the ministry down with him, making them all an easy target for the Dark Lord. Thinking of Umbridge, Lucius couldn't help but be grateful that he had the sense of mind to have Draco get some personalized training over the summer. Dark arts or not, Umbridge wouldn't be teaching her students anything but how to die, and that was wholly unacceptable for his heir. The woman even managed to push through another 2 educational decrees, and they were barely 2 weeks into October. Of course, with the Board of Governors under his control and their willingness to allow the school to decline for money, there was little opposing the woman's agenda. About to retire for the night, Lucius' hand twitched to his wand as the door to the study opened suddenly. A small, rat-like man stood in the doorway, eyeing him blankly. "Good, you're here. The Dark Lord wants you," said Wormtail, his voice thin. Suffice it to say, the Gryffindor and the Slytherin did not get along despite serving the same master. "We are meeting in the smaller dining room." Lucius' lips curled into a sneer as Wormtail left the room, his job done. He was not happy that his home had to play host to the Dark Lord full-time, but such a thing was unavoidable. It was the safest place for him to be and had the best resources for him to use. The rat, however, was one he could do without at all. Unfortunately, the Dark Lord had the man running errands for him almost daily, and required him to be close. Downing the small dose of pepper-up potion, he mastered himself, smoothing down his robes out of habit. The Dark Lord was always one to be treated with the utmost care. Even if the man, and Lucius hesitated to use that word at this point considering his appearance, had some form of kin, he wouldn't be surprised to see them tread lightly as well. There were those who were meant to be feared, and the Dark Lord was undoubtedly one of them. It took only a few minutes to reach the room in question. It was located in a deeper part of the manor that was much more heavily protected by privacy enchantments. The Dark Lord's revival was a matter of the utmost secrecy after all. A lot hinged on the general public bringing itself to its knees. "Lucius, I'm glad that you could join us," said Voldemort, his red eyes flashing in the candlelight. "I hope I didn't pull you away from anything important." "No, my lord. Simply some personal time," he said easily. "What did you need from me?" "We're about to have a small meeting and I would like for you to join," said the Dark Wizard. "I also have not been able to get much of a report from you recently due to your late nights at the ministry. Your earlier message was received though. I'd like to hear the latest from you tonight." Of course. Lucius swept the room with his eyes. It was empty but for himself, Voldemort, Wormtail, and Not. The man sat quietly next to Wormtail, whose attention was fixed on his drink. Lucius didn't blame him in the slightest. "Will this be all?" "No, we are waiting for one more. Severus should be joining us shortly." Lucius nodded, keeping his face neutral, though his thoughts were still plain to those in the room. "Now, Lucius, don't be like that. Severus has been doing an admirable job as of late." "That is not my issue, my lord," he responded. "I merely do not have enough reason to trust him after being near Dumbledore for so long. It would be unwise of me not to doubt him, despite his familiarity with my family." "Ah, but it is that very decision of his that has made him so useful to us all, isn't it?" Voldemort replied. "Do not let it concern you." His tone said the matter was closed, and Lucius did not broach the subject again. Instead, he settled for waiting patiently. "Forgive me, my lord, I was informing Dumbledore of my summons." Severus Snape moved into the room quickly, taking the open seat next to Voldemort. "It has become increasingly troublesome to leave the castle in secrecy with the undersecretary poking her nose around so much. I am fortunate to have the headmaster's assistance." "Of course," nodded Voldemort. At last they could begin. "We will, as usual, discuss what we will allow Dumbledore to know of tonight after the meeting. Let us begin." He looked around at each of them, settling on Lucius. "What is the state of our affairs within the ministry?" "Unfortunately, my lord, less than perfect," said the bee. Owned, not happy that he had bad news to deliver. "While Fudge continues to be our unwitting ally, and everything that comes along with that, there are others who have been making things quite difficult. First and foremost is Amelia Bones." Receiving neither positive nor negative reactions from Voldemort, Lucius continued steadily. "Our plan to liberate your loyal followers from Azkaban has been set back. We have been doing our best to divert the amount of force that is assigned to protect the prisoners to make it easier to attack. However, Fudge was unable to follow through with the redirecting we have been planning. Madame Bones not only prevented the security force at Azkaban from being lessened, but she essentially made it impossible to pull people from their positions and be assigned without immediate replacements. Voldemort leaned back in his seat, expression contemplative. Do you believe she suspects foul play? With Fudge having become a great deal more radical in a very short amount of time, I actually do not, said Lucius. She likely believes that this is just another attempt at watching Dumbledore, especially considering that every move to reassign the Azkaban guards has been geared towards something of that nature. Amelia Bones is just acting in her capacity as head of the DMLE. The Bones family was always one that gave our cause trouble. It is a pity that Amelia is so focused on her justice. Voldemort turned his wine glass slowly in his hand, allowing the light to dance off of it. She would have made a great ally, though there's no chance of that now obviously. Once we return to the open, she and the remainder of her family will be among the first to go. He put the wine glass back down and returned his gaze to Lucius. In any case, how far back has this potentially put us? Only about 1 month, to be safe. The operation should be prepared by late January. It is too bad that we couldn't prepare anything for Halloween this year. No matter, we will remember for next time, said Voldemort. Turning, he continued, not, how goes recruitment? Better than we originally hoped, my lord, he said in a low voice, eyes not quite meeting the red orbs staring back at him. In addition to those who already have returned to your side, the older families we have so far contacted who supported us through the First War are willing to do the same again. Their resources will aid our cause greatly. Though progress is slow, we are also recruiting new members, though it won't be anything like it will be once the world knows of your return. Our current force of Death Eaters? Asked Voldemort. About 24, though you are worth an army yourself, my lord. Yes, we will see this number grow immensely once we move into the open. Many still long for the old ways. What of the dark creatures? The giants are not agreeing to follow you, but they are listening, which is still good. Given their tendency to simply break things that move, we have been making progress. Nott frowned as he continued. Both the werewolves and the vampires are hesitant to join, though for different reasons. Greyback is still doing his best to dominate and unify all of Great Britain's migrant packs into his own rapidly growing one and currently wants to focus on that. When it comes to serving my lord, he does not believe you can offer him enough for him to make public enemies of the ministry and others. Lucius gave a small snort of mirth. Something to add, Lucius? Said Voldemort, shifting his gaze to look at the man. Merely that Greyback is extremely single-minded, he said. His ultimate goals are to spread lycanthropy throughout the world, and he has a sick desire to bite children, the younger the better. He would pledge his soul to anyone who would give him those two things. As I was saying, continued Nott, his tone telling Lucius to shut up, the werewolves will follow Greyback, and he will be easy to control once my lord comes into the open. I agree, said Voldemort. He would obviously not be allowing the werewolf population to grow out of control, but tools needed to be used before they were thrown away or else it was a waste. And the vampires? Much more reluctant to come out of hiding without having some sort of protection. Unlike Greyback, their unofficial leader is far more interested in regaining rights rather than bloodshed. It is unlikely that they will join in any capacity. Of course, there are those who simply wish to feed. There has also been no word of the Order of the Phoenix attempting to approach them. They still have only talked to the giants and the werewolves. Excellent. Voldemort knew that Dumbledore had no chance of turning the majority of any of these groups against him, particularly when the old man couldn't offer them anything of value. They would all serve his purposes well. Truthfully, he was loath to using anything but humans, but as he just returned to a body a handful of months ago and was still recovering greatly, there was only so much he could do. Severus, what of the Order? The Order continues to do their best to prevent the worst that will inevitably happen when you return to the public eye, said Snape, his fingers folded in front of him. Recruitment is up, mainly with the old members, but they will not be able to contend with my lord's pull. Remus Lupin and Rubeus Hagrid are both returning from their long missions to sway the werewolves and giants from our cause, though unsuccessfully. Dumbledore does not suspect that we will attack Azkaban as he believes that our numbers are still too small. He has mainly been putting most of his effort into dealing with Fudge and protecting the Prophesy. Voldemort's eyes narrowed at the mention of the Prophesy. Have the protections changed at all? Not that I know of, said Snape. The corridor leading to the more heavily protected sections of the Department of Mysteries is always guarded by an Order member, sometimes two if they can spare it. As I've said before, beyond that I do not believe that Dumbledore has placed any protections as he does not have easy access to the area himself. Still, the department is tricky to navigate in itself unless we have someone who knows it. Voldemort's mouth thinned. This is why we need Rookwood. Lucius, do everything you can to quicken our plans on Azkaban. You may go. At once everyone stood and began to leave. Severus, remain behind. The other three men glanced at the potions master before leaving in haste. The less time they spent in their lord's presence, the less chance they would be tortured for something beyond their control. Unfortunately, it wasn't that uncommon. My lord, is there something else you need of me? Asked Snape, keeping his eyes on Voldemort's feet. The Dark Lord, however, looked out the nearby window into the darkness, his eyes reflecting in the glass. Tell Dumbledore everything you heard tonight but our plans for Azkaban. I will not risk that operation failing. Additionally, Wormtail has a list of potions that I require you to prepare for me. They will be used in rituals to aid in my resurrection. Yes, Voldemort looked at his pale hands with a smile on his face. This body is but the first step. Do this for me, Severus. Snape bowed. As my lord commands. He made to leave but was stopped when Voldemort spoke again. How has Potter been faring? He asked. Has Dumbledore begun training him yet? Dumbledore continues to avoid Potter completely. He fears that there is some connection between you after using his blood to revive yourself. As far as training goes, Potter was only trained during the month of August, and it was not particularly productive. Snape frowned. I am beginning to wonder if he is not raising a savior but a martyr instead. Voldemort smirked. A martyr either way, the boy will die by my hand. I will personally end whatever hope the prophesy gave the world against me. 2 weeks. In just 2 weeks, Harry's life had completely flipped around and gone nuts. He could barely believe that such a short time ago that he was drinking butterbeer with Tracy and the Three Broomsticks, relaxing like he didn't have a care in the world. It all started with the Monday following the Hogsmeade weekend. True to her nature, Umbridge managed to make everyone's lives immensely more difficult by having another educational decree passed. It was waiting for them in their common rooms before they even left for breakfast. Clearly someone worked fast to get this done. She must know. It's too perfect to be a coincidence, muttered Ron as they and a number of others who were at the meeting the day before gathered around the poster. Harry nodded his agreement. I'm actually more curious about whether she found out from a student or through some other means. Maybe a type of spell we don't know about. Wondered Harry as they waited for Hermione to come down from the girls' dormitories. Their attempt at climbing the stairs failed quite spectacularly when the steps turned into a completely smooth slide. Probably those bloody snakes, the redhead continued. I knew we couldn't trust them. If only you understood how hypocritical you are about that house. Almost every problem we've ever had in this place has been because of one of them, he countered. Almost every problem we've ever had in this place has been because of Malfoy, corrected Harry immediately. Stop talking down about those three, you don't even know them. And you do. Loads better than you do, that's for sure. Whatever, said Ron grumpily. In what looked to be a supreme effort, he let the matter go. It was just too easy to talk dirt about the Slytherins. Anyway, what's done is done. She knows. Now what? Harry just smirked. We'll just be operating more in secret than before. Yeah, the get caught and you get expelled. Secrecy. Love that one, said Ron sarcastically, and Harry chuckled. Didn't know there was another kind, he replied, making Ron laugh. Too true, mate. Hey, you two, what's up? Said Hermione, sliding into the room. One of the girls said that you tried coming up the steps. What is it with that anyway? Asked Ron, clearly irritated. You've literally woke us up before straight out of our beds. How is that fair at all? Could have been Starkers for all you knew. Well, the founders figured boys were less trustworthy than girls, especially when it came to sleeping arrangements, she said with a shrug. It's all in Hogwarts, a history, if you'd ever take the time to read it. Harry couldn't help but be curious himself and decided to ask Salazar about it later. Of course Ron already returned fire. Why should I bother reading a 1,000+ page book when you know the entire thing by heart? What's up, Hermione? Harry interrupted before they could begin arguing again. Is that there was another educational decree passed that banned the formation or meeting of groups of students that are 3 or more, unless they have the express permission of the High Inquisitor. See for yourself. He motioned to the notice which Hermione read over quickly, her face darkening. Do you think someone told? Asked Ron, wanting her opinion. Hermione gave them both a grim look. Well, it's possible, but for their sakes I hope no one did. She lowered her voice even further than it already was, though no one was close enough to hear them to begin with. I put a pretty complex jinx on that parchment and everyone signed it. If anyone tells, well, it's not going to be pretty. However, as they soon discovered, not a single student who attended the Hog's Head meeting was jinxed in any way, meaning that they must have been overheard by someone loyal to Fudge and Umbridge. Fred suggested that the pubs in the village might have had listening spells placed in them. In the end, there was nothing they could do about it but deal with the added secrecy. At the same time, this made Harry even more satisfied that they were doing this right under Umbridge's nose. Unfortunately, this wasn't the only consequence of the new decree. While the new secret defense group was still rolling, Quidditch ground to a halt. Ever one to do the blatantly unfair, she refused the Gryffindor team permission to reform, while allowing the others without any trouble. Not about to let this go, Angelina appealed to McGonagall, who immediately went to Dumbledore. Dumbledore told Umbridge that she could either reform all the teams or none of them. Deciding not to create any more enemies than she already had, she opted to allow Quidditch to continue. Of course, Harry knew that the jab was ultimately directed at him. Umbridge was still quick to target him in any way, given that she didn't have control over him in her classes. She had yet to ever been able to catch him out doing or saying anything that could be reasonably punishable. All of the unreasonable ones that she tried to hit him with were overruled by McGonagall or the headmaster. But Umbridge was never one to let others get their way over hers. With incredible swiftness she acquired another decree, giving her ultimate power over punishments in the school. Within a day, Harry was banned from all extracurricular activities until the day he graduated, effectively ending his school Quidditch career. And, while making him want to kill her on multiple occasions thereafter, it was still something he could live with so long as he never had to step into her classroom. Barely. The next day Harry was tasked with telling Angelina the bad news. She was livid, first at Umbridge, then at him, but ultimately settled for being fairly depressed. He was able to tell her without getting too worked up himself, but that was only because the night before he spent a very good amount of time destroying glass figures that looked like Umbridge with a metal bat in the room. The thing that Harry was most worried about was what effect the introduction of this new educational decree would have on him if it ever got out what he did to Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, and Nott. However, to his great surprise, he did not have to fight against a move for his expulsion that week. In fact, he didn't even get a talking to. Nobody knew that he attacked the Slytherins, and Harry really wasn't quite sure why. Malfoy was always one to try and get him in trouble, let alone for something that Harry did to him personally. But this time it went unspoken. Perhaps Malfoy really didn't want it spread that they lost so decidedly against him, even when they had the numbers. Malfoy's expressions whenever he was looking at Harry told it all, though. He would get him back. Eventually. Cries of Expelliarmus sounded throughout the room, red jets of light flying everywhere, as well as wands. Harry, who was a little behind due to being the one who counted everyone off, felt his wand leave his hand and clatter to the floor a number of feet in front of him. Bah, not as good, said Blaise, grimacing at the fallen wand. He was likely trying to get it to come to him. Well, regardless, you did disarm me. That's the biggest point, said Harry. I'd suggest putting a little more focus in getting my wand away from me. It'll probably help it make its way to you. He picked up his wand and looked around. Blimey, this is a mess. Well, it had to happen initially. Zabini, could you alternate with Tracy and Greengrass while I walk around? Blaise nodded and joined his housemates. Holding out his hand, a whistle appeared right in it which Harry blew loudly, causing the commotion to die down, a few more wands clattering to the floor. The first ever meeting of the Defense Association, or DA for short, was as chaotic as he'd imagined it being. This crew really needed the help. Well now, that was informative, wasn't it? He winced internally as Sirius practically jumped out of his mouth. Good lord, Sirius, look what you've done. I'm sure a bunch of you are wondering why there can be such a wide difference in what seems to be just a simple second-year spell. Harry moved back to the head of the group so that they could all see him. It's really important for all of you to keep in mind the intent of the spell that you're trying to cast at all times. When I disarmed Smith before in my example, I didn't just point my wand and say a word, I really wanted his wand in my hand and his S on the floor. You really need to mean it, and that doesn't mean shout it louder, he added, hoping to quell that bad habit early. Now, let's try that again, and I'll walk around to help out. Go on. Harry spent the next hour or so moving from person to person and giving tips and suggestions. Wand grip corrections, stance, enunciation, wand movement, all things that could be tweaked to better a spell's performance. It was interesting once they realized that just saying the words and hitting their targets weren't enough. The younger years were the ones who needed the most help, but even the older students benefited from the advice he gave. Slowly the general level of the group improved, and Harry was able to slip back into the training himself, telling everyone after a while to switch to a new partner. If he continually got them to work with new people, then they would all know each other better, keep the group tighter, and, most importantly, lessen the bias everyone had against the Slytherins, though he knew that would probably take a long time. Harry, have you checked the time? Asked Hermione, as he came close to her. Checking his watch, he saw that it was 9:45, meaning they only had 15 minutes before they would all be out of bounds. He blew the whistle once again, and the chaos died away. That was really good, you all, he said approvingly. You've made some real progress from when we started at 8. Now it's 15 minutes to curfew, so we should wrap things up here. We'll be in touch about when the next meeting is, sound good? Using the map, which he passed of as another perk from the room, he let everyone go in 2s and 3s so it wouldn't look like a large group had just broken up. Harry, that was really great, let's meet again soon, said Cho, as she and Marietta left. He grinned and nodded, before waving over the next group. What are we going to work on next time? Asked Tracy as they approached. Harry shrugged. Maybe the impediment jinx. Body bind. Not too sure, said Harry after a second. We'll be doing early stuff for at least a couple weeks anyway. We need to focus more on good casting technique than anything. Keep an ear out for the next meeting. We'll figure out something to make it easier to get info out, but for now we'll just have to work with what we have. Right. Night then, Harry, she said, leading the way out the door. Blaise followed her closely with a respectful nod, but Daphne trailed behind a bit, eyes on Harry's. They looked pensive. Harry thought back to the few minutes he spent with her, watching her cast and making comments. Daphne was fairly good with her wand. She understood her basics well. Still, there was a lot to criticize, and criticize he did. However, instead of arguing with him like Smith did, she simply nodded when he finished and returned to her work. Now, standing here and staring at him, Harry still wasn't sure what to make of her. Canute for your thoughts, he said. His words seemed to pull her out of whatever she was thinking about because as soon as he asked, she shook her head and stuck out her chin a bit, brushing a lock of hair out of her face. My thoughts aren't so cheap, Potter, she said, her dark hair waving behind her. Harry just chuckled in good humor, crossing his arms as he leaned on the door frame. No, I suppose they wouldn't be, would they? He said. Galleon, then. Tracy suddenly walked back into view, grabbing her arm. What on earth are you two even talking about? She said, rolling her eyes. Let's go. Daphne let herself get dragged away, deciding not to respond. I'm telling you, Harry, it's totally pointless trying to talk with the snakes, said Ron, shaking his head. Especially her. It's like trying to have a chat with Winter, except this version is here year-round, has a wand, and isn't afraid to use it. I'll admit, she doesn't go out of her way to be pleasant to people, agreed Hermione. Though I've also never seen her purposely be offensive to others like Malfoy does. She tends to just try and exist in her own space. Harry just shrugged. Anyway, Let's head back to the common room, said Ron, moving to the door. I'll catch up. I want to try a few things to prep for the next DA session. You're going to work on herbology tonight, right? Harry asked Hermione. Yes, I finished Transfiguration and Runes last night. Cool. I haven't done Transfiguration yet, but I did my herbology. You can check it if you'd like. Hermione nodded with a smile. Though he would never understand it, Hermione enjoyed checking through his work. Hey, whatever made her happy. All right, I will, she said. Who knows, maybe I'll learn something from it. That'll be the day. I'm almost sad we don't have an actual defense class, you know, she frowned. You do write some very interesting things for that class. Ron, R. She turned to find the room empty but for them. Ugh, Pratt. He left me. Don't stay out too late, Harry. Don't worry, I've got the map. Besides, we have a graveyard shift tonight. Hermione's face fell immensely. Drat, I'd forgotten about that, she said in misery. I hate that shift. I feel so drained the next day. I don't know about that, countered Harry, grinning at her. You always seem to enjoy nodding off against me for most of it. It's been getting cold lately too. Maybe you should bring a blanket. He dodged her swipe easily. Harry Potter, you are the worst. The weekend before Halloween marked the second Hogsmeade weekend of the term, and as the following one wouldn't be until the later half of November, a lot of students took the opportunity to get off the grounds. Time was passing rather quickly for Harry. With his attention split between his classes, training, and teaching the DA, which was turning out to be even more enjoyable than he originally thought it would be, he barely noticed that October was almost at a close. The DA in particular had turned into something special for him. Now, instead of just training himself to survive, he was helping his friends to do the same. It felt great to be doing something positive. Also, the other members of the group were taking to the lessons very well and were progressing at a good pace. There were a lot of talented young witches and wizards at Hogwarts, and all they really needed was someone to round out their spellcasting education. That Saturday, however, Harry found himself going to the village alone. Hermione was doing a slew of work for the extra classes that she was taking compared to him, and Ron was stuck in Quidditch practice with the rest of the team. Thankfully, he was completely caught up on his work, considering that he only was going to 5 classes instead of 8. Also, Grubbly Plank never assigned homework, choosing to keep her lessons simple but informative. Potions was easily his most difficult class, but by focusing completely on his work and blocking out all distractions, he managed to complete his work without any mishaps. Beyond that, it was just dealing with the tough papers Snape assigned. Herbology was more hands-on and Charms and Transfiguration were much more wands-on. Considering all the extra practice he put in for defense, it wasn't surprising that he was rather excelling at both wand classes. Magic was just something he got. Beyond that, he wasn't really sure how even to explain it. Harry turned to find Cho jogging towards him. Hey, Cho, he said as she caught up. How are you? I'm well, thanks, she said brightly. Where are Ron and Hermione? You three are usually all over each other. Harry just shook his head. I don't know if I'd put it that way. Hermione is doing homework, probably in the library, and Ron has Quidditch all day. Angelina is training him hard. He sighed heavily. The fact that he was off the team was still pretty sore. Quidditch did help balance his life a bit. I'm sorry about what happened with the team, said Cho at once, giving him a consoling look. I can't believe she can actually get away with stuff like that. Yeah, well, it just gives me more time to do other things, he said with a shrug. Quidditch took a good chunk of time in a single week. Now that he wasn't flying almost every other day, he was putting the time into his training. Anyway, never mind that, what are you up to today? Well, I was going to visit some shops for some necessary things, but other than that I'm free, she said suggestively. How about you? I'm meeting up with a friend from outside of Hogwarts a bit later, but for now I'm not doing anything I suppose, he said. He could almost see Cho's brain working behind her pretty face. Deciding to be bold, he continued, you know, if I didn't know any better, I'd say you were trying to get me to spend some time with you. Cho's face scrunched up a bit in a pout as she put her hands on her hips. Well, If you're going to be like that about it, then I'll be on my way, she said, turning on her heel. Harry just crossed his arms and watched her back in amusement. It wasn't like she was going anywhere. After a few seconds, she glanced back over her shoulder to see Harry just staring at her. What? You haven't exactly left yet. Cho let out a small puff of air that turned into a nice little white cloud in front of her. Even that was cute. You aren't actually going to make me say it, are you? She said with a frown. That's not right. She was looking at him in an appraising way. Suddenly it occurred to Harry that she might actually not be playing around like she normally did when they chatted. Sorry, I don't really know when my friend is going to show up, but until she does, would you like to go through the village with me? I'd really enjoy your company. Harry wasn't sure who was more surprised by those words, Cho or himself. She was now blushing in a way that didn't just speak to the crisp weather about them. Well, if you're going to ask like that, she mumbled, looking highly pleased. Suddenly her eyebrows narrowed sharply. Wait, she. Danger. 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 Yeah, she's a really good friend that I've been keeping in touch with, he rambled off at once, becoming increasingly uneasy with the look he was getting from Cho. Doesn't go to Hogwarts anymore, works for the ministry. I don't know many people who aren't from school. I grew up with my aunt and uncle after all, he explained with a shrug. That's right, I'd forgotten your family is muggles, said Cho as they began walking down the road in a random direction. Cho finally relaxed, her face in understanding. How was that? Growing up with them, she added at Harry's questioning look. My aunt and uncle's place was about as unmagical as you can get, said Harry, rolling his eyes. What about you? Well, you know my family isn't from around here originally. Harry spent the remainder of the morning in Cho's company, wandering between stores and listening to her talk animatedly about pretty much anything. They'd never really gotten to do so before without having something else they both needed to get to. Cho was pleasant, and though she certainly did talk a lot, it wasn't annoying. Harry actually rather liked listening to her voice. You're not paying attention, are you? Cho accused as they sat at a table in the Three Broomsticks, finishing up their meal. Harry blinked, feeling his cheeks heat lightly. Technically he was listening, but he was allowing her voice to wash over him. Of course I am, he said at once. Oh, I'm getting the distinct feeling of a lack of trust here. You're such a boy. Well, that's a relief. I was worried for a while you might think I was a girl. Cho just rolled her eyes at the joke. What do we have here? Harry suppressed a groan as a familiar female voice wafted over their table. He and Cho both turned to find none other than a pink-haired Tonks watching them in curiosity. Tonks, would it kill you to say hi in a normal way? He drawled. Your friend, I take it, said Cho, eyeing Tonks somewhat warily. Unless he's waiting for another person, that would be a yes. She plopped down in a free seat. Having a little date, are you? I didn't think I was that late. We're friends, Tonks, Harry corrected, missing the flash of irritation that crossed Cho's face. Turning to her he said, Cho, this is Tonks. She's an Auror for the ministry. Are you? She said in surprise, her expression shifting to something less aggressive. I'm sorry if I seemed annoyed. You must be very busy all the time, especially considering, she broke off at Harry's meaningful look. Not here, Cho, he said with a nod. But yeah, looking back at Tonks he said, did you get into the village just now or were you walking about for a bit? How'd you find me anyway? Nope, I woke up about half an hour ago, said Tonks brightly. Love sleeping in when I can. Tonks, it's barely past noon. Details. So what's your house? She asked Cho. I'm a Ravenclaw 6th year. How about you? What house were you in? Harry said you used to go to Hogwarts. Used to be a puff, but that's history now. It's actually something we're advised to let go of quickly in my line of work because you may need to work with anyone at the drop of a hat. Looking back at Harry she said, I'm sorry I'm as late as I am. I did mean to wake up earlier but I didn't get home from work until pretty late last night. Don't worry about it, we've still got plenty of daylight left. Cho quickly looked between the two of them and finished her drink. I'm going to head out, she said, standing with a stretch. I don't want to cut into your visiting time. It was nice meeting you, Tonks returned with a smile. Cho mirrored it before turning back to Harry. I had a great time. Let's do this again. She leaned over and gave him a key. On the cheek, eyes meeting Tonks momentarily before retreating out of the inn, face flushed but satisfied. Tonks watched the girl go before looking back at Harry and frowning at his expression. Never been key. Ed on the cheek before. Ginny did once, he said defensively, still looking at the entrance. Lips pressed lightly against his cheek, making him freeze for a moment before turning wide-eyed to the now laughing girl. Now I have two. Let's get a better table. Dumping his plate and grabbing a couple fresh butterbeers, Tonks led a blushing Harry upstairs into one of the more secluded booths. He let out a tired breath as they were finally seated. Of course you have to tease me, he said with a grimace. Is it fun? Nothing better, she said with a cheerful smile, knocking back a third of her drink. Gah, I love this stuff. Harry met her eyes before making a subtle movement with his hand. Tonks raised her eyebrows slightly but said nothing, continuing to drink at a more sedate pace. Putting the mug down, she nodded. All right, I've warded us. No one can eavesdrop. Thanks, sighed Harry. It was weird seeing you all the time over the summer and then not at all for 2 months. Same, Harry. How have you been? I know we've been writing letters a lot, but there's only so much you can put in one of those anyway. I don't even know, he said, leaning on his elbows. Things are great on one hand and shit on the other. Aren't they always? Unfortunately. Well, you might as well start talking, she replied, nudging him with her leg under the table. Whatever it is, I'll listen. Harry covered his small smile by taking another sip of his drink. She might still say and do downright embarrassing things, but Tonks was really a good friend to have. They talked into the late afternoon. Harry gave Tonks a much more detailed account of his life over the past 2 months, adding a lot of the little things that just never made it to the letters. His concerns with Sirius's safety, Voldemort's surely growing strength, and how worried he was that he wasn't doing enough. I've just been training and training. It's become my answer to everything, honestly. How has training been lately anyway? Asked Tonks. I mean, it can't be the same as when you had me and Sirius and the others, right? Not really, but it's still pretty good, he replied. The room just gives me whatever I need whenever I need it. It's still the most amazing thing I've ever seen in my life. It sounds like it. I'll definitely check it out if I ever visit the castle, agreed Tonks. That reminds me, did you ever finish reading through that manual I gave you? I brought the other one with me today in case you did. Harry brightened immediately. Yeah, I did, it was great, he said, fishing into a pocket and drawing out a tiny book the size of a stamp. I should apologize though. I've gotten into the habit of making notes in my books recently, and I ended up writing all over yours. And you didn't erase it all yourself because I don't know how without burning the book. Tonks gave a laugh at that, tucking the book away into a pocket. Don't tell me my talent with household charms has rubbed off onto you. I already crisped one of my other books, I just didn't want to risk it, he said dejectedly. I did manage to make a copy though. Well, maybe I'll take a read then before I do anything, she mused with a grin. A moment later there was another stamp-sized book on the table between them. Anyway, here's the other one. If I'd have gotten a slap on the wrist for lending you the first one, lending you this one is liable to get me a pretty thorough spanking. Not the fun kind either. Harry smirked and took the shrunken book, slipping it into his pocket. It's pretty much all the heavy stuff, and half of it is devoted to dark arts and known counters. Gotta know what they are if we're ever going to come up against them, after all. If you have to try out some of those spells, just please do it only so you know what they'd look like if they were ever coming at you. Some spells just shouldn't exist to begin with. Don't worry, Nim, I'm not about to become a Dark Lord, he said. Besides, it's way more tasteful to take someone down without also making their blood boil or their skin rot. Well, that's a relief, Tonks joked, getting to her feet. They both finished up and headed into the street, which was packed with people. So where did you want to go? Harry asked as they walked down the street, away from the carriages. Lots of places. We've still got daylight and I'm not about to waste it, Tonks said with a grin. So hang on tight. She snaked an arm around Harry's back, and a second later they'd vanished with a light crack. Come on, Harry, how much longer are you going to be? I'm starving. Be nice if we could be on time to this thing at least once. Ron, I told you I'll be heading down in a minute or two, just go. Fine, fine, see you in the hall. I'll tell Hermione. Harry let out a breath as Ron finally left the dormitory. He didn't like being pushed places, especially on a day like this one. Halloween never seemed to work out for him, and this particular one dawned cold and dreary. It wasn't as if he was depressed or anything. Well, not really. He had long gotten past dealing with his parents being dead. It was just that he didn't really have any other day to connect with them like he did this one. He didn't know their birthdays or their anniversary, which wasn't on the few pictures of their wedding. He'd never even seen their graves, wherever they were. Did they even have them? No one bothered telling him any of this information, and he wasn't particularly keen on asking for it even though he wanted to know. He avoided it because he just didn't want to start the inevitable fight over him being kept in the dark about a lot in his life, about how everyone seemed to think they could make decisions for him because he was too young. There was a great deal of pent-up frustration lingering on that issue. He did his best to let it go. Harry pulled the worn photo album that Hagrid gave him years ago out from under his pillow, staring at the cover. It was one of his most treasured possessions and without a doubt the most handled. After receiving it from Hagrid at the end of his first year, he looked through the pages so many times he knew what was on each one by heart. The album got him through the particularly bad parts of his last few summers, locked away from the world he belonged to. No matter how awful things were, how miserable he felt, they would always smile at him, and he would do his best to smile back. He always wondered if they knew who was outside the picture or if they just waved whenever someone was watching them. Perhaps the photo was just spelled to react when something moved directly in front of it. There was no way of knowing. It wasn't as if the tiny figures could talk to tell him at any rate. Maybe Sirius knew. But then again, it wouldn't matter anyway as all the pictures predated his own existence. If there was a picture with him as a baby, would his parents be able to recognize him after all these years? He liked to pretend that they did, even if it was unlikely. Finally making it to the last page, he stopped. Most of the pictures were of his parents together somewhere. He never recognized any of the places, and waving at him brightly, arm in arm or doing something else. There was even one where his mother would periodically scoop up a pile of leaves on the ground at her feet and throw them in the air to let them dance around her and her husband while he just grinned and pulled her close. His favorite picture, however, was one where his mum and dad were seemingly oblivious to the outside world, only looking out of the picture every once in a while. It struck him, like in all the others, that he could only be a few years younger than they were in any of the photos. They died so young after all. 14 years, Harry mumbled, running a finger along the thin protective cover that held the photos in place. He closed the album and tucked it back under his pillow before fixing his Gryffindor tie and heading out of the dorm, mentally preparing himself for another stupid Halloween feast. The Great Hall was as filled with energy as ever. The Halloween feast was always a favorite of many and would forever remain so. The giant pumpkins floating above them with the occasional cackle of dark laughter, the ghosts doing their best to scare the shit out of anyone who wasn't paying attention, not to mention the wonderful food and candy heaped all over the place. The first years had eyes as big as dinner plates merely from sensory overload. Luckily for them there would be no trolls interrupting them. It was sure to be an exciting night. And of course, there was the bloody fact that this region of the wizarding world still treated Halloween something like a national holiday. Every single one of the students here was exposed to the festivities in some capacity over their lives, and traditions were hard to pass up when the school put a grand feast on the same day, even if they were ultimately unrelated. It was impossible to miss the looks he got from various students around him. You couldn't talk about Voldemort being gone without thinking about the boy who lived. He ignored it all though, sticking to talking with his friends sitting around him. Or at least the ones who were able to speak and weren't apparently trying to suffocate themselves by inhaling food. It was interesting, in a way, how Halloween was also the day that he found out about that night. Sitting at his first Halloween feast, he was excited to be a part of everything when someone brought up Voldemort being beaten. Suddenly all the stares were returning, but people were jovial about it, just like they learned to be. And Harry inadvertently found out that it was that exact day, years ago, that his parents were murdered. Fortunately, he didn't get much time to think about it as Quirrell chose that exact moment to come barging into the hall, yelling about the troll he let in. Not that he was complaining in the end. That particular event brought Hermione into his life, and given the task he'd be hard-pressed to come up with a more significant one. Can you imagine if he hadn't attacked Potter? The voice was soft, but he heard it nonetheless. It came from one of the Hufflepuff younger years sitting directly behind him across the aisle. He did his best to block it out, but the voice captured his attention like a magnet. Yeah, I'd imagine he'd still be around, said another. Da said we were losing badly. Don't talk about it, I don't even want to consider it. This voice was quite timid. Mum still has nightmares about before. I don't blame her, a fourth said. Once you know who targets ya, you're finished. Harry, said Hermione, looking over at him. He'd stood up quite suddenly. Is everything all right? Ginny sat on her other side, pausing from their conversation to also look up at him in curiosity. Fine, Hermione, just need the bathroom, he said, sticking his hands in his pockets and walking out of the hall. His exit went practically unnoticed by those around him. Sure, people saw him, but students were always walking in and out of the hall to use the loo. There was a nice one just off the entrance hall. Of course, he had no interest in heading there. Instead, he walked straight out of the castle, casting a warming charm on himself to keep from freezing. It was getting very cold, his breath clouding thickly in the air. Can you imagine if he hadn't attacked Potter? I imagine I'd still have parents, he growled, unable to keep his temper down. He always came back to this whenever he contemplated that night. Why did Voldemort target him? Why? Who in their right mind goes after a baby? What kind of crazy person goes after a baby? From his very first year he asked the headmaster that question, and the man's response was that he was not ready for the answer. Not that he didn't know, but that it was not the right time to say. To be fair, Dumbledore probably made the right decision at the time. He was only 11, fresh to the wizarding world with far too little in the way of, well, anything. But still, years later, hadn't he been through enough to show he could deal with it? If Dumbledore was still keeping it from him, then there was much more to this than he used to think. He had no idea what to think to begin with. Stupid. Annoying. Potter. What on earth are you doing? Harry turned at the sudden exclamation. There, standing a number of yards away from him on the steps was none other than Daphne and Tracy. They were watching him from the entranceway with identical wary expressions. What are you two doing out here? He said at once. Coming to find out why we can hear small explosions on the way back from the bathroom, Tracy said, now coming closer until she was a few feet away. Her eyes were locked on the area behind him. Are you okay? What did the grounds ever do to you? What? He turned to find himself faced with a good number of craters of various sizes littering the immediate area. That was when he became aware of his wand in his hand. Shit, McGonagall's gonna kill me. Just fix it. It doesn't look like anyone else heard. Harry gave her a flat look. Landscaping is a little out of my skill set, he said. Not from what I see, Tracy quipped under her breath, though he heard it just the same. Daphne considered him for a second before glancing back at the door to the castle, then at Tracy, who shrugged. The door was still cracked open the way they left it and dim sounds of festive children filled the background. All right, we'll help you out. Looks like I get to be the teacher for the night. Harry looked at her in surprise. Really? True, they were civil enough with each other, but Daphne was never one to offer him much of anything, let alone help. If anything, he would have sooner expected it from Tracy. Seeing his look, the girl scowled. Don't make me take it back, Potter. All right, geez. He rubbed his shoulder lightly. So, what's this spell? I take it you only know Reparo, right? She asked, receiving a nod from the boy. Reparo works for most things, but something like this calls for a more primitive spell, I suppose. The spell is Retexo. Like so. Retexo. Daphne gave her wand 2-minute counterclockwise circles. At once the small ditch reformed itself into a solid part of the main path. That's it. He asked in interest, mimicking Daphne's wand movements. Make the circle tighter, Tracy added before Daphne could get the words out. Casting her an apologetic look, she continued, I know you've been telling us that none of that stuff matters, but it might help you learn it faster. They began moving about the area, cleaning up the mess that Harry created. He was still embarrassed that it all happened without him really being aware of it. He really needed to get a handle on things. What? He asked, having missed what Daphne just said. They were working in silence, with the exception of muttering the spell. I said, what got you doing all this to begin with? She repeated, looking around at the last few holes. Working together, they cleaned up most of them in a few minutes. Tracy was even clearing up errant dirt from some of his more sloppily fixed holes. Harry glanced at her before returning to his work. You were just standing there, blowing craters in the ground. Dunno. I suppose I spaced out for a bit. You seem to be doing that a lot these days, Daphne observed, taking care of another hole. He shook his head and continued with the cleanup. A minute later, Harry was sitting on the front steps, looking out onto the grounds while Daphne and Tracy leaned against the stairs, retaining wall a number of feet up, talking in hushed voices. They returned the area to its original state, and Harry doubted that anyone would notice that it was blasted recently. He was still surprised that they actually stayed, let alone continued to help. Daphne shifted slightly, rubbing her upper arms slightly as she gave off the tiniest shiver. Without even thinking, Harry silently cast a warming charm on her, being careful not to overheat the girl, and mimicked it on Tracy. Their eyes widened a bit as the charm began to take effect and they flickered to his wand, which was still hanging loosely in his hand. Thanks. Sure. Daphne exchanged another few words quietly with Tracy before speaking again. Are you going to tell me what ticked you off earlier? He didn't say anything, though the line of his mouth thinned a bit. Come off it, Potter. Even now you look like someone kicked your owl, she continued, shooting Tracy an exasperated glance. I look, snapped Harry, like someone who's thinking about the anniversary of his parents' murders. I've got little else to remember them by. Daphne bit the inside of her lip. Both girls now looked incredibly guilty. Sorry, she mumbled. I didn't mean. Of course you didn't, he said. No one does. Everyone else in this King world can't wait to crack open a bottle to celebrate the fall of you-know-who. His voice was mocking as he spoke Voldemort's moniker. Thank Merlin for the great Harry Potter. He's saved us all so we can go back to our daily lives. Harry stood, facing the two with a dark look. I hate it. Greengrass, Harry growled out. Every damn second of this stupid celebration. Every inch of my shiny, bullshit pedestal. How would you feel if your sister was murdered and the whole country was happy about it, simply because they were all safe? Your parents were murdered and you're alone now, Tracy, but you're famous, so cheers to that. I wouldn't. But Harry was having none of it. He moved closer with each word, causing the girls to retreat in much the same way. And year after year you were celebrated as a hero. Thank goodness your sister was killed. You're a hero. Smile a bit, Daphne. You're a hero because she died and you didn't. Why are you looking at me like that, Tracy? It's just your parents. You're famous. Why aren't you happy? Everyone else is. Daphne's back collided with Tracy as she finally reached the doors of the castle. Harry, stop. He pulled up short at the shout that came from the figure standing by the open door. A girl with bushy hair and sadness in her eyes. Just stop. Hermione's distressed voice was like ice water to his body. We get it. They get it. Harry's eyes flicked between the huddled Slytherins and his closest friend multiple times before abruptly turning around and walking down the steps. He continued on down the path into the grounds, but not before pausing at the bottom of the steps. Do you though? The Department of Magical Law Enforcement was hectic as ever for a Monday. Paper memos flying around at high speeds just a few feet above everyone's head, multiple office workers running around trying to get a hold of each other for something semi-important. Someone was always shouting about something. There was a lot to keep track of after all. The only section of the department that was actually relatively quiet was the one dedicated to tracking magical usage by registered underage wizards. They were all in school, be it at Hogwarts or another one, so theoretically they had it easy until the winter holidays at least. Good morning, Or Tonks. The young woman's attention was brought to the attendant who was sitting at the front desk. Hey, Anne. Good weekend. Passable, she responded with a shrug. Anne didn't speak much, but taking into account all the crap she had to deal with as the face of the DMLE to anyone who walked through those front doors, she really ought to be considered a regular, chatty woman. My husband and I went out to dinner last night, which was quite nice. What about you? Visit some boy or another this weekend. For the first time her gaze lifted from the magazine she was reading, a homeowner's issue. Tonks could see the mischief hiding behind her bangs. As a matter of fact, I did, Tonks said lightly, brushing her hair, which was a medium-length dark brown this morning, over her shoulder. Spent my time in the company of the rich and famous. See ya. Passing through the security scanner, Tonks navigated her way through the main room, heading for the next one. The DMLE was split into essentially 3 sections. The main section was the regular law enforcement department. Everyone from purely office workers to hit wizards had a place in here. Any other sub-department that had to do with some form of law enforcement was connected to here. As that was a fairly large number, this tended to be the most hectic area on the entire floor. The improper use of magic office was the second section and located off to one side. They often operated like they weren't a part of the DMLE, but they still reported to it. Finally, her office was located in the other direction where the OR department was. It was well separated from the rest of the chaos and had a more serious atmosphere. Not like that really made a difference for her in the end. Morning, Shacklebolt. Tonks. Good weekend? He asked, eyes still focused on his profit. While they were both friendly in the order, they interacted about as much as they would with any other from their department, which was to say fairly infrequently. ORs acted in groups when on assignments, usually in pairs, and she was still too new to the department to have a stable partner. It wasn't very usual for ORs who weren't partners at some point to get too friendly unless they knew each other outside of work. In a place where your coworkers often put their lives on the line, it was usually better not to get attached to too many people anyway. Better than my last few at least, Tonks replied with a shrug. She continued down the row of cubicles until she got to her own one, which was towards the end, emptied her pockets on the desk, and sat in the large comfy chair that took up most of the floor space in the tiny thing. When she first started there was nothing but a scrawny wooden chair sitting there. As if she were going to subject her cute rear to that thing for the majority of the day. Not bloody likely. Oh, yeah, I forgot to take the manual out of my pocket at home, she mused, noticing the shrunken book among the regular things she kept in her pockets. Harry said that he made notes in it. Making sure to keep an eye out in case someone decided to poke their head in on her, Tonks grinned as she unshrunk it and leaned back in her seat. This would certainly be interesting. She didn't have to go far before she found the first notes. The table of contents had a few things scratched on it. Chapters 1 to 3 are useless apart from pages 22, 50, and 51. What a waste of paper. Indeed, all 3 chapters had black lines through them as if telling you to skip them. Tonks snorted at the cheeky note. The first 3 chapters were dedicated to the fine line that ORs walked with the legality of their actions and the spells they used. There was a lot that was banned by the ministry due to it being labeled dark magic. Chapter 4 had nothing next to it, but 5 and 6 did. Good stuff. She opened the book halfway and paged ahead into chapter 5. What the? She couldn't help it. Every damn spell had a comment. Sometimes it was something simple like, useless, or neat, but most of them had something further. Stupefy. Incredible in certain situations. Not for fighting multiple opponents. Incarcerus. Excellent spell. Does it always have to be ropes though? We'll experiment. Immobilis. Underrated. Difficult to put on a person but works well on smaller things. Contigo. Learn after Protega. Wow, she muttered, flipping the pages absently. He actually had some pretty insightful notes buried in the pages. He had less to say on the spells that were just there to harm. Cutting, piercing, and bludgeoning spells, along with anything of the like that did serious direct damage, just had the same thing next to them. Lethal, not for teaching. Not for teaching. What could that mean? The final chapter had a number of simple spell combinations that worked well together to achieve various results, as well as outlining a great deal of strategies for apprehending criminals who were at different levels of dangerous. This section was surprisingly blank, or at least so Tonks thought until she got to the last page. Good in theory, not much else. Tonks couldn't help but laugh at that. Harry was turning into quite the fighter. She wouldn't be seeing him until the Christmas holidays, but when she did they would definitely need to duel. She could only imagine how far he came since they last faced off. Training on your own could only take you so far, but he seemed to be doing my LHJ well enough by himself. Not really having anything to do at the moment, Tonks leaned back in her chair and put her feet up with a smile, looking forward to the next time she'd get to spend with the messy-haired boy. It's Johnson again. She's tearing down the pitch with the quaffle. No. Warrington swoops in with a steal, bringing Slytherin back in possession. He ducks Bell and, what a hit from Weasley. I'd be surprised if Warrington can tell which way is up after that bludger hit. Spinnet now in possession, smoothly dodges Montague and makes for the keeper. She shoots. Gryffindors score. This ties them back up at 70-70. Those girls are really making Slytherin work for it today. Harry glanced over at Lee, who was giving the play-by-play like usual. That was honestly the most unbiased piece of commentary he'd ever heard out of the boy's mouth. Usually it was something like, Alicia with the quaffle again. She moves to pass. Hey, you can't crash into her like that, you cheating little. Jordan. Ah, there it was. Come off it, Professor, did you see that? Knock them off their brooms. Bitter. If he had to pick one word that most accurately described how he felt, that would be it. Bitter at stuff. Playing Quidditch on the team meant a lot more to him than he thought. It was easy to push it off when he was spiting Umbridge at the time, but to watch his team play from the stands really hurt. What was worse was that every now and then Umbridge would turn in her seat and give him a look of pure satisfaction. The feeling of having caused this whole situation must have made her very pleased, and she didn't hesitate to rub it in. Why else would she sit in the Gryffindor stands instead of with the other professors when the whole house hated her to a certain extent? Harry only returned her look once, face indifferent. He had to resist sending the strongest banishing charm he could at her back when she turned around though. Another loud groan came from the Gryffindor stands as Ron was scored on again. The Slytherins of course were ecstatic, cheering uproariously. He'd failed to save anything so far. Definitely nerves were affecting him, but the "Weasley is our king" song was really what was causing the most damage. The only reason they weren't losing horribly was because the Gryffindor chasers were doing amazingly well, though their stamina wouldn't hold for much longer at this rate. It would come down to Ginny catching the snitch for Gryffindor to stand a chance of winning. Which was why she was the only person Harry was watching since practically the start of the match. He was completely ignoring everything else. Slytherin scores. Gryffindor scores. Slytherin scores. Gryffindor misses. Weasley is our king. Slytherin scores again. How do you do it? Hermione looked at him in confusion. What was that? How do you do it? He repeated, looking at her. He wasn't speaking loudly. His voice was no higher than during a regular conversation in the common room. But Hermione was still able to hear him, mainly due to the fact that because the stands were so packed she was practically sitting in his lap. Do what? Hermione was watching him with a small frown on her face. Keep it together, he elaborated, glancing back at the flying players. Slytherin was pulling ahead now. There are times that I think I'm really going to lose it. I'm honestly afraid of what I might do if that ever happens. But I look at you, bogged down by twice as much work as me and still looking after us, having to put up with all of Umbridge's shit just like everyone else, and you just keep it going without a problem. Hermione smiled sadly. I appreciate that you see me as someone who's so strong, but I'm not as secure as you think I am. You are. She just sighed heavily. I don't know about that, Harry. I've come close to breaking a lot this year. And why haven't you? He asked. Hermione just looked at him unblinkingly. Why haven't you? Because I keep telling myself if I slip by accident then it won't be as good as when I actually snap on purpose. He glanced at the girl before returning his attention to the match, once again looking for Ginny. Harry, please, whatever you do, Just don't get expelled, said Hermione softly, leaning into him. Ginny's seen the snitch. Hermione looked back at the game in time to cheer with the other Gryffindors for their housemate. The Slytherins were also making a great deal of noise, shouting on Malfoy, who was hot on her heels. It was all for naught though. Ginny had too much of a head start for Malfoy to overtake her quickly enough, and her hand closed around the madly fluttering golden ball after a few swipes. Inwardly, Harry let out a sigh of relief. The snitch wasn't that troublesome and more or less kept to a straight path. He was afraid for a while that it would try to be difficult. If that was the case, then Malfoy likely would have gotten it just from having more experience chasing the things over the years than the girl. Lee's shouting of the final scores was lost amid the cheering from the Gryffindor stands. They won by 90 points, a lucky break considering that the Gryffindor chasers began to lose steam. They overextended themselves by trying to make up for Ron's abysmal performance. Speaking of his friend, Harry couldn't make him out among the team below, who was milling near the Slytherin team. A shiny blonde head moved forwards from the group a bit, gesturing to the Gryffindors and saying something he obviously couldn't hear. No doubt he was taunting them, having been sore that they just lost the game. Someone walked in front of him just as the entire stadium erupted into shouting. Standing up, Harry pushed a boy aside to see Fred and George laying into Malfoy like he was a particularly deserving punching bag. Crabbe and Goyle moved in to defend him but were unable to get in more than a hit before Madame Hooch pulled her wand and took control of the situation. Damn, wish I was down there. Why do I get the feeling you aren't talking about Quidditch anymore, mumbled Hermione, pulling him through the packed stands towards the winding wooden stairs that led back to the ground. Harry couldn't help but grin. I'm sure he deserved it, he replied at once. Hermione shook her head but said nothing. Knowing Malfoy, Harry was probably right. You realize that Umbridge won't pass up this opportunity to hurt the team further, right? Harry sighed heavily. Yeah, Angelina's going to cry when she finds out, he said. I mean, we were lucky with Ginny being halfway decent, but I don't think there's anyone in the house up to her level that can play beaters. What do you think Malfoy said to make them lose it like that? Wondered Hermione. Harry just shrugged. We'll find out eventually. Angelina. Hey, don't space out on me. What do you want, Harry? To be honest, I want you to not be so sad, but there really isn't that much I can do about that. No, there isn't. I lost both of my beaters not 3 weeks after losing my seeker. Did Slytherin lose their beaters? Doubt it. It's only a matter of time before Ron quits too. And who could blame him after today? Why even bother at this point? Harry gave a small sigh and exchanged a look with Alicia and Katie, who were standing a few feet behind her, framed by the evening light coming through the window in the back. They both wore sad expressions, but he just grinned. Well, if there's nothing I can say, then I guess I'll just have to sit here and keep you company instead. He plopped down next to Angelina in the large armchair she was occupying. Admittedly, the chairs weren't exactly made for 2 people, so it was a rather tight fit. Especially considering that the occupants were a 5th and 7th year. Hey. Problem. You're half on top of me, you bloody idiot. Then move over a bit, you can squeeze. He wiggled himself a bit until they were both sitting tightly in the chair. Angelina was giving him a look of deepest annoyance. Potter, I'm not in the mood. Get up. Clearly, he said dryly. Relax a bit, it's a party. Or at least was one, he amended, looking around. The common room was practically empty by that time. Besides, if you're uncomfortable, then get up. The chair's mine though. Nice and warm too. I said get up. No, I'll dump butterbeer on you, she said flatly. Harry just looked at her in disbelief. You wouldn't. Unaware to both of them, Alicia and Katie were watching the exchange with slightly open mouths. Angelina held up her open, almost full bottle. She barely touched it all night. I will. Not moving. Fine. And just like that, Angelina steadily poured the entire thing on his head. Sputtering, Harry pushed his soaked hair out of his eyes and glared at the girl, who looked both taken aback and satisfied by her own actions. Pulling his wand, Harry levitated 2 full bottles of butterbeer over the girl's head and vanished the glass, allowing both drinks to drench her as well, though a lot of it ended up splashing onto him. Still worth the sacrifice. Alicia and Katie, as well as the few remaining party-goers, were now holding on to each other and laughing at the looks on Harry and Angelina's faces. They were both glaring at the other darkly, sopping wet and dripping. After about a minute Harry could hold back no longer and gave a snort of laughter, which made Angelina crack a small smile as well. Pretty soon they were both laughing with the others, the sad atmosphere broken up. "You're unbelievable, you know that," sighed Angelina after she finally regained control. "Well, I'm off to take a shower now," she said, extricating herself from the chair. Harry caught her arm before she could go. "Angelina, I know it's crap right now and things might even get worse, but I promise you it'll get better in the end." She sighed, though her face still wore a small smile. "I know, Harry. Thanks for the laugh." "Any time, Captain," he replied with a grin, though it faltered as she in turn grabbed him by his sleeve and gave it a sharp tug. Angelina's smile grew, though it was looking a bit more predatory than he thought necessary. "But if you do that again I'll kick your ass." Harry let out a weak chuckle. She could be so much more terrifying than Wood ever was. Noted. He watched her head up to the girls' dorms before his vision was obscured by the remaining chasers. "Thanks, Harry, she really needed that," said Alicia. "Butterbeer all over her body." "The laugh, you dope," said Katie, giving his head a small knock with her knuckles. "We'll make sure she doesn't relapse and try to drown herself in the showers." "Night, Harry." "Night, you too." With Alicia and Katie heading up the girls' staircase as well, that actually left the common room empty with the exception of himself and Hermione. The windows were completely dark. He didn't realize it was so late. "Do you always just do the first thing that comes to mind?" she asked him, finally approaching with her wand out. She cast a few cleaning charms to remove the dampness and stickiness from the drying drink that covered his upper body and repeated the action on the chair. After all, what if it didn't work? Harry just shook his head. Not a chance. Angelina's the type who pushes people away when she's upset, though she really needs the company to feel better. Katie and Alicia are her best friends, but she needed someone to take out some frustration on who wasn't them. Angelina feels really bad otherwise. I just gave her an outlet that wouldn't run away when she started attacking. Hermione tilted her head to the side a bit. "And since when have you known her so well?" she asked. "She's my captain." "Well, was my captain, and my teammate for a while," he said with a shrug. "I know we never hung out like we ever did, but don't you think I should know her pretty well regardless?" "Really, how about Alicia? How would you cheer her up?" Harry frowned in thought, missing the fact that Hermione wasn't really being serious. "Well, she generally just needs a morale boost of some sort. As long as it's from someone she cares about at any rate. She's pretty good at getting herself out of a rut with a little push." "Katie. Anything funny to get her out of whatever mood she's in." "Katie doesn't resist once you calm her down, but she's pretty unapproachable before that though. She's really weak to stupidly corny jokes. The ones that make you groan because they're that bad. She told me her dad tells them to her every chance he gets." By now Hermione raised her eyebrows slightly. "What?" said Harry defensively. "How about Lavender?" Why her? You're on a roll and I'm fascinated. Don't stop now." Well, she usually gets caught up on silly things and that just needs some explaining, but if it's serious she's always gotten better with a hug and some support from Parvati. If Lavender is ever depressed I'd usually go find her. Parvati's actually pretty much the same way, but sometimes she could use a small laugh. I wouldn't push her too much though, she's pretty sensitive. I think a lot of that comes from issues with her sister topping her in most things at school. The DA's been really good for them to work together. I think it's improved their relationship a lot." A pause. "What about me? I'd go get me," Harry said after a second, covering the embarrassment he suddenly felt with the silly but honest response. "I'm sure I'd be able to figure it out." "I'm sure you would," Hermione said with a smile. "You're surprisingly good at understanding people." "Oi, what do you mean surprisingly?" Perhaps just in time, the portrait door opened to admit the remaining Gryffindor who was still out of bed, Ron. Still wearing his Quidditch gear and everything, he sulked in and immediately made his way to the armchair that Angelina was sitting in earlier. It was still a bit damp with butterbeer, but Ron gave no notice. "Ron, where were you?" said Hermione at once. We were worried about you. Right, you and the rest of the house, I'm sure, he said sarcastically, looking into his lap. Ron, don't be like that, she continued, her voice softening. You tried hard this match. Not hard enough. And you'll do better next time, she finished steadily. Ron looked over at her. Next time. There won't be a next time, he said tiredly. I'm going to resign from the team. There's no hope with this. Ron, you're being stupid, said Harry, leaning against the sofa. You're a great keeper. You just have problems with nerves, not to mention the Slytherins were targeting you to throw you off. If Angelina didn't think you could do it, she never would have put you on the team. He sighed a bit before continuing. Besides, you can't quit. Fred and George were banned from the team for fighting. Ron looked up in shock. What? Umbridge? Who else? He said with a shrug. Damn Toad, Ron cursed. At least Ginny ended up being pretty good. Who could possibly replace Fred and George? No idea. Hey, I know something that should cheer you up, said Hermione, now looking at them with a wide smile on her face. Harry and Ron exchanged confused looks before returning to Hermione. She tapped the window lightly. Hagrid's back. Well, it could be worse. What do you mean? We could be doing acromantulas, or chimeras, or manticores. Please, as if Hagrid could get a hold of a manticore. Quote, comma, quote. All right, I suppose it could be worse. Harry nodded smugly at Hermione as she returned her attention back to Hagrid's lesson, taking notes on everything he said. She spent a long time the previous night and today during lunch basically forcing Hagrid to restructure his class to something that was more appropriate for regular children. Or as he put it, more boring. Professor Grubbly Plank had a basic outline of what she would be covering, which was left to Hagrid, and fortunately Hermione managed to get a hold of it before he got rid of it. The result? They were getting a lesson on Thestrals. OWL level. Not entirely. Hagrid's assessment. They were pretty ruddy cool. Considering the other things he thought were cooler, they got off lightly. In all fairness though, the class was excellent. The main problem was that there was no way that Hagrid would ever pass Umbridge's inspection, even if he were Merlin's own son. Hell, the small interaction the three Gryffindors witnessed in Hagrid's hut was fairly aggressive on Umbridge's part, and that was with just the two of them. Now in the large group, she posed incredibly insulting questions to the students, some of whom had absolutely no issue offending Hagrid as well. Hagrid, while certainly flushed in the face, managed to ignore most of it and continue the lesson while the Gryffindors, who as a whole liked Hagrid a lot, made plans to get the offending Slytherins back, viciously. As Hagrid told the class about how Thestrals lived, Umbridge was now moving around the Slytherins of the group and asking very pointed questions. Obviously she did her research into the more rocky parts of Hagrid's career. I was slashed by a crazy hippogriff once, Malfoy drawled, too far away from Hagrid to hear but certainly close enough for many of the students to roll their eyes. A hippogriff, repeated Umbridge in apparent shock, making hasty scribbles on her clipboard. That sounds terrifying. It was, he reassured her, smirking at his friends. I was only in my third year at the time. Naturally my father tried to get us a proper care of magical creatures teacher, one who wouldn't put us in such danger, but he was blocked by the headmaster. I'm always worried about what we might have to face in this class. Wow, Malfoy, I always knew you were stupid, but I never saw you as a coward, said Harry in an even voice, beckoning to what most could only see as thin air. The Thestral eyed him unwaveringly for a few seconds before walking over and butting his outstretched hand. Hagrid really did well with the herd. By the way, you've only mentioned your father twice today. He'd be ashamed at how little you've been talking about his good and honest name. Mr. Potter, you should not be antagonizing a fellow classmate, no less an esteemed member of the ministry, said Umbridge severely, a hand preventing Malfoy from retorting. 20 points from Gryffindor for your rudeness. Please apologize. Sorry, Draco, I forgot how sensitive you are about your insecurities. Professor Hagrid, he called, raising his voice slightly to get the man's attention. What is it, Harry? We know you have to witness someone die to be able to see Thestrals, he began, still petting the one at his side which closed its eyes in apparent enjoyment. I'm curious about two things though. First, do you have to see a human die or is it just death in general? Excellent question, said Hagrid, clearly pleased that he had more to talk about. The man was always bursting to share everything he knew about magical creatures. Apparently, quite a few of the students were interested as well, now that the point was brought up. And a tricky one at that. The key part is that witnessing a life ending works for most things, but it's not all death. Like if ye saw a fish get killed, it wouldn't mean nothing. Too far away from what we are ta matter in that way. So the simple answer is yes. Hagrid nodded down at Harry. Ye had another question. Yeah, if being able to see them means you need to have seen death, then would a memory charm to make you forget seeing that death happening make you unable to see them again? Hagrid grinned. Well, what do ye think? He replied. I've honestly got no clue, he said, completely baffled. Every time he considered each side, the other seemed more right. Anyone else? Asked Hagrid, looking around at the group of students. No one seemed to have an answer to this. Of course, the Slytherins weren't paying attention and talking with Umbridge again about awful things that had to do with the class, but no one was paying them any attention now. Well then, homework will be to think about that question and write 4 inches of parchment on it for next class. Just give reasons, nothing crazy. We'll make a discussion out of it. Should be fun, I reckon. There was a general round of assent from the group at this. Normally a student question leading to homework would cause a minor witch hunt, but the assignment was so incredibly light compared to practically everything they'd gotten this year it was almost as if he'd assigned nothing at all. A bell rang out over the grounds, signaling the end of class. Well, looks like that'll do it. Off with ye then. Not wanting to hang around Umbridge any longer than they had to, the class dispersed quickly, heading back up to the castle. It was times like this that Harry remembered that no one in Slytherin liked the woman either, they just took advantage of her the way they did most things. Too bad most of the house beeped in general. As far as the High Inquisitor was concerned, she stuck around to give her short post-inspection speech before heading back to the castle as well. Well, that wasn't too bad in the end, said Ron. I hope she dies, said Hermione darkly. Harry and Ron both blinked at the girl in surprise. Don't give me that. You heard how she was speaking to him at the beginning of class. Asking those demeaning questions and in that tone of voice too, as if he couldn't understand her. What a repulsively evil woman. I practically expected it with Hagrid being half giant, said Harry. Besides, I don't think I could hate her any more than I do already. Well, he amended, she's not my uncle, but it's a different kind of hate. It'll be fun putting her down permanently. Geez, Harry, you sound like you're planning her murder, joked Ron, sending the raven-haired boy a smirk. Harry said nothing, making Ron's grin slip slightly. He pulled Hermione back as they turned a corner. He isn't planning to kill her, right? I don't think so, but if she ever does have an accident, then don't expect me to weep. Ron just looked at her in a deadpan. Brilliant, good to know I'm the only sane one left. Hey, so do you guys want to get dinner? I know we passed the Great Hall already, but, Harry turned around to find the corridor behind him empty. They're completely gone. Guys. Doubling back, he walked to the closest intersection and looked around. There were a handful of students moving through the area, but Ron and Hermione were nowhere to be found. Did they take a passageway? He muttered, thinking of the different branches off the path they were walking together. 1, 2, 3, okay, way too many. Ducking into a nearby room, he pulled the Marauder's map and scanned it for his friends. He found them a couple minutes later entering the Gryffindor common room. He had no idea how he'd lost them, but at least that answered his question. About to put the map away, he noticed another name drawing closer to his position, clearly without any particular destination, as instead of walking in a straight line like most people did, the dot poked around in random places, very distinctly meandering about. Harry grinned at the name before pocketing the map and heading off to intercept. Luna. The girl looked up quickly in surprise, own hair bobbing slightly about her head. He could see her radish earrings swinging back and forth. Oh, hello, Harry, said Luna, face lighting up. I haven't seen you in a while. Well, apart from the DA, not really, yeah, he said with a nod. It's been pretty busy lately. How have you been? She asked, trotting over to him. As well as I can be, he said with a shrug. They began walking in the direction of the Gryffindor common room. Harry figured the girl probably didn't have a destination in the first place, and her lack of input on the matter only supported that. Classes are crazy, and I'm about one step away from being expelled. People trying to provoke me into making a mistake and all that. So, the same as usual then, said Luna cheerfully. Harry couldn't help but feel cheerful in turn. Luna just possessed one of the most relaxing moods of anyone he knew. Yeah, same as usual, he agreed. Hagrid finally came back to the castle too, which I'm pretty happy about. I haven't seen him in ages. Care of magical creatures will probably get a lot more dangerous now, but that makes it a bit more interesting too, I suppose. What about you? Have you been doing all right? The Ravenclaw nodded, momentarily distracted by a window before returning her attention to him. Oh, I found another interesting place we can explore this weekend, if you'd like. That would be nice. Being studious is a good idea, but too much will do more harm than good. Not that he ever took his own advice. He still trained almost constantly during the week and on the weekends, often running himself ragged by the time night came around. That's very wise of you. Luna. Yes, Harry. Why aren't you wearing any shoes? Indeed, he only just noticed that his feet were the only ones making the distinct sound of shoes tapping on stone. Aren't your feet cold? He asked, pointing at her sock-clad feet. Well, yes, I suppose, but as I can't find my shoes, I've had to go about without them lately. Did you misplace them somewhere? Have you covered summoning charms yet? He asked, smiling slightly at her absent-mindedness. Oh, no, Nargles take my things and hide them, so that doesn't always work, she said blandly. Harry's eyes narrowed. Nargles' dreamy eyes met his own. Yes. Yes, he'd heard about the little thieving, potentially imaginary creatures before. He reached out and grabbed her arm gently, pulling them to a slow stop in the deserted corridor. Luna, what's been happening to your things? He said gently, looking her in the eye. Tell me. She held his gaze for a few seconds before her eyes lost some of their dreamy look and she refocused on Harry's feet. Ah, people, take my things. Harry froze, his lingering smile sliding right off of his face. People take your things. He must have heard her wrong. It wasn't just what she said. The plain tone that her voice took was almost lifeless. That's right, she continued, her whimsical voice back to normal now. It's been happening since I started here, she said with a shrug. Usually I find the stuff before long, and it all comes back by the end of the year, but my bag with my homework has gone missing this time, and I really need it for class. Oh, and my shoes, I suppose. Why? Why would anyone do that? He said flatly, still having trouble believing what he was hearing. Members of her own house were really doing that. Her homework. Her shoes. Oh, well, she shifted a little uncomfortably. They think I'm a bit odd, you know. Maybe more than a bit. A lot of people call me Loony, Lovegood, actually. Harry already knew of the nickname that many in the school called her, but that was hardly the issue here. He was no stranger to labels after all, but no one messed with him like that. They were probably too afraid to do anything of the sort. And her own housemates. Who else had access to her things? Raw anger bubbled down in the pit of his gut. Have you told someone about this? No, it's all right. The hell it is, he retorted at once. Really, Harry, there's no harm done. I told you I get it all back. He held her gaze for a few seconds before letting out a frustrated puff of air. How could she stay so serene about everything? Would you like me to help you find your stuff, then? He asked. It would go faster with us both. I can talk to someone about this to put a stop to it, you know, he tried, one last time. Flitwick would be pretty pissed. Thank you, but it's all right, I'll be fine, she said with a smile. I'm sure you have somewhere to be right now anyway. See you around, Harry. Wait. Harry pulled off his shoes, stepping onto the cold floor with a grimace. Use these for now, all right. Reducio, he muttered, shrinking his shoes a bit so that they would fit her properly. Luna just blinked at him, seemingly taken aback. Oh, but I couldn't. Luna, shut up and put the shoes on, said Harry flatly. Looking like a girl who was scolded by an older sibling, Luna slipped his shoes on, letting out a happy sigh. Oh, they're warm, she said. Thank you, Harry. They're worn out but should work fine for now. Just give them back to me when you find your own pair, all right? He quickly cast a warming charm at his feet. There was no way his toes would survive otherwise on the stone. And if this keeps happening, come tell me. All right. He didn't let her go until she nodded. I will. Take care, Harry. She trotted off down the corridor and out of sight. Harry just frowned after her, torn between respecting her wishes and just heading straight to Flitwick. Remembering that he wasn't wearing shoes now, he decided to think about it after he found himself another pair in the meantime. Before Harry knew it, December arrived. Snowfall was beginning to become a little ridiculous, and Hagrid was often seen helping out a random professor keep the path to the castle clear. Mid-year exams were approaching rapidly, and as they always did, professors piled on the work. With a very large part of the DA being fifth years, this meant that sessions dropped by about half from their usual twice a week. When discussing the amount of things everyone had going on outside of the group, Harry asked them if they would rather temporarily put the group on hold to give them more time, but no one was willing to stop completely, even for a couple weeks. That made him pretty happy. Harry was finding that the DA was one of the most enjoyable things he ever did at the school. Even though they were still only doing fairly average material, all of which he covered either before or during the summer months with Sirius, it was still a great deal of fun and highly rewarding. Especially the looks of accomplishment that everyone had when he pushed them through something particularly challenging. He even succeeded in getting the group to accept the Slytherins to a point. Of course, that wasn't to say the group didn't have its hitches. We just have a couple weeks before break, and that gives us about 3 more full sessions counting this one, so I'd like to devote the rest of this term to studying and review of what we've done so far. This way I'll be able to give each one of you a good chunk of individual help with whatever you need the most. Grab someone you don't work with often and get started. It's nothing new, so you should be alright, and I'll be right over here. Neville, you're with me first, mate. As Neville walked over, Harry couldn't help but grin at how much he improved, not only with his magic, but with his self-esteem. Not being able to keep up with anyone for the first 4 years in anything but herbology, which he constantly set the bar in, really brought him down a lot. The primary culprit was his wand. During the third DA session, Harry asked Neville out of curiosity about his wand and found out that it belonged to his father. One somewhat bullying conversation and side chat with Professor McGonagall later, and Neville was pulled from school for a Saturday afternoon to go to Ollivander's. After that, it was just a matter of getting the boy to be more confident in his abilities. Neville was actually quite capable, he just required a different approach than what he'd been dealing with for most of his life. After working with Neville for about 15 minutes, Harry grabbed Susan and pulled her off to the side to work with. The session went much the same way for the next hour and a half, him pulling students out one at a time, and letting the group just practice what they either felt they needed to improve on or the specific things he told them to after seeing them. He was in the middle of working with Padma when things began to go south. Fred and George got into a rather heated argument with, surprise surprise, Zacharias Smith. What was a surprise, however, was that Michael Corner was also in the argument, apparently against the twins as well. Many of the other students around them gathered closer to watch, silently supporting one side or the other. And tired of just doing all these defensive spells. You can't tell me you're actually fine with this. Smith, if you want to learn how to make someone's skin rot, then that's the other camp, said George. The other boy flushed slightly. You know that isn't what I'm talking about, he shot. There's way more to dueling than dodging out of the way and doing a body bind or something. What if you're fighting more than one person? The other one could just cancel it. Then what? That's true, but I'm wondering when you'd end up in a situation where you'd be facing a bunch of Death Eaters, said Fred, arms crossed. You guys sound like Umbridge, said Corner. You've heard Harry. He's told us how dangerous it's going to be. There could be a Death Eater attack on a town or something where you live, and then what? Then you take your family and run away. As fast as you possibly can. Everyone turned to find Harry standing a number of feet away, Padma just behind him. Run away, Smith repeated. That wouldn't fix anything. We can't just let the Death Eaters ruin our lives. You're always on about protecting what's yours. How are we supposed to do that by just giving up? So you want to fight? The words were calm, but they carried an edge that froze everyone in the room. Almost subconsciously, everyone was backing away from the two boys, leaving them and Harry with a good deal of space. Work on dodging, shield charms, disarming, and all the other protective stuff you've been teaching us. What good is it if we can't win the duel? Said Smith, clearly frustrated. I know for a fact I'm not the only one here who thinks this way, but apparently I'm the only one who will call you out for it. You know way more than just this stuff. Why won't you teach us any of it? So you can fight the Death Eaters if they ever attack you. Harry continued. Take them out. I would if I knew the spells, agreed Smith with a nod. If we just keep learning like this, we won't survive those duels. He's right, Harry, agreed Corner. You can't win a fight unless you actually fight. Harry's eyes swept the room before returning to the two in front of him. Wands out. What? Defend yourselves, he snapped, bringing his wand up and sending a blasting curse at them. Both teens had the sense to jump to either side, letting the curse destroy the cabinet against the far wall in a shower of debris. Harry, shouted Hermione in alarm, but he ignored her, putting more pressure on the two boys in turn. The other students were now as far away from the fight as they could be without being in danger. Stupefy. Incarcerus, shouted Smith. Harry sidestepped each spell, responding with a pair of cutting curses, one for each of them. Protega, said Corner hastily, barely half a step behind Smith. Both shield spells worked, Smith's actually deflecting the spell back at him as opposed to Corner's, which fizzled out from the single spell. Harry shielded the incoming spell easily and returned fire, mixing destructive spells with more individual and dangerous curses, never aiming to cause them serious harm, but close enough that the danger they were in was quite real. Spending hours upon hours firing precision spells at targets more than 3 times the distance of a normal duel made such a thing actually fairly trivial. Especially considering exactly who he was fighting. Smith was more of the threat though, and as he was years ahead of Corner, who was a 4th year himself, that was expected. However, they were still just average Hogwarts students with little formal training. On the other hand, Harry spent several hours every day dedicated to spellwork, building his aim and reflexes in any ways he could manage. Neither boy could get even remotely close to him while they were both barely keeping themselves from being rather badly hurt. Hermione and others were no longer trying to get them to stop and just settled for watching in fear of the outcome. Nobody was missing what Harry's spells were doing to the things they hit, and none of it was pretty. Harry shielded against a reductor spell and sent it into the ground between them, sending up splinters of wood and obscuring their view for a few moments. Using the chance, he gathered the ropes from the failed Incarcerus Smith sent at him and launched it back at the boys, getting it to land around them. Both were breathing rather heavily, especially Corner, who simply had less to fight off of than Smith did. Harry just watched them blankly as they tried to catch a quick breather. Is that all you've got? He asked, voice unimpressed, letting his wand hang at his side. Neither boy spoke, either too out of breath or angry to do so. I think you've severely misunderstood what I'm trying to teach you here, he said coldly, flicking his wand at each of their sides. The ropes on the ground came to life, moving at the boys like snakes. Smith burned his before backing away from Michael, who was entangled. I haven't been teaching you to fight. Any of you, he added, looking at them all. Everyone was watching him as if they had never seen him before. Well, he couldn't blame them. None of his classmates knew about this Harry Potter. The one that trained every night. The one that fought Voldemort once and desperately wished never to again. The one that knew what it was like to lose. I've been teaching you to survive. To run and live. Do you think you seriously have any chance against a Death Eater? A fully grown and trained wizard. You can't even win against me. Don't need to be a genius to see that, muttered Fred, still a bit wide-eyed at the one-sided duel. Harry glanced at him but said nothing. But what about you? Corner shouted, finally having been released from the ropes by Smith, though neither of them attacked. Look at what you just did to us. You obviously aren't just practicing how to stun or shield. You're learning how to fight back. Of course I'm learning how to. I have to fight. Harry barked, all amount of restraint gone. I train every damn day with the small hope that if I never stop, I'll be able to live to graduate from this school. Use your brain, Michael. Voldemort wants me dead. I've avoided it far too many times for him to let go. Me simply being alive represents some kind of hope to everyone who is against him, and he will do anything to hurt me. It's only a matter of time before he starts going after my friends and their families too. That's what this is all about. So don't talk like you know anything. He looked around at them all, but no one would meet his eyes. Cho was determinedly looking at the floor, her fists clenched. What about this? Asked Padma, her soft voice cutting through the silence. Harry looked at her, causing the Ravenclaw to flinch slightly, though she didn't stop. Will us being trained by you put us and our families in danger? No one said anything, but it was clear that the girl's statement affected everyone in the room. How could it not? Harry sat heavily on a mid-sized stool that materialized behind him. The fight was over. He'd hoped he would never have to have this conversation with the group, but that was wishful thinking at best. Who was he kidding? If I were to be 100% honest with you, the less you even associated yourself with me, the safer you'd end up being, he said truthfully. But really, the only ones who would be in any real danger are the people who have been really close to me for a long time. He jerked his thumb over at Hermione and Ron. Like her and all the redheads. Great job, Ron, you just had to become friends with him, said George, giving his brother a mock glare. Hey, it's not like I could have known a murderous Dark Lord was going to come back to life, argued Ron. Next boy who lived I meet, I'll just turn around and keep walking, promise. There was some scattered laughter at the exchange, which certainly helped lift the grim mood, but Harry could still tell that it hadn't left entirely. He cleared his throat to bring the attention back on himself. Anyway, it is what it is. I told you at the beginning it would probably frustrate you, drive you mad, and make absolutely no sense at times. This is the Defense Association. We're about living on to see another day. Fact is, for some of us that's a harsher reality than for others. I wish it weren't so, but ignorant safety just isn't something we have anymore. I do my best to make you better, but you need to trust me if you're going to be here, and if not, then you should leave. I'm sorry, Harry, said Corner after a few seconds of silence. I appreciate what you're doing for me, and the rest of us too. Harry met the boy's eyes and nodded, glad for his change of heart. He turned to Smith, who was still scowling, though it was his usual one, as opposed to what he was wearing earlier. I still don't understand how any of this has helped, he said finally. Never mind, I guess I just need to think about it. Taking the resolution for what it was, Harry looked over at Padma. Padma, we were interrupted, but I think we should stop here today. Everyone needs time to think. Would you like to finish up now or continue next time? She tapped her foot for a second before saying, let's continue next time, but we should start over. Harry just raised his eyebrows at her for a second before smirking. All right, we can start over. Just this once though. Cheered greatly, Padma made to join her housemates only to be waylaid by Parvati, who accused her of cheating. Padma just stuck out her tongue at her sister and darted off as the irritated Gryffindor grabbed some of the random stunning cushions and began throwing them. Lavender just watched, shaking her head slightly. Harry, what's up? Cho. She wasn't meeting his eyes, instead focusing on his chest. He couldn't really see her face well. Eyes flicked up for a fraction of a second before they were down again. Never mind. Don't worry about it. You sure? He asked in concern. She shook her head and gave him a smile, expression back to normal. Did he imagine it? Yeah, you're pretty fierce with that wand, winning 2-on-1. Ah, thanks, I practice a lot, he said, pleased with the compliment. Harry, are you staying behind again? Asked Hermione, walking over to them. Cho said good night before trotting off to her friend who was waiting by the door. As soon as she was out of earshot, Hermione continued, never mind what I just asked, are you all right? What? Yeah, I'm fine, Hermione, he said at once. She looked at him with some sympathy and he sighed. All right, I'm a bit drained from that. I didn't want to scare everyone, but that's just what ended up happening. I don't care about them, Harry, she replied, giving him a level look. Harry couldn't help but chuckle a bit. What did I ever do to deserve a friend like you? Hermione blushed slightly but held his gaze. Well, you did save my life. I suppose we could start there. Hermione, I've saved a lot of people. You saved me first. Yeah. They began to walk to the door where Ron was waiting for them impatiently. The rest of the room was now cleared out. I suppose I did. The fifth years let out a collective breath of relief as their mid-year exams ended. They were worked to the bone and were certainly looking forward to a well-deserved break. Harry was pleased with how he did, knowing he improved across the board in all of his subjects. Even potions was getting better, though it was without a doubt his most difficult class. Most of all, he was looking forward to seeing Sirius and Tonks again. It was too long since he dueled either of them, and he was really itching for a go against them both. Tonks was always happy to put him in his place and show him how much he had to learn. Dueling aside, he was just eager to spend some time with them. Sirius told him that they would all be spending the holidays at Grimmauld Place again. Dumbledore still didn't feel that things were either safe enough or prepared enough for them to split up yet, and the Weasleys were never ones to argue with the man. Of course, it wasn't like it was a bad idea. Staying all in one place would help keep them all safe, especially considering the extra protections the Black household was equipped with. He never really thought there would come a winter where he would be leaving for the holidays, even less that he would look forward to such a thing. Harry. He was brought out of his thoughts by none other than Cho, who was watching him with an unreadable expression. They were looking at one another on and off for the past hour or so. The DA just finished their final session of the term. Tomorrow evening was the winter feast and students would be traveling back to London the morning after, not to return until the 7th of January. Harry, we'll see you back in the common room, called Hermione from the other end of the room. He looked over to see her shoving Ron out the door. Tracy watched in slight amusement before following, with Daphne walking close behind her. Their eyes met for a second before the door closed behind them, bringing the room back into peace. Turning back to Cho, they regarded each other in silence for a few moments. They got on well all semester, and even enjoyed a morning together in Hogsmeade. That wasn't counting all the small but pleasant interactions they'd been having whenever they passed each other. This month he saw very little of the girl, but they were all busy so he didn't blame her in the slightest. Even with all the second guessing of himself, Harry was pretty sure that things were going right between them. This seemed like the logical next step. Of course, there was the small complication that he hadn't exactly ever asked a girl to be his girlfriend before. What's up, Cho? He asked finally, not wanting the silence to continue. I wanted to talk with you. About us, she said, only half meeting his eyes. Me too actually. I like you a lot, Harry, she said bluntly. But I can't date you. Harry blinked twice in shock before laughing a bit. What are you talking about? I'm serious, Harry, I can't be your girlfriend. Why not? His mind was adding everything up between them since the start of term and none of it came to that result, no matter how many times he did it. Everything's been all right, hasn't it? But it isn't, she said emphatically. Everything isn't all right. He's still out there. Harry almost felt like he was doused in ice water. Of course. It always came back to this for him, didn't it? Honestly, he was an idiot for not thinking about this possibility. Voldemort. Cho winced, though it was very small. Yes. You're afraid. Afraid, she repeated, looking at him with a humorless smirk. Honestly, Harry, I'm terrified. Last year I really loved Cedric a lot, and he took him away from me, she said softly. Her eyes were bright but no tears fell. She certainly came a long way from how she used to be. I don't want to go through that again. I can't go through that again. She sank into a small chair that appeared for her. And my mum and my dad could be in danger as well. As a way to get to you, Cho took a deep breath to steady herself. What happened at the meeting at the beginning of the month really hit me. I tried to ignore it, but I'd get nightmares about my family being killed. It took me a while to get the courage to talk to you though. I'm sorry I didn't say anything earlier. Cho, it's all right, I understand, he said soothingly, placing a hand on her shoulder. This was for the best anyway. At least that's what he kept repeating to himself in his head. I'm not the safest or most secure person to be with. Anyone around me puts themselves at risk, and it won't get safer anytime soon. They fell into an awkward silence for a minute before she spoke again. I'm sorry, Harry. I really am. I hope we can stay friends like we are. Of course we can, so stop apologizing, he said with a small smile. You have nothing to be sorry for. The walk back to the common room felt much longer than it actually was. It was amazing how different his mood was from earlier. Dearest, are you all right? Harry looked up and found that he was at the portrait of the fat lady. She was looking down at him in concern. Usually she was as distant with the students as the majority of the other portraits throughout the castle were, but as the guardian of the Gryffindor house, she did have her soft spots. Especially for one who she often saw going off to get into all sorts of trouble, whether he asked for it or not. Have courage, he replied, speaking the password. Damn Gryffindor and its annoying passwords. The fat lady smiled despite the less than cheerful air he was giving off. Please do, dear, she said with a nod, swinging forwards to reveal the entrance. Harry walked in without another word. The common room was mostly empty. There were a few students milling around, playing games, or studying as the term would be ending the next day. Most mid-year tests had already been completed, but there were still a couple left. Likely the remainder of the house was in bed early hoping to bring the holidays faster. It was a long handful of months. Seeing Ron and Hermione sitting by the fire, he decided that hanging out with them would probably be better than just heading to bed, as much as he wanted to. Besides, they were giving him knowing looks that he'd need to straighten out before they accidentally pushed him too far. So, said Ron slowly as he approached. Looks like someone started their Christmas cheer a bit early. It was clear that he was trying to hold back a grin. Our Harry is growing up so fast, said Hermione, the same tone to her voice as Ron's. Harry felt anger bubbling in the pit of his stomach, but he squashed it as well as he could. So, how was it? Asked Ron, looking somewhat eager. Ron, is it really necessary for him to describe how it was? Hissed Hermione. Harry was apparently forgotten for a moment as Ron lowered his voice. Of course. If they're gonna start dating. Don't just jump to conclusions, you can't be sure if they key. Ed or even decided to date. Come on, you know it was going there. Shut up, the pair of you. Cho and I didn't key. And we sure as hell aren't dating, Harry said coldly, well beyond aggravated. So much for the plan to keep cool. Wait, but, she's too afraid, he said simply. Anger and sadness were battling for dominance in his mind, but it eventually just ended up bitter. It always ended up bitter. Of Voldemort, he clarified, at their confused expression. Ron frowned in thought, but Hermione's face fell greatly. Oh, Harry, I'm so sorry. Can you honestly blame her? What kind of girl would be willing to risk her and her family's lives just to be close to me like that? I dunno, mate, said Ron, leaning back in his seat. He was looking at the ceiling but not really seeing it. You know, my parents don't have much money, but we've got each other and that's kept things together more than I'd usually admit. Doubt I'd be willing to risk them for anything if I had the choice. Harry's face just saddened greatly as he slumped onto the couch. Hermione was torn between beating Ron within an inch of his life and giving Harry some support. Fortunately for Ron, she chose the latter. Harry, I think that what Ron means to say, she began, throwing him a scathing look, is that you shouldn't be down about Cho and to have some hope. Harry just shot her a withering glare. It's not about her, Hermione, he said shortly. Replace her with any other girl I fancy and the result will be the same. Unless Voldemort gets hit by a bus randomly, he'll be haunting my life until I die. It won't be like that forever, Harry, said Hermione fiercely. Voldemort will eventually be gone, and we'll all be laughing about it one day. Besides, you can't just assume all girls will make that choice. You're always the one telling us to not judge a group based on a few members. Harry just looked at her flatly, unconvinced. Look, she continued. Let it go for tonight. You're upset, and it's influencing the way you think. You'll feel better after some sleep, you always do. Her voice was stern, but not without care. He knew that she meant the best. She always did. Hell, even Ron did, though he was always more liable to shoot himself in the foot than actually contribute. Bless his idiocy. All right, I'll talk to you both tomorrow then. Night. Harry got up from the couch and headed off to the staircase. Good night, Harry, said Hermione. Ronald Bilious Weasley, she continued, freezing the other boy in his tracks. Sit down. Now. Harry heard a loud gulp before he pulled the door shut behind him. It was 2 hours later and Harry still couldn't fall asleep. Ron eventually returned muttering about crazy girls before slipping into his bed, nodding off at once. Unfortunately, while Harry could get comfortable enough, his mind was just far too active. He needed something to help him relax. His eyes closed as he steadied his breathing. There was his magic, always ready to be called on for whatever. Instead of doing his normal exercises with his meditation, however, Harry let himself sink deeper into it. Sirius warned him not to get lost in the feeling before, but right now he just wanted to rest his mind. His awareness of anything beyond his own magic fell away, including his own body. Eventually, even that seemed to vanish. There he floated, in a sort of nothingness within himself. Or was it? Was he moving? He felt different than normal somehow, though he didn't understand it. Shapes were beginning to form. Walls, moving on either side of him. A floor and a ceiling as well. Smooth stone, but dark. Small flares passed by on either side of him at set intervals. Torches. He was in a hall. The corridor that he was dreaming about. But he wasn't dreaming, was he? And why was he so low to the ground? The torches were so high on the walls, the ceiling even further away. Beware. The voice was there and then gone. A whisper in his mind. He had the odd sensation of tasting the air, only to be rewarded with a vast amount of information. And he responded. But it couldn't be him. There is a man ahead. He slumbers. Kill him, the first phantom voice replied. Harry could taste the air again. A man was squatting against one wall, close to a door at the end of the hall. Silently, he drew ever nearer until he was close to him, his perspective shifting upwards slightly. And the man. Mr. Weasley. No, don't. All at once, Harry realized who the man was and shouted out of desperation. Miraculously, the snake that Harry was somehow connected to diverged at the last moment, fangs sinking into the man's limp arm as opposed to his chest. Mr. Weasley awoke with a harsh shout of pain, his wand out in a flash, his dominant hand uninjured. Kill him. No. Harry screamed back at the phantom voice in his head. The mental battle managed to make the snake hesitate, unable to decide what to do, and it cost the creature dearly. A flash of light and Harry felt the distinctly odd sensation of having his body drop away, followed immediately by a hand ripping him off the arm he was attached to and being thrown to the floor. A great number of feet of enormous snake lay on the floor unmoving. Mr. Weasley was breathing heavily, attempting to stem the flowing blood from his arm with what appeared to be little success as it ran freely down his arm and onto the cold stone floor. The voice was screaming in fury, though growing dimmer rapidly. Suddenly his senses were engulfed by terrifying flames and he awoke in his bed, shouting in panic. It took him a moment to regain his bearings. So distracted he was that he barely even noticed the crowd of people around his bed. Ron's dad was attacked and was hurt. He needed to tell Dumbledore. Leagues away, another man returned to his body, also shouting. Though this was no shout of panic or fear. This was a scream of pure rage. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.